Chapter 4898. Lin Fei and Hai Wuxin had just broken into the treasury. The people from the Sea God Palace also received the news. In an instant, a layer of fluctuation appeared in this area. Layer after layer of formations began to operate. For a moment, this place turned into a dragon's pool and tiger's den. As soon as the commotion came out, the higher-ups of the sea god side all came over. They also saw this change. Who can tell me what's going on? Why are the formations in the treasury activated? Could it be that someone broke into the treasury? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be possible. I remember that today is the day that Hai Wuxin went in to choose treasures. Could it be that something happened? Other than the higher-ups of the Sea clan, even some of Hai Wuxin's brothers and sisters came over one by one. After all, this time Hai Wuxin was in the limelight, so everyone wanted to know what treasures he would find here. 3 pieces. It was enough to greatly increase his strength. Now that this situation had appeared, it was indeed a little unexpected. Someone broke into the treasury. At this moment, a group of black-armored guards appeared. When this group of black-armored guards came over, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This group of black-armored guards was specially tasked with guarding the treasury. Now that the black-armored guards had appeared, it meant that someone had entered the treasury. I know what's going on. It must be the black-clothed man next to Hai Wuxin. That guy's strength is unfathomable. It's very likely that he broke into the treasury. Someone cried out in alarm. At this moment, everyone seemed to understand. Perhaps that was really the case. Many of his brothers and sisters were gloating. In the past, Hai Wuxin really didn't have the qualifications to compete with them. Although their strength was about the same, the helper by his side this time was too powerful. Until now, they still hadn't found out the details. It was as if a person had appeared out of thin air. This was the most difficult thing to accept. Now it was great. Daring to break into the sea god's treasury, this person was really bold. No matter what happened after this, their younger brother, Hai Wuxin, was going to be unlucky. Without the black-clothed man, what was their younger brother, Hai Wuxin? They also knew that even if they couldn't enter the treasury for a while, their father could. How strong could the black-clothed man be? Hai Feng, who was in the water prison, also heard the news and fell into ecstasy. Ha 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 ha, I didn't think that Hai Wuxin would have such a day. I knew that there was something wrong with that black-clothed man. His strength is so strong, it seems that he has his eyes on our sea city's treasury. But he didn't think that it would be so easy to enter the treasury. Even if he enters, he can't come out alive. No one has ever left this place. The originally, Hai Feng, who was originally gloomy, had gone crazy. He could finally see the geography, but he was unlucky. Once Imperial Father made his move, no matter what happened in the end, his younger brother, Hai Wuxin, would definitely be thrown into the water dungeon and forced to face the wall for a year or 2, or even 10. If one were to stay here for 10 years, one could only imagine the feeling of bitterness and discomfort. If I stay here for 10 years, I can imagine the pain. I might be able to get out soon. Hai Wuxin was really nervous this time. But no matter how nervous he was, he still started to choose treasures. Apart from that, he also picked a defensive item. In addition, he chose a defensive treasure. Although he was still a little nervous, as long as his senior was here, he didn't have to worry so much. Crash! A ray of light instantly appeared in the treasury. An imposing and powerful will swept over Hai Wuxin just like that. Hai Wuxin spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Father is here. This was the worst scenario. He was most worried that his father would come. Wu Axayan was well aware of his imperial father's strength. As long as he came, he wouldn't be able to fight. He would be injured with just a thought. Wuxin, you actually let someone break into the sea god's treasury. What punishment do you deserve? Sea god's gaze swept over. Hai Wuxin spat out blood again. He swayed and sat on the ground. Get out here right now. A huge hand grabbed out into the distance. I will come out just because you told me to. Who do you think you are? Was it just a thought? Believe it or not, I can make you lose your thought in seconds. There was a loud rumbling sound. Before the hand reached out, the void was already attacking. The hand collapsed inch by inch. A figure stepped over. It was Lin Fei. Didn't I just enter your treasury? Is there a problem with that? Or are you saying that your treasury is only open to the Sea clan? Sea God's gaze fell on the young man. I didn't expect you to be the one who dared to break into the treasury. Only someone like you would do that. Of course, Sea God had a deep impression of this person. He was really strong. He didn't expect that he would be able to break into the treasury. There didn't seem to be anything missing in the treasury. Apart from the power of faith, there was nothing else. This made the Sea God even more confused. Was this guy here for the power of faith? That thing was pretty useless. The Sea God had killed many different war gods in the past. Was that why he collected a lot of power of faith? There was no point in keeping it. But now, all the power of faith had disappeared. Needless to say, it must have been taken away by this fellow. Not many things were lost in such a huge treasury. It was just that there weren't many treasures left. Not to mention the power of faith. The Sea God would not have believed it if he had not seen it with his own eyes. No matter what, this guy broke into the treasury. That was provoking the Sea God, provoking the entire sea race. Since you're quite strong, why don't you just surrender? You might even be able to keep your corpse intact. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die without a burial. The Sea God looked at the black-clothed man quietly. Surrender without a fight. Forget it, I am a little interested in you. It just so happens that I've mastered my divine art. Let's see if I can kill you in one move. Lin Fei suddenly moved. He waved his hand and threw a punch. This punch was very simple. All the power was gathered into one point. However, when this point appeared, the Sea God's expression changed instantly. A magnificent ocean appeared in front of him. Hai Wuxin was shocked. Of course, he recognized this move. This was the famous sea race defense. So what if you used a defensive move? If I say I'll destroy your consciousness, then I'll destroy it. There won't be a second time. There was a loud bang. This power directly penetrated the sea race defense. When it landed on the body of the Sea God, numerous cracks instantly appeared. Then, the Sea God's silhouette collapsed. I told you, but you still don't believe me. Chapter 48-99. The existence of such a will was not very strong for Lin Fei. The other party was only at the late stage of the 9 Stars War God. This kind of strength was indeed very, very strong. Unless he encountered a peak existence, ordinary 9 Stars War Gods would not be able to defeat him. However, when encountering Lin Fei, it could only be said that the other party was weak. In fact, Lin Fei did not even use any methods. He directly punched through the air and killed this will. The pupils of the originally injured Hai Wuxin constricted. He had really underestimated Senior's strength. Just like that, he easily killed his father's will. His heart was instantly filled with ecstasy. He was afraid that he had hugged a thick thigh. With such a thick thigh, what was there to be afraid of? The first thing he did was to flatter. Senior is mighty, mighty and domineering. The power of this will was not very strong, so everything was within Lin Fei's expectations. This guy would probably not come in so easily again. Destroying a will was not a big loss, but it was more or less a little unpleasant. Wait until tomorrow, let's go out again. See if there are any good things here. Let's take them all in one go. Don't leave anything behind. Lin Fei was not idle at this time. He was ready to see what good things there were to pack. It was rare for him to come here. As for what the sea god would think, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. At the same time, in a palace, the sea god's body trembled slightly. A trace of blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. Then, they disappeared without a trace. The sea god's expression changed slightly. As expected, he is quite famous. He actually destroyed my will with a single move. At the very least, this guy is at the peak of the 9 stars war god level. The sea god has not seen such an expert in a long time. Previously, the sea god only went in to take a look. He wanted to know how strong this guy was. Now, it seemed that he was much stronger than expected. The peak of the 9-star war god was the so-called peak expert. In the entire sea race, there were only a few people with such strength, let alone daring to break into the sea race. This guy was indeed very bold. Your Majesty, such an expert has appeared in our sea race, and he has a connection with young Master Hai Wuxin. Could it be that the human race has some ideas again? Or perhaps they sent him to scout? A confidant beside him said in a low voice. The sea god had actually lost a strand of consciousness. If news of this were to spread, the entire sea race would be shocked. It doesn't matter if it was arranged by the humans or not. As long as the Oceanids are here, then there's no need for them to leave. Withdraw everyone and make them leave the Oceanids. Once they leave, then I'll make my move. It just so happens that I'm lacking a material. This guy is perfect for me to refine into a pinnacle puppet. The sea god laughed. It was really hard to find such a high-quality item. Especially when one's physical body had reached such a level. When the other party attacked just now, he didn't use any power at all. It was purely the power of his physical body. To be able to destroy his consciousness with a single punch, this kind of strength was really rare. Therefore, the sea god realized one thing more. This guy's physical body was definitely the best raw material. He could be refined into a puppet, and a powerful one at that. Many of the sea race's higher-ups were outside the treasury. In the end, they didn't see any movement. Instead, they received a message. Everyone had evacuated. None of them recovered from their shock. What did their father mean? Was he going to let them stay inside? Although they more or less had some thoughts in their hearts, they still obediently withdrew. For a moment, the outside was empty. No one knew what their father wanted to do. Everyone knew one thing. Young Master Hai Wuxin and the black-clothed man inside were going to be in trouble. As for how bad it would depend on the mood of the sea god, which was also the mood of His Majesty. In the blink of an eye. The next day. The door opened again. What they expected didn't happen. Senior, I'm afraid my father wants us to leave this place by ourselves and take action outside. If we do it here, the impact will be too great. Hai Wuxin could more or less guess his father's thoughts. The corners of Lin Fei's mouth curled into a smile. Since he wants us to go outside the sea race, then we can't fulfill his wish. We can take this opportunity to stroll around the sea god's palace, don't you think? For Hai Wuxin, such words were definitely full of shock. It was also full of shock. Strolling around in this place would infuriate her father greatly. Senior is right. We're already here, how can we leave so easily? Hai Wuxin naturally hoped that his senior would be as fierce as possible. He had snatched a lot of treasures inside. It was definitely an existence that would make others jealous. As long as he could withstand this, then relying on these treasures, he would be able to recruit many experts. Just thinking about it made him feel excited. Now it was up to his senior. Lin Fei strode outside, and Hai Wuxin followed behind. He was really like a little follower. When they reached the outside, all the formations couldn't stop Lin Fei's footsteps. With a rumble, they shattered. When they reached the outside, it was also empty outside, and there were no attacks. Lin Fei knew that everything was as Hai Wuxin said. This sea god probably really wanted to make a move outside. Lin Fei naturally didn't care if they changed places. However, since the sea god wanted them to leave, then Lin Fei had to take a good look around here. Although this place was empty, there were still many people paying attention to the palace. They also saw Hai Wuxin and the black-clothed man coming out. Their hearts were filled with doubts. Didn't His Majesty make a move? Logically speaking, His Majesty's will should let them experience what despair was. However, the current situation was really beyond everyone's imagination. Could it be that nothing had really happened? This was not in line with His Majesty's temper, which was also His Majesty's temper. How is it possible? They just came out like this. Could it be that nothing happened? Hai Wuxin is dead this time. He's definitely dead. Father will not let him go easily. And that black-clothed man is the same. He definitely won't have a good time. How dare he break into the treasury? Oh no, the two of them seemed to be heading towards the sea god hall. Everyone saw that the two of them were heading towards the sea god hall. That was the most important place in the palace. What did these two people mean by this? Chapter 4900. Lin Fei and Hai Wuxin walked towards the sea god hall. The sea god hall was where the sea god lived. This was why there weren't many people here. But today, there were many higher-ups of the sea race. They didn't expect the man in black and Hai Wuxin to come in this direction. At the same time, they felt really smug. It seemed like they were courting death. Since they were here, it was impossible for them to leave. Once the sea god made a move, he would definitely be able to suppress all of them. Along the way, although some people saw Lin Fei and Hai Wuxin, they didn't do anything. It was as if they had received the news. Lin Fei smiled. He knew that the sea god had some other thoughts. He wanted to see what this guy was up to. Suddenly, Lin Fei took a step forward and punched. The power of this punch directly turned into a torrent, directly crushing over. No one expected that Lin Fei would actually make a move at this moment. The punch instantly created a large area of ruins. It crushed all the way towards the sea god hole. Suddenly, a bright light of power appeared in front of him, blocking the power of this punch, even if it was like this. Because, after layers of ripples appeared on the brilliant light, it was as if the light had disappeared. It collapsed with a loud bang. Then, another layer of light appeared, followed by another layer of light. There were more than 10 beams of light. Only then did the power of this punch completely block it. Just this one punch was enough to make everyone realize what terror was. This man in black was too terrifying. He definitely wasn't one of Hai Wuxin's guards. This person was definitely a big shot. He might even be an old monster. You barged in like this, do you not care about the sea race? The elder flew over. He couldn't take it anymore. Just as he finished speaking, a figure directly collided with his body and instantly turned into a pool of blood. Even the sea god didn't say anything. What right does a mere elder like you have to speak? If you don't want to die, then shut up. Lin Fei smiled faintly, as if he had done something insignificant. However, for the other higher-ups, their expressions changed drastically in an instant. They were filled with fear and anger. But no one dared to make another move. He was killed in such a short time. That was an 8-star celestial god. Moreover, he was at the peak of the 8 stars war god realm. He was only a step away from becoming a 9-stars war god, but he was still killed by a single blow. This also made everyone realize that this guy was definitely in existence at the level of a 9-star war god. This was because those who had some ideas didn't dare to have any ideas at this time. If he were to rush out now, he would definitely be killed by this guy. They didn't have that kind of courage, so they all endured it. But for some elders, it was different. Another beam of light shot out. As soon as the light appeared, the meteors in the sky immediately attacked. It turned out that a 9-stars war god had made a move. When everyone saw this 9-stars war god make a move, they were delighted. This time, he could finally see just how strong this black-clothed man was. It's Elder Enhe. With Elder Enhe making a move, there won't be a problem. Each of these beams of light was filled with the power of a 9-stars war god. Even when they were about to reach Lin Fei, they instantly exploded with a terrifying chill. In this small area, a frozen land had actually been created. A chill instantly enveloped Lin Fei's body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, as soon as the chill enveloped him, it instantly collapsed. Lin Fei's figure had already passed through the heavy beams of light. He arrived in front of the elder and pierced through him with a punch. All the defenses were useless at this moment. I told you, if Poseidon doesn't make a move, then you have no chance at all. In any case, you are a 9-stars war god. What a pity. There was a loud bang. A 9-stars war god had fallen just like that. Seeing this scene, the remaining high-level elders didn't dare to have any more thoughts. This person was definitely a demon. Killed 2 experts. From start to finish, it was just a punch. His opponent's physical body seemed to have become exceptionally strong. There were no problems along the way. Even when those beams of light bombarded his body, it didn't have any effect. This made them even more incredulous. Someone's physical body was even stronger than their oceanic clans. This was simply absurd. Since you are so powerful, why do you have to make things difficult for them? Why don't you come in and have a cup of tea? Poseidon's voice drifted over slowly. Lin Fei also smiled. Did you see that? Fighting back and forth. You are the only unlucky ones. Wouldn't it be better to just stand there obediently? Look, an 8-stars war god is gone, and a 9-stars war god is gone. Lin Fei smiled faintly and directly walked forward. Although Hai Wuxin was following behind, he also received a lot of attention. But at this time, he puffed out his chest and walked forward. He also plucked up his courage. Just look at Senior. If even Senior isn't afraid, then what do I have to be afraid of? At least his father didn't make a move at this moment. Then one could imagine. He definitely had some idea. An Elder Enhe, a 9-stars war god, was killed in an instant. This also made Hai Wuxin believe in this Senior's strength even more. Absolutely unfathomable. Since that was the case, then why did he have to be so careful? Within Poseidon's hall, there was indeed a figure sitting. In front of him was a horizontal table, and below it was a row of horizontal tables. The entire space was empty. No one dared to enter at this moment. Lin Fei directly walked in. He glanced at Poseidon. Poseidon's gaze also looked over. I really didn't think that my oceanic clan would have such a powerful expert. This Poseidon didn't make a move. Lin Fei didn't think that he was afraid, but that he had some idea. If they were to really fight, they would have to fight it out first. I'm used to keeping a low profile, so I came to be a guest of the oceanic clan. At the same time, I'll enter your oceanic clan to see what you have. You don't have any objections, right? Lin Fei had already entered and casually sat down in front of Zhang Heng. Since you invited me in to drink tea, don't tell me there's no tea. Otherwise, I'll be very unhappy. If I'm happy, I'm afraid I'll tear down your Poseidon's hull. Believe it or not. Poseidon looked over and laughed loudly. With a clap of his hands, a teapot flew over unhurriedly. However, Lin Fei could tell with a single glance that there was a tremendous amount of power contained within it. The power that erupted from it was definitely at the pinnacle of the 9-star war god level. Indeed, this fellow was only a step away from becoming an invincible war god. If there's tea, then we can talk nicely. Chapter 49:01. The sea god didn't do anything. Instead, he invited this guy inside to drink tea. Indeed, no one dared to believe it. Could it be that this fellow was really that strong? If they fought here, wouldn't they be able to defeat him instantly? Hence, everyone was waiting for the sea god to make a move. Once he made a move, he would suppress this guy. That way, there wouldn't be any trouble. Lin Fei drank his tea unhurriedly. He wasn't afraid of the sea god at all. He didn't have to worry about the tea being poisoned. If this guy did something, Lin Fei had nothing to be afraid of. Moreover, he knew that such a big shot wouldn't bother with such small details. I've drunk a cup. What does the sea god have to say? If not, I'm leaving. Lin Fei put down the cup. The sea god laughed. You're more daring than I thought. You stole something from the treasury and drank my tea. It's rare to see someone as daring as you. Of course it's rare to see someone like me. I heard that there are many things in the treasury, so I came to take a look. Could it be that the sea god can't take it anymore? If you can't take it anymore, then let's fight. Actually, I want to fight with you to see who's stronger. Lin Fei was fearless now. Even if the sea god could control the power of the sea god, his strong body could still take it. Hence, he wanted to know the limits of his body. The sea god laughed. You do have the right to fight with me. However, I still hope that you can work under me. The sea god race lacks an expert like you. Roping him in. He was roping him in. Even Hai Wuxin was startled in his heart. Father actually roped in such a senior. However, would the senior agree? He felt that the possibility was very low. As long as the senior didn't agree, there might be a huge fight later. The possibility was very high. There's no point in roping me in. I'm not interested in working for others. So, let's have a fight first. Otherwise, you'll feel uncomfortable, and I'll have one less regret. Don't you think so? The sea god felt that this guy in front of him was getting more and more interesting. Don't tell me you think you can contend against me with this body of yours. You should know that even human experts have to lower their heads when they come to the sea race because they are not my opponents. Do you think you are my opponent? Lin Fei laughed. They are them, I am me, I am completely different from them. With his own physical body, how many people could withstand it? No one could withstand it at all. The sea god felt that this person in front of him was becoming more and more interesting. He was truly audacious and incomparably arrogant. Even the experts of the human race wouldn't dare to say such words in front of him. How could a brat like him dare to say such words? How about we play a game? Let's go outside and fight. If you lose, you'll have to work for me for 1,000 years. The sea god looked over. If I lose, you can make a request. I'm a straightforward person. Lin Fei knew that the sea god had his own thoughts. This bet is quite interesting. If I lose, I'll work for you for 1,000 years. If you lose, you can let me make any request. Interesting, really interesting. I'm just afraid that if you lose, you might not agree to my conditions. Since I can be the sea god here, I'm naturally not like what you think. If I lose, I lose. If I win, I win. It's very simple. If you really win, do you think my sea race can stop you? Lin Fei laughed heartily again. Alright then, let's have a duel. However, if I win, I don't have too many requests. I just want to go to the real treasury of your sea god. Don't think that I don't know that the treasury I entered was just used to deceive outsiders. It wasn't the real treasury. Lin Fei laughed heartily again. You're quite amazing to be able to see this. As you wish, if you win, I'll let you go to the real treasury and allow you to choose the things inside. You don't have to worry. I'll go to your treasury and choose some powerful treasures. I'll only choose things that I can feel. No matter how powerful they are, it's useless if I can't feel them. This time, it was the sea god's turn to be a little surprised. He couldn't even see through this guy. Does he really think he can defeat me? Then let's go outside and have a fight. The sea god tore open the void with a whoosh. Lin Fei also tore open the void and followed. In the blink of an eye, only Hai Wuxin was left. Hai Wuxin didn't know what the final result would be. He could only pray. Senior, you must win. As long as you win, my status in the sea race will become very high. Even my brothers and sisters will have to step aside. Even my father, the emperor, will look at me in a new light. He prayed. He flipped a cup and poured himself a cup of tea. He wanted to drink it to calm himself down. One had to know that he was truly audacious this time. As for the final result, he could only rely on Senior. If Senior couldn't win, then he could only blame it on his bad luck. If Senior won, then it would be different. The two of them tore open the void one after the other. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the ocean. At this moment, the two of them continued to fly forward. The two of them were extremely fast. Everywhere they passed, the sea beasts dove down. They could sense a very dangerous aura from the two of them. In the end, the two of them arrived at the depths of the ocean. They landed on an island. There was a violent storm, lightning, and thunder. It was a very dangerous place. From time to time, they could see sea beasts flipping over. However, at this moment, they were very quiet, as if they knew that the two of them were very dangerous. If they made a move, they might be wiped out. I can still give you a chance. Do things for me for 1,000 years. During this period, there will definitely be benefits that you can't imagine. The sea god said once more. Lin Fei shook his head, let's just fight. Cut the crap. After we fight, I still have to go back to pick the spoils of war. Don't you think so? The sea god raised his hand, as you wish. Swoosh. The seawater in the sky surged over. The flowing water turned into giants. On the other hand, sea god quickly distanced himself. Ripples appeared in front of him and turned into a boundless defense. This guy seemed to know that Lin Fei was a close combat expert, so he set up a huge defense. The giants that were formed from the ocean were quite strong. The moment they appeared, they were already at the level of a 9-star war god. One saber light followed by another. They were densely packed. Chapter 4902. The giants formed by the seawater were indeed very strong. Each of them had the strength of a 9-star war god. There were a total of 10 giants. When the giants attacked together, the power was very strong. Of course, to Lin Fei, this was just a small test. We're all adults. There's no point in using such a small move. Lin Fei laughed. Then, his figure flashed and he collided with one of the giants. With this collision, the seawater giant collapsed instantly. Then, he collided with another giant. Lin Fei was purely using close combat techniques. 2 giants collapsed consecutively. Then, the third one collapsed. In the blink of an eye, all the giants collapsed. Seems like your small test is useless. You should show me some real skills. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll lose badly. Poseidon obviously didn't expect to use such giants to suppress his opponent. The possibility of that was very low. Your physical body is indeed very strong. To be able to block this move, you are indeed qualified to fight me. Then, I'll let you use another move. Let's see if you still have the ability to do so. Instantly, a tornado came up from below. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei was trapped in the tornado. The tornado turned into an endless stream of attacks. The attacks that covered the sky didn't stop at all. It was all the power of the seawater. Every drop of the seawater turned into an attack. This move became very terrifying. Even Lin Fei had to admit that this move's killing power was indeed very strong. It gathered the power of the entire ocean. Every drop had the strength of a 9 stars war god. It wasn't far from the invincible war god level. Even a 9 stars war god would be injured and vomit blood in an attack like this. Bang 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 bang. Every drop of water landed on Lin Fei's body. Every drop of water left a white mark on his body. These white marks increased and covered Lin Fei's entire body. This was the first time Lin Fei had encountered such a powerful technique. As expected of the ocean god. You are different. Even your attacks are so overbearing. It seems I made the right decision to fight you. The seawater did not cause any harm when it landed on his body. Only white marks were left behind. However, to the distant sea deity, he could easily grasp every attack. When he saw the marks left behind, he was secretly shocked. This fella's physical body was incomparably tough indeed. Even he couldn't cultivate out a physical body like this. He really didn't know what kind of cultivation technique this guy cultivated. Isn't his physical body a little too strong? The number of times he had used this method could be counted on one hand, because there was simply no one who could withstand it. This was also the reason why he did not leave the sea race. As long as they were in the sea god was an invincible existence. He was equivalent to an invincible god of war. But now, this guy could actually withstand his attack. It was indeed rare. But this was just the beginning. The strength would only get stronger and stronger. He didn't believe that this guy's physical body was that strong. Of course, he also hoped that this guy's physical body was as strong as possible. If that was the case, then his dream would come true. There was a pang. Lin Fei's body actually pierced through the tornado. He came out directly. In the blink of an eye, he was near the sea god. When his fists and legs landed, many ripples appeared. Then, it shattered. Your methods are really strong, but I am not a blockhead. I will stand there and let you hit me. I will let you have a taste of my strength. There was a wall of sound. He used the Great Cold Ice technique right away. The current Great Cold Ice technique was much stronger. Of course, it only froze the defenses for a short period of time. In that short period of time, Lin Fei's physical strength played a huge role in this battle. Lin Fei's fist punched towards the sea god's body. At that moment, the sea god's image shook, leaving only an afterimage. Then, another person appeared in the distance. With a single punch, Lin Fei blasted the illusory image away. I told you that I am invincible in this ocean region. Walla walla. One figure after another condensed and appeared. These figures were exactly the same as the sea god. Even their auras were the same. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of sea gods appeared on the surface of the ocean. Do you see that? This is my ocean clone. If you have the ability, then kill me. I want to see how long you can kill for. All the sea gods spoke up at that moment. Their voices were orderly and there was no difference at all. Following which, the ocean rumbled and a wave came crashing down. A hand grabbed down. This palm could easily crush everything. This move was already the strength of an invincible war god. That was right. The sea god had already used his invincible war god technique. He wanted to capture this fellow first. His techniques couldn't deal with this person, so he only had the strength of an invincible war god. Lin Fei raised his head and threw a punch at him. He wanted to see how strong this invincible war god was. With this punch, the seawater palm instantly spread out. It pressed down on Lin Fei's strength like a mountain. This punch only caused ripples to form on the seawater palm before it collapsed. He actually withstood it. The palm continued to press down. Lin Fei could already feel the impact on his body. He flipped and many cracks appeared. Streaks of blood started to spread. This situation was much better than what Lin Fei had expected. Sea God, is this your combat strength? If this is your combat strength, then I can only say that it is too weak. It isn't as strong as I thought. Of course, it is enough to bully others. The palm got closer and closer. The cracks on Lin Fei's body increased. This was the strength of an invincible war god. The sea god had been paying attention. After all, the strength of this palm had indeed reached the strength of an invincible war god. He wanted to see how strong this fellow's physical body was. It seemed like it was within his expectations. He wasn't as strong as he had imagined. At least an invincible wargod's technique could injure him. If even an invincible wargod's technique couldn't injure his physical body, then it would be quite troublesome. Then, you should take it first. Anyone can brag, but I don't have the strength. The palm was getting stronger and stronger. Suddenly, Lin Fei's palm met the attack head-on, colliding heavily with the invincible war god's attack. With a whoosh, a torrent swept out. The seawater beneath Lin Fei instantly evaporated. Lin Fei's body remained as still as a mountain, and the palm strike also dissipated. How is it? Not bad, right? Now it's my turn. Chapter 4903. The ferocious attack from before still couldn't do anything to Lin Fei. This made the sea god's expression turn extremely ugly. He controlled the power of the sea, but even the ferocious power just now couldn't make the other party's body collapse. It was as if he had an indestructible body. This was the scene that the sea god couldn't accept. When did the human race have such a powerful body refinement expert? In his impression, body refinement experts couldn't withstand a single blow. Under his powerful technique, they would be turned into ashes sooner or later. Swoosh. Lin Fei had already made his move. He directly used the so-called spiritual projection. For any physical body, it would definitely be top-notch. However, the sea god was the sea god after all. He was quite powerful. Layers of defense appeared in an instant. Every doppelganger was exactly the same, and it was impossible to tell them apart. Didn't you want to use a big move? Then let me see how capable you are. How dare you boast in front of me? I, the sea god, am not that easy to deal with. So many sea gods had appeared, and every one of them had the manifestation of his power and the aura of his soul. Not everyone could find him. The sea god's main body was also very cunning. He hid in the most inconspicuous place. He might not even be able to see clearly. However, in an instant, all the clones collapsed. The sea god's entire body shook. Then, a figure appeared. I don't know how my move feels. Finding people is really, really easy for me. The sea god's figure quickly faded and appeared in the distance. Just a moment ago, he was already severely injured. Cracks appeared on his body. How did you find my main body? That's impossible. This is a secret technique of the sea race. Even human experts can forget about finding it. The sea god was really shocked at this moment. He didn't expect his body to be seriously injured by the other party. This move couldn't be expanded at all. Fortunately, he controlled the power of the sea. Otherwise, his body wouldn't have been stable just now. Didn't you say that my moves weren't powerful enough? That's why I came up with something more powerful. Now, let's see how it tastes. Have you experienced what it means to taste it? Lin Fei smiled and stopped moving. The sea god also began to reveal a fearful expression. Even his fleshly body could not withstand a single blow from the other party. If he were to continue like this, his fleshly body would definitely sustain more and more serious injuries. Youngsters nowadays are really powerful. Even my killing move can't do anything to your face. Forget it, let's call it a draw. How about it? As soon as the sea god's voice fell, Lin Fei's figure once again penetrated the sea god's body. Once again, it was a mental projection. Nothing much. Then, he instantly launched a fierce offensive. Between his punches and kicks, layers of power burst forth. The void exploded in an instant. Even though the sea god's defense covered the sky, it was still penetrated by Lin Fei. That was just the beginning. Now, it's time to warm up. I haven't even beaten you up to my heart's content, so how can I stop? Don't you think so? At least we're out and you're an invincible god of war. No matter what, you have to show the demeanor of an invincible expert. Lin Fei laughed. Rays of light instantly exploded from the sea god's body. The light was filled with divinity. It directly bombarded Lin Fei's body. This time, Lin Fei did not dodge at all. He directly took the light head-on. His hands didn't stop moving and landed on the sea god's body once again. Lin Fei advanced while the sea god retreated. They kept retreating. The seawater kept collapsing. No one was more helpless than the sea god. He had never thought that he would encounter such a powerful guy. The feeling of being punched was really unbearable for his body. Even if he wanted to escape, the other party would instantly catch up. His speed was unparalleled. As they went back and forth, the two of them fought hundreds of millions of miles away. Their methods were really simple, one attacking and the other defending. The sea god wanted to attack but he didn't have the time. Lin Fei's methods were too intense. He didn't stop at all and his strength seemed endless. What was frightening was the opponent's ultimate move. It could casually pierce through his body. This made him feel what terror was. What do you want? Could it be that you want me to bring you down together with me? I am the sea god. Punch after punch, the sea god's face was already swollen. His fleshly body split open. Cracks appeared on his body, and blood flowed down from the cracks. His face turned a little white. The sea god could only defend passively. This was even using all his defensive strength. But the strength of his fists was really terrifying. He could even feel that a portion of his strength had been weakened. This was the most shocking thing. Just what kind of background did this guy have? Another punch was thrown at him. The sea god blocked, but this time, the power on Lin Fei's fist exploded and his strength increased by a huge amount. Instantly, it pierced through the sea god's body. His physical body exploded with a bang. Then, the sea god's body condensed once again in the distance. His aura became much weaker. He opened his arms to block. Wait, you won this time. I won't pursue the matter of you entering the treasury anymore. How about it? Could it be that you want me to fight to the death with you? Then come at me, I still have a lot of confidence. The sea god didn't want to fight this fellow anymore. The other party's fists were simply too ferocious. It was truly impossible to defend against such a person. If not for him grasping the power of the ocean race and having the strength of an invincible war god, he would probably be killed right away. He was afraid that he would be beaten to death in front of the other party. He wouldn't even be able to withstand it. When did such a terrifying fellow appear? The sea god decided not to attack anymore. Even though he still had some treasures that could unleash great power, the sea god didn't have much confidence. Even if he used it, if he couldn't do anything to this fellow, he would be the one to suffer. He might as well see if he could negotiate again. After the fight just now, Lin Fei was indeed a little more confident in his own strength. The pseudo-invincible war god sea god was indeed very strong. His defense was also very strong. This kind of person was perfect to test the strength of his body. The strength that Lin Fei could unleash was definitely at the level of a 9-star war god. He could even go one step higher and reach the level of a pseudo-invincible war god. Even a 9-star war god wouldn't be his match. He could kill them right away. Then you can continue, but I need something. If you have it, then let's stop. If you don't, then don't hold back. Let's continue. I can't do anything else but recover quickly. Chapter 4904. Of course, Sea God didn't want to continue fighting. To him, there was no benefit to continuing. Instead, his body would get more and more injured. For example, when he flipped over just now, his physical body had exploded once. Of course, to him, it was just an injury. If he exploded more times, then he would definitely be killed by the opponent. Even if he could mobilize all the power in the ocean, it would be useless. Then just say what you want. As long as I can take it out, I will naturally give it to you. If you force me too much, then I will fight you to the end. I don't believe that your body can be that strong. After that fight, to Lin Fei, it didn't consume much energy at all. This was the benefit of having a strong body. It was a normal method. It would be different if it was a large area. It's nothing, I'm just interested in faith power. I've studied faith power for a long time. I think you should be able to take it out. Don't tell me you don't have it. If you don't, then I'm sorry. I've decided to continue. With such combat power, Lin Fei didn't have anything to worry about. It all depended on whether or not this guy would give it to him. He had a feeling that Sea God should have taken in a lot of faith power. Things like this were dispensable and of little value to him. The Sea God definitely had a collection of them. He should have killed quite a few otherworldly war gods in his hands. The Sea God was very surprised. He was already prepared to be ripped off by the other party. After all, this guy was too hard to deal with. He finally understood why he dared to come to this place. The other party's strength was indeed formidable. You actually want faith power. Do you want to use faith power to break through from the war god realm to the invincible realm, and then become a lower god from this realm? Sea God couldn't help but exclaim. Such a method could be considered an alternative method, but no one had ever practiced it. Because it was too difficult. He didn't expect this person to use such a method. Using faith to become a god. Why do you care what method I use? I'm just asking if you have it. If you don't, then I'll do it. Lin Fei snorted coldly. This was also the reason why Lin Fei dared to say it. No matter who heard it, their imagination would run wild. Even the sea god was the same. In fact, that was indeed the case. I'll give it to you. The sea god was glad that he still had some power of faith. These were all useless things that he had placed there. If this guy hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have remembered it for a while. Balls of faith power flew over just like that. All the power of faith fell into Lin Fei's hands. The value of each of them was much higher than the ones in the treasury. Now, Lin Fei was even more satisfied. Not bad, not bad. As expected of an overlord. You have collected so much power of faith. If so, let's end this battle. After all, there won't be any good days if we keep fighting. Don't you think so? Lin Fei laughed. In the blink of an eye, the power of faith was converted into honor points. The sea god heaved a sigh of relief. As long as they didn't continue fighting, it would be fine. Right now, he just wanted to find a place to recover from his injuries. It was really difficult to deal with this guy. By the way, Hai Wuxin is my man. I don't think you will punish him. If I find out that Hai Wuxin doesn't have a good life in the Sea Folk, I don't mind coming to the Sea Folk again. At that time, it won't be as simple as fighting for a while. Lin Fei didn't forget about Hai Wuxin. Although he wouldn't take him away, he had to let him have a good life here. The sea god didn't know why this guy said that. No matter what, he knew how to answer. Wuxin is my son. It's his honor to work for you. I definitely won't do anything to him. He's still Hai Wuxin, still my son, and still has a position in the Sea Folk. That's what you said. If I come back and see that Hai Wuxin doesn't have a good life, I will do it again. This was something that Lin Fei could do. Whoosh! Lin Fei disappeared from the surface of the sea. The sea god couldn't sense how he left. In his heart, he was secretly startled. Sure enough, this guy's methods were much more powerful than he had imagined. He couldn't sense such a person. If he came to the Sea Folk, it would definitely be a big problem. It seemed that he had to go into seclusion and try to break through and become a real invincible god of war. Lin Fei used greater teleportation to return to his original location. He saw Hai Wuxin. When Hai Wuxin saw the senior who had returned, his face lit up with joy. The people outside also saw the figure, and they were all shocked. Could it be that something happened to father? Everyone was uneasy, but they didn't dare to say anything. The person who could fight with His Majesty was definitely on the same level. They didn't dare to offend someone who could come back first. Lin Fei closed the door with a wave of his hand. I've already fought with your father. Senior will definitely win. Hai Wuxin still had a certain level of insight. She had really guessed it. His heart was filled with ecstasy. He finally had a thick thigh to lean on. I'm going to leave the Sea Folk. Before I leave, I'm going to take away the thing I left in your body. I've already told the sea god that even if I'm not here, he won't do anything to you. At the same time, I'll leave you a bit of power. This power will allow you to kill a 9-star peak war god. I'll leave you 3 of this power. After all, you've helped me a lot. Hai Wuxin was shocked. Senior is going to leave. Luckily, he left me 3 powers that can kill a 9-star peak war god. This is definitely the biggest reward. With this kind of power, even a 9-star war god would have to be polite to him, unless he wanted to be killed. Thank you, Senior, thank you, Senior. What do you want me to do? Even now, Hai Wuxin didn't dare to have any thoughts. Just like before. It's nothing much. If you want, just pay attention to the power of faith for me. Lin Fei extended his hand and grabbed out, pulling out the power seed. He put it away. It quickly turned into 3 streams of power and floated in front of Hai Wuxin. The 3 streams of power quickly entered his body. He was even more impressed by Senior Wu Yu. Hai Wuxin was able to easily control these 3 streams of energy and unleash an extremely powerful might at any time. When he raised his head, the senior was already gone. I need to train hard and increase my strength as soon as possible. Only then can I follow Senior's footsteps. Chapter 4905. Lin Fei teleported a few times and left the sea area. Lin Fei did not dare to let his guard down in this sea area. After all, the sea god had suffered a loss. Although he had given out the power of faith, who knew what was wrong with his brain? If he came up with any ideas, it would be quite troublesome. After all, if the sea god really wanted to die together with him, although Lin Fei was very confident in his physical body, it was difficult to guarantee that the sea god's method would be very dangerous. Hence, he chose to end things peacefully. Anyway, it was enough for Lin Fei to get the power of faith. He left the sea area. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief when he returned to land. After a few more teleportations, Lin Fei came to a deep mountain. There were a few strong auras in this deep mountain. Lin Fei did not care about them. He just released a little of his physical strength and crushed all the way. Then, the auras became quiet. Lin Fei knew that they were afraid of his physical strength and became obedient. This was naturally what Lin Fei wanted to see. I can take advantage of this time to upgrade the remaining infinite divine body. I can also rest for a period of time. For Lin Fei, this trip was very rewarding. At the very least, his infinite divine body had been greatly improved. Such an improvement made Lin Fei very satisfied. This improvement made Lin Fei's infinite divine body several times stronger. After all, the power of faith obtained from the sea god was very rich. In other words, the war god he killed was more ferocious. This was also the reason why it was so rich. Compared to the previous power of faith, it was indeed on a different level. It was a top-grade power of faith. It seems that the effect of the power of faith this time is beyond my imagination. I didn't expect my infinite divine body to be upgraded to the 75th level in one go. It's a huge improvement. Even Lin Fei was extremely shocked at this time. To be honest, he did not expect that the power of faith he obtained from the sea god would allow him to rise to the 75th level in one go. Every time he leveled up, his fleshly body would undergo a huge transformation. Every time he leveled up, his strength would also increase greatly. Now that he had reached the 75th layer, Lin Fei could clearly feel how powerful his physical body was. Right now, he was a genuine invincible god of war. Of course, even if an invincible war god was in front of him, Lin Fei would still be able to beat him to the ground or even kill him. This was because his invincible god of war wasn't something that other invincible gods of war could compare to. The current Lin Fei was equivalent to several everlasting war gods. Although he hadn't really fought against an invincible god of war, he had only fought against the pseudo-invincible god of war, the sea god. Lin Fei had a rough idea. At the very least, he would be fine if he were to encounter 7 or 8 invincible war gods at the same time. Ding! Congratulations to player physical body stage 75. Special faith quest activated. Do you accept? The system, which had been silent all this while, actually made a move again. Lin Fei was a little surprised. He had given himself a quest. It was a faith quest, which was quite rare. Will there be any rewards for accepting this faith quest? Lin Fei didn't directly accept this faith quest. He had to ask properly, lest he was cheated by the system. One had to know that the system sometimes cheated people without blinking an eye. If you accept this faith quest, once you complete it, you will receive a large amount of power of faith as a reward. Lin Fei's heart was moved. One had to know that it wasn't that easy to find some power of faith in this world. As he continued to level up, Lin Fei felt that it would be even more difficult. Now that a faith quest had popped up, Lin Fei felt that it was quite useful. At the very least, once he completed the quest, he would receive the power of faith as a reward. This was much more convenient than running around by himself. Then I'll accept this quest. Lin Fei wanted to see how difficult this faith quest was. He couldn't possibly say that he had reached the death level. If that was the case, then the system would be a bit of a scam. Ding! Faith quest activated. Control the first level of the great world of the gods. Obtain the reward of increasing your physical body by 30 layers. Of course, Lin Fei knew that the great world of the gods had a total of 3 levels. Right now, he was only at the first level. The strongest was at the Invincible War God level. It was said that those who surpassed the Invincible War God level could only be considered ordinary in the next level. He didn't expect to receive such a quest. This quest was really difficult. However, when he thought about the reward of completing this quest, Lin Fei was a little tempted. Of course, Lin Fei knew that the higher the levels, the harder it would be to increase them. Now that he could obtain 30 layers in one go, it was really tempting. Fortunately, this quest didn't have a time limit. It was also a chance for him to relax. If that was the case, it wouldn't be like this now. It would definitely put a lot of pressure on Lin Fei. Wanting to control the first level of the great world of the gods was quite stressful for Lin Fei. The entire continent was divided into 4 parts. Right now, Lin Fei was in the Jiangnan region. In the middle was the central continent, and at the top was the northern wasteland. Therefore, if he wanted to conquer them one by one, he would need a lot of time. Of course, this was no different from when Lin Fei agreed to that senior's quest. Taking control of this continent seemed to be a double reward. Looks like I still need to obtain faith power and complete quests. Let's start from the Jiangnan region. After thinking for a while, Lin Fei decided to start from the Jiangnan region. There were indeed many experts in the Jiangnan region. He should be able to obtain a lot of faith power here. The Great Tang Empire shouldn't have much faith power. There were also the Great Qin Empire and the Great Manufacture Empire, these 2 powerful empires. Lin Fei naturally wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. Swoosh! Lin Fei left the mountain range and went directly to the Great Tang Empire. When he was halfway there, Lin Fei discovered that the entire Jiangnan region seemed to be a little different. The 3 superpowers seemed to be preparing for a huge war. Soldiers were being mobilized everywhere. If it was just one city, it would be normal. However, every city was basically the same. Lin Fei knew that a war was about to break out in Jiangnan. Could it be that something had happened? On the way, Lin Fei realized that war was unavoidable. Once again, he arrived at the Great Tang Empire. Lin Fei suddenly furrowed his brows. He could sense a sinister power. It's in my southeast direction. It's not far, only a few 100,000 kilometers. Chapter 4906. On the way to the Great Tang Empire, he reached the border. Lin Fei actually felt an evil aura. This evil aura was very obvious, like the moon in the night. It was so obvious that it was hard not to notice it. Lin Fei directly went in this direction, which was a distance of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. This was a very quiet small village with a very leisurely atmosphere. However, Lin Fei could feel an evil aura here. This evil aura was hidden in a very deep place. Lin Fei came down. He could feel that these evil auras came from the village in front of him. There were no experts in this village. When Lin Fei came over, they were all villagers, so there was no problem at all. This made Lin Fei quite curious. He didn't expect that such a place could be occupied by demons. Young man, what are you doing here? Are you here to look for someone? By the time Lin Fei arrived, some people had already surrounded him. Their expressions were very natural, as if they were asking about Han Fei. Lin Fei suddenly sneered. I feel that your village is a little different, so I came to take a look. I think there should be no mistake. How can our village be different? Young man, you should be mistaken. A person who looked like the leader came over. The evil aura on his body was even stronger. There's no need to hide. I know you have an evil aura on you. Just show your true form. Lin Fei gently stomped his feet. There was a rumble. A wave of physical strength swept out, and the surrounding villagers were instantly defeated. In midair, all of them had turned into demons. That's right. They were demons. Demons in human form. They exuded a fierce aura. They directly pounced on him. Each of them took out their weapons and slashed at him with streams of light. Lin Fei snorted coldly. All the demons instantly collapsed, leaving only the guy who looked like the leader. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed him. This person's entire body erupted with demonic divine light, but he still couldn't withstand Lin Fei's casual grab. He easily caught it in front of him. If you don't want to die, behave yourself. Why are there so many demons here? Tell me, where did they come from? Lin Fei had never encountered such an aura since he came to Jiangnan. He didn't expect to encounter the aura of a demon here. The strength of this demon was not weak. It was estimated that the people in this village had been wiped out by them. Then, they transformed into the villagers. If it wasn't for the demonic aura on his body, not everyone would be able to detect it. The demon instantly transformed into its original form. However, it was still useless. Lin Fei directly squeezed it to death. If I were you, I would be honest. Lin Fei tightened his grip. Cracks appeared all over the demon's body. In an instant, he was covered in blood. Don't kill me. I'll tell you, alright? I'm the vanguard under the general. We crossed the crack and came to the great world of gods to invade this place. We're just the first batch of vanguards. This situation made Lin Fei frown slightly. Now that even demons were here to cause trouble, his mission would not be easy to complete. Originally, Lin Fei thought that he would be able to obtain this reward after conquering the entire great world of gods. Now that demons had appeared, wouldn't it mean that they were sharing the reward with him? This was definitely something that Lin Fei couldn't allow to happen. I'm not the only demon vanguard like us. There are many other demon vanguards coming here. Seeing that you're quite strong, why don't I introduce you to the general? I guarantee that you'll be able to enjoy wealth and splendor. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon vanguard immediately turned into a puddle of blood. It no longer existed. How could Lin Fei give this guy any chance to talk nonsense? Then, another force crushed the entire village. In an instant, the entire village was turned into ashes. Not a single person remained. Lin Fei furrowed his brows slightly. To be honest, this was not good news. The demons had come through the crack. He really did not know how they managed to get here. It seemed like the demons were involved in the war between the three empires. The demons had probably contacted the Great Qin Empire or the Great Zhao Empire. They were preparing to turn the Jiangnan region into a base camp. Lin Fei's thoughts turned quickly. Other than this explanation, he really could not think of another one. Then, Lin Fei left. Then, he sensed the auras of a few demons. Some were strong, some were weak. However, this time, Lin Fei did not care about them. To him, it was enough as long as he knew that there were demons. He was prepared to see what the Great Tang Emperor wanted. Not long after, Lin Fei arrived at the Great Tang Empire. He arrived at the Great Tang Empire. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. Damn, he could actually sense the aura of demons here. It seemed that there were demons here, and they were hidden very well. If one was not especially strong, they would not be able to sense them at all. Lin Fei arrived at the imperial palace of the Great Tang Empire without much trouble. As soon as he arrived at the palace, a figure came out. It was none other than the Great Tang Emperor. At this moment, the Great Tang Emperor was very happy to see Lin Fei return. He had always been worried that something would happen in the merfolk. After all, the sea god was not someone to be trifled with. He was also an invincible war god, although he was only a pseudo-invincible one. However, this level of strength wasn't something that just anyone could withstand. I knew that little brother would come back safe and sound. The Great Tang Emperor smiled. To him, it was the best that he could come out. This was a high-end combat power. I just came out, but I feel that your three empires are a little different. Are you going to start a big war? The Great Tang Emperor smiled bitterly. This is actually strange because the Great Qin Empire is the one to start the war. I don't know what the Great Qin Empire is thinking. They are expanding crazily, and they even seem to have reached a partnership with the Great Zhao Empire. It is really rare. This made Lin Fei frown again. It was indeed not good news. The two empires were going to attack the Great Tang Empire. I also saw traces of demons. Mentioning this, the emperor's face became even uglier. These are indeed troubled times, Yi Zichen said. Chapter 4907. Lin Fei was indeed quite surprised by this turn of events, so he wanted to hear the Tang Emperor's explanation so that he could have an idea of what was going on. He knew that the Great Tang Emperor definitely knew what was going on with these demons. Now that the Great Qin Empire and the Great Zhao Empire had joined hands, this was even more unusual. It was impossible for the demons to attack the great world of the gods. If they attacked, the situation would be much worse than Lin Fei had imagined. This was not a good thing. You also know that the great world of the gods is very different. The Great Tang Emperor invited Lin Fei into his study. He began to speak. Lin Fei listened quietly. A long time ago, the demons were the natives of the great world of the gods. They were very powerful. We humans came later and lived here. In the end, we chased all the demons away. However, the demons were not satisfied. Although they were all sent into the endless abyss, some of them would come out from time to time. The seal back then had already begun to loosen, so these demons would appear from time to time. The information I received was even simpler. A powerful demon god has appeared among the demons in the endless abyss. The Great Tang Emperor's tone became more serious. This demon god is temporarily unable to come to the great world of the gods. However, he already has the strength to open the passage. What you see now is only a part of it. Before long, demons will appear continuously in the great world of the gods. Lin Fei understood that the situation was much more serious than he had imagined. If they allowed this to continue, the entire great world of gods would belong to the demons. The other party had even become a demon god. He had probably surpassed the level of an invincible war god. He was definitely a top-notch expert. If he stepped into the great world of the gods, it would definitely be very troublesome. The Great Zhao Empire and the Great Qin Empire seem to be in contact with the demons. Although there is no news that they are in contact, they are more or less connected. Now they want to attack the Great Tang Empire because there is a passage to the demons in the Great Tang Empire. I have already sent experts to guard it. Lin Fei finally understood why the Great Qin Empire and the Great Zhao Empire had joined hands. It seemed that they were prepared to make Jiangnan even more chaotic. Using enemies to eliminate the experts of the Great Tang Empire was indeed a very cost-effective deal. Of course, this would cause the great world of gods to descend into war. After all, the demons were not easy to negotiate with. One could imagine what it was like for a village to be completely wiped out. Lin Fei did not have a good impression of such demons. The situation is indeed quite bad. The Great Qin Empire and the Great Zhao Empire have joined forces to attack the Great Tang Empire. What are your plans? It would have been fine if Lin Fei didn't have the previous mission. No matter how they fought, the situation was completely different with the addition of the devil race. The fleshly bodies of these demons were quite strong. Of course, it was nothing to him, but to the people from the great world of gods, it was definitely a terrifying nightmare. Not only did Lin Fei have to deal with the local experts, but he also had to deal with the demon race. Moreover, it seemed that if he wanted to take down the first layer of the great world of gods, he would have to deal with the demon race first. I hope fellow Daoist Lin can cooperate with us. The great Tang Emperor did not stand on ceremony. Everyone knows your strength. If you join us, the great Tang Empire will have the confidence to defend itself. This was indeed the great Tang Emperor's plan. It would not be a good thing if the two empires attacked together. Not everyone would be able to stop them. However, if fellow Daoist Lin joined us, the situation would be completely different. He would be able to greatly influence the two empires. As long as fellow Daoist is willing to help me, when the great Tang Empire conquers the two empires, I don't need their power of faith. I will help you collect all of it. I can even build a faith statue for you in the empires to collect the power of faith. Lin Fei really cared about the power of faith. Currently, his infinite god body had already reached the 60th layer. This was already a terrifying number, but it would be difficult to increase it in the future. If he could obtain a large amount of power of faith, then it would be a different story. The great Tang Emperor spoke again. I also heard that the demon race has a trace of demon power in their bodies. This trace of demon power is said to have a certain connection with the power of faith. It might be of help to fellow Daoist Lin. This news surprised Lin Fei a little. He had killed these demons before, but these demons seemed to be a little different. He did not sense any demon power in their bodies. It seemed that their strength was too low. He believed the great Tang Emperor's words. Since these demons had demon power, it was naturally a little different. I also heard that the demon race has always worshipped their top demon god. Therefore, there are naturally faith statues in their world. The great Tang Emperor did not know what use Lin Fei had for the power of faith. He only felt that Lin Fei cared a lot about the power of faith. He probably wanted to use the power of faith to break through from the 9 stars war god level to the invincible war god level, and then from the invincible war god level to the lower god level. This was a path that could be taken. However, no one had ever succeeded because it was too difficult. Lin Fei asked an interesting question. Since the demon race wants to attack the great world of the gods, are they going to do nothing? Are they going to wait for them to occupy the first level before doing anything? Lin Fei did not explain too clearly, but the great Tang Emperor already knew what was going on. He knew who he was talking about. If that's what you're talking about, then I can tell you that those people have never been too interested in us. Only by becoming an invincible war god and breaking through that barrier will they have an impression of you. Otherwise, the others will be completely indifferent. Even if this level is completely annihilated, they won't do anything. The great Tang Emperor said coldly. Lin Fei did feel that they would come down to help. However, it seemed that this was not the case. This was not good news. However, Lin Fei did not think too much about it. I'm quite interested in dealing with them. However, the power of faith must belong to me, and the statues must be erected. Chapter 4908. Just like that, Lin Fei settled down in the Great Tang Empire. The Great Tang Emperor didn't announce anything to the outside world. Lin Fei's arrival seemed to come without a trace. The Great Tang Emperor also gathered all the power of faith in the country at the first moment. All the power of faith was given to Lin Fei. The power of faith didn't have much of an effect on Lin Fei. The infinite god body couldn't increase by a single level from 60 to 61. It could only reach about 2/5 of the original. The mission to level up was a long way off. Hence, Lin Fei's current state of mind was quite stable. He could slowly gather the power of faith and finish this mission first. He already had the strength of an invincible god of war. More demons are coming. It seems like they are much stronger this time. I can go and see if they have the power of demons. If they do, I can find another way. Lin Fei could easily sense the demon's passageway in the Great Tang Empire. Even though there were many formations, they couldn't stop them. With a thought, Lin Fei came to the vicinity of the passageway. There were indeed many experts guarding this place. The moment Lin Fei came over, he revealed himself. There was a black hole in front of him that was connected to a mysterious void. Many shadows of demons rushed out from it. Surrounding him were several great formations that were constantly unleashing terrifying attacks. The attacks landed on these demons, and in the blink of an eye, a portion of them were killed. Of course, there were also demons that kept attacking. The grand formation was also constantly being consumed. With one look, Lin Fei knew what was going on. These demons really had some tricks up their sleeves. It seemed like they were prepared to use a large number of demons to consume the power of the formations. This way, they would be able to break through the formations. You lowly humans, hurry up and open the formations. Otherwise, when we kill our way over, we will kill all of you. Charge! Break this array for me. No matter how many arrays there are, they won't be able to stop us demons. More and more demons rushed out, followed by more and more huge creatures. These huge creatures were like cannon barrels. With loud rumbling sounds, balls of corrosive substances directly bombarded the array formation. In an instant, cracks appeared on the wall. Seeing this, the expressions of the surrounding Great Tang Empire experts changed. They realized that these demons were much smarter than they had imagined. They actually used such a method. If they were allowed to continue attacking, wouldn't it mean that the formation would be completely melted away? If he could melt one formation, he could melt all the other formations behind it. This was definitely not a good thing, nor was it a good sign. The experts of the human clan did not dare to rush in recklessly. Because these demons didn't care about tactics at all. Instead, it was an all-out attack. In an instant, they would be suppressed by the number of demons, and they could not be more dead. With the arrival of Lin Fei, the experts of the Great Tang Empire also recognized him, and their expressions became incomparably respectful. They had already received the news that this was a guest invited by the Great Tang Empire, and he was very mysterious. They did not know their exact origins, but the Great Tang Emperor had already informed them. Seeing this guest was like seeing the Great Tang Emperor. All of you just guard outside. Without any permission, no one is allowed to go in and attack. They alone won't be able to rush in. Lin Fei said faintly and went straight out. Then, he entered the passageway. When Lin Fei entered, the surrounding people secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. This place was filled with great demons. Don't look at the ordinary demons outside just now. In fact, there were some powerful demons hidden in the depths. They were all looking for an opportunity, and they were all quite smart. If the guest went in, wouldn't he be attacked by the other party? In fact, that was really the case. There were indeed some powerful demons in the depths of the passageway. They were wearing armor and holding weapons, and they just stood there coldly. They did not attack, and there were many demons standing behind them. They were all looking for an opportunity. Batches of demons went up to break the array formation. As long as they broke the array formation and found a trace of negligence, they would naturally have a chance to rush out. At that time, they would go on a killing spree and even completely occupy the cave entrance. This guy is quite bold. Who's going to take him down first? A tall great demon with 2 horns on his head said coldly. A demon by the side took the initiative to stand out. He held a spear in his hand. I'll go take care of this guy. The demon instantly turned into a stream of light and charged forward. When Lin Fei came down, countless demons instantly charged forward. However, before they could get close to Lin Fei, they were instantly turned into puddles of blood. They could not withstand the attacks at all. Lin Fei did not make much of a move. At this moment, a stream of light directly came over. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes slightly and grabbed with his 5 fingers. Instantly, a wave of energy enveloped the body of this demon. This was a 6-star war god demon. His physical body was still very strong, and he could faintly resist Lin Fei's strength. For example, Lin Fei's current strength was unfathomable with a casual grab. There was a loud bang. The demon instantly turned into a puddle of blood. In this puddle of blood, Lin Fei felt a trace of different energy. He reached out and grabbed again. Just like that, a golden thread was grabbed out. Could this be the so-called power of the devil? Lin Fei did not know much about the power of the devil. However, after grabbing it, he felt that it should be the power of the devil. After all, this energy was indeed quite different. Lin Fei decided to try and see if he could absorb and refine this power of the devil. If that was the case, then it couldn't be any better. Ding! Discovered that the power of the devil can be absorbed and refined. Hearing this news, Lin Fei's heart instantly jumped. This was indeed good news. He did not expect these demons to bring him such a harvest. If it was something else, Lin Fei would not care much. However, this was different. Lin Fei decisively refined this trace of the power of the devil. Soon, Lin Fei understood that this trace of the power of the devil was about the same as the power of faith. In general, the power of faith was slightly higher, and the power of the devil was slightly lower. Originally, I did not have much thoughts about the demons. Now, it seems that I will wipe them out completely. I want to become the greatest enemy of the demon race. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth slightly curled up. He finally found something to do. Those big demons hiding in the innermost area can come out now. Lin Fei directly rushed down. Everywhere he passed, the demons exploded. Chapter 4909. Lin Fei charged forward. Along the way, there wasn't a single demon that could stop him. They were all killed. In the deepest part, demons could be seen coming out from the cracks from time to time. Lin Fei's gaze quickly locked onto a few demons. These demons were all at the War God realm. That's right. Only demons in the War God realm could be called great demons. Their eyes were cold and sinister as they stared at him. One of the demons waved his hand. In an instant, the surrounding demons surrounded and attacked. These demons were a little different from the demons from before. As soon as they made their move, their attacks were like scimitars coming towards them. It turned out that they were all close combat. Coupled with a certain speed, it was dazzling in an instant. I told you just now to come out obediently. Why did you have to make me come here personally? You really think too highly of yourselves. Lin Fei smiled. In the next second, he was instantly attacked by more than a dozen attacks. It turned out that these demons attacked him in an instant. Their speed was indeed fast. Moreover, the weapons in their hands weren't ordinary weapons. They were all divine weapons that were incomparably sharp. However, when it struck Lin Fei's body, it was like a flash of lightning. It was completely useless. On the contrary, Lin Fei's void collapse directly crushed them. One after another, the demons spat out blood. Cracks appeared on their bodies. Lin Fei instantly pounced on the nearest demon. A punch directly pierced through it. Then, he turned around and smashed a second demon. These War God realm demons were in front of Lin Fei. At this moment, they were nothing. Saying that he was an ant meant that he was an ant. He could kill them easily. The kind that would kill as many as they came. With your strength, you guys still dare to barge into the human world. I really don't know who gave you the courage. These demons weren't a match for Lin Fei at all. A punch and a kick directly destroyed them. The heart of the demon in the distance trembled. He stared at this young man. He really couldn't believe that this guy's strength was so strong. He had killed the great demons so easily. One must know that when these great demons came over, their strength would be affected to a certain extent. However, their fleshly bodies were extremely tough. They wouldn't be destroyed so easily. But now, they could clearly see that these great demons had been defeated, and they had been defeated very badly. Since when did the Great Tang Empire have an expert like you? The great demon snorted coldly and instantly attacked. Doppelgangers appeared around him. In the time it took for a face-to-face confrontation, Lin Fei was actually unable to block the attack of the great demon. The saber light exploded on his body. But just like before, this guy's divine weapon was also very powerful and sharp. However, it couldn't do much damage to Lin Fei. Your physical body is actually stronger than our great demons. This exchange caused the great fiend's expression to change. The power of the void around Lin Fei collapsed. The great demon's body emitted rays of divine light. When these divine lights clashed with the power of the void, they actually held on, allowing him to break away. However, as soon as he broke free, Lin Fei punched through his physical body in the blink of an eye. In such a short distance, there was no demon that could block it at all. Lin Fei's attack. This was the level of strength that his physical body had reached. In addition, Lin Fei already had a series of means to control space. Although it wasn't very profound, within a certain range, it was really incomparably fierce. It seems that your physical body isn't very strong. You can't even block a punch from me. Then, I'm sorry. Lin Fei blasted another punch over, and then the great demon turned into ashes. However, a relatively thick demonic power was left behind. Lin Fei was still quite satisfied. He kept the demonic power and then sat at the entrance. Rays of saber light directly slashed towards the distance. These demons that had just come out were directly killed. The experts outside cheered. The great demons that they were most worried about were actually killed just like that. This consecrator is still the best. To be able to block off these demons so easily. Yeah, if it weren't for the consecrator, we would be in trouble. These guys are really not easy to deal with. Lin Fei obtained demonic power from these demons. This also allowed Lin Fei to find a new way. As long as he killed high-level demons, he would be able to obtain the demonic power. With the demonic power, he could exchange it for the power of faith. With the honor points, he could level up. In that case, it was quite worth it. Lin Fei was prepared to stand guard here and see if there were any more demons coming. In fact, from time to time, some great demons would rush over. However, these great demons would have to recover their strength after rushing over. Therefore, Lin Fei didn't make a move directly. He waited for them to recover their strength before killing them one by one. This wait lasted for more than half a month. However, this wasn't good news for the demons on the other side. The demons that crossed over were directly killed. This caused the number of demons that Lin Fei could kill to decrease. In the end, some scattered demons appeared. Lin Fei frowned slightly. The situation wasn't right. The Great Tang Emperor came over. He had long since received the news that Lin Fei had killed the great demons here. This made him heave a sigh of relief. You're still the best. With you standing guard here, even the great demons were killed. At the very least, we can heave a sigh of relief. Lin Fei stood in front of the crack. He could vaguely see the existence of a world in the distance. That was the so-called endless abyss. There seemed to be a large number of demons in that place. Moreover, there were some high-level demons, great demons, and so on. It's a pity that I can't rush in and start a massacre. Otherwise, I can definitely let them know what fear is. They won't dare to move anymore. The Great Tang Emperor laughed heartily. You didn't come here just to chat with me, did you? Did something happen again? Lin Fei asked. He didn't believe that the Great Tang Emperor was just here to see him. After all, he could still guard this passage. Chapter 49:10. Lin Fei was very clear that the Tang Emperor definitely had something to discuss with him, and it was not a small matter. With him guarding the passageway, none of these demons would be able to get out. The big formation outside was not a joke, so the possibility of him talking to him was very high. The Tang Emperor smiled. There are still many forces in the Tang Empire, but there are a few forces that are making some movements now. I have something to keep an eye on the two empires, so I would like to trouble you to go to those sections. If they don't have any ideas, that's fine. If they do, please help me suppress them. The Tang Emperor was indeed busy. If it was a normal time, he would naturally have time. Now he had to keep an eye on the Great Qin Empire and the Great Zhao Empire. These two countries had already begun to take action, and they looked eager to try. If they were to make any movements, there would definitely be big trouble if he did not keep an eye on them. Therefore, he had to trouble Daoist Lin to deal with the internal affairs of the sections. He believed that Daoist Lin should be able to help him. By the way, I also heard that there are still some things on the side of the sects, such as the power of faith. They are all old sects that have been passed down for some time, so if you are lucky, you can still get some power of faith. Of course, the Tang Emperor knew what Daoist Lin liked. That was the power of faith. Had he already collected all the power of faith that could be collected? Some sects still had some places of faith. It was still useful for them. Because some methods and supernatural powers required the power of faith. But now, he felt that the power of faith should be obtained by Lin Fei himself. If there was nothing else, Lin Fei would definitely not be interested in it. But when he heard that there was the power of faith, he instantly became spirited. No matter what, he had to go and take a look at the power of faith. No problem, I'll take care of this. Just give me a list of the sects and I'll go take a look. However, I'm a hot-tempered person, so don't get angry if I destroy the entire sect. Lin Fei smiled. The Tang Emperor smiled again. How can I not be happy? After all, those guys are not good people. They are all traitors. It would be best if you can destroy them. Lin Fei knew that the great Tang Emperor probably had some thoughts about these sections. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked him to come forward. After all, if the Emperor of the Great Tang went there, he would have to explain. But if he went, it would be completely different. A scroll flew over and landed in Lin Fei's hand. These are all sects and forces within the Great Tang Empire. Among them, the 4 great sects are the most powerful. They have also collected a lot of faith power. If you take them down, you might have a big surprise in store for you. The moment he said that, he knew. The Tang Emperor really wanted to kill them. Lin Fei didn't say anything as he teleported out of the passageway. There were still many sects within the Great Tang Empire. Some were strong, while others were weak. The 4 major sects were the strongest. They had contributed a lot to the establishment of the Great Tang Empire. So much time had passed, and many unforeseen events had occurred. Lin Fei didn't have to guess to know that the 4 major sects must have some thoughts about the Tang Emperor. That was why the Tang Emperor wanted to kill them. No matter what thoughts they had, it didn't matter to Lin Fei. He only needed the power of faith. If he had the power of faith, it would definitely be enough for him to make a trip. Lin Fei went straight to the first sect. This sect was located in the mountains, and it was called the Myriad Mountain Sect. This sect was a little overbearing. When Lin Fei came over, he could feel the formation. At the same time, Lin Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. He actually felt the aura of a demon in the Myriad Mountain Sect. It was a great demon. This great demon seemed to be a lot stronger than the great demon he had encountered in the passageway. This time, it was Lin Fei's turn to be a little surprised. It seemed that the intelligence department of the Tang Emperor was also very powerful. He estimated that they had received a lot of news. It could only be said that the Myriad Mountain Sect was going to be unlucky. Lin Fei actually felt the aura of the great demon. There was no doubt that the Myriad Mountain sect must have contacted the Great Demon. He was afraid that the Myriad Mountain sect was going to cooperate with the Great Demon. It was really a traitor. Of course, it was also possible that the Tang Emperor had other ideas. He probably wanted to destroy all the major sects in the empire and integrate all the forces. Such a situation was also possible. Of course, this had nothing to do with Lin Fei. He came here for the power of faith. It was that simple. Now that he had sensed the aura of the Great Demon, he had more reason to take action. It was not difficult to be a knife. Lin Fei preferred to be straightforward. Lin Fei teleported directly into the Myriad Mountain sect. No one noticed the sudden appearance of such a person. Lin Fei went straight to the hall. In the hall, several high-level members of the Myriad Mountain sect were sitting together and drinking tea. There was a great demon among them. Of course, he looked no different from ordinary experts. His realm was not low. He was an 8-star war god. It was very high. Because the other high-level members were 8-star war gods or 7-star sections. Even the sect master was only a 9 stars war god. Someone came in. He should be an expert. The Great Demon was the first to find him. His expression changed slightly. He looked around. There was a fluctuation in the void. Then, Lin Fei walked out. "I'm sorry to disturb you. I'm here to deal with something. Have you seen this thing?" He waved his hand. A token robe floated in the air. It was given to Lin Fei by the Tang Emperor. With this thing, it represented the Tang Emperor. The token floated in the air and appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was shocked. Of course, they knew what it was. Why is the personal token of the Tang Emperor in your hands? Who the hell are you? The sect master of the Myriad Mountain sect was the first to recognize it. He was the most familiar with this thing because he had seen it before. But now it was in the hands of a young man who he had never seen before. "I'm a minister of the Tang Empire. Today, I'm here to deal with a small matter." The sect master breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that he was a minister of the Tang Empire. It seemed that he was a little young. Chapter 49:11. Hearing Lin Fei's words, the Wanshan sect leader let out a sigh of relief. He wasn't afraid of this minister anymore. Instead, he was curious about why this guy had the token of the Tang Emperor. This thing was different from other things. It wasn't something that just anyone could hold in their hands. As long as it didn't affect his business, he wouldn't take it seriously. Although he was a little unhappy that this guy came in without anyone knowing, he represented the Tang Emperor. The Tang Emperor had a bad temper. He already had a lot of ideas. This was especially so for the 4 great sects. Every day that the great Tang Emperor existed was a significant influence on them. Because the power of the sects was constantly being suppressed. The power of the Tang Emperor was getting stronger and stronger. In this way, as time went on, the 4 sects would probably become the workers of the Tang Emperor. Of course, they didn't want to be workers, so they naturally had some ideas. "Sir, what are you here for? Just let us know. As long as we can do it, we will do it for you immediately." The sect leader of Wanshan sect spoke up immediately. For him, this was really a small matter. Maybe the Tang Emperor was just passing by. It was just a simple matter. Actually, it's not a big deal. It's just a small matter. For example, this guy is quite interesting. How are you going to explain it, Wanshan sect leader? The 4 sects are in contact with the Great Demon. Do you want to overthrow the whole Tang Empire? Lin Fei's voice suddenly turned cold, and everyone felt their hearts tremble. He subconsciously took a step back. They couldn't stand still at all. The Great Demon instantly took out 2 scimitars and attacked Lin Fei's face like flowing light. "I knew you didn't come with good intentions. If you want to deal with me, just say it. I can kill 8 or 10 of you by myself. The great demon's sudden attack shocked even the Myriad Mountain sect leader, who was next to him. He didn't know why this guy, who represented the Tang Emperor, came here and dared to attack him. Could it be that the Tang Emperor had sensed something? If that was the case, then it would really be troublesome. He clenched his teeth and shouted. Everyone, attack! Chop this guy into minced meat. We must not let today's news leak out. At first, he thought it was something serious, but now he realized that this guy was definitely not looking for him, but looking for trouble. The Tang Emperor was going to attack them, so this was not a good thing. After the great demon made his move, the others followed suit. Compared to the others, the most terrifying was the great demon. His saber technique was the fastest, and his speed was also the fastest. Up until now, Lin Fei had not seen any traces of the other party's attack. But no matter what, the other party's saber technique was fast, and it left more than a dozen marks on Lin Fei's body. Of course, these traces were all fleeting, and there was no trace of danger at all. There was a faint smile on Lin Fei's face. You dare to behave atrociously in the Great Tang Empire? You really don't know how powerful the experts of the Great Tang Empire are. Lin Fei also snorted coldly. The surrounding people couldn't stand still at all, because the power of the void exploded and sent them flying. None of them could sit still. All of them started to bleed, and the amount of blood they lost wasn't an ordinary amount. There was no way they could fight at all. However, to the leader of Wanshan's sect, his heart was shaken. Why is there such a powerful helper? Even the great demon was the same. His 2 sabers couldn't do anything to him, and this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Since when did a human expert have such great strength? More importantly, he still couldn't see through it, and that was the most unacceptable thing. Lin Fei attacked this guy without stopping at all. He didn't give him any chance, and with one punch, he was sent flying. Then, with another punch, he was sent flying once more. 3 punches in a row instantly blew up his body. Once the great demon died, the 2 weapons fell to the ground. Lin Fei kept them casually. He didn't forget that these weapons were worth a lot of money. After saying that, he looked at Wanshan's sect leader. Lin Fei also kept them casually. He didn't forget that these weapons were worth a lot of money. Of course, Lin Fei knew that such magic weapons were valuable. He couldn't just leave them here and let Wanshan's sect take advantage of them. In the blink of an eye, the great demon was killed by Lin Fei, but it was definitely a huge shock to Wanshan's sect leader. Not to mention the people around him. They all lost their fighting capacity. Myriad Mountain sect master had never seen such a ferocious guy. He also knew that the great Tang Emperor had the intention to kill him. Is that why he sent such an expert here? The royal family is really rich and powerful. Wanshan's sect leader couldn't find such information at all. Not to mention, he was such an expert. Ancestor, help. If you don't do something, Wanshan's sect will be gone. The Emperor of Tang is going to destroy our Wanshan sect. Wanshan's sect leader quickly fled. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He knew that if he didn't call out the ancestor, the whole Wanshan sect would be completely finished. No one knew better than him what the Emperor of Tang was thinking this time. As soon as Wanshan's sect leader's voice faded away, a force blasted over. As soon as he blocked it, he directly felt the penetrating force. It was used on his body. Whoosh! He was directly turned into ashes. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on such a person. However, after killing the sect master, Lin Fei felt that something was amiss. He had come here to look for faith power. Before he could even find it, he had killed the sect master. He shook his head gently. But for the people of Wanshan's sect leader, they were all frightened and uneasy. They all knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Lin Fei didn't pay attention to them at all. He just waved his hand. There was a rumbling sound. The power rolled over like a torrent. This was the real physical power. With a wave of his hand, the power could topple mountains and overturn seas, which was unbearable. Even if you had treasures, it was useless. You could only resist part of the power, but the rest would directly hit your body. How dare you? How dare you make trouble in Wanshan sect? I'll be the first to kill you. A ferocious aura soared into the sky, making all the disciples of the Wanshan sect tremble. Is the ancestor going to come out? Chapter 49:12. The power of the voice was really shocking, and it made all the disciples of the Myriad Mountain sect kneel on the ground. They immediately knew that the patriarch had come out of seclusion. But they didn't know why the patriarch would come out of seclusion. A figure rose into the sky. Who else could it be but Lin Fei? He had never denied that a place like the Myriad Mountain sect definitely had the strength of the patriarch. And he was exceptionally strong. Lin Fei saw an old figure. The aura of the invincible god of war burst out of his body. But when he checked again, he found that the other party was just a fake invincible god of war. He was not the real invincible god of war. He could only be considered a half-step invincible god of war. Even so, his power was still quite strong. The other party slashed over with a knife, and the void was split open. The knife went deep into the void. Lin Fei also punched with a smile, directly hitting the other party's knife light. There was a loud rumbling sound. A big hole was blasted open in the void. Lin Fei laughed. The strength of the god of war is quite good, but it's useless for you to come out. The Myriad Mountain sect colluded with the Devil Clan and tried to overthrow the entire Great Tang Empire. If you don't want to die, kneel on the ground. Otherwise, I'll completely destroy your Myriad Mountain sect later. Lin Fei snorted coldly, and his voice spread through the entire Myriad Mountain sect. The expressions of all the disciples of the Myriad Mountain sect changed when they heard this. They were trembling with fear. The sect had colluded with the Devil Clan. If it were something else, they would not have worried. But colluding with the Devil Clan was different. It was a crime punishable by death. No wonder the Emperor of Great Tang had sent people here. The Patriarch even snorted coldly. Don't listen to this guy's nonsense. He's here to defame us on purpose. I'll take him down and torture him. He will definitely tell us everything clearly and honestly. The Patriarch of the Myriad Mountain sect came over with a whoosh. Streaks of saber light swept over like a heavenly net. Everyone closed their eyes subconsciously. Lin Fei smiled faintly, and in an instant, a cold light appeared. All the knife lights were frozen in an instant. Although it was only for a short moment, Lin Fei had already arrived in front of the Patriarch of Myriad Mountain sect. The torrent was like a mountain, directly crushing over. It doesn't matter even if you're our ancestor. You're just a half-step invincible god of war. Besides, your chi and blood are very weak. You can't fight for a long time. I don't know how long you can last. The crushing power of the torrent was indeed very terrifying. Lin Fei immediately launched a close-range attack. A punch, a kick, every part of his body became his strongest attack, forcing the old ancestor to retreat continuously. He couldn't even use his saber light, let alone his treasures. There was a loud bang. The great ancestor hit the forbidden area, which was the forbidden area of the Myriad Mountain sect. No disciple was allowed to enter. But now, the great ancestor directly hit it. Lin Fei had also landed not too far away from the old ancestor. He smiled faintly. If you continue to struggle, I'll send you on your way with a punch next time. Your physical body won't be able to take it. The Patriarch of the Myriad Mountain sect also climbed out, staggering. No one knew better than him how powerful the other party was. He was a half-step invincible god of war. But the other party's strength could crush him. Could it be that the other party was a real invincible god of war? He had never heard of an invincible god of war in the Emperor of the Tang Empire. If he had known that, he wouldn't have let the people in the sect have too many ideas. He wouldn't have contacted the Devil Clan. He just wanted to catch the Emperor of the Tang Empire off guard. But now, it seemed that the Emperor of the Tang Empire had caught them off guard. You're indeed very capable, but no matter how capable you are you really an invincible god of war? Watch me, devil transformation. The Patriarch of the Myriad Mountains sect snorted coldly. He was instantly enveloped by a demonic aura. Then, his skin split open. A bloody man walked out, looking quite evil. This was the Patriarch of the Myriad Mountains sect. He had just performed an unconventional technique, and his strength had suddenly skyrocketed. Before this, he was still a half-step invincible god of war. But now, he had become a real invincible god of war. His chi and blood had also become extremely strong. This was definitely the result of him performing a powerful secret technique. Lin Fei had never heard of devil transformation, but he knew that this guy was indeed very powerful at the moment. Another beam of broadsword light came. I'd like to see how you can hurt me this time. I'll chop you into pieces with my broadsword. The Patriarch of Myriad Mountains sect seemed to be very angry. The blade light kept coming at him, and even the buildings behind him were in bad luck, turning into ruins one after another. Not to mention the disciples of the Myriad Mountains sect, who were crushed into pieces by the broadsword. The disciples of the Myriad Mountains sect were so scared that they fled in a hurry. Run! If you don't run, you'll die. The Patriarch has really gone crazy. The senior elders were the same. They didn't dare to stay here at all. If they continued to stay, they would only die. They didn't see the Patriarch's broadsword technique. It was very powerful and extremely overbearing. Wherever he passed, there were wounds and corpses everywhere. All of these could be used to describe the overbearing power of the Patriarch's broadsword technique. Lin Fei was moving left and right, and he was hit several times. Although his opponent's broadsword technique was powerful, its power was average. Even though his opponent had become an invincible god of war. But in Lin Fei's eyes, his opponent was really too weak. It was no different from an invincible god of war killing a 9-stars god of war. Aren't you ashamed to think that you can crush me with such strength? It seems that you haven't seen true strength. Then, I'll give you a punch. If you can withstand this punch, you'll naturally live. If you can't, you'll naturally die. I'm such a real person. Lin Fei laughed out loud. Suddenly, his fist pierced through the air. The punch was like a small ball of light, but when it approached the Patriarch of the Myriad Mountains sect, it turned into a large torrent and directly rushed toward him. The Patriarch of the Myriad Mountains sect was caught off guard. Even his pupils were wide open, as if he had just had an incredible dream. Just like that, cracks appeared on his body. Then, with a whoosh, he turned into pieces all over the sky. The whole Myriad Mountains sect fell silent in an instant. It was the same even for those who were fleeing. The powerful Patriarch of the Myriad Mountains sect was killed just like that. In Lin Fei's eyes, he looked over coldly. He looked over coldly and his voice rang in everyone's ears. Everyone, stand still. Whoever moves will die. Chapter 49:13. This devil was quite strong, but in Lin Fei's eyes, it was nothing. He was killed in the blink of an eye, and then he obtained the power of the devil. Who knew that the power of the devil was golden? This made Lin Fei a little overjoyed. Sure enough, today's harvest was quite good. The people of the Myriad Mountains sect did not dare to move at all. Soon, some elders took the initiative to stand on Lin Fei's side. They said whatever they knew and even began to manage the entire Myriad Mountain sect. Lin Fei was not very interested in this. However, he found traces of some devils in the high level. These devils thought that Lin Fei could not find them, but they were all killed by Lin Fei one by one. After killing them, Lin Fei went straight to the treasure vault to find out if there was any power of faith. He was lucky that there was indeed the power of faith. As the Emperor of the Tang Empire had said, there was still a lot of power of faith in their territory, but it had been taken away by others. The 4 major sects had the most power of faith. Now that he had only destroyed the Myriad Mountain sect, it was naturally different. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony at all and took all the faith power away. After taking away all the spoils of war, the Emperor of the Tang Empire really sent someone to take over the Wangshan sect. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. They just came to take the power of faith. It was that simple. After leaving the Myriad Mountain sect, Lin Fei went straight to the next sect. When he came to another sect, Lin Fei found that a huge formation had been activated. If there was no surprise, they should have received the news. Don't think that the 4 major sects got along with each other peacefully. In fact, there were some spies in each sect. This time, Lin Fei took action in a big way, so they naturally knew about it. That was why this scene happened. When Lin Fei came over, the sect of the Heavenly Palace had already activated the formation. As soon as the formation was unfolded, the buildings inside were vaguely visible. From the outside, Lin Fei could feel that the formation was quite powerful. The Heavenly Palace was ready. Your Excellency, you have come all the way here. Do you really not intend to give the Heavenly Palace a way out? We've never had any thoughts about the Great Tang Empire. Don't drag us into the same boat as the Myriad Mountain sect. When Lin Fei came over, he immediately flew out. The figure flew out. Inside the formation, he spoke to Lin Fei. Lin Fei knew who it was at first glance. The palace master of the Heavenly Palace, Chen Meng. It was a middle-aged man with a calm demeanor. He was a 9-star war god. The princess had received the news long ago. Almost all the high-level members of Myriad Mountain sect were killed, and even the great devils who had cooperated with them were killed. He also realized that the Great Tang Emperor was prepared to make a move. Therefore, he immediately activated the formation. I'm just here to see what's going on in your Heavenly Palace. As for whether I'll take action or not, that depends on your situation. Lin Fei smiled faintly. Just now, he did not sense the aura of a great demon. As for whether there was a hidden one, he did not know. The only thing you can do now is to open the formation and let me in to check. Otherwise, I'll take action directly. You can try to see if I have the ability to do that. Of course, Chen Meng knew that the mysterious man in front of him was very terrifying. Until now, they had not received any news that the Great Tang Empire had any contact with this guy. A mysterious guy like him was the one who made people feel the most dangerous. He had no idea where the Great Tang Emperor got it from. Of course, Chen Meng would not open the formation. Of course, he had his reasons. This time, the traces of the great demon had reappeared. Of course, everyone wanted to get out of the control of the Great Tang Emperor. After all, the power of the sects had been suppressed year by year. The power of the royal family was getting stronger and stronger, which was not a good thing. Now, the Myriad Mountain sect could not withstand it anymore and was beaten back. Now, he came to the Heavenly Palace. How could he let him in? I'm sorry, but I can't do that. All the disciples in our Heavenly Palace are cultivating in seclusion. Let's do it another day. It's impossible for our Heavenly Palace to have any contact with the great demon. I can swear to God. Chen Meng said seriously. Anyway, he did not want to let this young guy in. If he let this guy in, there would not be many people in the Heavenly Palace who could stop him. The patriarch of the Myriad Mountains sect had been killed. Not to mention the great demon of Christmas. He had also performed the legendary devil change, but the result was the same. Lin Fei wasn't surprised in the slightest. The four sects were like brothers. If something happened here, the other sects would definitely know. It would be strange if they let him in. Lin Fei smiled and shook his head. Looks like you're stubborn. Fine, I'll just make a move. I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to take it. As for me, I never give people a second chance, so you won't have the chance to regret it. Lin Fei smiled and shook his head. Chen Meng took a deep breath. This guy is too arrogant. Do you really think you can break the formation of the Heavenly Palace? Just as this thought came to his mind, Chen Meng found that his whole body was sent flying. Cracks spread all over his body in an instant, and then he felt a sharp pain. Only then did he find that his chest had been pierced by a punch. And the mysterious man had come in. The whole formation was safe and sound, and there was no movement. Chen Meng's mind was blank. He came in. He came in. How many times have I told you that you don't have a chance to regret? Now that I'm in, I'll do it myself. It seems that you are also in contact with the devil. I'm afraid that you are ready to rely on them. Lin Fei smiled faintly. He had already sensed the aura of the devil inside. Many of them were great demons. It seemed that the four sects wanted to get rid of the control of the emperor of the Tang dynasty. This time, they might have cooperated with each other to catch the emperor by surprise. Everyone has come out. We can't hide it anymore. We have to kill this guy in any case. The emperor of the Tang dynasty doesn't want to give us a way out. Let's do it. I'd like to see how the emperor of the Tang dynasty can stop the invasion of the great demons. The higher-ups of the Heavenly Palace all flew out. In an instant, a large formation enveloped them. However, as soon as the formation enveloped them, the higher-ups of the Heavenly Palace all exploded. A torrent of energy directly crushed over. This was the benefit of Lin Fei's strong physical body. He directly crushed them violently, no matter who they were. As for the formation, it didn't affect Lin Fei at all. With a mind projection, he instantly got rid of it. Why bother? Why don't you just let me in to check? Chapter 49:14. No one in the Heavenly Palace could stop Lin Fei at all. Once Lin Fei entered, no one would be a match for him in close combat. In fact, they had not even gotten close to him yet. The power of his physical body kept rushing over like a torrent. If they could stop him once, they couldn't stop him a second or a third time. It was just that simple. After half a day, the Heavenly Palace was taken down by Lin Fei. He gained another large amount of power of faith. It was much more powerful than the previous Wanshan sect. By the time Lin Fei arrived at the third sect, he realized that the third sect was empty. Lin Fei was a little dumbfounded. Wasn't this news way too well informed? He had come all the way here, so they should at least welcome him. Why did they run so fast? If you run away, where can I find the power of faith? Lin Fei frowned slightly. He seemed to understand where these guys had run to. Maybe they had run to the last sect. The last of the four sects, the Xiantian sect. This Xiantian sect was more domineering because it was the most powerful of the four sections. Even the emperor of the Tang Empire seemed to be quite afraid of this Xiantian sect. He didn't expect that this time, this sect would run away with all the power of the sect. If there was no accident, they must have run to the Xiantian sect. Only the power of the Xiantian sect could stop him. Of course, this was just what they thought. In Lin Fei's view, even if the Xiantian sect made the emperor of the Tang Empire afraid, it was still the same in front of him. In front of him, it was the same thing, as long as they brought the power of faith over. Then, it would be easy for them to take care of it himself. Lin Fei ran all the way to the Shantian sect. In fact, when he came near the Shantian sect, Lin Fei felt a strong aura. There were indeed many experts. It was the most powerful of the 4 sections. Before he got close to the Shantian sect, he saw streams of light coming from the void. These streams of light seemed to be hidden in the void. They were waiting for Lin Fei to take the initiative to come to them. As soon as these streams of light appeared, they erupted with an extremely powerful might. Lin Fei charged through them as if there was nothing in front of him. The streams of light collapsed one after another as he arrived outside the Black Heaven Gate. The Black Heaven Gate also activated a formation, but this formation was much more powerful than the previous one. Especially after Lin Fei took a look, he knew that this should be some powerful ancient ominous array. Only in this way could these formations be filled with a fierce and ancient aura. The Black Heaven sect probably didn't use such a powerful formation. Sir, you've come all the way here. Could it be that you wish to suppress our Black Heaven sect? A silhouette appeared, but it was only an illusory image. It was not a real body. It seemed that the mysterious Heaven sect was also somewhat afraid of him. He was afraid that he would catch them off guard again. Even his main body didn't dare to come over, so he could only use this phantom. This shadow was an old man in his 70s, but he was extremely powerful. Even though he was only a shadow, he was still at the war god realm. Lin Fei smiled. Don't you understand why I've come all the way here? Are you going to follow the heavenly palace? If that's the case, then I won't be polite. Although your formations are coming one after another, they don't seem to exist in my eyes. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to make a move at this time. He wanted to see what the Black Heaven sect had up their sleeves. The higher-ups of the Black Heaven sect also saw the young man outside. They couldn't recognize where this guy came from at all. As soon as he appeared, he showed his terrifying strength. The Myriad Mountain sect, the Heavenly Palace, and the Divine Knife sect that had just arrived. It could be said that 3 of the 4 major sects in the Tang Empire had been eliminated, and only the Black Heaven sect was left. No matter how they looked at it, the Black Heaven sect looked a little pitiful. However, the guy outside was very mysterious, and people couldn't see through him. This was what made people feel the most anxious and uneasy. Even this old man was the same. Don't go too far, kid. Even the Emperor of the Tang Empire wouldn't dare to talk to us like this. The old man from the mysterious Heaven sect was truly enraged. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid of the other party's mysterious methods, he would have made a move long ago. After all, they had clearly seen what happened at the Heavenly Palace. Don't think that they couldn't receive news. In fact, they were quite well informed. Until now, they still hadn't figured out how to break this move. Layer after layer of formations were activated just like that. The Emperor of the Tang Empire is the Emperor of the Tang Empire, and I am me. I'm different from him. I'm quite interested in your Black Heaven sect. Either let me in, or I'll make a move. Lin Fei smiled. If I really make a move, your Black Heaven sect will be the same. Also, I'll tell the higher-ups of the Black Heaven sect that they can live if they abandon the dark and seek the light. Lin Fei's voice wasn't very loud, but it sounded very loud to everyone. They all knew some news, especially the higher-ups. Their expressions were a little strange. When the old man heard this, his expression became even uglier. Today, I'll say it again. Leave the Black Heaven sect now and forget about what happened today. Otherwise, once we find out your identity, even if you're from a sect or a family, you'll be doomed. The old man also knew how to speak ruthlessly. He could more or less guess that this young man was an expert invited from another continent. Such a person was indeed quite troublesome, but as long as they found some clues, this guy would definitely be dead. It seems that this is all you have. Then, I'll come in and play with you. Let's see what kind of powerful methods your Black Heaven sect has. The Black Heaven sect was a little different from what Lin Fei had imagined. They were much stronger. Others couldn't sense the hidden auras, but Lin Fei could clearly sense that there were 18 of them. Then come in and see who's unlucky. Our Black Heaven sect isn't a place that anyone can step on. It's the same even if the Emperor of the Tang Empire comes, let alone you. In any case, the old man's thoughts were very simple. No matter what, he wouldn't go out. If he had the ability, then come in. He was quite confident in the Black Heaven sect's formation. Then I'll do as you wish. I'll take a good look at what kind of moves the Black Heaven sect has. How dare you say such words to me? With a thought, Lin Fei directly entered the Black Heaven sect. The old man's shadow exploded with a bang. It was replaced by Lin Fei's figure. Chapter 49:15. Just like that, Lin Fei entered the mysterious Heaven sect. For him, entering such a place really didn't pose any pressure, nor was there any difficulty. It really wasn't an ordinary kind of easy task. However, for the experts of the mysterious Heaven sect, this was not a good thing. It was a bad thing. They finally understood why the two sects had suffered such a crushing defeat when such a huge array formation had failed to stop Lin Fei. This guy was really mysterious. He might even be someone who had studied political and legal machines. At this moment, a large bell directly shrouded him. It turned out that someone had activated the treasure. The large bell became bigger and bigger, directly trapping Lin Fei inside. Following that, several figures flew out, their faces filled with complacency. They were all the higher-ups of the mysterious Heaven sect. They had just joined forces to activate one of the three great treasures of the mysterious Heaven sect, the mysterious Heaven Bell. This thing was really powerful. Once trapped by this thing, one would basically not be able to get out and would be directly refined into a pool of blood. This kid has been trapped by us. Hurry up and refine him. Refine him into a pool of blood first. This way, we can finally solve a big problem. When the time comes, we can settle the score with the great Tang Emperor. He actually dared to harm our mysterious Heaven sect. These people sat down one after another and began to activate the bell. They had to refine this mysterious guy in a short period of time. As long as they refined this guy, there would no longer be any danger or difficulty. This was one of the three great treasures of the mysterious Heaven sect. They really did not believe that this mysterious person would be able to withstand it. Even the sect master of the palace in the distance had a smile on his face. This mysterious guy was really bold. Did he really think that he would be safe and sound after entering? He was definitely thinking too much. It seems like we overestimated this guy. I thought he was very strong, but now it seems like he's nothing special. Once the mysterious Heaven Bell is activated, it will refine him. It won't take long. At most, it will take the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. There were many higher-ups and elders in the hall, and all of them had smiles on their faces. Of course, apart from them, there was another sect leader and elder here. They were quite surprised. Of course, he was also glad that he had come to the right place. If he had not seen that mysterious person, he would have been trapped and turned into a pool of blood. It was truly a delightful matter. Who asked this fellow to be so lethal? They were too afraid and had no choice but to leave the sect. Now, the problem was finally solved. Time passed minute by minute. All of them activated this treasure with all their might. He released a powerful killer move. In the blink of an eye, an incense's time had passed. It wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. However, it was more than enough for a treasure. He unleashed his power to the limit. They really didn't believe that this guy could survive in such a situation. If he didn't die in such a situation, then this person was definitely not easy to deal with. He was definitely the greatest danger. They had a lot of experience in this regard. Everyone, take a look and see if this fellow has been refined into a pool of blood. They didn't know how long it had been since the Shantian sect had used this treasure. Now, they finally had the chance to use it. Naturally, they wanted to see what kind of ability this guy had to be able to make the Tang Emperor pay so much attention to him. If there was no accident, he would definitely become a pool of blood. No one could withstand the power of the Shantian bell. Crack, crack. Just as they were about to make their move, cracks began to spread from the surface of the Shantian bell. In the blink of an eye, they covered the entire Shantian bell. Suddenly, everyone's expression changed. The situation is not good. This guy is fine. Damn it, how can he be fine? How could he endure it? Could it be that his physical body was already this powerful? This is bad, our treasure is going to be damaged. In a short period of time, more and more cracks appeared on the surface. Even if they wanted to suppress it, they couldn't. With a crash, all the fragments flew out. The surrounding higher-ups and elders were directly hit. They were all blasted away. Once they were injured, their injuries were very tragic. They couldn't bear it at all. Who asked these fragments to contain a great deal of power? Following which, a figure walked out. He smiled faintly. I thought that the treasure of the Shantian sect was very powerful, but it's just a so-so. It can't even be used as a warm-up exercise for me. It's quite embarrassing that I destroyed one of your treasures. Just like that, Lin Fei walked toward the main hall. During this period, the higher-ups and elders didn't dare to make a move anymore. They were full of fear. Who told this guy to be completely fine under the attack of this treasure? This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. Naturally, they didn't dare to come forward. They were afraid that they would be at a disadvantage and die. This guy is indeed quite capable. Even the Shantian bell of our Shantian sect can't do anything to him. What about this? At this moment, a stream of light attacked. A beam of light shot over. This beam of light grew larger and larger until it covered the entire field of vision. Everyone could feel the aura of death. Sword of the Gods. A great expert flew out. This move was the legendary Sword of the Gods. Many huge figures floated in the sky, emitting terrifying might that gathered in the sword light. This sword slashed directly on Lin Fei's body. It was an unbearable strike. Cracks instantly spread all over Lin Fei's body. I didn't expect the Shantian sect to be so capable. You actually have such a powerful weapon. It can even crack my physical body. This should be an invincible weapon. Lin Fei looked at Zhou Shen's crack and smiled. It was as if these cracks were just small injuries. However, the higher-ups and elders of the Shantian sect weren't calm at all. This guy can even withstand the power of the Sword of the Gods. How strong is his physical body? What they used just now was indeed a treasure. It was the Sword of the Gods. This Sword of the Gods was a powerful weapon that could kill an invincible god of war. Although they couldn't unleash its full power, they could kill ordinary peak 9 stars with ease. Even a half-step invincible god of war was the same. But now, they realized how powerful this guy in front of them was. Even 2 supreme treasures couldn't do anything to him. Did they really have to use the last supreme treasure? What other tricks do you have? Hurry up and use them. Otherwise, I'm going to make a move. My first move will be a killer move. Chapter 49:16. 2 treasures in a row had no effect on Lin Fei. This caused the people of the mysterious Heaven sect to be shocked. This person was indeed not easy to deal with. 2 treasures were useless against him. Could it be that they had to use the last treasure? If that was the case, then they really didn't dare to take the risk. Lin Fei had already arrived in front of the palace. He looked at the old man. He was the sect master of the mysterious Heaven sect. My purpose for coming here is actually quite simple. I just want to see if there are any problems with the mysterious Heaven sect. It seems like there are quite a few problems with the mysterious Heaven sect. Lin Fei smiled faintly. He didn't attack. After obtaining 2 treasures in a row, he obviously knew that the mysterious Heaven sect should have another treasure. With 3 great treasures in hand, they were indeed quite lethal. Any peak 9-star war god would be at a disadvantage if they came here. If they didn't do well, they might even die here. Unfortunately, they met him this time. It could only be said that the mysterious Heaven sect's luck wasn't too good. The mysterious Heaven sect master's gaze turned cold. He was indeed quite fearful of this young man in front of him. He didn't expect him to be so strong. Most importantly, his physical body was strong. Just now, there were large white marks and cracks on his body, but in the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. His recovery ability was too strong. People like this were really too difficult to deal with. Unless he used his top treasure. Although they hadn't fought much just now, he knew that this person was very strong. I know that you came under the orders of the great Tang Emperor. I don't know how you can retreat. I think that if the mysterious Heaven sect really wants to fight to the death with you, you definitely won't be able to gain any benefits. I heard that you took away the power of faith from the other 2 sections. Our mysterious Heaven sect doesn't have much, but we have a lot of power of faith. I can give all of it to you. Judging from the situation just now, the mysterious Heaven sect master obviously knew what choice to make. Making a move was the worst-case scenario. Otherwise, he would have made a move long ago. He wouldn't have said such words. Lin Fei smiled. Of course, he knew that the news of him taking away the power of faith couldn't be hidden. Someone would eventually find out. Don't underestimate the power of these sections. The 4 great sects were no joke. Now that the Black Heaven sect master had taken the initiative to say it, it was exactly what Lin Fei wanted. Of course, he had no interest in annihilating the Black Heaven sect. He was only interested in the power of faith. Although the Tang Emperor had sent him here, whether or not Lin Fei wanted to destroy the Xintian sect was up to Lin Fei. At this time, if he could get all the benefits in advance, Lin Fei wouldn't mind. He smiled. It seems that your mysterious Heaven sect has quite the connections, huh? You know my little interest so quickly. That's right, I'm very interested in the power of faith. If you can give me enough power of faith, I naturally won't do anything to your mysterious Heaven sect. I'm a trustworthy person, but the power of faith I want has to satisfy me. I can give your mysterious Heaven sect 3 days to prepare. Lin Fei's gaze landed on the mysterious Heaven sect master. In the blink of an eye, he teleported away from the Black Heaven gate. He didn't give the mysterious Heaven sect master any time to think. The higher-ups of the mysterious Heaven sect in the hall suddenly felt like they had lost track of him. They couldn't see how he had left at all. This made their hearts sink. It seemed that this young fellow was indeed very powerful, much more powerful than they had imagined. They still wanted to capture him. Now, it was a matter of whether or not he would attack. The mysterious Heaven sect master had been staring at him. When the other party left, he didn't notice anything. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air. This meant that the other party had mastered spatial techniques. This caused his expression to darken slightly. It would have been fine if it was anything else, but spatial techniques were the most troublesome thing. In other words, the mysterious Heaven sect couldn't stop this fellow at all. The fact that the other party could come and go as he pleased was the most difficult thing to accept. Collect all the power of faith within 3 days. As long as there is power of faith, hand it over. The mysterious Heaven sect master gave an order. It wasn't worth it to fight with this fellow. If the other party could take the initiative to retreat, that would be for the best. However, the power of faith wasn't something important. It was very useless. It would be for the best if they could use it to make the young man retreat. They could more or less guess that this young man was most likely from the outside. As for why he had reached an agreement with the great Tang Emperor, they didn't know. One thing was for sure. This young man definitely wasn't one of the great Tang Emperor's men. He wasn't someone that the great Tang Emperor could casually command. This was also the only chance for the mysterious Heaven sect. Naturally, they weren't willing to start a fight. If they could use the power of faith to solve this matter, that would be for the best. They had to solve the problem in front of them first. As for the great Tang Emperor, the mysterious Heaven sect naturally had to seek an explanation. The mysterious Heaven sect immediately set out to search for the power of faith. The mysterious Heaven sect already had a lot of power of faith, but when the young man left, their hearts tightened. They were afraid that ordinary power of faith wouldn't be able to satisfy this fellow. Lin Fei had indeed left. It wasn't very far away, and he immediately hid himself. Since he had let out the word, he naturally believed that the mysterious Heaven sect master would definitely collect the power of faith. He had saved himself a lot of trouble. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Lin Fei once again came to the mysterious Heaven sect. This time, he easily entered. Even the formation of the mysterious Heaven sect was the same. If you're not satisfied with what I want, then I'll just take action today. The experts of the mysterious Heaven sect should be mentally prepared. After all, if I make a move, most of you will die, even the higher-ups and elders. Lin Fei said indifferently. The mysterious Heaven sect master also came out. He couldn't eat or sleep in peace for the past 3 days. He kept thinking about how to solve this matter, but after thinking about it, this fellow was too mysterious. It would definitely be difficult to deal with him. The mysterious Heaven sect will also keep our word. We've activated our ability and collected all the power of faith. I think you should be satisfied. The mysterious Heaven sect master waved his hand. A ring flew over, but before it could reach Lin Fei, it was blasted away by Lin Fei's fist. The power was domineering, but the things inside were intact. Balls of Power of Faith. Chapter 49:17. This time, the mysterious Heaven sect really took out a lot of faith power. It could be said that they had collected a lot of faith power in these 3 days. There was nothing left out. This was the ability of the mysterious Heaven sect. Even some of the sects below them had begun to collect faith power. They wanted to solve this matter first. Now, it was up to this guy to take the faith power and leave. If he left, it would be for the best. To be honest, it was not a good thing for the mysterious Heaven sect to have such a guy here. Who knew how many experts like this the Tang Emperor had invited? It would be best not to get rid of one and have another come. They all had a thought in their hearts that there would not be a second person like this once he left. The Tang Emperor did not have that ability. By now, Lin Fei had already collected all the power of faith. You don't say, the power of faith here is very rich. He did not know where the mysterious Heaven sect got it from. To Lin Fei, this was not a problem at all. As long as there was the power of faith, it would be enough. Compared to before, it was indeed a lot richer. With this faith power, he could probably increase by a few levels. Lin Fei was also very satisfied. This is the faith power that our mysterious Heaven sect has done our best to obtain. If we continue, we won't be able to do anything. Most of the faith power in the entire Jiangnan area has been harvested by us. The mysterious Heaven sect master was expressionless, but in his heart, he was more or less afraid of the other party. If that wasn't the case, he wouldn't have gone to collect the power of faith. Although it was very easy to collect faith power, it still took time to operate. Another 3 days passed, and everyone was very busy. It's barely passable. At least you did your best. I am a man of my word. If I take your faith power, then I take it. I won't do anything to you anymore. Of course, Lin Fei liked things like this. He also knew that it was impossible for the mysterious Heaven sect to hand over the faith power again. He teleported and left. There was no need for him to fight to the death with the mysterious Heaven sect. He more or less knew about the situation. The mysterious Heaven sect still had a lot of tricks up their sleeves. Although they had used 2 treasures, they definitely still had the most powerful one. Even if Lin Fei's current physical body was very strong, who knew if he had mastered a super-killing weapon? Therefore, it was better not to go overboard with some things. In any case, there was no conflict between Lin Fei and the mysterious Heaven sect. Therefore, Lin Fei left just like that. After obtaining the power of faith, he teleported a few times and arrived at a mountain. Only Lin Fei could do something like this. Even if he wanted to follow them, he wouldn't be able to. He knew that the Tang Emperor must have arranged for someone to follow them, but he was probably dumbfounded. Lin Fei was too lazy to say anything more. He opened up a cave and began to cultivate. The great Tang Emperor also received the news immediately. 2 of the 4 major sects had been dealt with, and the other one had fled to the mysterious Heaven sect. He originally thought that Lin Mu would be able to deal with the mysterious Heaven sect, but he never expected that Lin Mu would leave after obtaining the power of faith. There was a certain gap from what he had expected. In fact, the one he wanted Lin Mu to deal with the most was the mysterious Heaven sect. The mysterious Heaven sect had a deep foundation and many killing moves, so it was best to let Lin Mu deal with them. Everything was normal before, but he never expected that this guy would give up for the power of faith. Now, with the power of faith, he disappeared without a trace. The Tang Emperor obviously knew that Lin Mu wasn't easy to talk to. It was already quite difficult for him to make a move. Unfortunately, he was just a little bit away. Who told him to not have the power of faith? No matter what, the Tang Emperor had already made a move against the mysterious Heaven sect. Therefore, he began to use his power without saying a word. He had to suppress the mysterious Heaven sect first in order to prevent them from making any big movements. After Lin Fei left, the Tang Emperor personally went up to fight. A war began just like that. Of course, this was only a small-scale war and wasn't considered a big deal in the Tang Empire. Lin Fei didn't pay much attention to it. He had already transformed the power of faith. He had improved again. Fortunately, his infinite god body had a breakthrough. This time, he didn't break through many levels, just 3. He had already reached level 63. Level 63 made Lin Fei feel quite satisfied. He knew that it would be more difficult in the future, so he was quite satisfied to be able to obtain so much power of faith from the mysterious Heaven sect. Lin Fei planned to turn his attention to the Great Qin Empire and the Great Zhao Empire. These 2 large empires should have a lot of power of faith. When Lin Fei used his great teleportation, he found that a war had broken out in the Tang Empire. The mysterious Heaven sect and the royal family led by the Tang Emperor had launched an intense battle. The war was still very intense, but Lin Fei didn't plan on making a move. To him, this had nothing to do with him. He was just using the power of faith to do things. Who didn't know what the great Tang Emperor was thinking? Therefore, Lin Fei directly left without leaving any trace. Just like that, Lin Fei stepped into the territory of the Great Zhao Empire. The Great Zhao Empire was a little different from the Tang Empire. Their strength was very well integrated. The Great Tang Empire was really lacking compared to this. Lin Fei could feel a strong aura gathering at the border. He didn't need to guess to know that they were preparing to attack. They didn't make a move at this time because they were waiting to see if both sides would suffer. It would be best if both sides suffered heavy losses. This also gave Lin Fei an opportunity. In a small sect, Lin Fei directly took down the sect master. After some interrogation, he learned about the situation in the Great Zhao Empire. The Great Zhao Empire was indeed very different from the Tang Empire. The power inside was basically integrated. Lin Fei just wanted to know a general idea so that he could be prepared to make a move. Looks like I can make a move on the Great Beginning sect. The most powerful sect in the Great Zhao Empire was the Great Beginning sect. This sect had a very strong background and had been passed down for thousands of years. Even the royal family of the Great Zhao Empire came from the Great Beginning sect. So Lin Fei was prepared to go to the Great Beginning sect. He wanted to harvest some power of faith. He hoped that this trip wouldn't be in vain. After obtaining the power of faith, he could basically complete the mission if he went to the Great Qin Empire. Chapter 49:18. The Great Beginning sect was located in a mountain range. This mountain range was a large forest that gathered the spirit energy of heaven and earth. Not just any force could establish a sect here. Only the Great Beginning sect could. Here, everyone had to come down and walk. No one could fly in the sky. Once they got close, they would be killed by the sect's methods. Over time, this place became the holy land of the Great Zhao Empire. Anyone who wanted to cultivate wanted to enter the Great Beginning sect, because only by entering the Great Beginning sect could they stand out. And today, a figure arrived on the mountain path outside the Great Beginning sect. This was a ladder that went all the way up, winding like a dragon, all the way to the depths. Only by passing this stone ladder could one enter the Great Beginning sect. Of course, this ladder wasn't that easy to walk on. The person who could come here was naturally none other than Lin Fei. He was prepared to go to the Great Beginning sect to look around. There was no power of faith, so he walked all the way here. And this time, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry, he just took his time. He also knew that these spirit arrays would not be of any use to him. But this Great Beginning sect had powerful killing moves. Now that his physical body had increased by 3 levels, it could be said to be very strong. Every time he increased his physical body's defense, it would increase by several times. This kind of improvement speed could be said to be invincible. So this time, coming to the Great Beginning sect could be said to be a game for Lin Fei. A slow and leisurely game. Perhaps it was because Lin Fei came at a good time today. There were many people on the way to the Great Beginning sect, preparing to take him as their master. Lin Fei wasn't too interested in this. This time, he was prepared to go straight to the point and beat the Great Beginning sect into submission in one go. As long as he obtained the power of faith, everything else could be put aside. After that, he arrived in front of the Great Beginning sect's mountain gate. There were many experts guarding here, so of course they could see the faintly discernible formation. These people quickly noticed Lin Fei's arrival. Because Lin Fei was dressed in a black robe, he walked over at a leisurely pace. His aura was very different. Naturally, they noticed it. "Who are you? If you have a problem, you better tell me honestly." One figure after another instantly appeared around Lin Fei. These people were all experts. Although they weren't at the war god realm, the combination of their treasures and the like was still very strong. Lin Fei waved his hand, and with a crash, all of them flew out and fell to the ground, unable to move. Lin Fei walked in just like that. "Hurry up and send the signal. Someone has broken into the Taichu sect." These people immediately sent out the signal. Since the establishment of the Taichu sect, no one had dared to break into it. Who would have thought that someone would dare to do so today? He really thought too highly of himself. As soon as the signal was sent, many experts of the Great Beginning sect saw it. After being stunned for a moment, they rushed to the mountain gate because the location of the signal seemed to be there. Since when did someone break into the Taichu sect? This was not the way to break into the Taichu sect. People usually came in a straight line. There were only a few people who came on foot like this. It was completely unheard of. Soon, everyone saw a figure walking over at a leisurely pace. Everywhere he passed, figures were sent flying. None of them could withstand a single blow. Lin Fei didn't walk very quickly, but everyone felt a great pressure. When did such an expert come? Another figure came out, and a spear was shot out. However, the opponent also moved slightly and grabbed the spear. The opponent's strength was actually unable to advance any further. With a boom, a wave of energy flowed through the spear and directly into the opponent's body. I'm just here to be a guest. Do you all want to die? If you do, come at me. I won't be polite, and I'll be more than happy to send you on your way. Lin Fei's indifferent voice spread out, causing the expressions of many experts of the Great Beginning sect to change again. They couldn't see this guy's strength because the one who just died was a 3-star war god. A 3-star war god wasn't much. They could more or less see that this young man was very strong. At the very least, he was a 4-star war god or a 5-star war god. The more it was like this, the more pressure they felt. Therefore, they didn't make a move. Instead, treasures came crashing down from afar. However, when those treasures smashed into the sky above Lin Fei, they were blocked by some sort of power. They were simply useless. Lin Fei waved his hand and these treasures flew out. Kacha, kacha, kacha sounds could be heard as cracks appeared on the surface of the treasure. It made their hearts bleed. Lin Fei continued forward. Not long after, he arrived at the Great Hall of the Great Beginning Sect. Taichu Temple. Countless experts had already gathered here. All of them looked at the young man who came up. They were a little surprised. When did an expert come? They didn't recognize him. Most importantly, they couldn't see his cultivation level. It was as if there was a layer of mystery around him. People like this were the most terrifying. Therefore, no one was in a hurry to make a move. It was easy to die if one was rash. This person had withstood so many attacks along the way that he was definitely not an ordinary person. Who are you? How dare you come to the Great Beginning Sect? Don't you know that the Great Beginning Sect is the sacred land of the Great Zhao Empire? A figure walked out. When this figure walked out, the experts outside all became extremely respectful. He was the Great Elder of the Great Beginning Sect. Don't you know who I am? Then your intelligence agency is too weak. My purpose for coming here is very simple. I just hope that the Great Beginning Sect can give me a gift. It's that simple. The Great Elder frowned. He really didn't know who this guy was. However, his words were extremely arrogant. He actually came to the Great Beginning Sect to ask for a gift. He really couldn't believe it. Who do you think you are? How dare you come to the Great Beginning Sect to ask for a gift? You're seeking death. Kneel right now. If you don't kneel, it'll be useless even if you have 10 lives later. It's always been us bullying others. No one has ever dared to come to our Great Beginning Sect to cause trouble. You're the only one. Kneel. The figures snorted coldly and gathered together. It was quite a scene. Lin Fei stomped his foot on the ground. All of you, shut up. There was a loud rumbling sound. Waves of power exploded in their bodies. Bang, 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 bang. Beautiful fireworks of blood bloomed just like that. In the blink of an eye, countless experts outside the Great Hall died. Even the Great Elder's face darkened in an instant. Chapter 49:19. The remaining experts of the Great Beginning Sect all had a drastic change in expression as they subconsciously retreated. In that instant, countless experts died. They were unable to withstand the opponent's simple methods at all, and their physical bodies directly exploded. It was the same for them. Fortunately, they were wearing powerful defensive treasured armors that were able to withstand the attack. When they looked at the other party, they were filled with fear. Such a fellow was actually so terrifying and fierce. He didn't give their great beginning sect any face at all. Even the imperial family had to be polite in front of the Taichu sect. But now, this young man had actually done something that made them exceptionally angry. You actually killed so many experts of our great beginning sect. You're dead, you're dead. Men! Hurry up and capture him. We can't let him leave the Taichu sect. The great elder's face had already turned black. He didn't expect this guy to really dare to make a move. He killed so many of the higher-ups in one move. And it was even in the time it took for a single move. They couldn't take it at all. Lin Fei also smiled faintly. I came to ask for something, but you refused to give it to me. It's not like it's anything good. It's useless to keep it anyway. Look at it now. So many experts have died, and it'll take another few decades to train them again. The great elder was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This was a group of elite elders of the great beginning sect. In the future, they would all become great experts. Even if there was only 1 in 10 of them, it would still be enough to make the great beginning sect incomparably powerful. But now, they were all wiped out. The remaining ones were all lucky enough not to be killed. If the news of the great beginning sect were to spread, everyone would probably laugh out loud. A dignified holy land of the great beginning sect had actually been killed by a young man, so many of their elders. How could they accept this? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The remaining silhouettes all rushed forward. These figures rushed up. Lin Fei also moved. Bang 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 bang. Wherever it passed, figures would be smashed to the ground, unable to get up at all. In an instant, Lin Fei had completely destroyed their physical bodies. Lin Fei glanced at the great elder indifferently. I don't know how I feel about this. I'm not good at other things, but I'm pretty strong. The great elder's pupils contracted, and he subconsciously took a step back. This guy's physical strength was actually so strong. Unarmed, these high-level elders were unable to move at all. In the blink of an eye, he was sent flying, and there wasn't even a scratch on his body. This fleshly body made him understand what despair was. Why would such a powerful body come here? Even though the disciples of their sects had cultivated quite a number of skills, they couldn't be compared to this person in front of them at all. The other party's physical body was too strong. It was like an iron bastion. It was really difficult to deal with him. I'll say it again. Obediently hand over the power of faith, and I'll leave now. Otherwise, your great beginning sect's vitality will be greatly damaged. The great elder was already very regretful. If he knew that this guy was so capable, he would have satisfied the other party's conditions earlier. There wouldn't have been such a large number of casualties. Wasn't it just some power of faith? This thing was not considered a good thing, and it was quite a useless existence. Now that he couldn't do it, if he were to hand over the power of faith, their great beginning sect would really suffer a huge loss. If word of this got out, everyone would laugh at the great beginning sect. A dignified big force had lost so many people, and they had to hand over the power of faith. This was completely bowing their heads. After some publicity, one could imagine what the great beginning sect would become. It was definitely not a good thing. It's absolutely impossible. Don't even think about it. Even if there is power of faith, I won't hand it over to you. My great beginning sect will not rest until you are dead. We will chase you to the ends of the earth. The great elder had already thrown caution to the wind and directly attacked. Rays of incomparably bright divine light broke through the void and reached the depths of the void. All the divine light instantly turned into a mouthful of divine light. The sword slashed down, and the void was instantly cut open. Even Lin Fei trembled slightly. A simple white mark was left on his body. This was the very terrifying sword that the other party had just unleashed. It could ignore the void and kill anything in an instant. If it wasn't for Lin Fei's strong physical body, this sword would have really injured him. But now, it was no different from scratching an itch. It seems that your great beginning sect still has a lot of treasures to be able to erupt with such power. The power just now has reached the level of an invincible god of war. The Great Elder is indeed the Great Elder. Lin Fei also laughed. No one could better understand the power of the sword just now than him. The power of the famous invincible god of war. The power that erupted came from the divine light. As for the Great Elder himself, he wasn't an invincible god of war. Even so, it was still shocking. The Great Elder's expression suddenly changed. No one knew the power better than he did. Even he himself could feel the power contained within. But now, the other party could actually withstand it. He seemed to understand what this meant. No one knew better than the Great Elder that the guy in front of him was most likely an invincible god of war. You are an invincible god of war. The Great Elder's voice trembled as he spoke. One must know that the strength of an invincible god of war was extremely terrifying. Especially when the other party was an invincible god of war with his physical body. This was really unimaginable. It was definitely the most terrifying of all. No wonder he dared to come to the Great Beginning sect alone. Lin Fei smiled. Is it that important to be an invincible god of war? I'm just here to ask if you have it now. If you don't, then I'll take it myself. If anything happens then, it's none of my business. I can give you the power of faith, but you have to take it and leave. Otherwise, our Great Beginning sect will fight to the death. Another figure walked out. This was a very calm voice. One could imagine that it was the Great Beginning sect master. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They were planning to lower their heads, but when they remembered that this guy was an invincible god of war, their faces were filled with bitterness and helplessness. Perhaps this was the best choice. Chapter 49:20. The person who came out was indeed the sect master of the Great Beginning sect. He didn't come out because he had something to do inside. To him, the Great Beginning sect was the top force in the entire Great Zhao Empire. No other force could compete with it. Even the royal family had to be careful and courteous. Everyone knew that the emperor of the royal family had to be chosen through them. It could be said that the entire Great Zhao Empire was under the control of the Great Beginning sect. He never expected that someone would cause trouble in the Great Beginning sect. He killed many of the higher-ups in one move, and it was in the blink of an eye. The Great Beginning sect suffered heavy casualties. He saw it from beginning to end, so he could naturally tell. This black-robed guy was very strong. It was very likely that he had already reached the level of an invincible god of war. Moreover, he had become an invincible god of war with his physical body. It was completely different from what they had imagined. It was very dangerous and very dangerous. If they were not careful, they would be killed. Moreover, it was extremely difficult to kill such a person. They were very clear about this. So, the sect master of the Great Beginning sect came out on his own. He had to solve the problem in front of him first. How could they solve a problem like this? It was nothing more than letting him get what he wanted and leave. If they had known that he only wanted the power of faith, they would have definitely given it to him. After all, it was not easy to offend such an invincible god of war. Although the Great Beginning sect also had such an ancestor, the ancestor would never appear unless it was a matter of life and death. Moreover, this young invincible god of war had a physical body realm. Ordinary treasures would be useless against him. Didn't you see that the sword didn't even leave a scratch on him? This kind of defensive ability was already considered top-notch. If such a person was allowed to continue to cause trouble, the entire Great Beginning sect would basically be done for. A ring flew over. Lin Fei didn't take the ring. Instead, he punched it away. The power of faith that filled the sky flew out. With a wave of his hand, a great mystic ability took away the power of faith. In the blink of an eye, it had turned into honor points. As expected of the sect master, you're much more straightforward. I'm a straightforward person. Since I said I want faith power, I'll definitely do it. By the way, I see that you're related to the Great Qin Empire, right? Please help me inform them that I'm going to visit the Great Qin Empire. Lin Fei left the moment he got his hands on those items. He had no intention of making a move at all. Even the absolute beginning sect master was unable to grasp the other party's traces. He did leave a small trick in the ring. After killing so many people in the absolute beginning sect, he would definitely have to pay a price. He never thought that the other party would directly destroy the ring with a single punch. The ring was very strong, but it was broken just like that. It also made him realize that this guy was much more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Are we going to let him leave just like that? The Great Elder had been holding back his anger, but he was the one who had attacked him. There was no chance of victory. An invincible god of war. An invincible god of war had appeared in Jiangnan, and they didn't even know about it. Logically speaking, they should have information about any invincible god of war. The sudden appearance of this fellow was simply too mysterious. The absolute beginning sect master said calmly. If I'm not mistaken, this guy has just caused a lot of trouble in the Great Tang Empire. Even the Black Heaven sect suffered a loss. This is what I just learned. Hearing this, the Great Elder's expression changed again. The Black Heaven sect was not inferior to the absolute beginning sect. He didn't expect to suffer a loss at the hands of this guy. He can't possibly want to make faith power too. Does he want to use faith power to become a god? How is that possible? Regardless of whether he is or not, the absolute beginning sect has already remembered him. The bigger the trouble he causes, the better. When the time comes, we don't need to do anything. Sooner or later, someone will deal with him. The situation in Jiangnan is not something that an invincible god of war can interfere with. The Great Elder seemed to understand what he meant. The waters in Jiangnan were much deeper than he had imagined. An invincible god of war would not be able to run amok in the water so easily. There is a civil war in the Great Tang Empire. The Black Heaven sect and the Great Tang Emperor have opened up. We can also make a move and kill them all. Just like that, Lin Fei left the absolute beginning sect. He was not worried that the other party could catch up to him. As for the ring, he directly exploded it. He could feel that there was a small trick in the ring. A person like the absolute beginning sect master would definitely have his own thoughts. He would definitely take revenge, and it was only natural that he would leave a certain place on the ring. However, all of this was useless against Lin Fei. He did not even want the ring, let alone anything else. He was probably thinking about how to deal with him now. Lin Fei went to a quiet place. He began to improve. This time, his luck was not bad. He directly went from 63 to 66. 66th layer. Yi Xiaolong was quite satisfied. His physical body had become much stronger. Of course, the speed was much slower. In Lin Fei's opinion, it would not be so easy to break through to 100. It would take a long time to accumulate. Of course, if he could take down the first level of the great world of the gods, he might have no problem breaking through to the 80th level. He could even reach the 90th level. If he was lucky, he might even reach the 100th level. Lin Fei rested for a while before heading to the Great Qin Empire. The Great Qin Empire definitely had faith power. Lin Fei felt that it would be a pity if he didn't take the power of faith with him. Peng 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 peng. Pillars instantly rose into the air, forming a huge formation. It completely enveloped this part of the void. It no longer existed. Two silhouettes walked out. They stared at Lin Fei from the left and right. "Sir, you are really bold. At your realm, you actually came out to cause destruction. Do you know the consequences?" Lin Fei squinted his eyes. They were actually two invincible war gods. This was the first time Lin Fei saw invincible war gods. However, they were both pseudo-invincible war gods. Just like that, the two of them were exceptionally strong. Ordinary people could not deal with them. "So you're saying that I've touched something that I shouldn't have, so you came out to cause trouble for me, right?" Lin Fei laughed. He knew that the waters in Jiangnan were deep, but he did not expect it to be this deep. Two pseudo-invincible war gods were here. They even set up a formation. Chapter 49-21. The appearance of the two pseudo-invincible war gods was indeed quite surprising to Lin Fei. He also knew about the Jiangnan region, which meant that the great world of the gods was more complicated than he had imagined. Previously, Lin Fei did not think that there would be many invincible war gods. He did not expect that in the blink of an eye, two pseudo-invincible war gods would appear. Now, they had even used a formation to trap him. In Lin Fei's opinion, this array formation was nothing much. He was just curious. These two had come to find him, but they could not possibly kill him. The theoretical possibility was very low. "Since the two of you have used such methods, I don't think it's just a few simple words. If you have something to say, just say it. I'm all ears." These two invincible war gods were indeed fake. Even though they were pseudo-invincible war gods, their combat abilities were still very strong. At the very least, peak 9-star war gods were not their match. This was the difference. "You know your place. That's great. I'm here to ask you to come with us. The Invincible Alliance wants to meet you." Invincible Alliance. Lin Fei had never heard of this force. It seemed like it was a powerful force hidden in the great world of the gods. "You wouldn't know if I told you. The Invincible Alliance was formed by the invincible war gods of the great world of the gods. This time, you broke the rules in the Jiangnan region, so we came here. Since you are an invincible war god, we would have killed you long ago." The two of them had very cold expressions. It was obvious that they were very confident in their own abilities. Even though the two of them had yet to test whether or not this guy in front of them was an invincible war god, they knew that apart from a peak 9-star warrior, only an invincible war god would be able to easily kill a war god. Just look at the mysterious Heaven sect. They were already extremely strong, but they suffered a great loss when they encountered Lin Fei. They did not believe that he was not an invincible war god. Of course, just like them, he was a half-step invincible war god. Although he was only a half-step invincible war god, he was still very strong. Therefore, the two of them were quite confident. "What you need to do now is to come with us. It's that simple. If you don't come with us, then we'll take action directly. Once the two of us take action, you won't have a good ending." Lin Fei smiled as well. He was quite interested in the Invincible Alliance. He did not expect there to be such a huge organization. There was a loud rumble. Just as Lin Fei was about to speak, a figure rushed out, and the surrounding array began to crack. Just like that, a figure walked in and smiled at the two of them. "Your Invincible Alliance is pretty fast. You found this guy so quickly, but he can't go with you." It was a middle-aged man with a mustache. He was all smiles. He carried a huge saber on his back. As soon as this person appeared, the expressions of the two half-step invincible war gods changed slightly. "What's the meaning of this? Are you trying to steal someone from our Invincible Alliance?" The middle-aged man with a mustache smiled. Your invincible alliance isn't the only one with invincible war gods in this god's land. Our Fengyun Tower has one too. Lin Fei was surprised. He did not expect the invincible alliance to come, and now Fengyun Tower. If he was right, both of them were top forces in the god's great world. It seemed that the strength of both forces were about the same. Now that the people from the invincible alliance came to find him, they were going to rope him in. That was why they sent out 2 half-step invincible war gods. It seemed that he had become a hot commodity all of a sudden. This made Lin Fei even more aware of one thing. It seemed that it was not easy to become a half-step invincible war god or an invincible war god. Just look at the current situation. Greetings, brother. I'm Guyun from Fengyun Tower. The Invincible Alliance isn't so kind as to invite you over. They're probably planning to use force to refine you into their puppet because you've ruined their plans. Guyun also spoke immediately. Hearing this, the two men's expressions changed even more. Don't listen to this guy's nonsense. Our Invincible Alliance would never do such things. On the contrary, Fengyun Tower would refine people into puppets from time to time and keep them by their side. If you go with them, you will definitely not have a good ending. The two of them immediately splashed a large amount of dirty water over. Of course, Lin Fei could tell which of the two people was speaking the truth and which was lying. At the very least, Guyun of Wind Cloud Tower had more or less given Lin Fei a pretty good impression. On the other hand, the Invincible Alliance had left Lin Fei with a domineering and arrogant attitude. In any case, you can't go with him today. Otherwise, the two of us will bring you over ourselves. Just as the 2 half-step invincible war gods from the Invincible Alliance spoke, they saw streaks of light flying over. It turned out that Guyun had made a move. His broadsword instantly turned into streaks of saber light. I've long wanted to experience your skills. It's rare to have such an opportunity today. Don't stand on ceremony and experience it well. Guyun seemed to be a violent person and immediately made a move. The 2 half-step invincible war gods also made their moves. For a moment, the two of them were locked in a fierce battle. Lin Fei could also see that Guyun's strength was actually higher than the two of them. Although he was not a true invincible war god, he was only a half-step invincible war god. However, his strength was much stronger than before. Guyun, don't be too proud of yourself for snatching this guy. When the time comes, our Invincible Alliance will settle the score with you sooner or later. The two of them threw a sentence and immediately left. The surrounding formation collapsed in an instant. Now that it's safe, the two of them can only talk tough. They don't dare to do anything. If Fengyun Tower collapsed so easily, it wouldn't be Fengyun Tower. It wouldn't be one of the 4 major factions in the great world of gods. Guyun also came over and said with a smile. It seems like the waters of the great world of gods are deeper than I thought. There was Invincible Alliance, and now there's Fengyun Tower. Tell me, which one should I believe? Lin Fei also said unhurriedly. Guyun also smiled, it depends on your own feelings. If you think Invincible Alliance is good, then you can look for them. If Fengyun Tower is good, then look for Fengyun Tower. It's that simple. Lin Fei laughed heartily, then I'll follow you to Fengyun Tower. At the same time, I can understand how deep the waters are. Chapter 49-22. Lin Fei knew long ago that the gods' great world wasn't simple. Everything was as he had imagined. An invincible war god appeared. No, they treated themselves as half-step invincible war gods. This realm could not be considered very high. But in the gods' great event, they were considered the top. Apart from the true invincible war gods, there were only a few of them. If there were no surprises, these 4 powers should be the top powers that controlled the entire gods' great world. But they didn't have any reputation. Perhaps only the true top-notch powerhouses would know. And this expert was probably only half-step invincible war gods had the right to know. This possibility was very high. Because Lin Fei hadn't heard of the Invincible Alliance or Fengyun Tower from other information. No matter which one it was, they were both very mysterious. There was no news at all. One could imagine what the situation was like. From here, Lin Fei could even think of places further away. This is the headquarters of our Fengyun Tower. On a mountain peak. Gu Yun opened a space point. Lin Fei followed Gu Yun in. A spatial point like this was quite surprising to Lin Fei. He didn't expect there to be a small grotto heaven world in the space point. As soon as he entered, Lin Fei sensed the auras of many people. He wasn't afraid that Gu Yun would have any thoughts about him. Don't forget about the great karma technique. That was a really good thing. He didn't sense any killing intent from Gu Yun. There was no karma connection. This way, Lin Fei was more at ease. He wouldn't cause any trouble. This Gu Yun was probably trying to rope him in. It wasn't easy to produce a half-step invincible war god. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. One by one, human figures flew out. In the blink of an eye, 8 figures flew out. These 8 figures were all half-step invincible war gods. When they came over, their gazes landed on Lin Fei. Someone else is here. He looks unfamiliar, I don't know him at all. This person has a dangerous aura, he should be a half-step invincible war god. They were all sizing up Lin Fei. Gu Yun smiled and said, "This is fellow Daoist Lin Mu, whom I just snatched from the hands of the Invincible Alliance." When Gu Yun said this, the others were slightly startled. They immediately burst into laughter, their faces full of pride and elation. Daoist Gu is still the best. He made the Invincible Alliance suffer a loss again. Our Fengyun Tower's strength is going to increase by a lot again. Last time, our Fengyun Tower found a half-step invincible god of war, but they beat us to it. Now, we finally got it back. Welcome to our Fengyun Tower, fellow Daoist Lin. You will find that coming to our Fengyun Tower is the best choice. Lin Fei didn't say anything. More and more people were listening to them. One could imagine how much they hated the Invincible Alliance. I'm just here to watch the fun. I haven't decided which side to live on yet. Also, I'm a newbie now, I don't know anything. Lin Fei laughed. They weren't surprised at all, as if they had encountered this situation many times before. They all laughed. These people are all half-step invincible gods of war. They are all part of our Fengyun Tower. Lin Fei and Gu Yun left them. After walking around the place for a while, they finally arrived at a large hall. This hall was called the Fengyun Hall. Once he arrived, Lin Fei felt a strong aura. This was a genuine invincible god of war. Lin Fei couldn't be more familiar with this aura. Because he himself was an invincible god of war, but he was different from the others. It was also the first time that Lin Fei met such an invincible god of war. He understood how big the gap between him and the other party was. If he were to fight against such an invincible god of war, he could defeat at least 7 or 8 of them. Who asked Lin Fei to not find a real invincible god of war before? And this time, he finally found one. He could use it as a comparison. Even if he didn't fight, Lin Fei had an idea. As expected, his infinite god physique was different after reaching the 66th level. Welcome, Daoist Lin, to our Fengyun Tower. How do you feel? This was a middle-aged man with the aura of a scholar. Just by standing there casually, one wouldn't be able to tell that this was the leader of Fengyun Tower. It was very simple and very ordinary. No one would suspect that he was a scholar. This is my first time here as well. It's much more interesting than I thought. The great world of gods is also much more powerful than I thought. The middle-aged scholar chuckled and gestured for Lin Fei to take a seat next to him. Guyun tactfully left. When he came back, he had already brought a pot of tea. He followed him out. Just like that, only Lin Fei and the leader were left in the hall. I would like to invite Daoist Lin to become a part of our Fengyun Tower. The leader of Fengyun Tower smiled as he took out a ring and placed it in front of Lin Fei. This is a small token of our appreciation. Although it isn't much, it should be of some use to you. Lin Fei didn't look at the ring, but he already knew what was inside. That was the power of faith. It was much denser than the power of faith that he had plundered previously. He knew that the four great powers had more accumulation than him. Look, even the power of faith that they gave him was so dense. I don't know much about the great world of gods. I only know that there are 3 levels, and this is only one of them. Lin Fei asked a simple question. Then can you tell me more about the great world of gods? Especially this level. I don't want to join Fengyun Tower and offend so many people. The leader of Fengyun Tower laughed heartily. This person was really interesting. Our Fengyun Tower is different from other places. Let's take the Invincible Alliance for example. They are very particular about seniority. Even if you are an invincible war god, you can only be at the back. Lin Fei listened quietly. This leader of Fengyun Tower was really sincere in inviting Lin Fei to join Fengyun Tower. It was too difficult to find a half-step invincible war god. Even if one appeared, people would fight over it. After a while, Lin Fei had a better understanding of the great world of gods. For example, the hidden powers were the Invincible Alliance, Fengyun Tower, the Abyss Hell, and the Assassin's Alliance. Chapter 49-23. At this moment, Lin Fei had a better understanding of the great world of the gods. He didn't expect that there were still 4 top powers that were still in hiding. This was the first time he had heard of such a situation. He also knew why Guyun came to look for him. He wanted him to join Fengyun Tower. After all, he was a half-step invincible war god. This kind of opportunity did not come by often. If he missed this chance, he didn't know when he would get a second chance. Just look at the Invincible Alliance and he knew what the situation was like. Even they wanted to make a move, let alone Fengyun Tower. Not to mention Assassin's Alliance and Abyss Hell. They would probably rush over as soon as they heard the news. Our Fengyun Tower is really sincere in inviting you to join us. Fengyun Tower's master laughed. Lin Fei knew about the situation. He also knew that the power of faith in the ring was much more than he had imagined. However, Lin Fei naturally wasn't interested in the Invincible Alliance. As for Abyss Hell and Assassin's Alliance, Lin Fei wasn't familiar with them at all. However, Fengyun Tower left a deep impression on him, let alone Guyun. I have to think about this. I think you shouldn't be in a hurry. Let's stay for a while. Fengyun Tower's master laughed heartily. No hurry, no hurry. After all, our powers are different from the others. You can stay in Fengyun Tower for a few days and take a look around. Besides a few places that you can't go to, you can go to the rest. Our Fengyun Tower is very humane. Just like that. Lin Fei came down from Fengyun Tower's master's room. Fengyun Tower's master arranged a VIP building for Lin Fei to stay in. Lin Fei refined all the power of faith in the first place. Fengyun Tower's master didn't play any tricks. It could be seen that he was sincere in wanting him to join Fengyun Tower. After all, a half-step invincible war god was still very attractive. This made Lin Fei even more aware of one thing. There shouldn't be many invincible war gods in the first level of the great world of the gods. Even a half-step invincible god of war was extremely powerful. I've finally reached the 70th layer. It wasn't easy. This time, Fengyun Tower has truly given me a big present. Lin Fei felt the changes in his physical body and his lips curled into a smile. With the help of the power of faith, Lin Fei advanced by leaps and bounds, directly reaching the 70th level. At this time, Lin Fei's body has become more vigorous and powerful. As for what realm he has reached, Lin Fei doesn't know, but the strength of his body is very explosive. Seems like joining Fengyun Tower isn't impossible. I'll have the chance to come into contact with more secrets and obtain more power of faith. In Fengyun Tower, Lin Fei had obtained a large amount of faith power. Not to mention the other top forces. Whether it was the Invincible Alliance, the Assassin Alliance, or the Abyss Hell, it was believed that they all had a large amount of faith power hidden away. Lin Fei settled down quietly. On the 5th day, Guyun came over and invited Lin Fei out for a walk. Lin Fei didn't refuse and just followed Guyun out. Our Fengyun Tower is very different from other places. We pay particular attention to freedom. For example, we have a few auction houses here, and from time to time, some good things will be auctioned here. Don't tell me you want the power of faith. There are quite a lot of these places. Other than that, there is another place in the great world of the gods that also has the power of faith. Guyun wasn't very clear as to why Lin was so interested in the power of faith. Of course, it was very likely that he wanted to use the power of faith to reach the heavens in a single step and become a lesser god. After an invincible war god, he would be a lesser god. However, this realm was too difficult. At the very least, there was a certain amount of pressure to break through at this level. Therefore, many people thought of other methods, which were strange and unconventional. Using this method, there was still a chance to break through to the lesser god realm. However, this was too difficult. Currently, not many people had succeeded in breaking through to the lesser god realm. At the very least, Guyun hadn't seen one. Of course, he wouldn't express too many opinions on this matter. What he needed to do now was to properly rope in this Lin. This Lin was completely different from the others. He was very strong, especially when it came to close combat. He was very fierce. For example, Guyun could clearly feel that this Lin was emitting a terrifying aura. Moreover, he was rather dangerous. For a moment, he suspected that if Lin made a move, he wouldn't be able to withstand it and would definitely die. This kind of thinking was very absurd, but it was the truth. Lin Fei also smiled. I am quite knowledgeable about the power of faith, so I have always been researching it. Unfortunately, it is too difficult for our great world of the gods to obtain the power of faith. On the other hand, your Tower Master has given me a lot of power of faith, which makes me very grateful. Lin Fei spoke half-truths and half-lies. After all, it wasn't that there weren't people who researched the power of faith, but there weren't many like him. Of course, with Lin Fei's strength, Guyun naturally wouldn't think too much about it. Guyun also laughed along with him. The power of faith is indeed difficult to obtain now. This is because the previous era was the era of faith. Faith is king, and who knows how much power of faith has been taken away by unparalleled experts. When he said this, Lin Fei's heart was slightly moved. This was a secret, and he really wasn't very clear about it. What you said is quite interesting. I don't really understand the great world of the gods. That's all in the past. It was because their rule was too powerful that it led to the collapse of the great world. However, if you want the power of faith, I feel that you can go to the central province. There is still a lot of power of faith there, much more than other places. If the central province doesn't have the power of faith, then other places are even worse. Guyun suddenly said in a serious tone. Lin Fei naturally understood what he meant. The central province had a lot of power of faith, and it wasn't just an ordinary amount. Of course, Lin Fei also knew that it wasn't that easy to obtain the power of faith in the central province. This Guyun was obviously selling him some information. As for whether the Tower Master's figure was behind this, no one knew. However, it was still possible. Then I'm really ignorant and inexperienced. I really don't understand much about this. Chapter 49-24. Lin Fei wasn't very clear about the central province. He only knew that it was a very ancient place. In the great world of gods, the central province was a very special place. An ancient war had broken out in that place. If there was a place where faith power could be found, then the central province was indeed a place with a good chance of finding it. When Gu Yun said this, Lin Fei understood what he meant. It meant that their Fengyun Tower still had some information. This information was definitely related to the central province. With this information, he would be able to find this faith power. Lin Fei's reaction was quite fast. Lin Fei wasn't surprised by Gu Yun's words at all. In other words, the importance of a half-step invincible war god was very important to any power. That was why Gu Yun came to look for him and indirectly revealed some information. Lin Fei's infinite fleshly body had already reached the 70th layer. It was indeed very powerful. Of course, Lin Fei hoped that his fleshly body could improve further. Therefore, he wouldn't miss this opportunity. Then I really have to go to the central province in the future to broaden my horizons. After all, the great world of gods is so big. I haven't been to many places before. It's about time to go out and broaden my horizons. Gu Yun laughed as well. The great world of gods is indeed very big. You need to go and broaden your horizons. Our wind and cloud tower has a lot of information. If you need it, just tell us and we will bring it over. Gu Yun brought Lin Fei around and even participated in a few auctions. These auctions had quite a lot of items and they were all very precious. At the very least, Lin Fei had some ideas after seeing them. To be able to become a peak power, they had a lot of items in their hands. It was the same for these auctions. Any item that was taken out could cause a fight outside. However, it was very quiet here. After a few days, Gu Yun came to look for Lin Fei again. However, this time, it was the Tower Lord of Wind Cloud Tower who wanted to see Lin Fei. Lin Fei had only tagged along. That guy must have been waiting anxiously. The more Lin Fei didn't reveal his intention to join Fengyun Tower, the more anxious the Tower Master would be. He was afraid that one day, Lin Fei would leave Fengyun Tower. At that time, this opportunity would be gone. Lin Fei would more or less know. Perhaps the Union of Assassins and the Abyss had already received some information. They were here to rope him in. That was why the Tower Master of Fengyun Tower was so anxious to meet him. When Lin Fei arrived, he saw that there were two more people in the hall. The two of them had two completely different auras. One was much colder and gloomier, while the other was much weirder. Lin Fei already had an idea in his heart. When Lin Fei came in, the two people also looked over. The Tower Master smiled and said, "This is Dao friend Lin Mu. He's the person you're looking for." Lin Fei knew that this was the case. He didn't expect them to find him so quickly. The gloomy middle-aged man laughed. "I'm the representative of the Abyss Hell, Leng Wufeng. I'm here to invite Dao friend Lin to join our Abyss Hell." After Leng Wufeng said this, the other tall man also spoke. "I'm from the Union of Assassins. Our Union of Assassins also hopes that Dao friend Lin can join us." As soon as the two of them came over, they immediately started talking. Lin Fei finally knew why the Tower Master of Fengyun Tower called him here. It seemed that the Abyss Hell and the Union of Assassins had a great influence. They still had to give face. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the qualifications to stand here. Lin Fei also smiled. He could feel that the Tower Master of Storm Tower was extremely nervous this time. Although the Abyss Hell and the Union of Assassins didn't mention anything, they only sent an invitation. Of course, this invitation was definitely not a simple one. There would definitely be some benefits. If there weren't any benefits, no one would be willing to join these two top forces. At the very least, Lin Fei was a hot commodity now. Just look at the Invincible Alliance. I didn't expect to receive an invitation from two top forces. I'm really flattered. Lin Fei also smiled. The two of them had indeed received the news that a person suspected to be at the level of an invincible war god had appeared in Jiangnan. Hence, they came immediately. At the same time, their intelligence agency had also collected information. This person was obviously an outsider. It was indeed rare to see someone with such strength. Just look at the Invincible Alliance. They managed to recruit this person and made many enemies. The two of them were delighted. The more they offended, the better. This way, they would be able to rope in someone. Although they didn't know which side he would join in the end. I won't join the Abyss Hell for now. There's also the Union of Assassins. I think Fengyun Tower is not bad. Lin Fei looked at the master of Fengyun Tower. The master of Fengyun Tower was indeed waiting for Lin Mu's reply. He wasn't sure if Lin Mu would be able to join Fengyun Tower. After all, Lin Mu was very strong. Not everyone could reach the realm of a half-step invincible war god. This guy had a dangerous aura. It was obvious that his strength was not limited to this. Otherwise, the Xiantian sect wouldn't be so angry. It could be seen from this. Now that he heard this, the master of Fengyun Tower's face was filled with joy and a smile. He didn't know that Lin Mu had agreed so quickly, but no matter what, it was a good thing for Fengyun Tower. I told you before that you might have come here for nothing. I'm really sorry. Our Fengyun Tower has successfully invited this cultivator. Ling Wufeng and the other tall man's expressions changed. They were indeed quite surprised. They came after receiving the news because this person didn't join Fengyun Tower immediately. They thought there was still a chance. They didn't expect that when they arrived, Lin Mu would actually propose to join Fengyun Tower. He didn't give them any chance at all. The two of them were a little regretful. After congratulating him, they left, not forgetting to leave behind a sentence. The two top forces would always open their doors. As long as Lin Fei was willing to join, he could do so at any time. This gave the master of Fengyun Tower a little pressure. It wasn't easy to recruit talents. Cultivator Lin, do you really plan to join Fengyun Tower? The master of Fengyun Tower felt that he had to ask again, even if it was a little rude. Of course, I think Fengyun Tower is not bad. Chapter 49-25. Just like that, Lin Fei joined Fengyun Tower. To him, it didn't matter which top faction he joined. He just felt that this Fengyun Tower was quite interesting. As for the Invincible Alliance, the so-called Abyss Hell, or the Assassin Alliance, they were all average. He didn't have a good impression of them. Fengyun Tower was different, it felt like a free and unfettered place. As an invincible war god, he joined Fengyun Tower. The Tower Master had wanted to hold a meeting to let everyone get to know Lin Fei, but Lin Fei smiled and refused. In the end, it was changed to a welcoming banquet. This also let Lin Fei know that there were many experts in Fengyun Tower. Disregarding everything else, Fengyun Tower's Tower Master was the strongest. He was a peak invincible war god. Such a realm was not low at all. There were 4 levels in the invincible war god realms: early stage, middle stage, late stage, and peak stage. There were very few who could reach the peak stage. At this stage, they could break through to the next stage. But breaking through to the next stage was too difficult. Currently, no one could do it. Many invincible war gods were surprised that Lin Fei had joined Fengyun Tower at such a young age. Fengyun Tower had about 15 invincible war gods. 8 of them were true invincible war gods, and the remaining 7 were half-step invincible war gods. This was rather capable. Without a powerful invincible war god, they didn't have the right to be called a top faction. After the welcoming banquet, Lin Fei stayed in Fengyun Tower. Tower Master Fengyun brought a lot of information, all of which was about the top forces. When Lin Fei was free, he would drink tea and read up on the information. He had a better understanding of the top factions. Of the 4 top factions, the most ambitious was probably the Invincible Alliance. They had pulled in countless experts. Of course, their methods were very displeasing. As for the Abyss Hell, it was very mysterious. From time to time, it would have conflicts with the Invincible Alliance. As for the Assassin Alliance, it was a very different existence. They had no interest in the gods' great world, but they were very good at assassination. As long as they had money, they would do anything. Hence, the Assassin Alliance was not to be trifled with. Fortunately, the Assassin League's fame was not limited to the top circles. Many of the war gods didn't even know about this. It was destroyed, but no one knew who did it. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei had stayed in Fengyun Tower for a month. During this month, he really had nothing to do other than drinking tea and reading information. Fellow cultivator Lin, it seems that you've been living a leisurely life these days. I have something good to discuss with you. I wonder if you're interested. Guyun came over. Ever since Lin Fei joined Fengyun Tower, this fellow would come over from time to time. After some time, they had become good friends. From time to time, they would talk about some things. I'm not like you who immerses yourself in cultivation all day. Sometimes, it's important to strike a balance between work and rest. How nice would it be to watch me drink tea and read some information? Lin Fei said with a smile. He brewed another pot of tea. Guyun bluntly sat down. Of course, he was envious of Lin Mu. No one was like him. After coming to Wind Cloud Tower, he just quietly drank tea and looked at the information. There was no movement at all. His mentality was completely different from the rest. Guyun smiled bitterly and said, if I was like fellow Lin, then I wouldn't have anything to worry about. This time, there's a god tomb. I wonder if you're interested in exploring it together. You should know that people like us only have the motivation to explore a few places when we've reached this realm. After drinking a cup of tea, Guyun became a chatterbox. Lin Fei smiled and said, this god tomb that you're talking about should belong to a lower god, right? If that's the case, then I'm quite interested. I also want to see what they left behind. Lin Fei had read through a lot of information. Of course, he had also read about Central Province. Central Province was a very special place, so Lin Fei was not in a hurry to enter. Now that his infinite god body had reached the 70th level, he naturally hoped to reach the next level. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. He hoped to obtain more power of faith. If there was no power of faith, then the power of the demons would not matter much. However, these demons had not come to the Jiangnan region yet. Let alone wander around the great world of the gods. After all, the great world of the gods was still very powerful. These demons were far from being able to influence it. According to Lin Fei's guess, it would take at least a few hundred years to reach a certain level of maturity. He reckoned that within these few hundred years, they would have been destroyed by the experts and returned to their original state. Yes, it's the great tomb of a lower god. There are quite a lot of things inside. The power of faith that fellow Lin is interested in can be found in that place. In the past, the lower gods used the power of faith to become gods. Therefore, I asked if you're interested. This is a place that we found with great difficulty. Guyun spoke again. After all, this Dao friend Lin in front of him was most proficient in close combat. His powerful physical body was the best partner to cooperate with. Therefore, he came over in hopes of cooperating with Lin Fei. Speaking of the power of faith, Lin Fei was naturally interested. He did not care about other things, but he definitely had to obtain the power of faith. He spoke from the bottom of my heart. If it was anything else, I wouldn't be interested. However, if it's this thing, I'm still interested in going with you. I wonder how many people are coming along this time. Me, you, and a friend of mine. 3 invincible gods of war. Such a lineup was not weak. Alright, then I'll go with you to take a look. Whether it was Lin Fei or Gu Yun, both of them were people of action. After the discussion was concluded, they immediately stood up and left. On a mountain peak outside, Lin Fei saw the invincible god of war. He was an old man wearing a straw hat, but the sword intent around his body was like an incomparably sharp divine sword. He could leave his body at any time. This kind of strength was indeed not bad. Old ghost, you're quite early today. I thought we would have to wait for you. This is the newest member of our Fengyun Tower, fellow Lin Mu. He's an expert in close combat. Guyun introduced as soon as he arrived. This is Sword Saint 30. Sword Saint 30 also looked over and his gaze fell on Lin Fei. This old man also feels a strong sword intent from your body. You also use a sword. Chapter 49-26. Lin Fei was not surprised that the other party could sense the existence of sword intent from his body. He did have sword intent in the past, but he didn't use it much now. To him, it was better to use this time to improve his physical body. The stronger the physical body, the greater the strength. He even had a feeling that if his infinite divine body continued to improve, the benefits would be greater and greater. This was just the beginning, and when he reached the 100th layer, there would be a big surprise. He didn't know what the surprise would be, but subconsciously, Lin Fei had already felt it. After all, he already had a karmic relationship. This great karma technique was not a joke. As the saying goes, there is a cause and there is an effect. This was a very normal thing. I did cultivate sword intent in the past, but I don't use it much now. On the other hand, Dao Friend's sword intent is very overbearing. It should be a very sharp sword technique. If anyone becomes your enemy, it should be a nightmare. Sword Saint 30 burst into laughter. What you said makes this old man very interested. When we have time, let's have a good spar. It's not easy to find someone with sword intent. Gu Yun, who was next to him, also breathed a sigh of relief. At least the two of them didn't fight tit for tat. After all, both of them had sword intent, so it was naturally different. The two of you can put this spar aside first. Our goal this time is to go to the Godhead's tomb. After all, such an opportunity is too rare. Gu Wan was really worried that the two of them would fight first. After all, for a sword expert, it was not easy to meet someone who cultivated sword intent, so he really wanted to have a spar. Lin Fei and Sword Saint 30 laughed loudly. I know what the situation is like now. Let's go to the Godhead's tomb first. Lin Fei also laughed. Yes, let's go to the Godhead's tomb first. Don't waste time. If someone enters first, then we will miss this opportunity. The three of them flew forward in an instant. The great world of gods was still very big, but the three of them were at the top, so they passed through it very quickly. A few days later, the three of them arrived at the peak of a cold mountain. This cold mountain was filled with a terrifying chill. The deeper they went, the scarier the chill became. Even the void was frozen. If a person with weak strength came here, their body would be frozen immediately. However, it didn't affect them at all. Gu Yun immediately took out a treasure, surrounding the barrier. It was like a raging fire withstanding the frost. Sword Saint 30 was even simpler. Sword intent surrounded Sword Saint 30, and any chilling intent that approached it would be torn to shreds. The most unfathomable one was Lin Fei. He was directly enduring the frost, which made Sword Saint 3 worship him even more. In the past, I always thought that a good swordsman must have a strong body. Today, I finally see it. Your fleshly body has already reached the level of an invincible war god weapon. Ordinary invincible war god weapons won't be able to hurt you. Lin Fei felt that Sword Saint 33 had a good eye. He could even see that his fleshly body was indeed very powerful. Ordinary weapons wouldn't be able to hurt him, even if it was an invincible war god weapon. This fleshly body is just a so-so. It can't be considered anything. Although Lin Fei said so, Gu Yun and Sword Saint 30 didn't believe him. The three of them continued to fly forward. The void in front of them was getting harder and harder to walk. A streak of sword intent slashed out, cleaving open a path. Finally, they arrived at the peak of a snow mountain. It's here. A white whirlpool appeared at the end of the snow mountain. Boundless chilling intent directly surged up from the bottom. The three of them felt the chilling intent invading them, but none of it could hurt Lin Fei. Not to mention the other two. The passage is below. However, the formation here is very terrifying. I've already tried it a few times, but I can't stand it at all. Because in an instant, it can erupt with a terrifying danger. I think it will be troublesome to break this formation, thou friend Lin. Lin Fei had already sensed it. He could clearly see that there was indeed a terrifying and dangerous aura below the white whirlpool. As long as a human came over, they would suffer a terrifying attack. No problem, this chilling intent is nothing to me. You guys stand aside, I'll tear it apart. In this industry, one could clearly feel the terror within. An ordinary fleshly body wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. It was the same for people at the level of a war god. To be able to leave such a white whirlpool here, it was indeed rare. Gu Yun and Sword Saint 30 had already gone far away. They didn't dare to get too close as they could feel the terror of the chilling intent. Lin Fei directly rushed into the white whirlpool. In an instant, all the frost gathered, and the chilling intent became even more terrifying. At this moment, even Gu Yun and Sword Saint 33 could feel the increase in the chilling intent. At this moment, the chilling intent had reached the power of a half-step invincible war god. Not everyone could withstand it. After a loud rumbling sound, a figure rushed out. A figure dashed out. It was Lin Fei. Lin Fei was already holding a white crystal in his hand. As soon as this crystal was taken out, Gu Yun congratulated him. It's this thing. Daoist Lin is really amazing to be able to take out this 10,000-year chill so quickly. Without this thing, the power of this formation will naturally increase slowly. Lin Fei was indeed holding a white crystal in his hand. Just this white crystal alone was enough to make people feel the terrifying power within it. Gu Yun prostrated himself in admiration. It was the same even if he was a Sword Saint 30. Their fleshly bodies couldn't withstand the attack of the chilling intent. If it dragged on, they would suffer a great loss. It seems that with Daoist Lin here this time, some things will be much more convenient. Sword Saint 33 laughed. He also couldn't withstand the power of this 10,000-year chill. Lin Fei chuckled and put it away. It seems that you guys don't want it. Then this thing belongs to me. It's pretty good to use it to temper my fleshly body when I'm free. Only Lin Fei could say something like this. As for the others, they really couldn't take it, let alone accept it. They couldn't withstand it at all. Then let's not delay any further. Let's go in now. We can solve the danger in this formation. They rushed in one after the other. Below them was a huge underground space. Pillars of ice stood tall, and wherever they passed, the chilling intent would still wreak havoc mercilessly. However, it was much weaker than before. People from Fengyun Tower, you're late. We've already booked this place. Chapter 49-27. Gu Yun was the first to react when he heard that voice. He snorted coldly at them. Invincible Alliance, you actually came here first. How shameless. This place was discovered by Fongyun Tower first. Since when was it your turn? Lin Fei's and Sword Saint 33's expressions changed slightly. The former naturally knew about the Invincible Alliance. As for the latter, he didn't know. But it was different if the people from the Invincible Alliance were here. At this moment, a small group of people appeared in front of them. There were 6 of them, and they could see them clearly. Faintly discernible lights flickered around them. If they guessed correctly, someone must have set up a formation here. This formation didn't look simple. It was no wonder that Gu Yun's expression was so ugly. That guy down there isn't easy to deal with. Don't be fooled by his smile. Everyone likes to say that he hides a dagger behind his smile. You have to be careful if you meet him. You have to go all out. At this moment, Sword Saint 33's voice rang out. Lin Fei also saw the person he was talking about. It was a pale, beardless guy who looked very cold. The smile on his face looked very approachable at first glance. But at second glance, one could feel the deep mockery in the smile. It was obvious that he wasn't a good person. Got it. If we really fight, I'm not that easy to bully. Although the Invincible Alliance is quite influential, who's afraid of who? Lin Fei said calmly. The few of them also saw him. First, Gu Yun, and then Sword Saint 33. Of course, they also saw Lin Fan. Their Invincible Alliance had suffered quite a bit at his hands. Even now, they were still gritting their teeth. They had no choice. Who asked this guy to join Fongyun Tower? If it was anywhere else, things would be fine. But since he joined Fongyun Tower, things were different. If they wanted to find trouble with him, they had to think twice. At the very least, Fongyun Tower was on the same level as them. To meet Lin Fei here was indeed quite surprising. Of course, their gazes turned much colder. If they were in Fongyun Tower, they might not be able to do anything. But here, they had a way to deal with Lin Fei. It wasn't easy to kill him, but he could definitely heavily injure him. It was just that simple. At their level, it wasn't easy to determine a victor in a fight. However, it was still a piece of cake for him to injure the other party. Our Wind Cloud Tower was the first to discover this place. I advise you to hurry up and leave. Otherwise, you won't have it easy when we attack later. Gu Yun was indeed very angry. He directly said coldly. They had finally found a tomb of the god of sin, but they encountered such a thing, and someone else got there first. It was definitely a very unpleasant thing. Even if they had a lot of people, this time they had a sword saint and a close combat expert, Lin Mu. That was a completely different story. He would definitely be able to contend with them. Gu Yun still had a lot of confidence. Sword Saint 33 said coldly. Xiao Zifei, there has to be a first come, first served rule in this place. You also know my temper. If you don't want this old man to get angry, hurry up and leave. They came here to enter the tomb of the god of sin. If others were to be a step ahead of them, they would naturally be unhappy. Xiao Zifei, who was inside the array, laughed loudly. He seemed very proud of himself. If you want us to come out, that's fine. You have to break this array first. Let me tell you, this is the simplified version of the invincible array that I brought out from the Invincible Alliance. When these words came out, Gu Yun's expression changed the fastest. Even Sword Saint 30 had undergone some changes. How is it? Are you surprised? This is the latest research result of our Invincible Alliance. You guys attack slowly, we will go in first. The things inside can't be given to you so easily. This time, it has to be our Everlasting Alliance's turn. Sword Saint 33 moved. The sword light directly slashed down. Following that, a layer of ripples appeared. Instantly, it felt like a knife had landed on cotton. He couldn't exert any strength at all. Instead, the energy at the side leaked out and directly fell into the depths of the void. This is bad. Xiao Zifei actually got a simplified version of the invincible array. Even if it's a simplified version, its defense is still amazing. My sword intent actually can't break this array for a while. It seems like it will take some time. Gu Yun also flew out with his sword. This sword also landed on the array, but it didn't explode with too much power. One could imagine how powerful this array was. Xiao Zifei laughed loudly. He was proud of himself. Aren't you guys very powerful? Then let's do it. If you guys can catch up to us, the treasures in this tomb of the God of Sin will naturally belong to you. Otherwise, you can only wait outside. Don't worry, we will more or less leave you some things. After all, we are one of the 4 top forces. Don't you think so? I can still do that. In the blink of an eye. The few of them entered, leaving only the array behind. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. Isn't it just an array? Let me break these things. I'm the best at it. The next second, Lin Fei's fist landed on the array. Countless ripples appeared. The resistance of this fist was quite strong. No wonder they were so confident. Lin Fei's lips slightly curled up. With a hong sound. Under the surge of energy, the array directly expanded. The ripples on the array became even faster. Voila, it couldn't keep up. With a hong sound. The array was broken. Even the ground was filled with craters. Look, an array can be broken so easily. There's no helping it, who told me to be so strong? Gu Yun and Sword Saint 33 both laughed. This trip with Lin Fei had really broadened their horizons. The defensive strength of this array is shocking. I never thought that it would be broken in front of fellow Lin. If the people inside knew about this, they would definitely be dumbfounded. Gu Yun smiled. This is bad. The array we laid outside has been broken. Damn it, when did Gu Yun become so strong? Sword Saint 33 shouldn't have this kind of strength. Could it be that bastard Lin Mu ruined our plans again? Their expressions all changed. This simplified invincible array was naturally a good item of their invincible alliance. Every time they laid it outside, it would cause those experts to grit their teeth and not be able to break it in a short period of time. No matter how fast it would still take half an incense's time. And this bit of time, they could do many things. But now, it was broken just like that. Chapter 49-28. Once the array outside was broken, it wasn't a good thing for Xiao Zifei who was inside. He never thought that they would be able to break the array so quickly. Could it be that he had brought a fake out? Logically speaking, it was impossible, so the only possibility was that guy called Lin Mu. That guy seemed to be quite capable, otherwise, it would be impossible for him to break the array in such a short time. Don't stop, let's charge in, we can't let them take advantage of us, this is a god's tomb. Xiao Zifei moved very quickly. He flew towards the innermost area. He couldn't care so much about the situation behind him. Lin Fei was at the front, while Sword Saint 33 and Gu Yun were at the back. The two of them were extremely envious of Lin Fei's physical body. Such a powerful physical body was really enviable. Along the way, they encountered the methods that Xiao Zifei had set up, but these methods were useless against Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't need to hide the strength of his physical body, he made it all the way, causing the two of them to be extremely envious. If such a method was used on them, it would definitely cause them to be in a sorry state. But now it was different, with Daoist Lin opening the way, it was naturally much easier. Not long later. They saw Xiao Zifei and his group. They were breaking the array here, and when they saw Gu Yun and his group, their expressions instantly changed. Xiao Zifei said directly, "I didn't expect you guys to arrive so quickly. If I'm not wrong, it should be your contribution, right? Even my methods were blocked by you. You really have a good physical body." At this moment, Xiao Zifei's gaze landed on the other party, which was Lin Fei. Only this guy could withstand those methods. If they knew earlier, they wouldn't have used more powerful methods. Unfortunately, it was too late now. "Xiao Zifei, you miscalculated this time. This place was first discovered by our Fengyun Tower, and you set up a large array to block us. It seems like we can make a move now." Gu Yun attacked immediately, while Sword Saint 33 released a sword array. One by one, the flying swords slashed over, covering the sky and covering the earth, incomparably ferocious. Xiao Zifei and the others also retaliated, especially when Xiao Zifei released a large bell that directly floated above their heads, forming a defense. All that was left was the tinkling sound. Following that, the bell let out a whooshing sound and an invisible sound wave swept over. Both Gu Yun and Sword Saint 33 could feel the pressure. "Since all of you have rushed in, let's have a good fight and see who is stronger." Xiao Zifei's treasure was also quite powerful. It was an invincible treasure that he had spent his entire fortune to obtain. Now, it had finally come in handy. Ding dong, it rang. It formed a suppression. At the very least, Gu Yun's and Sword Saint 33's might would be greatly weakened. They had to defend against the soundwave attacks of the clock. On the other hand, Lin Fei didn't seem to be affected at all. With a whoosh, he appeared in front of the bell and punched it. There was a loud bang. A surge of power erupted from Lin Fei's hand. The large bell also started to move. Dong, 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 dong. The sounds were endless. Even Xiao Zifei couldn't control it for a moment. Suddenly, Xiao Zifei vomited blood with a wah sound. His physical body had actually suffered heavy injuries. He didn't even feel what kind of attack it was before he was inexplicably injured. He knew that this guy was very strange, but he never expected him to be strange to this extent. Even the other experts also felt the danger of this level. Bang, 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 bang. Everywhere it passed, they also vomited blood. Because at this moment, Lin Fei used a karmic move. Such a killer move could cause them to suffer heavy injuries in an instant. Lin Fei didn't hesitate at all and pressed down with another palm. With this pressure, a loud rumbling sound could be heard as the power crushed their bodies. At this time, Lin Fei didn't show any mercy at all. His power crushed them, causing them to vomit blood and fly out. This wasn't considered too strong. After all, Lin Fei didn't want to show off too much. Otherwise, everyone would treat him as a public enemy. Lin Fei still had this bit of common sense. As soon as these experts were injured, even the big bell was sent flying. Xiao Zifei had a hard time retrieving it. He directly pulled out a scroll, wrapped it around them, and flew out with a whoosh. All that was left was a crack in the void. These guys don't have much guts, slipping away so quickly. On the other hand, this spatial treasure is pretty good. Lin Fei didn't chase them at all. In fact, he could chase them even if he wanted to, but it would be best if he could chase them away. Gu Yun and Sword Saint 33 felt too relaxed. They were easily chased away just like that. They didn't even use much strength. Daoist Lin is still the best. You chased them away so quickly. It's a pity that you didn't make them stay. Otherwise, the Invincible Alliance would definitely be furious. No matter what, they were victorious this time. They were even more glad that they had invited Lin Fei over this time. Just look at the people from the Invincible Alliance. Now we can break the array. At the mention of breaking the array, their expressions changed instantly. Breaking the array was the key now. Only by doing this could they quickly enter the god's tomb. This time, the three of them worked together to break the array. This array was powerful, but it wasn't as difficult as they imagined. Of course, the main force was still Lin Fei. Not long after, the array was broken. They entered a palace. This palace looked extremely sinister, and there was an oppressive aura. Lin Fei could naturally sense that this was the aura of a lower deity. It was indeed the god's tomb left behind by a god-level expert. Now that we're here, everyone has to be careful. The god's tomb is much more dangerous than we imagined. Gu Yun had a better understanding of the god's tomb. These words were directed at Lin Fei, for fear that Lin Fei would fall into a trap if he wasn't careful. Indeed, we have to be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind came from the front. This wind came without any warning. The three of them instantly put up their defenses. Even so, they still suffered from the impact. Sword Saint 33 and Gu Yun vomited blood. Even Lin Fei himself was bleeding. Is this the power of a lower deity? This kind of power indeed surprised Lin Fei. Chapter 49-29. This gust of wind allowed Lin Fei to experience the might of a low god. It was indeed a crushing power. Of course, it was dangerous for Lin Fei. However, his physical body was also able to experience how powerful he was. Only a small amount of blood was left behind. However, when they looked at Gu Yun and Sword Saint 33's words, their faces turned pale and filled with fear. They did not expect that they would be injured in just one move. Previously, when they fought with them, they were not in such a sorry state. Now, they were in a sorry state. I underestimated the power of this god's tomb. I didn't expect that there would be a lower god's technique here. I'm afraid there will be a lot of techniques along the way. Gu Yun had a deep fear in his heart. That attack just now made him feel like he was about to die. Not to mention Sword Saint 33. Both of them were planning to find something in this god's tomb, but it seemed to be very difficult. One technique was already like this, not to mention the later techniques. Daoist Lin, I'm afraid that only you can go in. The two of us can't, we are far from it. Gu Yun said. Sword Saint 33 also said, yes, the danger here is much greater than I imagined. Both of us are injured, so I'm afraid that only you can enter the god's tomb. We can only help you guard it from the outside. Lin Fei knew that these two people were afraid. They were already at a disadvantage before even reaching the inside. It was unlikely that they would be able to go inside. Alright, I'll go in and take a look. Lin Fei continued to move forward, but his speed was not very fast. Not long after, another gust of cold wind blew over. The power was comparable to before, causing Gu Yun and Sword Saint 33 to be shocked. It seemed that this god's tomb was really difficult to pass. If there were 7 or 8 of such techniques, they would not be able to pass at all. The difference was too big. This god's tomb was much more powerful than they had imagined. 1 technique, 2 techniques, 3 techniques, 4 techniques. Lin Fei broke through 9 attacks in a row and arrived at a small palace. This small palace was very small, but it also made Lin Fei realize that the pressure and attacks he felt along the way were really quite powerful. Even his body had many cracks. Of course, it was not serious. It was still within Lin Fei's expectations. Of course, such a method was a huge blow to Gu Yun and Sword Saint 33. They were unable to endure it at all. It seems that I will have to be very careful if I want to venture into the divine tombs in the future. I don't know when I will encounter a divine tomb like this one. This low god is no ordinary low god. He might even be a pinnacle existence. Lin Fei pushed open the door of the palace. This time, he didn't use any special techniques. Following that, an illusory figure appeared. This was a black-robed figure. The moment he appeared, he exuded a godly might. The pressure was like a mountain, crushing down on them layer by layer. Congratulations, lucky one. You have successfully passed the test I left behind. You are now qualified to obtain the treasure I left behind. His voice was emotionless, and his eyes were cold as if he wanted to see through Lin Fei. Then, what can I get? Rays of light flew out. Inside each ray of light was a ring. It turned out that all the items were stored inside the ring. You can choose any one of the rings inside. Whatever you choose, you will get. There was actually such a choice. Lin Fei didn't think too much about it and started to sense the rings. Currently, what he wanted the most was the power of faith. Now that his physical body had become exceptionally powerful, he could really sense the existence of the power of faith. There was a total of 6 rings here. The first ring didn't have any, and the second ring didn't have any response. Lin Fei's heart sank. Could it be that there isn't any power of faith? Logically speaking, it's not possible. I'm just missing the last one. After sensing it, Lin Fei smiled. He finally sensed the existence of the power of faith. It was inside the last ring. I want this ring. The ring immediately flew over and landed on Lin Fei's hand. Lin Fei inspected it and didn't find any danger. Therefore, he went to check it himself. There was indeed a large amount of power of faith inside. The entire ring was filled with the power of faith. There was nothing else. This ring should be the most inconspicuous one among them. It was also the one with the lowest value. After all, not many people could use the power of faith. However, it was different for Lin Fei. You've already chosen a ring. I wonder if you're interested in continuing to challenge the test that I left behind. If you can pass it again, you'll be able to obtain even more powerful things. My things can't be obtained without strength. Lin Fei suddenly realized that what he got was just a consolation prize. Even if it was a consolation prize, it was still very useful to Lin Fei. It was more valuable than anything else. It turned out that there were other good things. To be honest, Lin Fei wasn't too interested in other things. However, if there was still the power of faith, he decided to ask first. I wonder if there are any treasures like the one I just saw. If there are, then I'm quite interested. If there aren't, then forget it. Lin Fei was very direct. If there were, then he would participate. If there weren't, then he would leave. Anyway, he was satisfied with his gains. Little guy, you're quite interesting. As long as you can pass the test, there are even better things like the one you just saw. No problem. Swoosh. The surrounding scenery changed. Lin Fei was instantly in a dark place. Then, he felt a dangerous aura. A figure pounced on him. This figure instantly slashed at him with a blade light. It was like a long river directly crushing over. It immediately exploded with the power of an invincible god of war. It was even at the peak of power. It really could catch people off guard. This torrent instantly crushed Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei was as still as a mountain. Next, he sent out a blast of power with a backhand. Following that, a cold light shrouded over and instantly froze the entire void. At this moment, Lin Fei finally saw what this black shadow was. It was actually an existence similar to a demon beast. After this thing moved a little, it shook off the ice. It pounced on him again. It turned out that the attack just now was caused by its claws. With a wave of its claws, it instantly blasted out a stream of light. This stream of light would get bigger and bigger, and its power would get stronger and stronger. It attacked with both hands, creating 2 torrents. After the two torrents converged, they instantly turned into the power of water and fire. Its power greatly increased. Chapter 49:30. Qiao Zifei wasn't killed. He escaped immediately. But he didn't go too far away from this place. He wasn't willing. So he informed the experts of the sect immediately. He decided to catch them off guard. Aren't you strong? Then I'll find more people. Let's see who's stronger. Their invincible alliance still had some strong invincible war gods. If one didn't work, then two. If two didn't work, then three. Anyway, no matter what, he had to take care of this guy today. A figure appeared in the sky, causing ripples to appear in the void. When this person appeared, Qiao Zifei became extremely excited. He cupped his hands towards him. Brother Bai, you're here. It's great that you're here. You'll definitely take care of that Lin Mu. This guy is too much. We discovered the god's tomb first, but he beat us to it. He even chased us out. I really can't take this lying down. Bai Heiyuan. A special name. He was also a peak invincible war god expert in the alliance. Qiao Zifei was really happy that such an expert had come. This wasn't an ordinary peak invincible war god expert. He had fought against two of them alone and didn't lose out. He could even fight to a draw with them. So in their circle, peak invincible war gods were divided into stars. For example, this brother Bai. He was a 2-star invincible war god expert. The more peak invincible war gods one fought against, the higher 1 star would be. Legend had it that the strongest was a peak invincible war god who reached 9 stars. He could fight against more than 9. There were more than imagined. At least a dozen wouldn't be a problem. Remember, they were peak invincible war god experts. As for normal invincible war gods, they would all be destroyed. They were just that strong. Such a big thing happened, I definitely had to come. Bai Heiyuan smiled faintly. Fengyun Tower's attitude has changed recently, so I'll teach them a small lesson. Qiao Zifei was happy that such an expert at the peak of the 2-star invincible war god level had arrived. The hardest to deal with here was Lin Mu. Tell me about your fight with that guy so that I can understand him better. What kind of background does he have? Qiao Zifei told him everything in full detail, not daring to hide anything at all. He even explained some of the opponent's little tricks and speculations clearly. Bai Heiyuan frowned slightly. He finally understood what was going on. Looks like this Lin Mu is quite capable. He's actually a close combat expert. It's rare to see such an expert. The more he is like this, the more our invincible alliance needs to deal with him. We can't let him continue cultivating. Otherwise, if his physical body becomes a god, that would be the most terrifying thing. That shouldn't be possible. I heard that becoming a low god with one's body is equivalent to becoming a god through strength. It's extremely terrifying. Once one becomes a low god, he would be in existence at the pinnacle of low gods. Qiao Zifei admitted that this fellow Lin Mu was strong, but he did not believe that the other side's body could become a god. What an ancient way. It was just like the power of faith to become a god in the past. Because at that time, most people used the power of faith to become a god. To cultivate a large number of believers and harvest the power of faith, there were all kinds of wars. The goal was to harvest the power of faith. As for becoming a god with one's body, it was really too rare. Bai Heiyuan said calmly, we have to guard against this kind of thing because the other side has already reached this level of potential. No wonder Fengyun Tower would be one step ahead. If we had known earlier, we would have destroyed them back then. So now is a chance. Regarding this kind of thing, Bai Heiyuan would rather kill 10,000 innocents than let one go. Once he became a god with his body, he would definitely be a terrifying existence. At the very least, it wouldn't be easy for the Invincible Alliance to deal with Lin Mu. So now was a chance. Xiao Zifei naturally did not dare to say anything. Bai He Yuan was a very domineering existence in the Invincible Alliance. He had always been very serious when doing things. Once he was interested in something, he would definitely do it to the end. If we kill this fellow, I believe Fengyun Tower will be in pain for a long time. Don't they hope that once this fellow's body becomes a god, he will become a powerful force for Fengyun Tower? Of course, we won't let that happen. Xiao Zifei also said from the side. Sword Saint 33 and Gu Yun had been guarding outside. They even set up a formation. They were also worried that the people from the Invincible Alliance would come over. After all, they would not give up on a god's tomb easily. Although this god's tomb was very dangerous, it was extremely valuable. So they set up a formation. In their hearts, they believed that Lin Fei would definitely succeed. Not long after, when they sensed that someone was running towards them, they stood up one after another. The two of them ate some medicinal pills and recovered quite a bit. Even if Xiao Zifei came over, they had nothing to worry about. In fact, Xiao Zifei was the first to come over. They saw Sword Saint 33 and Gu Yun at a glance. They could not help but be a little surprised. Then, they laughed out loud. Why didn't the two of you go in? Why don't you let me guess what's going on? It must be that the methods inside are too powerful and stopped you guys, right? Sword Saint 33 and Gu Yun were actually not very surprised to see Xiao Zifei. However, when they saw the figure behind him, their expressions changed slightly. Naturally, they recognized him. The person behind him was Bai He Yuan, an extremely powerful expert. Furthermore, he was a peak 2-star invincible war god. He was much stronger than them. They did not expect the Invincible Alliance to suddenly send such a powerful expert. No wonder Xiao Zifei came back. Then what is the meaning of this? Could it be that you want to fight? Sword Saint 33 coldly snorted. He was also secretly complaining in his heart. If he knew that it would be like this, he would have gone in with Lin Mu. Now, such a powerful existence had come. Even Gu Yun was the same. Don't think that they were all people from the top powers. There was still a certain difference in strength. Just the two of you are lying here. It just so happens that your Lin Mu made our Invincible Alliance suffer a loss. Then, I will let you suffer a little too. Bai He Yuan smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, the entire sky turned dark. One could not even see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. Gu Yun and Sword Saint 33 instantly used their methods. However, it was impossible to defend against these methods in the dark of the night. With a wah sound, the two of them were directly sent flying. They could not even withstand a single move. This was the difference. Too weak. Chapter 49-31. Lin Fei didn't know what was happening outside. He was fighting with the demonic beast puppet. The demonic beast puppet was indeed very powerful. The power of its claws was really terrifying. The two forces could actually fuse together and burst out with a brand new power. It also greatly broadened Lin Fei's horizons. It seemed that this lower celestial expert was really not simple. He could even leave behind such a method. No wonder he said that he was going to be tested. Even though it left a big crack on Lin Fei's body, it was really nothing to Lin Fei. Of course, he had more confidence in his physical body. I've been fighting with you for so long. There's no need to continue. I think I'd better cripple you. Otherwise, it's purely a waste of time. The demonic beast puppet guy came up again. It attacked from both sides. Just as he was about to make his move, Lin Fei slapped him with his palm. The power of this palm surged out and penetrated the demonic beast puppet with a loud bang. Its whole body was full of cracks. With a wah sound, the powerful demonic beast puppet broke into pieces just like that. I can be considered to have passed the first test. I don't know if there is a second test. Hurry up and don't waste time. Or is there a reward for each level? If that's the case, I won't have a problem even if there are 100 levels. Actually, I'm quite a nice person. Lin Fei laughed. To be honest, he quite hoped that it would be like this. That phantom appeared once again. I didn't expect you to actually pass the first level. Not bad, not bad. However, you still have to pass 2 more levels to get the reward of the test. As soon as the voice fell, another 2 demonic beast puppets pounced on him. This time, the strength of these 2 was stronger than before. Their speed was also faster. In an instant, cracks were left on Lin Fei's body. Even if Lin Fei was fast, their speed was just as fast, and their strength was just as strong. This made Lin Fei realize that these 2 demon beast puppets were not simple. The difficulty of the second stage had instantly increased by 100 times. If it was easy before, then it was not so easy now. If he was slightly careless, he would be killed by these 2 demonic beast puppets. If it had been someone else, they would have been completely annihilated by that attack. This is a test. This kind of test is interesting. I like it very much. Lin Fei had already experienced it before. Therefore, at this time, he did not think too much and directly attacked. The moment they made their move, it was a spectacular battle. Compared to before, this time, Lin Fei had to go all out. The 2 demonic beast puppets, who had gone all out, each lasted 7 moves before being smashed into pieces by Lin Fei. It took a total of 14 moves to defeat the 2 compressed puppets. After the second stage, Lin Fei was also looking forward to the third stage. He originally thought that there would be 3 demonic beast puppets in the third stage. However, he never expected that the third stage would not be demonic beast puppets. Unexpectedly, a virtual shadow appeared in front of him. This virtual shadow directly appeared in front of Lin Fei. A faint voice floated over. You are indeed much more powerful than I imagined. It seems that you are qualified to pass the third stage. In the third stage, you either have to kill me or I have to kill you. It's that simple. Seriously. Lin Fei was a little surprised. He did not expect that the last stage would be blocked by this virtual shadow. In other words, either the virtual shadow killed him or the virtual shadow killed him. Interesting, really interesting. Then bring it on. Anyway, you have existed for a long time. It's time for you to disappear. There is no meaning in staying. The virtual shadow also said. There's one move. If you can withstand it, then you win. If you can't, then I win. Lin Fei did not dare to be careless. After all, this was left behind by a demigod. Most likely, it would be an attack from a demigod. The power of a demigod. The power of a demigod. If he were to be careless, he would be turned into ashes. The virtual shadow raised his hand. A huge sun came crashing down. This sun was getting closer and closer to Lin Fei. The sky was filled with resplendent rays of light that came crashing down. The entire void was instantly pierced through by these rays of light. Even Lin Fei was left with bloody holes. These rays of light actually pierced through his physical defenses, leaving bloody holes on his body. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei had been turned into a hornet's nest. Even so, Lin Fei did not fall. He stood there steadily. Looking at the wounds all over his body, he really underestimated the power of this move. This move had definitely reached the level of a demigod. Moreover, it was a very powerful one. The straight path virtual eye also slowly dissipated. You really are on the path of becoming a god with your physical body. I wish you good luck. This was the last voice that Lin Fei heard. Then, the virtual shadow completely collapsed and disappeared. Then, a ring fell to the ground. Lin Fei hadn't expected the shadow to carry the ring around with him. What's more, the shadow had used some tricks to obtain it. Ordinary people would not be able to detect it at all unless they could withstand this move. With a thought, Lin Fei's physical body instantly recovered. Although it consumed a lot of energy, he had also seen the means of a real demigod. Perhaps even some demigods did not have such means. The move just now was indeed quite terrifying, but the harvest was also quite big. He finally got this ring. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to open it. He still recovered for a while. Then, he carefully opened the ring. As expected, this ring was not too dangerous. However, there was something inside that instantly made Lin Fei's eyes light up. Then, there was a black crystal in his hand. This black crystal was not big, it was only the size of a fist. It was covered with large patterns and looked very sacred. Lin Fei already knew what it was. This was the legendary godhead. I didn't expect that I could actually get a godhead. Lin Fei was really surprised. A godhead was a godhead cultivated by a demigod. Having a godhead meant having divine power. That was why there was a huge gap between the demigods and the invincible gods of war. No matter how much an invincible god of war cultivated, in front of a demigod, he would be killed like an ant. This was the effect of having a strong divine power. Apart from that, this godhead contained a large amount of faith energy. A godhead was completely condensed from the power of faith. Rich? Chapter 49-32. Lin Fei had never thought that he would be able to obtain a godhood here. That's right, this was a godhood, and it was a godhood formed from the power of faith. Within this godhead, Lin Fei could feel the dense power of faith. This power of faith seemed to have undergone a sublimation. Compared to the power of faith from before, it was completely different. This was definitely something that would make Lin Fei happy. If there were no surprises, this god-rank expert should have walked the path of the power of faith to become a god. With these godhoods, once he refined them, he would definitely be able to improve his infinite godly physique by a large margin. Right now, he was only at the 70th level. However, once he refined this godhood, Lin Fei could even guess that his god body would improve by at least 10 levels. And this was on the lower end. If it was more, then 20 levels wouldn't be too difficult. This was a huge surprise. As for the other things, they were also quite good, but they were still far from being comparable to this godhood. Lin Fei didn't think too much about it, and let the system absorb and refine them. Instantly, a bunch of honor points appeared. These honor points were really huge. Lin Fei had really underestimated the use of these godhoods. At the same time, he understood that if he wanted to continue improving his god body, he would have to start with these godhoods. This could be considered as opening a path for Lin Fei. If it wasn't for this lower god leaving behind a godhood, it would have been really difficult for him to obtain it. If the people outside knew what Lin Fei was thinking, they probably wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. Do you really think that a godhood is so easy to obtain? Once a godhood is refined, it can allow an expert to improve. At the very least, it can allow an expert to reach the level of a half-step divine realm expert. This is a lot stronger than a peak invincible war god. His body could already cultivate traces of god power. This was the greatest use of godhoods. However, where did Lin Fei get this idea from? He immediately started to improve. 71st level. 72nd level. 73rd level. 74th level. 80th level. 81st level. 82nd level. 85th level. 90th level. In one go, he had increased his strength by 20 levels. Even though Lin Fei had already expected it, he was still shocked in his heart. It was really beyond his imagination. His face was replaced with joy. Oh my God, I actually raised my divine body to the 90th level in one go. I'm still 10 levels away from the 100th level. This divine deity is too powerful, I've really found a golden path. Lin Fei thought that he would be able to raise it to the 80th or 8112th layer. In the end, he didn't expect it to reach the 90th layer in one go. What surprised Lin Fei the most was that his physical body seemed to have undergone many changes. Traces of a special power seemed to be born in his body. However, this power did not seem to be completely condensed. Lin Fei seemed to understand what this was. This should be the legendary divine power. This was the difference between a lower god and an invincible war god. He could kill an invincible war god with a single wave of divine power. He was a truly formidable force. Lin Fei could also feel that his physical body had already stepped into a whole new realm. Could this be the physical body of a god? In other words, it was the physical body of a lower god. Because in his physical body, there was not only a faintly discernible divine power, but there was also an illusory runes that covered his entire body. This was also something that his previous physical body did not have. Or are these the infinite god runes? In front of these runes, Lin Fei could feel the vastness and mystery of these runes. They were far from what ordinary runes could compare to. Although they were not very condensed and were in an illusory state, it seemed like they would collapse with a light touch. In reality, Lin Fei could feel that these runes should be very powerful. Apart from this, Lin Fei could feel that they were very powerful. Even with his bare hands, he was filled with terrifying power. For example, right now, if another invincible war god came over, he would be able to send him flying with one punch. One punch could make his physical body collapse. It was that simple. Although he only raised it by 20 levels, the increase in power was really extraordinary. Domineering. It seems like someone has come in. Feeling the changes in his physical body, Lin Fei suddenly frowned slightly. He could feel a figure coming over, and it was quite strong. It was an expert at the peak invincible war god level. The illusory figure is gone, so the formation here should not exist anymore. If I'm not wrong, it should be someone from the Invincible Alliance. Apart from them, Lin Fei really did not think that anyone else could come here. With their thoughts, they would definitely not be able to suppress it. They would definitely come looking for him. In the blink of an eye, two figures came in a sorry state. It was Sword Saint 33 and Gu Yun. Both of them were severely injured. Along the way, the two of them did not encounter any particularly powerful spirit formations. Thus, when they saw Lin Fei, they immediately shouted, "Fellow cultivator Lin, hurry up and leave. The Invincible Alliance has shamelessly sent a powerful expert here. Both of us are no match for him." The two of them had already fought with Bai He Yuan just now. They were not a match for him at all. They were injured in a single exchange, and this was because the other party had shown mercy, deliberately sparing their lives in order to humiliate them. A bead instantly flew over, and the entire void seemed to be shaken. A few figures came in just like that. The one walking in front was Bai He Yuan. Behind him was Qiao Zifei. He obviously had a smug look on his face. When he saw Lin Mu, he shouted, "Lin Mu, let's see where you can go now. The experts from our invincible sect are here. Aren't you very arrogant? Even if you kneel on the ground and repent, you won't have the chance to do so." With an expert like Bai He Yuan here, Qiao Zifei really did not think much of Lin Mu. No matter how powerful he was, could he beat Bai He Yuan? Then he was definitely thinking too much. Bai He Yuan also saw this young man. The Invincible Alliance had tried to recruit him before, but in the end, the other party injured their people. He did not expect to meet him this time. If I'm not wrong, you should have taken away the treasures in the god's tomb. Otherwise, along the way here, there would have been formations triggered long ago. You wouldn't have waited until now. Bai He Yuan said as he looked at Lin Fei. Sword Saint 33 and Gu Yun both stood beside Lin Fei. The treasures just now had already shaken the entire void. Even though they had not unleashed their power, they knew that it was impossible to force their way out of this place. The power of the treasures was definitely enough to make it hard for their bodies to move. This was the reason why they were defeated so quickly previously. But the other party did not have this restriction. It could be said that he had a huge advantage. Chapter 49-33. Facing such an opponent, both Sword Saint 33 and Guyon felt immense pressure. They were no match for him. Although Daoist Lin was extremely strong, especially in close combat, Bai He Yuan was not an easy opponent. Bai He Yuan was not an easy opponent. Once they met, they had no chance of winning. It could be said that they could only crush Bai He Yuan. Hence, their hearts sank. If they really fought, the three of them would not be able to defeat Bai He Yuan. It was as simple as that. Furthermore, I suspect that it's very likely that you've obtained a godhood. Am I right? If it was in the past, it would at most be considered ordinary. However, this sentence was indeed shocking. No one knew better than them that if one wanted to advance from the invincible war god realm to the lesser god realm, the easiest step was to refine a godhead. Godheads were too difficult to obtain. Once a god rank expert was killed, their godhead would be destroyed. It was very difficult to preserve it completely. Hence, the importance of a godhead was obvious. As long as one's potential wasn't too bad, one could basically become a lower god after refining it. After becoming a god rank expert, one could no longer advance. The temptation of becoming a god rank expert was even more attractive than the invincible war god realm. This was because god rank experts had a long lifespan. Under normal circumstances, there was a high possibility of breaking through the lower god realm and becoming a middle god. Although it was difficult, there was still hope. If one couldn't even become a lower god, how could one become a middle god? It was as simple as that. And now, exploring the god's tomb was an opportunity. Some god rank experts would leave their divine bodies behind when they died. This was still possible. Hence, many people wanted to explore the god's tomb. If one was lucky, they could obtain a godhead. Bai He Yuan's words were indeed different. It seemed like he was certain that the other party had a godhead. Sword Saint 33 and Gu Yun's heart sank again. Although a godhead was very important, one had to have the opportunity to refine it. Refining a godhead would take at least 100 years. At the very least, it would take 40 to 50 years. Hence, even if one obtained a godhead, there was no chance. Xiao Zifei sneered. Did you hear what Elder Bai said? Hurry up and hand over the divine spark. That way, you'll be able to suffer less. Even the Invincible Alliance was tempted by a godhead. That was because godheads were just too hard to find. Even if you ransack dozens of gods' tombs, you might not be able to find a godhead. There are dozens of gods' tombs for you to find. It was such a simple thing, but it might not be possible to do it at any time. Because there were too few tombs of the god of sin, and they were too difficult to find. Even when you had just found one, you would be killed by the means inside the tombs. This kind of situation could be said to be everywhere. Therefore, the appearance of a god's tomb was indeed very attractive. Once they found it, they would secretly excavate it. Or he could use a formation to seal it, and then slowly break it. If 1 year wasn't enough, then he would use 10 years. Sooner or later, he would be able to break through this god's tomb. If he was lucky enough to obtain a godhood, he would be able to reach the heavens in a single bound. Situations like this were quite common. In the past 1,000 years, there were a few lucky fellows who became lower deities and directly went to the second level. But now, such a powerful god's tomb had actually been broken through, and it was very likely that the things were taken away by this fellow. Xiao Zifei realized that this was a credit. Of course, it was absolutely impossible for him to make a move. But this time, with Bai He Yuan here, he would definitely be able to take care of this fellow. If he didn't hand over the godhood and the things he obtained here, he could forget about leaving this place. Lin Fei also laughed. This Bai He Yuan was probably bluffing him. If it was something else, then it would be fine. However, he still couldn't say anything about the godhood. After all, a godhood could cause a bloodbath. At the very least, the experts on this side of Jiangnan would move upon hearing the news. The top experts on this level, as well as some old monsters, would be tempted. After all, this was an opportunity to break through to lower deity. The appearance of a godhood was really too difficult. Just now, Lin Fei already understood that it was really a miracle that such a godhood had come. No wonder at the last level, the shadow had stayed behind to be the last. Otherwise, he could forget about obtaining such a godhood. This was something that Lin Fei had some experience with. No matter what, it was impossible for Lin Fei to admit it. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Do you think I'm the lucky one? I can obtain a godhood just by coming to a god's tomb. You think too highly of me. Moreover, is this the attitude of your invincible alliance? If you really think that I'm so easy to bully, then go ahead and try. Don't suffer when the time comes. Now that Lin Fei's physical body had reached the 90th level, it was really abnormally terrifying. Although this fellow in front of him had a strong aura, he didn't think that it was anything special. He could test out the strength of his physical body. Bai He Yuan's expression instantly became unhappy. This fellow was locked in place by his treasure, yet he still dared to speak so arrogantly. If it was an ordinary person, I would believe it. However, I have cultivated a mystique. With this mystique, I can be sure of one thing, Bai He Yuan said coldly. Therefore, I think that you have a godhood on you. In that case, you have a godhood. No matter how you try to deny it, it's useless. Swoosh. That pearl-like treasure released a terrifying force and directly suppressed them. Sword Saint 33 and Gu Yun couldn't take it at the first moment. All of their treasures couldn't take it either. They started to bleed. You have the cheek to use such a method. Just as the two of them felt that they couldn't take it anymore. Suddenly, the pressure on them decreased, and the surroundings actually turned into a vacuum. The crushing force clashed with another force, but it didn't give them any pressure at all. They also looked at Lin Fei. They didn't expect him to be so strong, to be able to withstand the pressure of this treasure with just one move. Even if they were injured, they wouldn't be able to take it. Even if they weren't injured, it would be the same. The pressure from above was getting stronger and stronger. One layer after another, it was like a huge mountain. Even Bai He Yuan's expression changed slightly. This fellow was actually so strong. He didn't even use any tricks and was actually able to withstand it. Indeed, you have some ability. I wonder how many times you can withstand it. At this moment, the pressure from the treasure became even more ferocious, reaching its limit in a single breath. Chapter 49-34. Bai He Yuan's technique was indeed very powerful. Once this treasure was activated, its power would come crashing down layer by layer. Layers of ripples also appeared in the void. Sword Saint 33 and Gu Yun could be considered to be the most affected. This was because the power of this treasure was really too strong. It kept seeping over and they started to break out in cold sweat for Daoish Lin. If this went on, they would be directly suppressed by the treasure before they could even make a move. This was where the power of a treasure lay. They could even clearly see that this was an upper-grade invincible weapon, which was also an invincible treasure. Only in this way could it explode with such great power. Wave after wave of power came crashing down like lightning snakes, constantly swimming around and circling around them. But even so, the lightning snakes were unable to get close to Lin Fei. Within a radius of tens of feet, once they got close, they would instantly collapse. Dozens, hundreds, and thousands of lightning snakes, not a single one could successfully rush in. Without exception, they were all blocked outside. If that's all you've got, then you've come here in vain. If you don't have any more tricks up your sleeve, then I'm going to make a move. Once I make a move, you won't have a chance anymore. I'm still a good person. I'll inform you in advance. Otherwise, you won't even know how you lost. Lin Fei was still calm. The power of this treasure was indeed very strong. Even an existence at the peak of the invincible war god might not be able to withstand it easily. This was a treasure that specialized in breaking the physical body. Even if one used strength to withstand it, 70 to 80% of one's strength would be suppressed. How could one use the remaining strength to fight against the opponent? With a whoosh, Bai Heiyuan instantly rushed in. His entire body kept moving, leaving afterimages everywhere. There was no trace of him at all. Sword Saint 33 exclaimed in astonishment. Be careful, this is the 3000 lightning movement, the most powerful speed-type movement skill. Once it is used, you will not be able to catch the real body. Sword Saint 33 was quite knowledgeable and recognized it at a glance. Therefore, he warned Lin Fei. He was afraid that Daoist Lin would suffer a loss. After all, Bai Heiyuan was not so easy to deal with. Whoosh! A figure appeared in an instant. A bolt of lightning struck down. It turned out that at this instant, Bai Heiyuan had released a powerful killer move. It was as if a long dragon was roaring angrily as it coiled up. Its 4 claws reached out and the void collapsed on the spot. This move was extremely terrifying. No wonder Bai Heiyuan was valued by the Invincible Alliance. Even Qiao Zifei had to follow him seriously. This kind of strength was indeed not something an ordinary powerhouse could resist. At this time, Lin Fei smiled faintly and stretched out his hand. This hand was very ordinary, but it was this hand that was like a mountain. In an instant, it grabbed the Thunder Snake's body. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts surged out of the Thunder Serpent and bombarded him. These lightning bolts spread along his arm, but halfway up, they were turned to ashes. Following that, Lin Fei's hand exploded. The lightning snake exploded into pieces with a loud rumbling sound. That's all. I can't even take it out. Lin Fei slapped out with his palm. This slap caused the massive void to collapse instantly. Be it Bai Heiyuan or Qiao Zifei, both of them felt a force slamming into their bodies. Swoosh! A large piece of the void turned into a black hole. All of them were turned to ashes as well. I told you to use your full strength. Unfortunately, you didn't listen. Who can you blame? Lin Fei had only used a weak technique. However, such a weak technique easily turned Bai Heiyuan, who was at the peak of the 2-star invincible war god realm, into ashes. He didn't even have the chance to cry out in surprise before he was gone. Sword Saint 33 and Gu Yun, who were standing behind, held their breaths. They were unable to utter a single word. That was a peak 2-star invincible war god expert. He couldn't even withstand a single palm like this and was instantly destroyed. Just how strong was fellow Daoist Lin? Could it be that he was a top-notch lower deity? Logically speaking, that was impossible. If that wasn't the case, then his foundation was really unbelievably strong. Indeed, they were frightened. A peak 2-star invincible war god was killed just like that. He didn't even have the chance to make a sound. They were even more thankful that they were able to follow Lin Fei this time. Otherwise, they would have suffered a huge loss. They even suspected that Lin Fei had obtained a god spark here. Very quickly, they suppressed the thoughts in their hearts. There was no such thing as a god spark here. There was none. It was all by He Yuan's nonsense. They had never heard of a god spark, nor did they know about it. There was no need to offend such a powerful existence for a god spark. Thank you, Dao friend Lin, for helping us. Otherwise, the two of us would be dead. The Invincible Alliance is too much. How dare they spout nonsense? Sword Saint 33 immediately said. Gu Yun did the same. The two of them's attitude towards Lin Mu had already completely changed. He was someone they couldn't afford to offend. In the Fengyun Tower, perhaps only those old monsters could compare to his strength. Otherwise, no one else would be a match for him. Even the Tower Master was the same. He really hid his strength well. We are all part of Fengyun Tower. You are being too polite. Killing a peak 2-star invincible war god from Invincible Sect was nothing to Lin Fei. It also gave him a better understanding of his physical strength. This kind of person was indeed much weaker. There are a few things here. Split them between the two of you. We can't come here for nothing. Don't you think so? He took out a few more treasures. As soon as these treasures were taken out, Sword Saint 33 and Gu Yun were scared out of their wits. These were all top-notch treasures, which further confirmed one thing. All the treasures in the god's tomb had been taken. How would the two of them dare to take these treasures? They didn't do anything, but they couldn't resist Lin Fei's words. They chose the treasures. They felt even more grateful in their hearts. Fellow Daoist Lin, you killed that by He Yuan just now. I'm afraid that the Invincible Alliance is even more scheming now. You have to be careful. The Invincible Alliance is capable of anything. Among the 4 top factions, they are the most shameless. They can do anything. If things go south, they might even hire experts from the Assassin's League to assassinate you. Sword Saint 33 felt that he had to remind Lin Mu. After all, it wasn't just 1 or 2 people who had suffered losses. Therefore, when the Invincible Alliance was mentioned, even experts like them were afraid. No matter how many they come, I will kill them all. It's just that simple. Chapter 49-35. The Invincible Alliance was located on the Kangmang continent. There was only one force on this continent that controlled a region. This region was called Daluo Heaven. This name was naturally given by the Invincible Alliance. This region was ruled by the Invincible Alliance, and experts were everywhere. Inside a huge palace in Daluo Heaven, there were people sitting and drinking wine. These were the higher-ups of the Invincible Alliance, and they were also some of the higher-ups and elders of the Invincible Alliance. They were all sitting together, drinking and chatting. Alliance leader, something happened. Elder by He Yuan, who went to deal with Fengyun Tower, is in trouble. His soul tablet shattered just now. Besides him, Xiao Zifei and a few other experts all escaped. A figure walked in quickly, knelt on one knee and reported. The expressions of the people who were drinking immediately changed. This situation was unexpected. That's impossible. Everyone saw Brother Bai's strength. I heard that he went to deal with Gu Yun of Fengyun Tower and a guy called Sword Saint 33. How could he die? Is there a mistake? Or is it a trap? If it's a trap, then Fengyun Tower is too despicable. They must pay with their blood. They really couldn't believe that Bai He Yuan was killed just like that. That was the strength of a peak 2-star invincible war god. It was a little hard to believe that he was gone just like that. The person who was called Alliance Leader was the leader of the Invincible Alliance, Bai Wudi. He was a true genius. When he was young, he could almost be said to have dominated the entire continent. He was a man dressed like a scholar. He put down the cup in his hand and said indifferently, "Our invincible alliance hasn't suffered such a huge loss in a long time. Since it's related to Fengyun Tower, let's use our invincible alliance's treasure to pull out Elder Bai Heiyuan's soul. We'll know what's going on." His voice was neither soft nor loud, but it was filled with terrifying majesty. The higher-ups and elders all knew one thing. That meant that the alliance leader was very unhappy and angry. This meant that someone was going to be unlucky. A sword treasure flew out and shone brightly. Then, a huge screen appeared. Bai Wudi stood up and formed a seal with both hands. A strange power spread in all directions. In the blink of an eye, a spot of light appeared on the mirror. More and more of these spots of light gathered, and in the blink of an eye, they gathered together. This was an invincible treasure of the Invincible Alliance. And it was an invincible treasure of the highest quality. Although it was of little value, its effects were indeed terrifying. It could summon the souls of the dead back, and this mirror was called the Departed Soul Mirror. Only powerful people could summon the souls of the dead. They could know the cause and effect in a short period of time. Of course, some secret realms or tombs of the god of sin could not do that. Under normal circumstances, there wouldn't be a problem. As soon as the treasure was activated, more and more specks of light filled the sky, and a figure appeared just like that. This person was none other than Bai Heiyuan. Bai Heiyuan was stunned for a moment before recovering. "Alliance Master, you have to take revenge for me. I was killed by that Lin Mu from Wind and Cloud Tower. That guy hid his strength and he also has a divine deity." It was a simple sentence, but it was enough to move the expressions of everyone present. Godhood. That was a treasure that any invincible war god would want to obtain. It can't be, that guy really got a divine deity. If that's the case, then I finally understand why you, Elder Bai, were killed by him. This is too infuriating. I went through more than 10 tombs of the god of sin and didn't find a divine deity, but Wind and Cloud Tower found one so quickly. The expressions of these people turned completely unsightly. Everyone present had gone to explore the tombs of the god of sin, but compared to Lin Mu, they were really far behind. Bai Wudi's expression also changed as he looked at Bai Heiyuan. "What you said is true. That Lin Mu from Wind and Cloud Tower really has a divine deity." A divine deity was too important. Even Bai Wudi was moved. The Invincible Alliance was very strong, but it wasn't the #1 faction among the 4 top factions. If they got their hands on a divine deity, the situation would be completely different. Their overall strength would increase by a lot, and they would be able to suppress the Abyss Hell and become the #1 faction among the 4 top factions. I guarantee that it definitely has a divine deity. You also know that I cultivate a special mystique. If I say it does, then it does. I've never been wrong. Please avenge me, Alliance Master, and kill that guy. You're a member of the Invincible Alliance, so of course I'll help you kill that guy. Not only that, I'll even help you kill that Sword Saint 33 and Gu Yun. Bai Heiyuan's figure on the Departed Soul Mirror dissipated with a whoosh, completely disintegrating. He really died. The Departed Soul Mirror only lasted for a short while. Bai Heiyuan's strength was a little weak, so he couldn't hold on for too long. Even so, everyone realized that something big had happened. Alliance leader, let me lead a team to capture Lin Mu. Although he was able to kill Bai Heiyuan, who was a 2-star invincible war god, he must have used some tricks. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy. The higher-ups and elders present all began to volunteer to go out and fight. He had to make a move to capture Lin Mu. That was a divine deity, and it would be a great achievement. When the time came, they would be able to obtain a large amount of resources. Most importantly, they would have the right to fight for the final ownership of the divine deity. This was what made them the most excited, because many of them had the right to obtain the divine deity and become a lower god in a single step. Then the three of you will go to Fengyun Tower together and ask the Tower Master to hand over the person. Otherwise, don't blame the Invincible Alliance for being impolite. Remember, don't mention the divine deity. Bei Wuti obviously wouldn't interfere in such a matter. He immediately arranged for 3 higher-ups and elders to go. They were all experts at the peak of the Invincible War God realm. The strongest among them was a 5-star Invincible War God. He could be considered one of the top 10 experts in the Invincible Alliance. The other 2 were 4-star Invincible Alliance. They didn't believe that they wouldn't be able to capture Linmu this time. Of course, they knew that they couldn't go there with the divine deity. They could only say that Linmu killed there by He Yuan and they were there to take revenge. If the Tower Master didn't hand the divine deity over, they would use force. After obtaining a divine deity in the god's tomb, Lin Fei's strength increased greatly. His physical body directly reached the 90th layer. As soon as he returned, Lin Fei began to flip through information regarding divine deities. Chapter 49-36. Lin Fei was indeed flipping through the information regarding godheads. There was quite a lot of information about the divine spark, and it was intermittently available. After flipping through it, Lin Fei also knew that in the past, if one wanted to become a lesser god, the first step was to condense a godhead. Wanting to condense a godhead was not an easy thing to do. It was extremely difficult. Therefore, if one wanted to become a lesser god, a godhead would require a large amount of power of faith. This was also why Lin Fei's physical body suddenly reached the 90th level after refining a godhead. It was really beyond imagination. There were even signs of divine power in his body. Although it wasn't very obvious, Lin Fei knew that with the power of divine power, he could easily kill an expert at the peak of the invincible god of war realm. Whether it was a 1-star expert or a 9 stars expert, they wouldn't be able to withstand the power of divine power. After reading the information, Lin Fei also realized that it wouldn't be easy for him to obtain these godheads again. Previously, it was like a blind cat bumping into a dead mouse. He was considered lucky. It wouldn't be so easy to obtain godheads again. Right now, I'm still 10 levels away from the 100th level. If I rely on the power of faith alone, I probably won't be able to reach it in a short period of time. Therefore, if I want to rush to the 100th level in one go, I'll need godheads. If I want another godhead, I'm afraid it'll be as difficult as ascending to heaven. Naturally, Lin Fei also realized the difference between the 90th level and the 100th level. After reaching the 100th level, there would be a huge change in his physical body. Lin Fei definitely wouldn't miss such an opportunity. He decided to go to Fengyun Tower's Hall of Merit to take a look. That was a place that was specially opened for them. Here, they could accept large and small missions, and they could also investigate all kinds of information. It could also be considered a benefit for experts like them. Of course, they would have to spend a certain amount of contribution points. Even top-notch experts would have to use contribution points to exchange for a certain amount of credit, a certain amount of information, and a certain amount of clues. Lin Fei quite liked this method. Everyone had a good impression of Lin Fei, this new expert, especially after they heard that he had caused the Invincible Alliance to suffer a huge loss. As for how much they had suffered, no one knew. In any case, from Gu Yun's words, everyone knew that this Lin Fei was much stronger than they had imagined. In this way, the strength of their Fengyun Tower would be even stronger. The stronger Wind Cloud Tower was, the more confidence they would have when they traveled outside. It was equivalent to having a backer. Ordinary people would have to consider the price they would have to pay if they wanted to make a move. This was the benefit of having a strong team. Elder Lin, do you have any arrangements for today? This was where the information on the godhood was obtained. The people here only knew Lin Fei. As soon as he saw Lin Fei, he took the initiative to greet him. This was an elder of Fengyun Tower. I want to know where I can find the godhood. I think our Fengyun Tower should have such information. Lin Fei took out a token. The token was quite special. It could be used to search for any information within a certain range. It was just that Lin Fei had not used it much. This time, he felt that he could take it out. There was not much change in the expressions of these people. They said very respectfully, "Elder Lin, please wait for a moment. We will immediately help you find out if there is any information in this area." Lin Fei was not in a hurry. Information like this could not be found in a short period of time. As long as there was a clue, Lin Fei was not in a hurry. After a while, the person returned with a document in his hand. Our Fengyun Tower still has information on the whereabouts of the godhood. These are all places that can produce godhood. You can take a look, but only here. As long as there was information, there was no problem. Lin Fei directly entered a room not far away. These rooms were specially built for them to look at the information. There was no need to worry about being infiltrated or spied on. The information was very simple and not very detailed. It could only be said that there was a certain probability of godhood appearing. Of course, to Lin Fei, as long as there was a certain probability, it was fine. However, the probability was too low. Only about 10% to 20%. The highest was about 50%, which made Lin Fei quite disappointed. Places like this were no different from trying their luck. These places seemed to be more dangerous than he had imagined. He looked all the way. Lin Fei almost rejected all of them. It would be a waste of time to go to such places. Eternal Land. Lin Fei quickly saw one of the pieces of information. He frowned slightly. It did pique his interest. This place was called Eternal Land. It sounded different from the name. This information was much more detailed than the previous ones. A battlefield in the Eternal Land. Without the strength of a demigod, it is impossible to enter. Damn, the requirements are quite high. A demigod is a half-step lower god. They should be able to cultivate a trace of god power in their body. Just like me now, I have cultivated at least 100 traces of god power. Lin Fei sighed inwardly. One had to know that to become a lower god, one had to cultivate 10,000 traces of god power and godhood in order to become a lower god. It didn't sound difficult, but in reality, it was quite difficult. Especially in terms of god power. There were strong and weak demigods. It all depended on how much god power you had. Take Lin Fei for example. Although he only had over 100 strands of divine power, his physical body was already capable of slowly cultivating out divine power. It was just a matter of time. After all, Lin Fei's physical body was very different now. Lin Fei made sure to remember this immemorial land. As Lin Fei continued to read, there didn't seem to be anything special about these places. After looking through them all, Lin Fei committed this immemorial land to memory. He returned all the information. Lin Fei left, but in his heart, he was already thinking about this immemorial land. This was the only place that he felt had a chance of producing a godhead along the way. That was because that place was very mysterious and terrifying. One had to be at least a demigod to enter. Lin Fei's current strength could be considered a demigod. Although he hadn't fought a real demigod, ordinary demigods shouldn't be a match for him. The aura of the Invincible Alliance is here. Are they here for me? Before he returned to his residence, Lin Fei sensed that someone from the Invincible Alliance was here. Although they hadn't gotten close to Fengyun Tower, Lin Fei already had a karmic connection with them. Hence, he felt it immediately. Whoosh! Lin Fei's figure disappeared from Fengyun Tower. Chapter 49-37. At this moment, there were indeed people coming. The three experts of the Invincible Alliance directly rushed towards the Invincible Alliance, but their movements were not very fast. This time, they were here to find trouble with Lin Mu. As for the others, they did not intend to attack. If that was the case, there would be big trouble. Even if they attacked, they would be very careful. As long as Lin Fei left Fengyun Tower, he would naturally be their target. Otherwise, they would not dare to attack him directly. Fengyun Tower was not to be trifled with, they might even suppress them. They did not want to encounter such trouble. Elder Gao, I think it's not difficult to deal with Lin Mu. We just need to capture one of the people from Fengyun Tower and threaten him to come out. Then, we can set up a formation and naturally take him down. An expert at the peak of the Invincible War God realm said. Gao Fei was the leader this time, and he could be considered as one of the top 10 experts in the Invincible Alliance. This time, he naturally had absolute confidence in dealing with Lin Mu. That's a good idea. As long as Lin Mu comes out, naturally there will be no problem. We can't just kill our way in. Gao Fei was also quite confident in his own strength. If you asked him to kill his way into Fengyun Tower, it would definitely be impossible. The difference was too big. Fengyun Tower's powerful formation alone could weaken his strength. When that time came, they would not be a match for him at all. Not to mention anything else, they would not be able to withstand a continuous battle, so they could only fight outside. Invincible Alliance, you actually came to find trouble with me again. Do you think I'm easy to bully? At this moment, Lin Fei's figure directly walked out of the void. Gao Fei and the other two peak Invincible War Gods' expressions instantly changed. They did not expect that before they could find him, he would actually come to them first. Could it be that his senses were so strong? All of a sudden, their hearts sank. This guy seemed to be much stronger than they had imagined. That wasn't a good sign. So you are Lin Mu, that couldn't be better. This time, you killed an expert of our Invincible Alliance, come with us. A large hexagram formation directly flew out. It landed on Lin Fei's head. Beams of divine light shot down from the sky, freezing the void in an instant. Even Lin Fei's cultivation level seemed to have dropped after the beams of divine light struck down. I know you're strong, but I've brought the treasures of the Invincible Alliance with me this time. This formation is used to suppress your strength. The two experts at the peak of the Invincible War God stage waved their hands. A rope flew out and wrapped itself around Lin Fei's body with a dazzling golden light. So this was also a treasure of an Invincible War God. It was specially used to tie people up. Once tied up, no matter how strong one's body was, they would not be able to break free. Not to mention the fact that his power was being suppressed. This time, when they came to capture Lin Fei, they used some tricks. They would not recklessly clash head-on. They more or less knew that this guy was very strong in close combat. Otherwise, he wouldn't have killed Bai Yuan. Therefore, they came prepared. They used a formation and a treasure right from the start. It seemed like the effect was quite good. It seems like you came prepared. As expected of the Invincible Alliance. You came with a formation and a treasure of an Invincible War God. You're really rich. This method was indeed quite powerful. At the very least, ordinary experts at the peak of the Invincible War God stage would not be able to withstand it. However, it was a pity that the Lin Fei they met this time was different. Although the hexagram formation was very powerful and suppressed his cultivation level in an instant, the ropes on his body were also binding his physical body. But now that his physical body had reached the 90th level, it was naturally different. The Invincible Alliance's methods are naturally not something you can imagine. Now, come with us. One of the ropes moved, as if it was going to pull Lin Fei away. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei's golden chains flew out. The other one did the same. He raised his hand. His palm slammed into the six-pointed star formation, and with a crash, the six-pointed star formation was sent flying. The beams of divine light that landed on Lin Fei's body were also blasted away. Then, it collapsed in mid-air. This is still too far away. Gao Fei and the other two experts at the peak of the invincible war god stage instantly felt their hearts tremble. The counterattack landed on their hearts and made their blood flow chaotic. Oh no, we still underestimated this guy. Lin Fei waved his hand, and a cold light enveloped them. Everywhere it passed, the void was directly frozen. This time, the great freeze that Lin Fei used was even more powerful than before. It was infused with traces of divine power. Even though the three of them instantly activated their treasures, they still could not stop it. It enveloped them. In an instant, they were actually frozen. They couldn't believe it at all. Even Gao Fei was the same. He was the strongest among them. However, even the strongest among them was unable to withstand the power of the frost and was directly frozen. The power of the frost seeped into his flesh and blood, and he could not resist it at all. Since you are looking for trouble with me again, then I shall send you away. Let the Invincible Alliance know that I am not so easy to bully. No matter how many come, I will take care of them all. A ray of saber light instantly slashed down. No! The three of them screamed. Unfortunately, they still could not stop the saber from slashing down on them. They were immediately beheaded. As expected, now that my body has become stronger, so has my strength. Furthermore, with the support of the strands of divine power, the power of any of my moves has become even stronger. I wonder what the Invincible Alliance is planning this time. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei kept the bodies of the three of them, leaving no traces behind. Then, he punched the void, and everything within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles collapsed instantly. All traces were directly wiped out. At this time, even if a great expert came, they would not be able to find any traces. Everything was destroyed by Lin Fei's violence. After dealing with the three of them, Lin Fei directly used Great Instant Movement and returned to Fengyun Tower. Fengyun Tower's array formation was dispensable to him. Without any effort, he returned to his residence. The more Lin Fei thought about it, the more useful Great Instant Movement was. This matter was thrown to the back of Lin Fei's mind. Right now, he only wanted to understand the Eternal Land. Information alone was not enough. He had to continue investigating. Chapter 49-38. Killing a few experts was nothing to Lin Fei. But for the Invincible Alliance of Daluo Heaven, it was not a good thing. Bei Wuti was alerted immediately. He had arranged for Gao Fei and the others to capture Lin Mu, but he did not expect such a big thing to happen. In the blink of an eye, Gao Fei and the other two invincible gods of war had fallen. When they received the news, Bei Wuti and the rest of the higher-ups could not believe it. It had only been a short time, and they had received such bad news. It could be said that they had suffered heavy losses. Outrageous, how could Lin Mu be so bold to kill Gao Fei and the others? It must be a trap, it must be Fengyun Tower's doing. It must be a trap. Otherwise, with Gao Fei and the others' strength, how could they be killed so quickly? This Fengyun Tower is too much. Leader, I suggest that we immediately go to Fengyun Tower to seek justice. Otherwise, the Invincible Alliance will not be able to take this lying down. It could be said that the higher-ups of the Invincible Alliance would not be able to take this lying down for a while. After all, 3 invincible gods of war had been killed, and Gao Fei was dead. The other 2 did not matter, but Gao Fei's death was a different story. This Fengyun Tower was too hateful. Of course, Lin Mu was also very hateful. Otherwise, they would not have suffered such a big loss. Bei Wuti's face was cold and ugly. This was completely different from what he had imagined. It was really too different. An expert like that was gone, just like that. It was not easy for an invincible god of war to appear, let alone one who had reached the peak of the invincible realm. The death of one was a big loss. Bei Wudi's first thought was to take revenge. If that was really the case, wouldn't it satisfy Fengyun Tower's wish? Of course, Bei Wudi would not fall for it. If that was really the case, wouldn't it satisfy Fengyun Tower's wish? Of course, Bei Wudi would not fall for it. He was even more certain that this was a trap made by Fengyun Tower. They had deliberately used Lin Mu as bait, and foolishly fell for it. This was definitely an unforgivable thing. We have to think about this matter carefully. Wind Cloud Tower has obviously tricked our invincible alliance this time, and that Lin Mu too. There was no way Bei Wudi would leave just like that. Of course, his hatred for Fengyun Tower only grew stronger. He decided to have a good chat with the Union of Assassins. At this time, no one is allowed to find trouble with Fengyun Pavilion. Since Fengyun Pavilion can scheme against us, we can naturally make Fengyun Pavilion suffer a great loss. On that day, Invincible North left the Invincible Alliance and headed for the League of Assassins. Lin Fei was not very clear about all this. He had been flipping through all the information related to godheads, and of course, there was also information related to the Eternal Land. This was especially true for the Eternal Land of Eternity. Fortunately, the Storm House's information was more complete, so he had a deeper understanding of the Eternal Land of Eternity. He even found a few seniors of Fengyun Tower. All of them had been to the Eternal Land, and had experienced many dangers. Fear still lingered in their hearts at the mention of the Eternal Land. In their words, the Eternal Land of Eternity was a land of death. It was difficult to come out after going in, and they had gone through untold hardships to come out alive. Even so, they had suffered injuries that had yet to recover. This gave Lin Fei a better understanding of the Eternal Land. This Eternal Land was truly dangerous. Even after entering, they still had no idea what the situation inside was like. They were completely clueless about what was going on inside. They did not have a complete understanding. Lin Fei was a little disappointed, but he knew that the Eternal Land of Eternity was a battlefield of the past, so it was naturally not simple. The more it was so, the more Lin Fei wanted to go in and take a look. If he could find a godhead, then his physical body would directly advance to the 100th layer. Although he was only 10 layers away, there was a definite difference between the 90th layer and the 100th layer. This was something Lin Fei was very certain of. I heard that Daoist Lin plans to go to the Eternal Land. On this day, the Storm House Lord came over. The moment he opened his mouth, it was about the Eternal Land. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. After all, the Storm House had asked many experts about the Eternal Land, so he only needed to make a slight guess to know what he was thinking. That meant that he was going to the Eternal Land. Lin Fei nodded his head. I'm quite interested in the Eternal Land, so I'm going to take a look. Could it be that the House Lord has some information or knows something? The Storm House Lord was indeed surprised. It never crossed his mind that this Lin Mu guy would be interested in the Eternal Land not long after arriving. Even if it was him, he wouldn't dare to enter that place rashly. Nothing good would come out of it, and he might even die inside. Actually, there's nothing worth going to that place. It's too dangerous, and it's really a 9 out of 10 chance of survival. Most people wouldn't go there unless they had no hope of breaking through. You're still young, and your potential is limitless. There's no need to go to such a dangerous place. Lin Fei understood what was going on. The Storm House Lord was probably trying to dissuade him from going to the Eternal Land. However, for Lin Fei, he was different from others if he wanted to increase his strength. Thus, he could only start from other places. The appearance of a godhead gave Lin Fei a direction. It would be too much of a pity if he didn't seize this opportunity, and the Eternity Land was the only place he could take this chance to do so. I'm afraid that won't be possible. Some of my cultivation techniques are quite unique, so it's related to the Eternal Land. No matter what, I have to go and take a look. Moreover, it might not be a good thing for me to stay in the storm house. It won't be long before the Invincible Alliance comes knocking on my door. I killed a few of their experts not long ago, and one of them was called Gao Fei. Lin Fei had no intention of hiding this matter. But to the Storm House Lord, it was definitely a shocking piece of news. For a moment, he didn't dare to believe it. You killed the Invincible Alliance's Gao Fei. If I'm not mistaken, that guy's name should be Gao Fei, and he came looking for trouble with me. So, if I go out now, it's equivalent to pulling away the hatred. Otherwise, I'm afraid our Storm House will have a lot of accidents. The Storm House Lord snorted coldly. The Invincible Alliance dares to do that. Chapter 49-39. The Storm Tower Lord had indeed come to persuade Lin Fei not to go to the Eternity Lands. Because the Eternity Lands was different from other places, it was extremely dangerous. It could be said to be the most dangerous place in the great world of gods. It was extremely difficult to come out alive after going there. These people from Fengyun Tower had all gone out for a round. Even so, they had gone through untold hardships to come out. However, it had also affected their strength and affected their breakthroughs. Now, they practically had no more potential to break through. Therefore, the Storm Tower Lord naturally didn't want Lin Fei to take the risk. If he had the time, it would be better to go somewhere else to think about other things. However, after hearing Lin Fei's words, the Storm Tower Lord hesitated for a moment. Naturally, he understood one of the things. They probably really had some tricks up their sleeves. No one could guarantee that they would succeed. Therefore, Lin Fei going to the Eternity Lands was actually a good thing. It was worth a gamble. Of course, the Storm Tower Lord could also see that Lin Fei was different from others. Since he said he wanted to go to the Eternity Lands, the possibility was very high. No one could stop him. The other party's cultivation was indeed mysterious, possessing such strength at such a young age. Even Gao Fei wasn't someone anyone could kill. In the Storm Tower, the number of people that could kill Gao Fei could be counted on one hand. If you're planning to go to the Eternity Lands, then you need to be careful. I heard that there are a few old fogies preparing to go to the Eternity Lands to look for opportunities to break through to the next realm. Make sure you don't run into them, otherwise, there'll be trouble. Before leaving, the Storm Tower Lord told Lin Fei a piece of news. Lin Fei was slightly surprised when he heard this news. He didn't expect that there would really be people going to the Eternity Lands. Moreover, they were old things. Needless to say, there were some who had reached the peak of the invincible war god realm. If they wanted to reach the lower god realm, even if they couldn't, they had to at least reach the demigod realm. Perhaps they were already in the demigod realm, which was why they wanted to break through in search of a fortuitous encounter. This was because a demigod's strength was already very strong. If one wanted to enter the Eternal Land, they would need to be at least a demigod strength. This news was quite useful to Lin Fei, so he was mentally prepared. They did not prepare for long. Lin Fei made his way to the Eternal Land. This time, he wanted to experience the Eternal Land to his heart's content. If he was lucky, it would be great if he could find a divinity. If he couldn't, it didn't matter. After all, luck wasn't that great. At the very most, he would just have to search one place after another. He would always be able to come across a divine spark, even if the chances were too slim. With his current demigod abilities, it was still a piece of cake for him. Lin Fei was rather confident about this. After a few teleportations, Lin Fei arrived on the other side. Now that his great teleportation technique was at the point of perfection, it was the most suitable for traveling. That's not right, that's not right. That Lin Mu seems to have already left Storm Tower and appeared on the other side of the world. Damn, what method did he use? Could it be that he has grasped a spatial technique? Outside Fengyun Tower, two figures appeared. His brows were slightly furrowed. If someone was here, they would definitely be able to recognize him. They were the famous assassins of the Assassin's League, and they were gold assassins. At the very least, they were at the peak of the invincible war god realm. Without this kind of strength, they couldn't meet the requirements of a gold assassin. Of course, other than that, they had to kill a lot of experts to reach this standard. Therefore, once a gold assassin made a move, it was extremely dangerous. This time, they had accepted the mission to deal with this Lin Mu. However, before they could even see him, he had already disappeared. They had already caught the other party's traces. However, the other party had been inside Storm Tower, so they did not kill their way in. One had to know that Storm Tower was one of the top 4 forces. Although they were gold assassins, they would not openly kill their way in. What they liked to do the most was to attack from the dark, catching the other party off guard. However, this time, they had clearly targeted Lin Mu, but he had left Storm Tower in the blink of an eye and appeared on the other side. He was very far away from them, and his aura was also faintly discernible, giving them a fright. There was no such information. If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have waited outside. They would have definitely left some means to find him. Now, they could only follow his position and search for him. That Lin Mu went southeast. These two gold assassins were very ordinary, and they didn't have any deep impression of them. However, the more ordinary they were, the more difficult it was to guard against them. Because people that you couldn't remember at a glance were the most terrifying. Because you would never know this person's origin, because you wouldn't have any impression of them. Southeast, I remember that the most famous place in that direction should be the Eternal Land. Could it be that this Lin Mu went to the Eternal Land? His guts are too big. The two of them looked at each other and immediately understood. Perhaps this Lin Mu was heading towards the Eternal Land. They really couldn't figure out why this guy would run to the Eternal Land. Going there was no different from throwing away one's life. Could it be that he was deliberately luring them there? But no matter what, the two of them decided to chase after him. They had to get rid of this guy. They came here with a mission, and they absolutely wouldn't allow any mission to fail. Lin Fei teleported a few times and arrived at the other end. This end was a bit more remote. The southeast direction wasn't a lively place, and there weren't as many experts as one would imagine. From time to time, there would be some evil people appearing. Lin Fei didn't have much understanding of these people, and he didn't really like them. He was only heading towards the Eternal Land. He could faintly sense that there was a very terrifying place in front of him. The closer he got, the more he could sense it. Several days later, Lin Fei arrived at the end of the southeast direction. In front of him was a black world, as if it was isolated from the world. It was clear at a glance. Lin Fei knew that this place was the Eternal Land. The black mist isn't simple. No wonder it requires the strength of a demigod to enter. Just this black mist can heavily injure an unparalleled battle god. As soon as he arrived, Lin Fei could feel the power of the black mist. It was indeed more powerful than he had imagined. No wonder not just anyone could enter. Unless one had a top-grade treasure, they could only watch helplessly. Chapter 49-40. Even before entering the Eternal Land, Lin Fei could already feel the danger ahead. It was definitely the most terrifying place. No wonder one couldn't enter without the strength of a demigod. Going in was akin to throwing away one's life. But to Lin Fei, this place gave him hope. Once he found a godhead here, his physical body would be able to break through the limit of 100 layers. At that time, his physical body would become infinitely stronger. No matter what, he had to go in and take a look first. Whoosh! Lin Fei's figure rushed into the black mist. The black mist instantly erupted with a dazzling attack. It directly hit Lin Fei's body. Not only was the black mist strong, but it also had the ability to corrode and penetrate. Anything that entered this place would be corroded by the black mist. As expected of the Eternal Land, a terrifying existence. The black mist is too powerful. With such a layer of black mist blocking the way, not anyone can barge in. It's a pity that you've run into me, Lin Fei. You can only stare at me helplessly. A loud rumble resounded in the air. Lin Fei's physical body smashed into the black mist, forming a vacuum zone. No matter how the black mist attacked, it couldn't do anything to Lin Fei. Just like that. As Lin Fei moved forward, the black mist seemed to have a mind of its own and attacked him from all sides. However, it couldn't do anything to Lin Fei. The entire process didn't take long. In just an instant's time, Lin Fei passed through the black mist. Once he passed through the black mist, ruins appeared in front of him. There were many palaces in the ruins, but it was filled with a quiet atmosphere. This was the Eternal Land. It was a little different from what Lin Fei had imagined. Another youngster. Looks like we have cannon fodder again. Lin Fei heard a voice the moment he rushed over. Following that, a huge palm came crashing down. This palm was as big as the sky, covering the sun. It was like a black cloud that grabbed downwards. The entire void seemed to have been frozen. This move was not simple at all. Lin Fei immediately knew that this was the work of some old monsters. These old monsters were all demigod powerhouses. If they wanted to advance further, they could only come here to take the risk. Cannon fodder. Who are you calling cannon fodder? Lin Fei laughed heartily and slapped him with his palm. Clashing with the palm. With a rumble, the palm flew back. The space beneath Lin Fei had also collapsed. However, it recovered in an instant. It was evident that this space was very different from what it used to be. It was extremely tough and impenetrable. In the distance, a few figures cast their gazes over. It turned out that there were 3 figures not far away. All 3 of them seemed a little surprised, especially the old man who had attacked. His expression changed countless times. With a thought, Lin Fei appeared on a ruin not far from them and looked at them. I don't know if you plan to use me as cannon fodder. If you do, then I won't be polite. At most, we'll have a fight here. I've heard that the Eternal Land of Eternity is filled with danger. If something happens, none of us will have a good ending. The strength of these 3 people was very deep and vigorous. It was faintly discernible. There was no need to guess that they had the strength of a demigod. When they looked at Lin Fei, their eyes were filled with fear. Not everyone could withstand the palm of the person who attacked just now. Moreover, it required a certain level of strength to come in from the outside. Of course, treasures could also be used. Who are you? You look unfamiliar. The one who spoke was the old man who attacked just now. This old man had a cold and gloomy aura. Of course, I'm here to seek opportunities. Aren't you guys the same? Lin Fei replied indifferently. For these people, there was nothing to worry about even if they had the strength of a demigod. After all, their strength was incomparable to his. Lin Fei could feel the aura of God force in their bodies. There shouldn't be a lot of them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here. These few demigods shouldn't be very strong. Lin Fei's indifference made the 3 demigod experts very wary. They had never met someone so young before. Stop pretending. Take my attack first. The old man who attacked just now waved his hand and sent a wave of energy over. This energy turned into a divine light, and a shadow appeared in the divine light. A palm strike was sent over. The power of this palm strike was very strong, reaching the demigod realm. It was also used to test the guy in front of them. If it was a young fellow who was frightened by them, it would really be a joke. They were all demigod powerhouses. It was very rare to see such a young demigod. Therefore, they didn't believe that there was such a demigod existence. Therefore, they decided to test him. When the divine light that filled the sky came over, the power was really terrifying. Even an expert at the peak of the undefeatable war god would be killed in a moment. This was because this attack contained God force. It also contained God force. Such a method was indeed very terrifying. Not just anyone could withstand it. Facing the attack, Lin Fei waved his hand indifferently. The power of his physical body crushed over like a torrent. When they collided with the divine light was instantly smashed into smithereens. He flew all the way to the front of the white-haired old man. A huge bell appeared in front of the white-haired old man. With a bang, the power of the sound wave came back. It easily dissolved the power of Lin Fei's attack. However, it also made them realize that this young man really had the strength of a demigod. Now, their faces turned even uglier. They didn't expect that there would be such a young demigod. It was obvious that behind this young man was a powerful family. Moreover, it must be a top-notch existence. As old monsters, they naturally knew which top-notch factions were in the first layer of the great world of the gods. Of course, there were some powerful existences that could even communicate with the existences in the second layer. Could it be that this was another young master who came down to train? If that was the case, it was understandable. After all, it was too difficult to reach this realm at such a young age. Other than envy, there was nothing else they could do. I don't know if you want to continue testing me. I can fulfill your wish. Chapter 49-41. None of them dared to make a move to test the other party's strength. Even though Huang Xiaolong didn't use any special means, his pure strength was enough to scare them. There was a high possibility that this person was from the other side. Only they had the ability to do so. The Eternal Land had always been the most mysterious place in the universe. Hence, people would come here from time to time. They would come to the Emperor of Eternity's land to search for fate. The Eternal Land was the best place to search for opportunities. As for other places, it was impossible to do so. We didn't know that young noble was here. It was a misunderstanding. The first to speak was the white-haired old man who made a move earlier. He was sweating profusely in his heart. The young man in front of them was actually a demigod. This was quite unbearable. How long had they cultivated to reach the demigod realm? Yet, the other party had reached this realm at such a young age. It was truly infuriating to compare oneself with others. This young noble, it was all a misunderstanding. The three of us were just joking. The three of us are willing to compensate you. The other two also started to speak apologetically. In truth, they were really afraid that the young man would make a move. Even though they were three demigods, it would be difficult for them to suppress the other party. Who knew if the other party had any treasures? Most importantly, they couldn't defeat the demigod from the other side. The other party was young, and if he had treasures in his hands, he would definitely be able to crush them all. This was the most unbearable thing for them. Looks like the three of you like to capture cannon fodder to experiment on. Why don't I capture all of you as cannon fodder? Lin Fei harumphed coldly. Naturally, he knew that they had misunderstood him, and that he wasn't from the other side. However, this also made Lin Fei realize that people from the other side would come to the Eternal Land from time to time. Otherwise, these old monsters wouldn't know about this matter. This could be considered a secret. The three of them really liked to capture cannon fodder to explore the way. It was quite useful at the crucial moment. This time, when they saw Lin Fei barging in, they thought that he was just cannon fodder. Even if he used treasures, he would still be cannon fodder. Never in their wildest dreams did they imagine that he would actually be a demigod. The thoughts in their hearts had changed. The three of them laughed dryly. You're lucky. I don't want to fight with you today. Otherwise, I won't let you have a good time even if we fight until the heavens fall and the earth shatter. Lin Fei snorted coldly. You three old things are probably trying to break through to the demigod realm. Give me a copy of all the information you have, and we can pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, we can give it a try. There was a loud bang. Divine light surged around Lin Fei's body, and his aura became exceptionally fierce. The three old men glanced at each other and didn't say anything harsh. They just copied the information in their hands and threw it at Zhongheng. They all fell into Lin Fei's hands. Lin Fei was quite pleased with himself. Unknowingly, he had obtained a few documents. They didn't dare to play any tricks here. Otherwise, they wouldn't be like this now. They would have already fought with him. They just didn't have the guts. They didn't have the confidence to win. Lin Fei really wanted them to fight. That way, he could have a good fight. Unfortunately, they didn't have the guts, so they could only be regarded as missing an opportunity. Lin Fei didn't talk to them anymore. He found a place casually and began to flip through these documents. The three old men were also quietly discussing at this moment. It seems that we're in trouble this time. I didn't expect that people from that side would also come. If the first one comes, I'm afraid that the second one will come. The first one who came has the strength of a demigod. If 2 or 3 more come, then it will be much more difficult for us to find treasures inside this time. God really doesn't give us a way out. We've finally found some clues, but I didn't expect that people from that side would already know about it. The 3 of them were all old monsters who had cultivated to the demigod realm. However, it was really too difficult for a demigod to become a lower deity. They didn't have much lifespan left. This time, it was considered as a gamble. If they missed this opportunity, then it would be completely hopeless for them. However, they never expected that there would be a demigod who had originally thought that there were only 3 of them. They could still fight with a demigod. Of course, the chances of winning were not high. However, if there were a few more demigods, then they wouldn't be able to fight at all. Now, the only thing they could do was to rely on luck. They hoped that they could try their luck when the time came. If they were lucky, then they would naturally get the opportunity. If they were unlucky, then there was nothing they could do. However, this also made the 3 of them more certain of one thing. At that time, no matter what, they must stay together and must not be separated. Once they were separated, they would be killed one by these demigod young masters. Lin Fei was flipping through their documents. As he flipped through them, Lin Fei found some clues and seemed to understand why they were here. It wasn't surprising that there was an old monster demigod. However, there were 3 demigod old monsters together, so they must have found something. So, they want to enter the deeper level of the eternal sacred ground to seek opportunities. Then, you are the real battlefield. Lin Fei already knew the cause and effect. Originally, he thought that he was here to try his luck. Now, it seemed that his luck had really come. 3 demigod experts had come here. It was for the eternal sacred ground. The battlefield of the eternal sacred ground was also a training ground. It was built by the number 1 expert of the eternal sacred ground with great means. It was used as a test for the disciples. However, there was an unforeseen event later on and no one knew about this place. Therefore, it was really rare for these 3 demigod experts to know about such a place. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect that we would come in time. The eternal sacred ground hasn't opened yet. Suddenly, a burst of laughter rang out as a figure walked out from the void. Even the tough void started to tremble slightly at this moment. At this moment, Lin Fei felt a vast aura coming from the void. Following which, a figure appeared. In that instant, Lin Fei realized that this person was most likely coming from the other side. In other words, it was the second level of the great world of the gods. It was said that one could go from the second level to the first level. However, it was impossible to go from the first level to the second level unless one had reached the peak of strength. He didn't expect that he would really meet one today. This eternal sacred ground should be more special than he had imagined. Chapter 49-42. As soon as this voice appeared, the three old men were the first to change their expressions. They could feel the terrifying aura here the most, and they all exclaimed in their hearts. Another demigod expert had come. Previously, such a young man came, which shocked them and made them wonder if a second demigod would come. However, they didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, another demigod would come. It was another young man. He really made them feel great pressure. Originally, they couldn't handle one, and now another one came. It seemed that entering the eternal sacred land this time would not be an easy thing. Perhaps the competition would be very fierce, and there might even be a second demigod, a third demigod, and a fourth demigod. In the blink of an eye, this person arrived above the ruins. This was a guy in black armor. His expression was cold, and his eyes fell on the three old men, full of disdain. Then, his eyes fell on Lin Fei. This should be the eternal sacred land. The few of you are quite strong. It just so happens that I need a few followers by my side. If you follow me, I guarantee that you will have a good life. The voice of the person in black armor was magnificent, full of an irresistible feeling, directly crushing over. A layer of brilliance instantly appeared in front of the three old men. In an instant, they trembled, and the three of them subconsciously took a step back. On the contrary, the power on Lin Fei's side seemed to not exist, and just passed through Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei didn't move at all, but in his heart, he also knew that this demigod-level young man was quite strong. Oh, you have some strength. Are you unhappy? It's your blessing that I like you, and you still have the nerve to put on airs here. The young man in black armor snorted coldly, and an illusory building directly appeared behind him. In the building, there was an illusory face, faintly showing great terror and danger. The three old men's expressions changed again. Originally, they had already felt the strength of the other party just now. At this time, after seeing the illusory building behind the other party, they felt even more terrifying. Young master, you misunderstood. We really don't have the honor to follow by your side. They were all demigod powerhouses, so they naturally had to be a little thick-skinned. If they were to follow the other party just like that, wouldn't they become a laughingstock? Previously, he had already embarrassed them. Now, there was another one. Although they were polite now, they were still very fearful in their hearts. Interesting. The strength of the three of you is indeed mediocre and you're about to die of old age, but you're not bad. The black-armored youngster looked at Lin Fei. Although this young man didn't seem to be in the demigod realm, he was exuding a dangerous aura. For him to be able to stand here, he was naturally a demigod expert. Is there something wrong with your brain? Do you think someone as young as me would follow you? I'm quite curious. Are you sure you came from the second floor? It wasn't easy for him to meet someone who had come down from the second floor. Of course, Lin Fei was very interested. If he could understand it clearly, he might be able to understand it in advance when he went to the second floor in the future. He couldn't possibly go there in a daze. Lin Fei's words made the black-armored young man unhappy. He was someone from the upper realm, yet these people from the lower realm dared to question him. What an ignorant frog. The black-armored young man snorted coldly on the spot. This snort was like a huge bell, rumbling loudly, and ripples appeared in the surrounding void. Shut up. People from the lower realm like you don't have the right to say such things. Now, I'll give you another chance. Be my follower or not. Lin Fei smiled faintly. Why should I be your follower? With your strength, you don't have the right at all. But if you're my follower, I'll still be able to accept it. You're courting death. The black-armored youngster threw a punch over. This punch was like a meteor. Lin Fei smiled faintly and met it with a punch. You're not the only one who knows how to make a move. I know how to do it too. There was a rumbling sound. The movements of the two collided in an instant, and they were actually evenly matched. It seems like your strength isn't that great. It's just barely passable. You still have the nerve to put on airs here. Lin Fei casually attacked just now, so his strength wasn't considered strong. However, he knew that the other party had already displayed 70% to 80% of his strength. Although they were both demigods, the strength of the person in front of him really made Lin Fei disappointed. It seemed like demigods weren't that strong. Just from this exchange, the black-armored youngster realized the strength of this young man. He didn't expect that this young man could actually withstand his move. Moreover, it was the same move without any tricks. Hey Yen, let me tell you. With your strength, don't even think about suppressing whoever you want. Because you don't have that capability. Whoosh. Another passage appeared in the void. Another figure walked out. It was also a young man. He was dressed in white, and his sword aura was overbearing. With one look, one could tell that he was a sword Dao expert. Illusory sword shadows appeared around him, as though they could be activated at any time. The three old men's expressions changed again. Someone from the Sky Sword sect. The young man in white looked over indifferently. You guys have good eyesight. That's right. I'm from the Sky Sword sect. The guy called Hei Yen roared furiously. Bai Jincho, don't be too proud. It's not like I can't defeat you. If you have the guts, let's have a fight and see who wins. If you don't have the guts, then you're just a coward. Hei Yen was the name of this black-armored youngster. When he saw Bai Jincho, he indeed felt pressured and fearful. This was because the disciples of the Sky Sword sect were all top-notch sword Dao experts. Their swordsmanship was outstanding and extremely terrifying. Especially Bai Jincho, who was also a great expert among the younger generation. No one expected that he would actually come down to the eternal sacred land. Today isn't the right time. If it was another time, I would at least have a fight with you. Don't you think so? Bai Jincho smiled faintly. Even though it was just a slight movement, the sword intent around him surged crazily. It was like a sharp divine sword that was ready to be unleashed. It could kill the enemy at any time. Lin Fei, who was on the other side, could clearly feel the sword intent contained in this guy called Bai Jincho. It was unknown how long this sword intent had been accumulated. It was probably getting heavier by the day. If he were to unleash a move, it would be a top-notch ultimate move. This was the first time Lin Fei had seen such a move. Sure enough, the people in the upper echelons were different. Bai Jincho, Hei Yen, since you guys are here, how can I miss out? The passage opened again. Chapter 49-43. Who would have thought that after Hei Yen and Bai Jincho would come? These two demigod experts made the three old men tremble in fear. After all, their potential couldn't compare to these people. Who would have thought that after two came, another one would come? It seemed like his strength wasn't inferior at all. It was another demigod-level expert. Lin Fei was glad that his physique had reached the 90th layer. His strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Otherwise, he would have suffered a huge loss in the Eternal Land. The two people who came down were extremely strong. Following that, another figure appeared. This figure was even more burly and tall. After coming out, even Bai Jincho and Hei Yen seemed to have a certain degree of fear. So this was the most powerful person. Killing God Sect Xiao Xian, I didn't expect them to arrange for you to come down. Hei Yen looked at this person with fear. Lin Fei also knew this person's name. Zhao Xian from the Killing God sect. It seemed like this Killing God sect wasn't simple. To be able to use such a name as a sect, one could imagine how strong they were. Even the three old men were the same. At this moment, there was a huge change. They more or less knew some news. No matter if it was the Heavenly Sword sect or the Killing God sect, they were both very powerful. They weren't people they could fight against. He subconsciously distanced himself from him. He wanted to hide as far as he could before anything else. Otherwise, if these demigods attacked them, they might really become cannon fodder. After all, they more or less understood the temper of the people above them. They would never take the people below them seriously, even if they were demigod experts. This time, they really came at the wrong time. If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have come. But now, they didn't dare to leave in front of these demigods. That's right, it's me, Zhao Xian. Such an interesting thing, of course I have to come down and take a look. Don't the two of you welcome me? Of course, the two of them weren't welcome. After all, this Zhao Xian's strength was a level higher than theirs. They really didn't have the confidence to fight him. Especially in the eternal sacred land. Looks like you guys are a little timid. The eternal sacred land has to rely on strength to be king. If you guys aren't strong enough, you'll naturally have to stand aside. Don't say that I bully you guys. Zhao Xian laughed. This time, he was filled with pride and arrogance. It's not that easy to break into the eternal sacred land. It's good that you don't die inside. We can't wait for you to die inside. In this way, there will be one less expert in the younger generation. Bai Jinzhou said coldly and casually found a place to sit down. That's right. Often, the most powerful people die the earliest. I'm also looking forward to this day. He Yan also found a place to settle down. Zhao Xuanzhuang's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. He also found a place to sit down. Lin Fei could feel Zhao Xian's killing intent towards the two of them. He was afraid that if they met again in the eternal sacred land, they would have a big fight no matter what. Others might not be able to see it, but Lin Fei saw it clearly. That's good too. They're dogs fighting each other. I'll go look for it myself. Then, everyone remained silent. The three old men also stood in the distance. However, they didn't dare to leave because such an opportunity was too rare. As for the remaining Bai Jinzhou, He Yan, and Zhao Xian, they were all the same. They all closed their eyes to rest, but they were all paying attention to every movement here. Lin Fei was the same. He also closed his eyes to rest. Although the three demigod experts were more powerful than the three old men, Lin Fei was not afraid at all. He really wanted to have a good fight with these three. Among them, Zhao Xian's strength should be the strongest. Moreover, he had a super terrifying treasure with him. That terrifying aura was really a very powerful treasure. One could imagine how terrifying this break door was. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. No one else came down. Lin Fei originally thought that more people would come down. After all, the eternal sacred land looked extraordinary. He didn't expect only 3 people to come down. Later, he understood in his heart that even if the people above wanted to come down, they would have to pay a big price. It was not easy to let the 3 demigods come down. Hoping for more people to come down would require more capital. If it was not a sect with strong financial resources, it would be impossible to do this. It couldn't be better that no one came down. Although there were 3 more demigods, no, it should be 6 more demigods, Lin Fei was confident that he could get what belonged to him from the eternal sacred land. A golden light suddenly lit up, and then the range became bigger and bigger. A looming palace appeared in the ruins in front of them. As soon as this palace appeared, the people who were resting with their eyes closed stood up one by one. The eternal reincarnation has finally appeared. Zhao Xian's tone was also a lot more excited. He stared at the palace in front of him. Even Lin Fei didn't feel the appearance of such a palace. This was because he had already sensed that there was no existence in this area at all. He never expected that a palace would appear at this time. It seemed to be called the eternal reincarnation. Could it be referring to this place? The more it was like this, the more Lin Fei felt that there was something unusual about it. This palace maintained such an illusory appearance. No one rushed over immediately. It seemed that they knew that there must be danger around. Until a few days later. This palace became more and more solid. Everyone's expression changed a lot. It was conceivable that they would be able to enter soon. Lin Fei was not anxious. If they didn't go in, then he wouldn't be anxious to go in either. He was not interested in being a pathfinder for others. When the palace was completely solidified, a figure was the first to go over with a whoosh. The first one was by Jinqiu from the Sky Sword sect. A ray of sword light instantly shot out. He Yan also turned into a cloud of black fog and directly rushed over. On the contrary, Zhao Xian, who was at the back, was not anxious. In the blink of an eye, he was already at the entrance of the palace before they could take the first step. Sorry, I have already cultivated a unique movement technique. You guys should just drink the wind behind me. The door was smashed open, and he rushed in. No one expected that Zhao Xian would actually be the first to enter this palace. After him was Bai Jinqiu, and then He Yan. The last one was Lin Fei. Chapter 49-44. Lin Fei realized that he was wrong. It turned out to be the Eternal Samsara Palace. Lin Fei was standing at the entrance of the palace. He could clearly feel that the palace was different. In particular, these 5 words were like the words of a peerless expert. They were invincible, domineering, and insufferably arrogant. Lin Fei also realized why Zhao Xian and Bai Jinqiu did not dare to barge in. He was afraid that the palace had not fully appeared. Once they came in, they would be killed by these 5 words. The possibility of that happening was quite high. Lin Fei had cultivated the great karma skill, so he could naturally sense it. If one were to force his way through, the 5 words would transform into 5 divine abilities and kill him directly. Even a demigod would be powerless in front of the 5 words and would be killed immediately. He stepped into the Eternal Samsara Palace. Lin Fei's field of vision changed completely. He had never imagined that there would be a huge spatial array set up here. In front of this space formation, even Lin Fei could not resist at all. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in a small house. The house was very simple and looked more like a small guest room. However, such a study room made Lin Fei feel a terrifying aura. Is this the first stage? Lin Fei knew that the Eternal Samsara Palace was not simple, but he did not expect it to be interested in the first test the moment it entered. He tried to open the door, but the door seemed to be fixed with a layer of terrifying power. Even if Lin Fei went all out, he could not move it for a while. He finally understood why he was sent here. This Eternal Samsara Palace was really interesting. He did not know which big shot had set it up. Lin Fei gave up on the idea of leaving. Although he still had the great teleportation skill, since he was here, the big shot probably had other means. Disregarding everything else, the spatial array just now had left Lin Fei in disbelief. It was absolutely powerful. One could only imagine what kind of spatial array it was. Therefore, the big shot should be a top-notch existence. Whoosh, whoosh. All kinds of views appeared. Following that, he saw an illusory figure. This figure was extremely illusory, and he couldn't see it clearly. However, Lin Fei could sense that this was a supreme expert. This was a thought left behind by the other party. Even though it was just a thought, it had the power of a demigod. Moreover, it was an extremely terrifying demigod. Even if Lin Fei wanted to destroy this demigod-level thought, he would have to go all out. Otherwise, it would not be easy. Welcome to the Eternal Samsara Palace. Those who can come here are all God's favored ones. This is your first test. I've left a divine sense in this house. If you can comprehend it, you can naturally open this house and leave. Otherwise, you can only leave. The Eternal Samsara Palace doesn't need weaklings. The faint voice was filled with boundless majesty. Then, the shadow disappeared. The study was still the same ordinary study. However, the words just now made Lin Fei realize that this was the first stage. After all, it was called the Eternal Samsara Palace. It wasn't that easy to gain some benefits from this place. Otherwise, they wouldn't have set up such a spatial array. It had indeed caught him off guard. There's a divine power left here. Seems like I have to look for it. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and began to calm down. He wanted to feel what the divine power was like. At the same time, he used the Great Karma skill. The Great Karma skill might not be effective elsewhere, but it produced a wonderful reaction here. Because Lin Fei had karma with the Eternal Samsara Palace, there would more or less be some clues. This was the mystery of the Great Karma skill. Lin Fei stepped on the ground. With a loud bang, power surged out. Then, everything in the study was crushed by Lin Fei's skill. It was crushed continuously, even in the depths of the void. Then, a ray of golden light appeared. It was a ray of light. It was as if a dazzling will had come over. Lin Fei knew that this should be the first divine power left behind by this expert. It was indeed terrifying. After the finger was pointed, the void seemed to be frozen. Then, the finger of the divine power touched Lin Fei's body. The finger of the mystic art landed on Lin Fei's body. Countless defenses were activated at this moment. Then, they started to shatter and shatter. Countless defenses appeared at this moment. Then, they kept shattering and shattering. As expected of a divine ability left behind by a powerhouse. The power this time should be able to kill a demigod powerhouse. It won't be easy to resist it. It seems like this powerhouse has a different mindset. He said that he could let you go, but in the end, this divine ability can directly kill you. It's not some kind of enlightenment at all. As a result, Lin Fei had to be careful around this big shot. This guy's words were quite unreliable. It was obvious that he was bluffing. After all, he was a super expert. And he was bluffing. If he had been caught off guard, he would have killed him. With a click, the door opened. Even though the divine power of the finger was invincible, it did not cause any damage to the study. This gave Lin Fei a certain understanding of the material of the room. He opened the door casually. Once he opened it, Lin Fei could feel the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Then, he walked out step by step, and the world changed. Lin Fei appeared on a small path. This path was not very big, but he could see the large and small palaces around him. What surprised Lin Fei the most was that this place was like a mountain. The higher one went, the higher the building. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. It seems that I can only get better things as I go up. Lin Fei's current position was relatively lower. Lin Fei did not care much. As long as there was a certain level of godhood in this place, it would be fine. Therefore, he directly used the Great Karma spell and began to sense it. With this sense, Lin Fei felt that this place was filled with layers of barriers. These barriers were very mysterious. Lin Fei's Great Karma spell was directly blocked. He could not sense the existence of the godhood at all. Even the physical body was the same. Good Lord, it was afraid that someone would cheat here. It seemed that he could only rely on himself step by step. Chapter 49-45 This place piqued Lin Fei's interest. This was because he should be able to feel many seals in these places. These seals were very strong and filled with terrifying power. From time to time, he could feel some of the seals exploding. Without a doubt, the few of them had started to make their way over. After all, this was a small test. To Lin Fei, it wasn't very difficult and anyone could pass it. As long as one was in the demigod realm, one wouldn't be at such a disadvantage if they were a little more careful. Lin Fei was prepared to search for more people nearby. He could also feel that the other people's positions were similar to his. They weren't too high up, which meant that it wouldn't be easy to go up. This place was no different from going up to the sky. One could say that every step he took would cause a lot of commotion. Lin Fei was the first to arrive at an herb garden. That's right. Lin Fei's luck was pretty good. There was a huge herb garden nearby. There were also seals in the herb garden. Lin Fei observed for a while. Since no one was coming over, he naturally gave it his all. With a loud rumble, the restriction also erupted with power. Such a powerful seal forced Lin Fei to give it his all. Naturally, the seals couldn't withstand his full strength. There was a gap. Then, he entered the herb garden. This herb garden was filled with heaven and earth treasures. They were quite old. For example, the flower on the left was actually tens of thousands of years old. As soon as Lin Fei got closer, the flower actually released its supernatural powers, although they were all instinctive. Good fella, but it had reached the 9 stars war god realm. This was the innate talent of flowers and plants. However, Lin Fei raised his hand and withstood the attacks. He then plucked the flower. Lin Fei wouldn't miss such a heaven and earth treasure. Hence, he collected them first. He might even be able to trade them in the future. Lin Fei was very clear about this. The herb garden wasn't very big. It seemed like there was more than one herb garden like this in the Eternal Samsara Palace. He didn't know if this part of his was good or not, and he couldn't guarantee it. Along the way, even if these treasures had the ability, they still couldn't beat Lin Fei. Along the way, Lin Fei collected about 12 heavenly treasures, all of which were quite aged medicinal herbs. Among them, the oldest one was actually 200,000 years old. Even Lin Fei was a little surprised. This place was indeed a land of opportunity. If such a 200,000-year-old medicinal herb was placed outside, it would be extremely difficult to obtain it. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this 200,000-year one. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the top of the herb garden. Lin Fei also came up with the idea of taking a look. He didn't want to miss any opportunities. As soon as he came up, he smelled a strong fragrance. He saw a blooming blood-colored flower at the top of the slope in front of him. This flower was completely different from what Lin Fei had seen before. It actually contained rays of divine light. These divine lights turned into runes and circled around the flower. In fact, Lin Fei could vaguely see a shadow in the flower. It was the shadow of a person. In other words, this flower would become a flower demon in a short period of time. If it became a flower demon, its strength wouldn't be weak. These divine lights could tell that it would at least have demigod-level strength. Good heavens, I've finally found a powerful heavenly treasure. This thing was definitely good stuff. He calculated in his heart. This flower was at least 500,000 years old, close to 1,000,000 years old. It was no wonder such an existence could become a demigod-level existence once it transformed. It was indeed powerful. Lin Fei was tempted. No matter what, he had to snatch this flower back. This was a really good thing. There were many people who wanted it outside. If the essence of this flower was refined and absorbed, it would definitely be of great benefit to those invincible gods of war. For Lin Fei, it really didn't have any benefits. His body didn't have much use for refining this flower. But for others, it would be of great use. They would definitely pay a high price for it. Lin Fei directly rushed over to the flower. The divine lights directly flew over in the form of flowing lights. The divine lights were like swords, incomparably sharp. Even with such a method, it could barely reach the demigod level. As expected of an existence that was about to transform. Lin Fei could even sense the fluctuations in the flower's emotions. Clearly, it was also very angry. Stop struggling. I've taken a liking to you. You won't have the chance to play any tricks. Just obediently become a medicinal ingredient in my hands and contribute your usefulness. Lin Fei laughed, raised his hand, and pressed down with his fingers like the sky. The divine lights collided with it, but it couldn't do anything to Lin Fei's palm. Although it was just a gentle press, it contained the purest physical strength. The divine lights bombarded the palm, but it didn't have any effect at all. Then, a figure walked out of the flower. It turned out that this flower already had a certain level of intelligence. It even transformed into a figure. At this moment, she felt how terrifying this palm was. Even her divine skills couldn't do anything to this palm. The palm pressed down like the sky. The flower demon could feel the aura of death. "Senior, please spare me." The clear voice was filled with fear and unease. From the very beginning, Lin Fei knew that this flower must have gained sentience. It just didn't say anything. It probably thought that its methods could take it, but in the end, its palm couldn't. After all, Lin Fei's physical body had reached the 90th level. It wasn't that simple. Even if the other party had demigod-level abilities, it had only mastered some of the more ordinary methods. It couldn't unleash its full power. Even if it did, Lin Fei could easily suppress it. "A little demon like you is of no use to me at all." Lin Fei smiled faintly. The palm continued to press down. With a loud rumble, the divine lights kept collapsing. Even the illusory figure was on the verge of collapsing. "Senior, please spare me. As long as you spare me, I'm willing to follow you. I know where the best things in the eternal Samsara Palace are. I've heard the experts talking about it." The flower demon was anxious. If she didn't stop the other party, she wouldn't be able to take it. Her body was already cracking. When it really came down, it would be over. Chapter 1029. A heart-wrenching scream filled the air as Park Shi-hun's face made contact with the ground. 2 streams of blood spurted out from his nostrils, making him look battered and exhausted. "Good." It was unknown who cheered, but immediately, cheers and shouts of praise rose and fell one after another. Clearly, Park Shi-hun's actions earlier had aroused public anger. The few girls who were clamoring earlier no longer dared to shout. Instead, they glared at the crowd with eyes that seemed to be spitting fire. It was as if they were enemies who killed their fathers. Tang Zhang's impassioned speech did not touch their hearts in the slightest. They continued to do as they pleased. Jean Meiji stared blankly at the scene. This had never happened before. In the past, when they came to Huaxia, they were always welcomed with open arms. Initially, they were at a loss for what to do, but later, they got used to it. No matter what they did, the Huaxia people would still treat them like gods. They were even more important than their ancestors and parents. In the beginning, they were very careful as they were afraid of offending the huge Huaxia market. However, they later realized that their worries were unnecessary. No matter what mistakes they made, they were still unique and cool in the eyes of the fans. If anyone dared to make irresponsible remarks, the fans would gang up on them without them needing to say anything. Their vulgar words were unbearable to the ears, causing them to avoid them as if they were rabid dogs. After enjoying this kind of treatment a few times, they felt that the Huaxia market was too good. It was tailor-made for them. It was even better than Korea. That was why they were so arrogant and bossy. This was something they did not dare to do in China, but they could do it openly in Huaxia. However, everything was overturned today. Someone actually hit Park Shi-hoon in front of everyone. Wasn't this overturning the heavens? What was Park Shi-hoon doing at Yenching University? This was the right to study abroad exchange that he had fought for. In order to expand the Huaxia market, artists had no choice but to learn the Huaxia culture. Especially learning a few sentences of Huaxia language was very necessary. If they spoke a few sentences of stiff Huaxia language during a concert or program, it would win waves of screams from the fans, as if it was a climax. But to be beaten up before he even entered the school was simply too vile. Jean Meiji was not afraid, only angry. She rushed toward Tang Zheng without any scruples, baring her fangs and brandishing her claws as if she was crazy. She was Park Si-hoon's manager. In fact, she used to be a Huaxia citizen as well. After she migrated to Korea, she considered herself to be a Korean. She even hated it when people said that she used to be a Huaxia citizen. You still dare to act crazy. There's no need for Tang Zheng to deal with a woman. Watch how I, Ding Dang, teach you how to be a woman today. Yi Ding Dang shouted and stopped Jean Meiji, giving her a slap. She spun around and before she could regain her balance, Yi Ding Dang gave her another slap, causing her to spin around again. She was dumbfounded. Didn't women fight by grabbing hair and tearing clothes? Why didn't she play by the rules? It wasn't that Jean Meiji had not fought with women before, but she had never encountered such a situation. She stood there dumbfounded, with her cheeks turning red like a monkey's butt. Yi Ding Dang pursed her lips. You dare to make a scene in Huaxia and Yenching University with such little ability? Do you really think that the entire universe is Korea's backyard? Wah! Jean Meiji's tears flowed out of her eyes as she began to wail like a child. She pointed at Yi Ding Dang and roared while choking with sobs, "You guys are dead. I will sue you. Just wait and go to jail." Tang Zheng looked at her mockingly and said, "Jail? What a joke. Is the law set by your family? This is not the last century, where foreigners are superior. Especially a small country like Korea, which has never been treated this way. You." Jean Meiji was speechless. Park Shi-hoon finally woke up from the pain and looked at his deformed leg. His eyes were bloodshot and he roared, "My leg is broken. You have to go to jail. Hurry up and inform the embassy to arrest them." Hearing this, the crowd pointed and discussed animatedly. How shameless. You can't win and you want to inform the embassy. Where's the arrogance you had when you bumped into people just now? That's right. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. How dare you bully our fellow countrymen? We can't compromise. Down with the Korean Bangzi. Get out of Huaxia, Korean Bangzi. The crowd was stirred up. These people had endured for too long. They had seen too much of the ugliness and arrogance of this group of so-called stars. They had long been dissatisfied with them. They just lacked a fuse. As for those brainless fans, after all, they were only a minority among the more than 1 billion people in the vast Huaxia. Most people in Huaxia had a tolerant heart and chose to tolerate their usual behavior. However, the anger and dissatisfaction in their hearts had accumulated to a critical point. Most people had a healthy personality and moral values. They angrily rebuked Park Shi-hoon and his group for their immoral behavior. Especially when many people dug up his past misdeeds, the students who did not know the cause and effect and did not pay attention to them were filled with righteous indignation. Back then, when they faced the Japanese of the island nation, they had never been so aggrieved. Each and every one of the iron-blooded men went to the battlefield to kill the enemy and fought bravely for the motherland. Now that the country was flourishing, they had become an inferior nation. No matter who it was, any foreigner dared to commit crimes in Huaxia without being punished. Catch him and send him back to his country. This kind of person does not deserve to stay in our motherland. Yes, catch him and send him out. Looking at the agitated faces, Park Sherhoon raised his head as if he was humiliated. He shouted, "I'm an international student invited by Yenching University. What right do you have to send me away? International student of Yenching University." The crowd was stunned for a moment before they burst out in even louder voices. "Yenching University does not need a student like you. That's an insult to our century-old university. Get out of our university. Otherwise, I won't be able to say that I'm from Yenching University. Yes, get out of our university. Yenching University does not need a student like you." Park Sherhoon was stunned. He did not expect that not only did his argument not make them stop, it made them even angrier. What was going on? Why was it so different from what he had seen before? At this moment, a group of security guards walked over from the crowd. The leader was a middle-aged man. "What are you doing?" the man asked with a solemn face. Jean Meiji acted as if she had seen her savior. Ignoring the pain on her face, she grabbed the man's hand and said excitedly, "Vice Principal Pang, you came at the right time. Today, our Sherhoon Appa came to report to school, but we encountered this group of lawless and arrogant people. Look at how badly we were beaten up. Even Appa's leg was broken. Hurry up and catch them and throw them in jail." Vice Principal Pang was shocked. His face was as dark as the sky before a storm. He looked around and asked sternly, "Who is so cruel to do this to an international friend?" No one answered him. Instead, they looked at him with ridicule. Some people began to whisper among themselves. "Who is this person? That woman called him vice principal. I don't think there's such a person in our university. You're ignorant. I'm in the student union. I've heard that there will be a vice principal this semester. I heard that he's a returnee from overseas. Then this is bad. A new official sweeps clean, won't Tang Jing be punished?" Vice Principal Pang was pleased with himself when he heard the discussions. He had just been appointed, and he had indeed made drastic changes. If he didn't punish the chicken to warn the monkey, who would be afraid of him in the future? Vice Principal Pang studied abroad in Korea for many years. Later on, he became a teacher in a high school in Korea and rapidly rose to the position of vice principal. Initially, he had never thought of returning to China. But now that he saw Huaxia rising up, he was tempted. After all, a small country like Korea was not as good as China, and his development potential was limited. Therefore, through various connections and various operations, he finally managed to get the position of vice principal of Yenching University after a lot of effort. He was the one who invited Park Si-hoon. As his first action, he hoped to use Park Si-hoon's influence to attract more young people to apply to Yenching University. He wanted to use this opportunity to expand his influence in Yenching University. He was delayed by some matters today, so he was a little late to welcome Park Si-hoon. He never expected that something like this would happen. Naturally, he was shocked and furious. How dare someone hit someone he invited? Wasn't this a slap to his face? How could he tolerate this? He had to punish the chicken to warn the monkey. Wasn't this just a chicken? Who hit him? Come out! Vice Principal Pang roared with his hands on his waist and his belly bulging. I hit him. Tang Zheng took a step forward and said indifferently. He didn't take a new principal to heart. Moreover, everything was about reason. These Koreans were clearly in the wrong, so why should he be afraid of them? Vice Principal Pang was arrogant as he coldly looked at Tang Zheng and said, You don't have the slightest bit of remorse for hitting someone, and you're still so arrogant. Which class are you from? I'm a second-year student of Yenching University's Archaeology Department, Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng replied without batting an eyelid. Archaeology Department, second year. Humph, how arrogant. How did Yenching University produce a student like you? Do you know what kind of behavior this is? I just beat up a few self-righteous Koreans who dare to not treat Chinese people as people on Chinese soil. Since the other party was not prepared to speak properly, Tang Jing did not hesitate to retaliate. Audacious! You're slandering an international friend and tarnishing the country's image. Can you bear this responsibility? Vice Principal Pang had seen his fair share of storms and did not place Tang Jing in his eyes at all. Even though the other was indifferent, in his heart, as long as he flipped out and put a big hat on the other, he would teach the other a lesson. Then, the other would definitely be uneasy and kneel down to beg for mercy. Tang Jing flung his lips and snorted, "You think you're worthy of mentioning the country's image?" Chapter 1030. Vice Principal Pang's face turned red as he roared, "You're Tang Jing, right? Not only did you disregard the law, but you also dared to talk back to me. As the vice principal, I can tell you right now that Yenching University doesn't need students like you." Tang Jing sneered, "Is that so?" "Yes. Yenching University doesn't need students like you who disregard the law, disrespect, and violence. Just you wait to be expelled." Vice Principal Pang's voice became louder and louder. It was even a little shrill. It seemed that this was the only way to show off his power. "I also hit someone. Expel me too." Fang Shishir stepped forward and stood beside Tang Jing. Her face was full of anger. Seeing her beloved being wronged, one could imagine the anger in her heart. "I also hit someone. Expel me if you dare. If you don't expel me, you're a coward." Yidingdang's small face was red from anger. She wanted nothing more than to punch Vice Principal Pang in the face. Vice Principal Pang was dazzled by the two beauties who stepped forward. They were too beautiful. If it were any other time, he would definitely hold their hands and teach them. However, Yidingdang's clamor put him in an awkward position. If he didn't expel them, he would be a coward. He didn't want to be called a coward on his first day as a new official. He was about to passionately reprimand them to let them know their mistakes. However, he didn't expect someone to come out of the crowd. The person's body was as tall as a mountain. He shouted angrily, "I also hit someone. Expel me too." Tang Jing turned his head and looked. It was his second brother, Sinosaurus. Sinosaurus and the others were also welcoming the new students. When they heard the commotion, they ran over and happened to see this scene. Blood rushed to his head and he didn't hesitate to stand up for his brother. Vice Principal Pang looked at Sinosaurus in shock. "Don't be funny. You clearly squeezed in from the back. How could you be the one who hit someone?" Before he could figure out the situation, he saw two people squeezing in. Wang Shiji and Zhou Yan had a tacit understanding and said in unison, "I also hit someone, you should fire me too." Vice Principal Pang's face darkened. He finally understood that these people were in cahoots with Tang Jing. They were here to kick up a fuss and embarrass him. Who was Vice Principal Pang? How could such a scene scare him? Therefore, he said in a deep voice, "All right, since you've admitted it, then wait for the school's punishment. Yenching University doesn't need students like you." As soon as his voice fell, a few more people squeezed in, but they were all beautiful girls. Each of them was like a fearless warrior, standing behind Tang Jing without hesitation, and said in a loud and resonant voice, "I also hit people, you should fire me too." Tang Jing looked at them gratefully. They were Yi Dingdong's roommates. The few of them nodded encouragingly at Tang Jing. His actions today had won their respect and recognition. Vice Principal Pang was at a loss. Just who was this brat? Why did so many people stand out for him? These people must be in cahoots. That's why they're so united. If it was anyone else, they would definitely admit defeat. But I've seen all sorts of storms. You guys are too inexperienced to play such tricks in front of me. Vice Principal Pang snorted in disdain. Alright, since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wishes. Vice Principal Pang roared majestically. He felt as if he was an ancient emperor who ruled over the life and death of others. It felt great. The other students looked at each other with red eyes. Even the girls stood out for injustice. Could it be that they, as grown men, were not as brave as the girls? The students clenched their fists. Suddenly, a person took a few steps forward and stood behind Tang Jing. He said fearlessly, "I also hit people, you should fire me too." Vice Principal Pang was stunned. He stared at the fearless fellow with a murderous gaze and said in his heart, "I'll fulfill your wishes." But before he could say anything, he saw students one by one walk behind Tang Jing, loudly shouting, "I also hit people, you should also expel me." The crowd was stirred up, and their voices rose and fell one after another. This was the most sincere expression of emotion as a student, an instinctive support, but often many people would scoff at it and disdain it. But seeing hundreds of people working together to support Tang Jing, one would know who was right and who was wrong, and what was the will of the people. When the new students reported in, there were many parents accompanying them. When they saw this scene, they couldn't help but feel excited. It was as if they had returned to their youthful days. The edges and corners that had been worn away by life over the years seemed to have grown back. With a red face, they said to their children, "Do you see? This is the spirit of the university. Learn from your seniors." Many of the new students were boiling with passion. They threw down their suitcases and rushed behind Tang Jing. They shouted, "I also hit people, you should fire me too." When the parents saw their children's actions, they didn't blame them. Instead, they revealed gratified expressions. Most Huaxia people had such genes and blood in their bones. They just needed an opportunity to trigger it. There was no doubt that this accidental incident had become a trigger, arousing their long-hidden hot blood. Vice Principal Pang was dumbfounded. He looked at the scene in disbelief. He never expected the students to be so united. This kind of strength made his heart tremble. He felt a long-lost fear. However, he immediately suppressed this absurd thought. His face darkened, and he thought to himself, fanning the flames, "These students can't be allowed to stay. The law doesn't punish the majority of the people. As long as I tell them the pros and cons, these people will naturally know to be afraid." But he couldn't see the people behind him. His voice couldn't be heard. Suddenly, he had an idea. Suddenly, he saw the Mercedes-Benz and quickly climbed up to the roof of the car. Looking down at the crowd, he waved his hand and shouted, "Quiet, everyone, be quiet. Listen to me. I know that most of you are good students. Don't be fooled by a bad student. This is irresponsible to yourself and to your parents. Everyone, disperse, disperse. We were not bewitched by others. We have our own judgment and sense of right and wrong. We are doing this to be responsible for ourselves and our parents." Someone refuted loudly. "That's right. I make my own decisions. It's not up to you to tell me what to do. Get lost. Yenching University doesn't need a leader like you." "That's right. This kind of leader is the shame of Yenching University. He's helping outsiders to suppress his own students. Shameless." Vice Principal Pang panicked when he heard the complaints. Things seemed to be out of his control. "What right do you have to be so high and mighty? What right do you have to tell us what to do? You're nothing. You don't have the right." The students were even angrier when they saw him looking down at them. Suddenly, a loud and clear voice sounded. "Rise up, people who don't want to be slaves." The voice ignited everyone's emotions. It was as if they had returned to the Huaxia era. Everyone's eyes were red. They looked at Vice Principal Pang as if he was an invader. "Rise up. Rise up. Rise up. We're united. braving the enemy's gunfire. Advance! 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 The voice seemed to come from the chest and heart. It was filled with endless power. It made people's blood boil and tears filled their eyes. Every time the last 3 lines of "Advance" was sung, all the students took a step forward. The uniform footsteps were like the sound of iron hooves, trampling on Vice Principal Pang's heart, making his heartstrings tremble and his face turn pale. The Korean people were scared out of their wits. The overwhelming momentum and the loud and clear voice made them see the spirit of the Hwaseong people. It was the soul of the Hwaseong people. Park Seo-hoon didn't have time to care about his pain. He quickly hid in the car and didn't dare to show his face. The arrogance he had just now was gone. What was left was deep shock and fear. The few of them huddled together and looked at each other while trembling. Vice Principal Pang's face turned pale. He didn't expect the students in China to be so powerful. Listening to the deafening voice, he felt as if thousands of knives were falling on his head. He suddenly had an ominous feeling. It seemed that things weren't as simple as he thought. Looking at the high and mighty Vice Principal Pang, the students' emotions once again reached a peak. One of them yelled, "You're standing so high up. Do you think you're so high and mighty? And those Korean people, do you think everything will be fine after they hide in the car? Smash the car and drag them out." Everyone echoed, "Yes, smash their car and drag them out. Let's see how they're going to act all high and mighty." Hundreds of people rushed toward the 2 luxury cars. Bang! Everyone picked up their tools and smashed them on the car. The glass shattered and the car was dented. It looked like the surface of the moon. Vice Principal Pang stood on the roof of the car. He was still in shock. He felt like he was a small boat in the middle of the ocean that could be overturned by the waves at any time. At this time, he didn't have the energy to rebuke. Even the security guards were scared. They kept retreating and didn't dare to stop them. Vice Principal Pang scrambled down from the roof and hid in the security guards' encirclement. He trembled in anger and fear as he watched the scene. "Come out! Are you a coward? Hiding in the car." Park Seo-hoon and the rest hid in the car. They didn't dare to come out. "If you don't want to come out, then drag them out and smash the car door." Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the car door knocking was like knocking on their hearts. They were scared to the extreme and huddled together. Without a doubt, this would be a nightmare that would follow them for the rest of their lives. "Let me do it." Chapter 1031. Park Seo-hoon and the rest were dragged out of the car. Then, huge fists rained down on them. They only had time to clench their fists and huddle together. They were no longer as arrogant as before. Seeing this, Vice Principal Pang was so scared that he shouted, "Run!" He tried to leave this place under the protection of the security guards. However, the eyes of the crowd were sharp. Immediately, someone shouted, "Don't let him escape." Sinosaurus dashed forward and pushed the security guards away. He grabbed Vice Principal Pang's collar and flung him back. He immediately fell into the sea of people. "Ah!" Screams were heard immediately. *mbr** Tang Jing did not expect things to turn out this way, but he did not stop them immediately. They asked for it. If they had not angered the crowd, they would not have ended up like this. "Stop hitting them, stop hitting them." The commotion finally attracted the attention of the principal. He brought a group of security guards and stopped them from afar. The students were still in awe of the principal. They stopped after a few more punches. They were rescued from the encirclement in a sorry state. Park Seo-hoon's face was bruised and bruised. He no longer looked like a celebrity. Vice Principal Pang also took a lot of punches. His face was swollen like a pig's. The principal almost could not recognize him. The principal did not question them like the vice principal. Instead, he tried to understand the cause and effect of the incident. He knew that his students were not thugs. There must be a reason for this. After knowing the cause and effect of the incident, the principal glared at Vice Principal Pang fiercely. Then, he comforted the students gently. Finally, he left with the few of them, leaving behind the 2 wrecked cars. The students immediately cheered as if they had won a big battle. Recalling the scene just now, everyone's blood was still boiling. Everyone's gaze towards Tang Jing became more and more complicated. He was the catalyst for this matter, and if he was not the first to stand out, it would not have stirred up everyone's emotions and caused them to stand out one after another. Everyone gradually realized that unity was strength, and the reactionaries were paper tigers. As long as everyone was united, they could crush them in minutes. Vice Principal Pang walked away, relieved that he had survived. He sucked in a breath of cold air and said fiercely, "Principal, we must arrest that Tang Jing. He's the instigator. A black sheep like him can't be allowed to stay in the school. Otherwise, he'll be a big disaster for our school. He's a ticking time bomb that can explode at any time." Vice Principal Pang talked non-stop, as if he was going to list Tang Zhang's heinous crimes. He shouted himself hoarse, exaggerating as much as he could. "That's enough." The principal shouted, his face frosty. This incident had caused a huge uproar. Furthermore, it happened during the welcoming ceremony of the new students. With so many parents present, the impact was extremely bad. He had just suppressed the anger in his heart, but that didn't mean that he wasn't angry. This was the first time such a situation had happened in the 100 years since the founding of the school. It was a disgrace to the school. Looking at the pig-headed Vice Principal Pang, he couldn't help but feel regret. He should have resisted the pressure from the higher-ups and rejected this *T stirrer. He hadn't been in office for long, yet he had already caused such a thing. He really didn't know if he was an idiot or not. Seeing that the principal didn't say a word, Vice Principal Pang was angry and resentful. He continued, "Principal, we can't just let this go. I know that your words of comfort just now were just a temporary measure. Let's discuss the next step. We must teach these lawless students a lesson. Those leaders must be caught and punished by law. We must make an example out of them and teach them a good lesson." The principal finally stopped and looked at Vice Principal Pang with an unkind expression. "What do you want?" "Expel Tang Zhang and punish the rest of the black sheep." "Expel? Ha!" The principal laughed mockingly. Vice Principal Pang was confused by this laugh. He asked, "What do you think, Principal? I spent a lot of effort to get Tang Jing here, and you want to expel him with just a few words. Are you out of your mind?" Then again, the principal was shrewd and naturally wouldn't be so blunt. Thus, he faintly said, "You don't have to worry about this matter. Furthermore, that Park Si-hoon is too lacking. He didn't even ask about it after bumping into someone. His arrogance will affect the reputation of our Yenqing University. Principal, I spent a lot of effort to get him here. He has a huge influence. Furthermore, this matter must be a misunderstanding. He's actually a gentle and humble person." Vice Principal Pang was shocked and immediately tried to defend himself. The principal briefly hesitated before he glanced at Vice Principal Pang. "Don't do it again. If he does something bad again, then our school will not welcome a black sheep like him." Ah! Vice Principal Pang was dumbfounded. Why was the principal so strict? Wasn't this just throwing his face? But after all, they were the principal and vice principal. Even if it was throwing his face, there was nothing he could say. Thus, he could only grit his teeth and swallow it. Vice Principal Pang resentfully left. Looking at his departing figure, the principal dryly laughed. This overseas returnee really doesn't know anything about the situation in the country. Who is Tang Jing? Is he someone you can afford to offend? Tang Zhang's emotions calmed down. On the other hand, his friends were in high spirits as they chatted among themselves. They came to a restaurant outside the school in high spirits. "Oh San, we beat up those Koreans and Vice Principal Pang. Will they be fine?" Wang Shiji worriedly asked. Sinosaurus's coarse voice was the first to speak. "Boss, you're worrying for nothing. Who's San? Those Koreans want to go against San. Dream on." Shou Yan nodded his head in agreement. "You guys don't have to worry. The law can't punish the masses. Furthermore, they were the ones in the wrong, so it's impossible for them to trigger us. Actually, today's battle was really satisfying. Yes, it's 2F** King satisfying. I've long disliked that group of sissies. Men should be more masculine. Now, all the girls in the country like the sissy Xiao Bai's face. It's completely distorted aesthetics." Sinosaurus stretched his arms and displayed a very manly action, feeling indignant. The other girls also nodded in agreement. Men still have to be more manly. This is a good young woman with good taste. I really didn't make friends with you guys in vain. Sinosaurus laughed loudly. This is a world that looks at faces. Even if you don't like sissies, you're too ugly. A few bad friends immediately attacked. Sinosaurus didn't mind. You guys are just jealous. I already have a girlfriend, so I'm not afraid of you guys attacking me. After saying that, he hugged his girlfriend with a complacent look on his face. OL3, we were shocked when we heard that you weren't going to school anymore. Now that you're back, our dorm mates can be together again. Wang Shiji changed the topic. Tang Zhang gave his roommates a deep look. He had already imparted the cultivation method to them, allowing them to benefit a lot. Even though they were not as fast as Fang Shishir and the others, they still had a small harvest. It was clear that they did not stop cultivating during the summer vacation. OL3 definitely can't bear to part with us, right? Sinosaurus said. Tang Jing nodded his head and said with a smile, yes, the school is a peaceful harbor. Actually, school life is really not bad. I'll try to stay in school for a while longer. Shou Yan said, OL3 is a busy person. Anyway, when you have nothing to do, just come back and see us brothers. That's for sure. Oh right, have you guys heard? Goddess Tang Linger is coming to Beijing for a concert. Sinosaurus suddenly lowered his voice and winked. Really? Wang Shiji was shocked and full of interest. Tang Linger is too beautiful, and her singing is also very good. Although she hasn't been in the industry for long, she already has a lot of fans. I'm afraid the concert tickets must be very expensive. After saying that, his expression darkened. His family condition was the worst in the dorm, so he usually scrimped and saved. Naturally, he didn't have any money left to watch the concert. Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment. Linger's popularity was already so high. Even his roommates had become her fans. Sigh, I asked around earlier. The tickets for Tang Linger's concert are very popular. Many people in our school were the first to buy tickets online, but later on, there were no tickets to buy at all. I heard that they could only buy tickets at a high price. Sinosaurus said with a face of disappointment. Shou Yan thought for a while and said, I'll think of a way to see if I can get a few tickets, but I don't dare to make any guarantees. We want to see it too. The other girls joined in the fun. There are so many beautiful girls at the concert. We can't let you boys go alone. Otherwise, those girls will be too dangerous. Shou Yan had a difficult expression on his face. Now that the tickets are so tight, I can't guarantee that I can get so many tickets. OL3, are you going? Sinosaurus asked, speaking of which, you and Tang Linger are both surnamed Tang. 500 years ago, you were even a family. Yi Dingdang and Fong Shishir looked at each other. Yi Dingdang was about to speak, but was stopped by Fong Shishir with her eyes. The relationship between Tang Zheng and Tang Linger was not known to many people, so there was no need to make it public. Yi Dingdang swallowed her words. Tang Zheng coughed dryly and said, "I'll think of a way." The others' eyes lit up as they asked, "Oh L3, you have a way?" "Maybe, I'll do my best." Tang Zheng did not know if there were still tickets for the concert, so he could only call Linger later to ask. Haha, that's great. OL3's methods are wild, so he definitely has a way. The excitement of the few of them was beyond words. OL3, let me tell you, Tang Linger is very beautiful, just like Ding Dang and Shishir. They are all great beauties, just different types. Sinosaurus's eyes lit up as he introduced, "Aren't we great beauties too?" The other girls glared at him, scaring Sinosaurus so much that he shrank his neck and quickly tried to salvage the situation. "Of course you're beautiful, you're like fairies descending to the mortal world." Humph, these words really go against my heart. The few of them rolled their eyes. After lunch, the few of them immediately threw themselves into the work of welcoming the new students. Tang Jing attracted the attention of countless people. Many people pointed at him from afar or gave him a thumbs up. Among them, there was no lack of new female students who had witnessed the scene. They frequently cast flirtatious glances at Tang Jing. Ding Ling Ling. Chapter 1032. It was Du Qifeng who called him. "Mr. Du, what's the matter?" Hearing Du Qifeng's anxious voice, Tang Jing went straight to the point. "Mr. Tang, I wouldn't have bothered you if it wasn't so urgent," Du Qifeng said in fear and trepidation. Tang Jing nodded secretly and asked, "The king of medicine should have gone to your house. How is your wife?" "That's why I'm calling." "Alas, I can't explain it clearly in a few words. Let the senior king of medicine explain it to you." Du Qifeng sighed and said wearily. "Master." The king of medicine's voice came. Tang Zheng had been used to this cheap apprentice's name. He asked, "King of medicine, what's the problem?" "Master, Mrs. Du's condition is very strange. I've controlled her condition after taking medicine, but it flared up again the next day, and then it became more and more serious. The medicine didn't work at all." The king of medicine's voice was a little low. He was very interested in difficult and complicated diseases, and he had conquered many difficult and complicated diseases. However, the situation this time made him a little confused, so he had to call Tang Jing for help. Oh. Tang Zhang's head sank. If the king of medicine couldn't do anything, then what kind of strange disease did Mrs. Du have? "Master, I don't know what to do. Can you come here?" The king of medicine found it difficult to speak, and he was a little ashamed. Hearing this, Tang Zhang's curiosity was aroused. He asked, "My treatment skills are not as good as yours. If you can't do anything, I may not be able to do anything." "Master. Madame Du doesn't seem to be sick." The medicine king stuttered, hesitating to speak. Tang Zheng moved his head and frowned. He asked, "If she doesn't seem to be sick, then what is it?" "I don't know, but it's a little similar to the folklore about being possessed by evil spirits. I'm not sure. After all, there's no scientific basis for this kind of thing, and I've never seen it before." The king of medicine's voice also lowered, as if he was not confident in his judgment. Tang Zheng was a cultivator. He knew very well that not everything in the world could be explained by current scientific knowledge. Being possessed by evil spirits was not something that was fabricated out of thin air. The phone was transferred to Du Qifeng again. Du Qifeng anxiously begged, "Young Master Tang, I know this is too much, but for the sake of my wife's life, I really beg you. You are my last hope." Tang Zheng had thought that the king of medicine would be able to cure him, but now it seemed that he was too optimistic. Moreover, Du Qifeng had helped him before, so he couldn't stay out of this matter no matter what. Now that school had just started, there was not much to do, so he could take the opportunity to go to Du Qifeng's house. Okay, send me the detailed address. I'll be there today. Du Qifeng was overjoyed and said gratefully, "Thank you, young Master Tang. Thank you so much. I'll book a plane ticket for you right away." "You don't have to book a plane ticket. I have a way to get there." Tang Zheng declined Du Qifeng's kindness. Since he could fly freely on his sword, he realized more and more the convenience of flying on his sword. It was faster than taking a plane, and he didn't have to wait for a plane. He could stop and go as he pleased. Du Qifeng didn't get to the bottom of it and quickly told him the address. His house was in Shanghai, which was not too far from Beijing. It would take nearly 2 hours by plane. Tang Zheng estimated that he could get there in more than an hour. He didn't leave in a hurry, but dialed Ling Er's phone first. The girl was very excited when she received the call from Tang Zheng. She jumped up and said, "Master, you finally called Ling Er." "Ling Er, are you tired from the concert rehearsals?" Tang Zheng asked with concern. "I'm tired, but after receiving Master's call, Ling Er is not tired at all. I'm full of energy again, hee hee." Ling said excitedly. "If you're tired, then rest. Don't tire yourself out, okay?" Yes, Ling knows." "Ling Er, do you still have tickets for your concert?" "Tickets? I don't know. I'll ask." After saying that, her voice came from the phone, "Sister Aimi, do you still have tickets for my concert?" "My lady, the tickets for your concert are selling like hot cakes. The tickets online have long been sold out," Aimi said happily. Ling Er's mouth flattened and said, "Is there no other way? Do you have a friend who needs tickets?" "Master does." Aimi quivered and quickly said, "Yes, of course." What a joke. If her boss doesn't have tickets, then she doesn't need to work anymore. Ling Er beamed with joy, "Thank you, Sister Aimi Master, I still have tickets." The corner of Tang Zheng's mouth raised as he gave a knowing smile and said, "I heard it. Just remember to leave me a few. When the time comes, I will go to your concert." "Really?" Ling Er was surprised and happy. "Master, don't worry. Ling Er will practice harder. I won't disappoint Master." Tang Zheng said a few more words of concern and hung up the phone. He said goodbye to his family and went to the suburbs. He flew to Shanghai on his sword. After passing through the thick clouds, Shanghai was right below him. He landed in the suburbs. He took a taxi and went straight to Du Qifeng's house. This was a seaside villa area. The scenery was very charming. When Du Qifeng received Tang Zheng's call, he was very surprised because it had only been an hour since he called. Even a plane wouldn't be that fast. Could it be that Tang Zheng was already here? When he saw Tang Zheng standing in front of him alive, he couldn't help but feel deeply shocked. He couldn't believe his eyes and asked, "Young Master Tang, how did you get here so quickly?" Tang Zheng didn't answer and asked, "Where is the patient?" Du Qifeng woke up from his dream and felt a little more confident. Tang Zheng's methods were more powerful than he thought. Then wouldn't his wife have a greater chance of being saved? "Young Master Tang, please come with me." Du Qifeng led Tang Zheng into the villa area and to his house. The King of Medicine was already waiting at the door. He greeted him from a distance, grabbed Tang Zheng's hand, shook it a few times excitedly, and said, "Master, you're finally here. It's good that you're here." Looking at the King of Medicine's excited look and the two words, "Master," that came out of his mouth, Du Qifeng thought that he was dreaming. Although he was mentally prepared when he called before, he still couldn't hide the shock in his heart when he saw this scene with his own eyes. This was mainly because the King of Medicine's position in the apricot forest was too high. No one could surpass him. Now seeing him call Tang Jing master sincerely, no matter who it was, they would have the same feeling in their hearts. Thank you for your hard work. Tang Jing nodded to the King of Medicine. He personally contacted the King of Medicine some time ago and told him about Du Qifeng. That was why he came to Shanghai. Otherwise, with Du Qifeng's reputation, he couldn't even see the King of Medicine. It's not hard, it's not hard. The King of Medicine quickly shook his head and said bitterly, I'm ashamed. I originally thought that the medicine would cure the disease, but I didn't expect it to be so different from what I imagined. Until now, I still haven't determined what disease she has. This was a situation he had never encountered before. Naturally, he was very distressed. Let's go see the patient first. Tang Jing recalled that Qin Baishan's wife had been possessed by the evil spirit in the Millennium Blood Jade, so he wasn't too worried. Young Master Tang, King of Medicine, please come in. Du Qifeng came to his senses and quickly opened the door. He respectfully invited them in and went straight to his wife's room. After pushing the door and entering, Tang Jing saw a person standing in front of the window sill. When she heard the sound, she turned her head. It was the face of a middle-aged woman. She was well-maintained and full of charm. She glanced at Tang Jing lightly and said to Du Qifeng, Qifeng, who is this? Tang Jing frowned. This person looked no different from a normal person. She didn't seem to be possessed. Let me introduce you. This is young Master Tang, and this is my wife. Du Qifeng quickly introduced them. Tang Jing nodded slightly, Mrs. Du, nice to meet you. Madame Du responded politely. Tang Jing glanced at Mrs. Du suspiciously, but still couldn't find any clues. He couldn't help but look at Du Qifeng and the King of Medicine. Mrs. Du, you should rest first. Du Qifeng closed the door and whispered to Tang Jing, young Master Tang, when she's not ill, she's no different from a normal person. Once she's ill. His face became a little pale and he glanced at the King of Medicine. Senior King of Medicine has seen it. It's really strange. What kind of evil technique is this? Du Qifeng thought for a while and organized his words. It's as if she's a different person. It's a strange feeling. I've lived with her for decades, so I know it very well. I've never had that strange feeling, except when she's ill. The King of Medicine also nodded. I thought it was a split personality, but later it was confirmed that it wasn't. That's why I suspect that she's possessed. Du Qifeng's face was pale and he asked, young Master Tang, is there any way? Tang Jing didn't express his opinion, but asked, when will she be ill? At night. Tang Jing looked out of the window. It was still a few hours away from night. It seemed that they had to wait. Can I check now? Yes, thank you so much, young Master Tang. Du Qifeng said excitedly. They entered the room again. Mrs. Du was still standing quietly in front of the window, overlooking the blue sea in the distance. Mrs. Du, please sit down. Let me feel your pulse. Tang Jing said. Mrs. Du turned around and said calmly, sorry to trouble you. Tang Jing deeply looked at her, 2 fingers pressed down on her wrist. Her pulse was very strong, but Tang Jing knew very little about the pulse, so he could not determine if there was a problem, so he urged his true qi, and a trace of true qi flowed from her wrist, along her meridians, into her body. Now Tang Zhang's control of genuine qi had reached the peak, so he didn't have to worry that the genuine qi would hurt the patient as before. Even the patient herself wouldn't notice anything strange with the trace of genuine qi. This was a big advantage of his increasingly excellent skills. Seeing him feel her pulse, Du Qifeng's heart was in his throat. He didn't know what the result would be. Chapter 1033. Tang Zheng let go of his hand, his eyebrows tightly knitted together. Mrs. Du looked at him with a bitter smile and said, young Master Tang, is there any cure for my illness? Tang Zheng stared at her and shook his head slightly. It's too early to say. He found that the vitality in her body was very weak, but he couldn't find the root of the illness. A touch of disappointment flashed in Du Qifeng's eyes. Young Master Tang, please go to rest first. We'll try again in the evening. They left the room. Tang Zheng and the King of Medicine went back to the room. The King of Medicine asked curiously, Master, did you find anything? Tang Zheng shook his head. The King of Medicine's face became strange. Even Tang Zheng didn't find anything. This illness was really strange. Night fell. They had dinner and waited for the moment when Mrs. Du had an attack. Tang Zheng sat opposite her and didn't miss any chance to observe. The moonlight shone on the bed and fell on Mrs. Du's body. Suddenly, a strange scene happened. A touch of darkness flashed in Mrs. Du's eyes. Her breath suddenly changed and became very cold and horrible. Her face was ferocious. Well, her illness seems to have changed. The King of Medicine exclaimed. Why do you say that? She used to tremble all over when she had an attack, as if she had epilepsy. But this time she seemed very calm. Except for the change in her complexion and breath, there were no other symptoms. The King of Medicine said, puzzled. Tang Zheng shook his head. I'm afraid this is a sign that her illness is getting worse. Mrs. Du, let me feel your pulse again. Whoosh. Seeing Tang Zheng's hand reaching out, Mrs. Du suddenly stepped back and dodged. Her reaction was so fast that even Tang Zheng didn't expect it. It didn't match her weak appearance at all. Tang Zheng's eyes flashed with a bright light as he stared at her. Du Qifeng hurried to persuade her, Mrs. Du, let young Master Tang feel your pulse and treat you. Bang! Once he finished his words, Du Qifeng was pushed away by Madame Du's palm. Du Qifeng's tall and sturdy body flew out like a piece of paper and heavily hit against the wall. Madam, you... Du Qifeng clutched his chest and gasped for breath, looking at his madam in disbelief. Madame Du's eyes flashed with a cold light as she coldly glanced at Du Qifeng. Then, she stared at Tang Zheng with an unkind expression. Her voice changed quite a bit as it became the voice of another woman. It was very sharp and gave people a feeling of fear. Who are you? Tang Zheng stared at her and asked, Who are you? You don't have the right to ask for my name. Madame Du said arrogantly. Du Qifeng and the King of Medicine were dumbfounded when they heard the conversation between the two. It was as if they were two completely different people. Madam, what's wrong with you? Du Qifeng turned pale with fright. Ignoring the pain, he threw himself at Madame Du. Tang Zheng hurriedly stopped him and advised, Mr. Du, calm down. Let me deal with her. The King of Medicine was dumbfounded and said resentfully, possessed. She really is possessed. It is her good fortune that I am possessing her body. What do you ignorant people know? Madame Du was proud of herself and her entire body was exuding evil energy. Let me catch you first. Tang Zheng reached out his big hand and rushed to her. Madame Du flew back, tiptoed on the wall, flipped in the air, and threw herself at Tang Zheng. Bang, bang, bang. In a flash, the two exchanged several moves. However, Tang Zheng's fighting ability was much stronger. Madame Du had a strong momentum at first, but in the blink of an eye, she could only retreat. Bang! Tang Zheng put one hand on her shoulder and immediately restrained her. She tried to resist and screamed. Tang Zheng was unmoved. He activated his true qi and immediately sent it into her body. A cold and ruthless aura instantly came back from his true qi. His eyes lit up. He thought, I finally found you. It turned out that there was a soul hidden in Madame Du's body. It was very hidden during the day, and even Tang Zheng couldn't find it. But at night, when the yin qi was strong, she would show up. Tang Zheng had seen Tian Chanzi do the possession and rebirth with his own eyes. However, he possessed a dead body, while this guy in front of him came for a living person. There was a world of difference between the two actions. This kind of forceful possession of another person's body was very bad. Tang Zheng couldn't do anything about it. Moreover, there were so few cultivators today. It was rare to find someone who had the ability to possess and rebirth. This was because, according to the Heaven Monk, one had to be above the nascent soul stage in order to be able to possess a body and be reborn. Furthermore, there were very few people above the nascent soul stage in this world, so who was this person? He had to find out. Who are you? How dare you be so rude to me? Madame Du screamed at the top of her voice. She stared at Tang Zheng angrily, as if she wanted to eat him alive. Tang Zheng wasn't afraid at all. He activated his genuine qi and immediately found the culprit in Madame Du's brain. This soul was hidden in the depth of her brain. It was a cloud of black gas. He could vaguely see a ferocious face hidden in the black gas. The ferocious face was opening its mouth and roaring. It seemed that it wanted to scare Tang Zheng away. Who are you? Tang Zheng asked. You are not qualified to know my name. Really? Then I'll destroy your soul. Tang Zheng used his genuine qi to stab the cloud of black gas like a sword. The other party immediately shrank back, but it didn't help. Her voice became more and more shrill, as if she was suffering endless pain. Seeing this scene, Du Qifeng's heart trembled. He wanted to persuade her, but was stopped by the king of medicine in time. Director Du, if you want to save your wife, don't disturb my master. Du Qifeng was resentful. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, spinning around in circles. I'll talk. Mrs. Du seemed to be unable to endure the torture and finally compromised. I escaped from the prehistoric heavenly tomb. Prehistoric heavenly tomb. Tang Zheng was shocked. What does this have to do with the prehistoric heavenly tomb? After the restrictions of the prehistoric heavenly tomb were completely broken, many of the creatures or magic treasure that were imprisoned in the prehistoric heavenly tomb took the opportunity to leave that damned place and regain their freedom. What? Tang Zheng was shocked. He was actually one of the people who knew about this matter. Back then, in order to regain his freedom, the 100 Transformation Star Lord had broken through the restrictions of the Buzhou Mountain, which was equivalent to breaking through all the restrictions of the prehistoric heavenly tomb. That was why the Thundercloud Beast was able to leave the prehistoric heavenly tomb as it pleased. However, the side effect was that without the restrictions, any living being could leave the prehistoric heavenly tomb. Back then, he, Tian Chanzi and the others had personally seen tens of thousands of rays of light soaring into the sky. Tian Chanzi had once said that those rays of light were countless magic treasures or in generals. In any case, they were living beings imprisoned in the prehistoric heavenly tomb. The people buried in the prehistoric heavenly tomb were all experts from the ancient era. Due to that restriction, the souls of these people did not enter the cycle of reincarnation, but were instead imprisoned in the prehistoric heavenly tomb. After tens of thousands of years, these souls interacted with the Yin Qi, and in the end, many of them became Yin generals. They lost their nature and became bloodthirsty people. Back then, Tang Zheng had met this kind of Yin general. Other than that, there were also magic treasures. The mountain-shattering meteor hammer that Sinosaurus had coincidentally obtained was one of them. It was just that, Tang Zheng did not pay too much attention to this matter in the past, and had almost forgotten about it. This was because, other than Sinosaurus, there was no other similar news. Now it seemed that he was too optimistic. In fact, many changes had already happened, but they were hidden under a calm appearance, confusing his eyes. Now it seemed that the one attached to Mrs. Du's body was a Yin general. The other party called himself this seat, so it seemed that he had not completely lost his life. All of this was because of him. If he had not barged into the Buzhou mountain, the 100 Transformation Star Lord would not have broken through the restrictions and released so many living beings. Mrs. Du would naturally not have become like this. As a result, he was duty-bound. It seems like the situation with Mrs. Du and second brother is not an exception. I need to find other people in similar situations. Some people are in danger, and some people might have obtained some benefits and gone into hiding. If not for Du Qifeng finding him by chance, the Mrs. Du would definitely have been reborn and become a cultivator in hiding. Of course, there were also some people who would obtain some magic treasures. If they were able to survive, they would naturally become cultivators. Currently, they had not heard of this situation. It seemed that they were all very smart. Before they completely understood the current situation of the society, they did not dare to act rashly. Perhaps they had already made a move, but Tang Zheng had not discovered it yet. Maybe one of the people who usually brushed past him was a spy. When he thought of this, his heart felt as if it was pressed down by a 10,000-kilogram boulder, incomparably heavy. This was really looking for a needle in a haystack. There was no definite target at all. It was even more difficult than dealing with a High Lord. Seeing his expression become extremely ugly, Du Qifeng finally could not hold it in and asked anxiously, "Young Master Tang, how is the situation?" "Don't worry, I can cure her." Tang Jing regained his senses and stared at Mrs. Du. "Since you came from the prehistoric heavenly tomb, then I will take you in and get rid of evil for the people." "How dare you!" Mrs. Du cried out sharply. "Humph, not to mention that you are an insignificant in general, even if you are a powerful character, I am not afraid in the slightest. You cannot threaten me in front of me," Tang Zheng said coldly. Just as he was about to cast a spell to destroy the other party's soul, he suddenly had a thought and changed his mind. "This matter started because of me. There are so many living beings, if I were to destroy their souls one by one, wouldn't that be a great sin? The Ksitagarbha Sutra emphasizes compassion, so I should also have a compassionate heart. Why don't I learn from Dizang of Goguryeo and convert them, which can be considered a merit?" Without a doubt, in order to suppress the Asura, he recited the Ksitagarbha Sutra every day. The effect on himself could not be underestimated, and his state of mind had undergone quite a bit of change. He had experienced too many massacres, and there was a lot of evil in his heart. After reciting the Ksitagarbha Sutra every day, the evil in his heart gradually decreased, and his state of mind became much calmer. Of course, this was an imperceptible change that even he himself did not notice. Mrs. Du seemed to be a little afraid, and understood that she was not his match. Seeing that he was about to make a move, she hurriedly begged for mercy, "Please let me go, I will never do this again." Chapter 1034. In the past, when Tang Jing recited the Ksitagarbha Sutra, there was no strange phenomenon, nor would there be golden Sanskrit words flying out of his mouth. However, when Ksitagarbha Bodhisattva recited, there was this scene. But this time, something like this happened, which surprised him. He immediately understood that his recitation day after day finally worked. His understanding of the Ksitagarbha Sutra had reached a new level, so he could reach this level. The Ksitagarbha Sutra has such power. It's incredible. Dizang of Goguryeo is really a genius. Chi Yu's voice suddenly sounded above Tang Zheng's head. The inner demon's voice followed. The Ksitagarbha Sutra is specially used to deal with souls. Do you think Suddenly, he realized something and stopped talking. Chi Yu also seemed to think of something and stopped talking at the same time. Tang Jing naturally heard the conversation between the two. His heart moved and he hurriedly calmed down. He quietly felt this mysterious feeling. Seeing the Sanskrit words fly into Madame Du's body, she immediately calmed down. The madness in her eyes and the ruthlessness on her face gradually faded. The King of Medicine and Du Qifeng looked at this scene in horror. For them, this was the work of immortals. After listening to Tang Zheng's recitation, even they themselves became calm. Du Qifeng, who was originally anxious, also calmed down a lot. What's going on? Du Qifeng turned to the King of Medicine and asked. The King of Medicine shook his head. The golden Sanskrit flew straight into Mrs. Du's brain, covering the black gas like a golden coat. The ferocious face in the black gas was suddenly startled, and the grimacing look was gone. It became very peaceful. Tang Zheng was delighted. The Ksitagarbha Sutra was really extraordinary. It could purify the ghosts in the 9 serenities hell. The Yin General's soul could also be purified, and it was more useful than other magic. It was the only magic to deal with them. A golden light shone on Mrs. Du's forehead. Then, the golden light gradually left her forehead and flew out. Mrs. Du felt weak all over and fell on the bed. They could vaguely see a mass of black gas within the golden light. The three of them stared at it without blinking. They saw the golden light flash and shrink rapidly. Finally, it turned into a fingernail-sized golden bead and fell to the ground. Tang Zheng hurriedly caught it and looked at it. This golden bead was very round. The outer layer was gold, and the inner layer was black. What is this? Tang Zheng was shocked and did not understand the situation. Du Qifeng ran to the bedside to check on his wife. The King of Medicine hurried over and asked, Master, what is this? Tang Zheng pondered for a while and said, Madame Du had a strand of soul in her body. I converted her and then she became like this. As for what this is, I don't know. Oh, what does this do? I don't know for the time being. Put it away first. Tang Zheng said that he could only ask the Dizang of Goguryeo for advice when he met him in the future. Madam, you are awake. That's great. Du Qifeng hugged his wife and was overjoyed. He cheered like a naughty child. Master, is Madame Du well? The King of Medicine asked curiously. Tang Zheng nodded, she is not sick. It is because a Yin spirit entered her body. If it is delayed for a while, there will be no way to save her. The Yin General did not really succeed in the possession. But if she was given a few more days, it would be hard to say. Young Master Tang, thank you so much. I, Du Qifeng, will never forget your great kindness. If you have any orders, I will do it. Du Qifeng said solemnly. Tang Zheng shook his head. He did not save Madame Du to ask for repayment. Moreover, this matter was caused by him. Of course, he did not point it out. He just said lightly, Madame Du's soul is hurt. She needs to rest and calm her soul so that she can recover as soon as possible. King of Medicine, just prescribe some recovery medicine for her. Yes, Master. I will write the prescription now. The King of Medicine wrote the prescription quickly and handed it to Du Qifeng. Du Qifeng kept nodding to express his gratitude. Mr. Du, we will not disturb you. We will go back to our room first. Okay, please go ahead. I am sorry for neglecting you. Du Qifeng was immersed in strong joy. He held his wife's hand and was reluctant to let go. Master, I have something to report to you. They left and the King of Medicine said. Tang Zheng nodded and signaled the King of Medicine to go to his room. After they sat down, the King of Medicine said with emotion, This is really an eye-opener. Master's method is like the magic. I am far behind you. I don't know when I can have this kind of supernatural power. Tang Zheng thought that since he called him master, he could not say nothing. He asked, King of Medicine, do you want to learn the art of cultivation? The Medicine King was stunned. He never thought that happiness would fall from the sky so quickly. After a while, he regained his senses and hurriedly nodded, Yes, this way I can have master celestial methods. Yes. In fact, this is not a magic power. As long as you practice hard, you will reach this level sooner or later. Master, don't worry. I will practice hard. When I was learning medicine, I was not very talented. But in the end, I stood out because of my persistence and persistence. Although I am old, this state of mind has never changed. The king of medicine said solemnly. Tang Jing nodded his head in gratification, but what you are learning is the art of healing the world. The only thing I have right now is the God-killing scroll. Its killing intent is too heavy and the wondrous intent technique was created specifically for women. So, wait a few days and I will teach you a suitable cultivation technique. There were many cultivation methods in the Langya Pavilion. He could only go there to find them. The king of medicine quickly waved his hand and said, Master, don't worry. I am not a young boy. I am not that impatient. Actually, I am here to report the results of my recent research. Oh, there are results. Of course, through the research of the life-continuing pill and other pill recipes, our pharmaceutical factory has developed a new medicine. This new medicine can slow down a person's aging and prolong a person's life. Moreover, it can prevent many serious diseases. The Medicine King excitedly said. To any medical practitioner, developing such a powerful new medicine was undoubtedly a great merit. In the past, the King of Medicine did not dare to imagine that a medicine could have such a powerful effect. But after seeing the life-continuing pill, he found that everything was possible. Miracles really did exist. Tang Jing did not think that the King of Medicine was exaggerating. He said encouragingly, the world will remember your kindness. The King of Medicine rubbed his hands and said somewhat embarrassedly, this is all thanks to Master. If not for the life-continuing pill and other prescriptions, would not have been able to develop this medicine. Don't be modest. This is all the result of your hard work. Now that the medicine has been sent to the relevant departments for testing, the results of our clinical trials are very good. After taking our medicine, every patient's condition has been improved and controlled. This new medicine will change the structure of the medicine market. It will really become a miracle medicine. The King of Medicine said excitedly. I will leave this matter to you. This is a good thing that will benefit the people. You must do it well and not make any mistakes. Master, rest assured. This old life of mine will fight to the death with this matter. It will definitely benefit more people. The King of Medicine patted his chest and said in high spirits. The final price of the medicine should not be too high. Do not be like the other black-hearted manufacturers. Tang Jing warned. The King of Medicine looked at Tang Jing with sincere admiration and said, Master is merciful. The people will remember your kindness. The King of Medicine reported some key points in the research and development and then returned to his room. Tang Jing was not sleepy. Instead, he remembered the conversation between Qi Yu and the inner demons. He said with a smile that was not a smile, Hey, the two of you, stop pretending to be mute. We haven't finished what we were talking about. Let's continue. What did we say? We didn't say anything. Qi Yu flatly denied. The inner demons also hurriedly echoed, Yes, we didn't say anything. You must be hallucinating. Tang Jing said jokingly, Oh, this is so rare. You guys are finally on the same page. Qi Yu and the inner demons were a little resentful, but they maintained a tacit understanding. Tang Jing was not so easily fooled. He said bluntly, If it weren't for your reminder, I would have almost forgotten. In the end, the two of you are also souls. The Ksitigarbha Sutra is a spell that specializes in dealing with souls. Naturally, it will be effective on the two of you. How is that possible? How can we be the same as ordinary souls? The two of them hurriedly denied, Don't let your imagination run wild. It's better to cultivate properly. This is the right path. That's right, the danger you are facing now is even greater. Not only is there the Azure Dragon Palace, there are also the things that escaped from the prehistoric heavenly tomb. These are the most important things. Tang Jing remained unmoved. I will take care of all of these things one by one, but the two of you have always been living in my body. This is not a solution. I don't want to bury a time bomb in my body. Ah, what are you doing? The two of them were shocked. In the past, they thought that they were strong enough that even Tang Jing was not strong enough, so they did not have to worry too much about his methods. Now, it seemed that ever since he cultivated the Kshitigarbha Sutra, this situation had been quietly changing. It was just that they had never realized it before. This time, they had coincidentally realized this point and understood how terrible the situation they were facing was. They had become fish on the chopping block. They were filled with regret as they had really touched a sore spot. Why did they have to be so talkative? If not for them reminding him, Tang Jing probably would not have thought of this point. Now that he had lifted a rock and smashed his own foot, what should he do? The two of them were at their wits' end. Tang Jing laughed coldly. Now that I no longer need to be threatened by you, I believe that you can also become like that golden pearl, don't you think so? No, please don't do this. The two of them anxiously shouted. They were truly panicking. Chapter 1035. After hearing Tang Zhang's words, Qiyu realized that a great disaster was about to befall them. He panicked and said, Tang Zhang, don't treat us like this. We are of great use to you. Great use? I don't see it. On the contrary, we are a great potential threat. Tang Zhang did not think so. We really are of great use. Didn't you want to find a suitable cultivation method for the king of medicine? I have it. Qiyu said impatiently. Tang Zhang was interested and asked, what cultivation method? Can you promise not to use the Kshitigarbha Sutra against us? Qiyu asked nervously. Tang Zhang laughed. Do you think there is still room for negotiation? The inner demons hurriedly urged, Qiyu, this is a matter of life and death. What are you waiting for? I know what you are talking about. Hurry up and tell this young man about Shenong Jing. Shenong Jing? Tang Zhang asked curiously. Qiyu sighed and said helplessly, yes, Shenong Jing. This is a scripture written by Shenong in ancient times. Shenong is the ancestor of the apricot woods. Shenong Jing entered the Tao through medicine. It is a supreme cultivation method. It is just right for the king of medicine. Tang Zhang was overjoyed. It seemed that he did not need to go to the Langya pavilion to search. Hurry up and tell me. All right. Just as Qiyu's voice fell, a ray of light flashed through Tang Zhang's mind, and then a ray of green light slowly unfolded, turning into an ancient book that he roughly browsed through. After reading it once, not only did it talk about cultivation methods, but it also recorded medical skills to treat illnesses and save people. Especially the introduction of medicinal herbs, it was refreshing. There were many things that he had never heard of before. Shenong tasted hundreds of herbs and cured countless people. Just now, he wrote this Shenong Jing. It is the most precious treasure of the apricot woods. Of course, this is a healing spell. There are very few offensive spells, Qiyu explained. Tang Zhang realized that he had overlooked a problem. The king of medicine was a warrior, so he couldn't practice magic. That's not a big deal, the inner demons quickly said, as if they didn't want Qiyu to take all the credit. Oh, is there any solution? Why don't we just cripple his martial arts and make him start learning magic from scratch? That's one way. However, most people wouldn't be willing to throw away everything they've learned and start from scratch after cultivating for most of their lives, Tang Zhang said worriedly. If you gain something, you lose something. Besides, Shenong Jing was made just for him. It is many times better than his half-baked martial arts. If he doesn't know how to calculate this, then he is a complete idiot. The inner demon said. Tang Jing thought for a while, and agreed with the inner demons. However, this kind of situation did not apply to everyone. This was because it was not so easy for ordinary people to find a cultivation technique that was so suitable for them. Tang Zheng, don't you think the two of us are very useful? In the future, you will encounter more problems and more difficulties. We can still give you advice, which is definitely more useful than making us disappear. Chi Yu said with a bashful face. Tang Zheng frowned. He was not someone who was so easily fooled. These two fellows were indeed a treasure trove, but they were also very dangerous. He would not let them go just because of a set of Shenongjing, so he said, "You want to bribe me with a set of Shenongjing? You're underestimating me too much." "Ah, what are you doing? Are you going to stubbornly deal with us? What do you think?" "No way." The inner demons hurriedly stopped him. "Young man, didn't you want to deal with those things that escaped from the prehistoric heavenly tomb? We can help you." "Yes, we can help you. This is a huge project. You can't do it alone. We can lend you a hand." Chi Yu hurriedly chimed in as if he was grasping at a life-saving straw. Tang Zheng's head moved. This was a good idea. In fact, ever since he found out that the Ksitigarbha Sutra could balance Chi Yu and the Heart Demon, he was not so worried about these two people. Because, with the Ksitigarbha Sutra, they would not be able to make any big waves, and they were a huge treasure trove. He could get many useful things from them. Hastily making them disappear from this world would not do him much good. However, in order to make them obediently submit, he had to scare them as much as possible. As expected, not only did they blow up Shenongjing this time, they even had a way to find the things that escaped. This was something worth celebrating. "Tell me in detail," Tang Zheng said with a cold face. "Yes." The inner demon smiled bitterly. He had been wise for his entire life, and no one could kill him. He never thought that he would be controlled by a young man in the end. Those things that escaped are divided into two types. Some of them are Yin Soul Generals, and some of them are magic treasures. These magic treasures are of different levels, and our focus should be on the Yin Soul Generals, because they have their own consciousness, and are more dangerous than magic treasures. Hearing the inner demon's analysis, Tang Zheng secretly nodded his head, thinking that it made sense, but he still retorted, "But we can't give up on the magic treasure. After all, Tu encountered the mountain-shattering meteor hammer and almost lost his life. Alright, we'll do our best." The inner demons was helpless. These things actually have a strong prehistoric aura. As long as we grasp this clue, it will be very easy to find them. Prehistoric aura. Tang Zheng frowned. Yes, it is extremely difficult for others to discover this aura, but Chi Yu and I can discover it. The inner demons vowed. "Tell me what kind of aura it is. I'll find it myself." "No. Only we can discover this kind of aura. Although your cultivation isn't bad, you can't discover it because we are people from the ancient era. That's why we have this kind of ability." The inner demons argued. Right. Chi Yu hurriedly agreed. "We have been in the prehistoric heavenly tomb for tens of thousands of years, and have long known about this kind of aura. No one else has this kind of ability." "Really?" Tang Zheng half believed and half doubted. Chi Yu and the inner demon said at the same time. On this matter, the two of them maintained a high degree of consistency. Tang Zheng did not probe any further, but he guessed that it was most likely false, because Chi Yu and the inner demons were afraid that if they told Tang Zheng the specific method, he would destroy the bridge after crossing the river and deal with them. Since they had this kind of worry, Tang Zheng did not point it out, and treated it as giving them a reassuring pill. "Alright, I won't pursue the matter further, but you must tell me where this kind of prehistoric aura is," Tang Zheng said sternly. "Yes, we can tell you right now that there is a prehistoric aura in the capital. Beijing." Tang Zheng was shocked, his face darkened, and asked sternly, "Why didn't you tell me before?" "This." The two of them stammered, "We didn't think of this before," and ignored it. We only thought of this after seeing Mrs. Du's situation. Really? Tang Zheng absolutely did not believe that the two of them must have other ideas in mind. Yes, definitely, definitely. The two of them hurriedly promised. Tang Zheng smiled and did not pursue the matter further. Then we will set off for the capital tomorrow, and we must find the prehistoric aura that you mentioned. No problem. The next day, Tang Zheng first went to check on Mrs. Du, and made sure that there was nothing serious. Tang Zheng and Mrs. Du were very grateful to him, and said a lot of good words. Then, Tang Zheng and the King of Medicine found a secluded place. The King of Medicine was confused, and did not know why his master had gathered so many people. King of Medicine, I have found the suitable magic for you to practice. The moment he opened his mouth, the Medicine King was shocked. He was overjoyed and moved to tears of gratitude. Many thanks to Master. I will never forget this kindness. Tang Zheng waved his hand and said, this magic method is called Shenong Jing. It is, what, Shenong Jing? Before he finished, the King of Medicine had already screamed in shock. Yes, what's wrong? Tang Zheng looked at him in confusion, as if his reaction was a bit too big. Master. The King of Medicine was so excited that his lips trembled. He patted his chest and suppressed the stormy waves in his heart, and said, Master, is it really Shenong Jing? Of course, do you think I would lie to you? No, I definitely didn't mean that. It's just that rumor has it that Shenong Jing has disappeared for tens of thousands of years, and there are only a few words about it in some medical books. Many people think that it is a legend, made up, and not believed at all. The King of Medicine explained. Tang Zheng was suddenly enlightened, no wonder he was so agitated, and lightly said, this is just some people's shallow view, the Shenong scripture is real. The King of Medicine nodded continuously, his old face was flushed with excitement, and even his wrinkles seemed to have smoothed out a lot. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to have become 10 years younger. Tang Zheng laughed involuntarily. Is it necessary to be so excited? Of course. The King of Medicine nodded seriously. Master, you don't know the name of Shenong Jing in the apricot forest. Legend has it that it was written by Shenong, and it is the origin of medicine. Many of the methods of curing diseases and saving people recorded in it are called magic, and it is extremely mysterious. If Shenong Jing really does see the light of day again, it will definitely benefit millions of people in the world. The King of Medicine talked endlessly, his eyes shining. Tang Zheng nodded secretly, and gradually understood why he was so excited. The status of Shenong Jing was really too high, and if it were anyone in the apricot forest, they would probably have the same reaction as him. In that case, you should carry Shenong Jing forward, help the world by practicing medicine, and save more people. Tang Zheng urged. The King of Medicine nodded heavily, and said meticulously, Master, don't worry, I will live up to your expectations, and I will not let Shenong and Shenong Jing down. Don't be so serious. It's just that Shenong Jing is not only a medical book, but also a set of cultivation methods. You are a warrior, and you can only practice Shenong Jing if you destroy all your kung fu. Are you willing? Tang Zheng asked. Yes, of course, I am willing, 1,000, 10,000 times willing. The King of Medicine nodded eagerly. Young man, you see, we were right, he will definitely be willing. The inner demons came out to take credit. Tang Zheng ignored them and continued to say to the King of Medicine, then let's start now. I will destroy your kung fu, and it may be a little painful, you have to bear with it. Chapter 1036. There were many ways to destroy a person's kung fu. First of all, one could directly shatter a person's dantian. From then on, it would be difficult for the dantian to gather and produce internal strength. Similarly, such a dantian could no longer produce genuine qi, so the person would really be destroyed. In addition, one could also do it like when Tang Zheng participated in the kung fu competition. He was plotted against and took a strong poison like the spirit-refining pill. This would not only destroy a person's kung fu, but also destroy a person's body and meridians. This method was not advisable. Finally, there was another way, which was to use a strong kung fu to dissolve the opponent's internal strength. This could only be done if there was a great disparity between the two people's kung fu. This method would not hurt the meridians and body, and was the most gentle. Tang Jing naturally chose this method. His kung fu was much stronger than the king of medicine, so of course he could do this. However, the process of dissolving internal strength would inevitably be accompanied by pain. "I'm starting." Tang Jing shouted in a deep voice and activated his genuine qi. The medicine king's body suddenly stiffened as he furrowed his brows. This was because he felt a powerful energy rush into his meridians. At that moment, a bone-piercing pain appeared spontaneously. "Ah!" He subconsciously groaned in pain, but quickly gritted his teeth to hold it back. Tang Zheng's mind was not distracted as he quickly cut the Gordian knot. True Qi rampaged through his meridians but did not injure his meridians as he tried to use the fastest speed to cripple his martial arts. It had to be said that although the king of medicine was a master in the apricot forest and his medical skills were exquisite, his kung fu cultivation was indeed mediocre. Therefore, Tang Zheng's progress was very fast. His genuine qi swept through the king of medicine's meridians and dantian at lightning speed. In the end, the genuine qi defeated all the internal strength, and even the internal strength in the dantian disappeared completely. If it was an ordinary case of dissolving one's kung fu, this would be the end, but Tang Zheng was not satisfied with this. The king of medicine was old, so it would take twice the effort for half the result to cultivate. In order to make up for this defect, he decided to take this opportunity to personally cleanse his muscles and marrow and widen his meridians so that he could cultivate faster in the future. "Ah!" Suddenly, the king of medicine could not help but cry out. Beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on his forehead. This was the side effect of the forceful cleansing of muscles and marrow. "King of medicine, hold it in. I'll help you with the bone marrow cleansing," Tang Jing hurriedly urged. The king of medicine nodded and gritted his teeth. "Master, I can hold on. Just let me go." Tang Jing secretly praised him. The pain that the king of medicine had to endure was several times more intense than that of an ordinary person. If it wasn't for his great perseverance, it would be impossible for him to endure. But Tang Jing believed that the king of medicine could do it. As expected, although the king of medicine was sweating profusely as if he had just been fished out of the water, he gritted his teeth and did not utter a single word. The meridians were widened little by little, and the impurities were gradually discharged from the body. The surface of the king of medicine's body was covered with a layer of black dirt, and the wrinkles on his face seemed to have smoothed out a lot. Tang Jing said in his heart that he was finally going to succeed. He pointed at the center of the medicine king's eyebrows and said, "Focus your mind and calm down. I will pass on the Shenong scripture to you. You will follow the Shenong scripture's instructions to guide your qi and enter the refining qi stage." "Yes, master." The king of medicine was in pain and happiness. Suddenly, he felt a light flash in his mind, and then there was an ancient book. He was shocked and immediately understood that this was the Shenong Jing. He was so happy that he almost cheered, but he immediately restrained his mind and followed the Shenong Jing's instructions. He began to cultivate little by little. A warm feeling immediately grew from his dantian, and then flowed along his meridians to his limbs and bones. True Qi, is this the true Qi? He was overjoyed, and his temples were throbbing. Tang Jing also noticed the true Qi in his body. Although this true Qi was weak, it naturally repelled his true Qi, as if it wanted to drive out this invader. Tang Zheng's mouth curved into a smile, and he controlled the true qi to withdraw little by little from his meridians, and then he guarded him. The king of medicine was like a statue, motionless, and immersed in the mysterious realm of cultivation. From now on, he could be considered to have stepped into the threshold of cultivation, and was able to glimpse the mystery of the great Tao. After a long time, the king of medicine finally opened his eyes, and his eyes were full of joy. He excitedly said, "Master, I've finally succeeded. I've become a cultivator. Thank you for the grace of rebirth." As he spoke, he was about to bow down to Tang Jing. Tang Jing hurriedly held him and said with a smile, "No need to be so polite. Since you call me master, this is what I should do. Master's great kindness, I'll never forget it. I taught you Shinong Jing so that you can better practice medicine and save people. I hope you won't forget your original intention, and carry forward Shinong Jing, so that my painstaking efforts will not be in vain." Tang Jing sincerely said. Although there was a large age gap between the two, they didn't feel the slightest awkwardness towards these words. As the saying goes, the one who reaches the top first. Both of them tacitly agreed on this point. The king of medicine patted his chest, and like a hot-blooded youth, he passionately expressed his promise. Suddenly, he frowned and said, "Why is it so smelly?" I'm washing your meridians and removing the impurities. This strange smell is the cause of the impurities being expelled from your body." The king of medicine suddenly understood, and hurriedly went back to his room to take a bath. The two chatted for a while, and Tang Jing clearly explained some things to pay attention to in cultivation, and then they parted ways. He went back to the capital, and the king of medicine went back to the pharmaceutical factory. He flew back to the capital on his sword, and as soon as he landed, he couldn't wait to ask, "Chiyu, inner demons, you said that there's a primordial aura in the capital, where is it? Quickly take me there." The two immediately appeared and said, "Don't be noisy, let us feel it first. The smog in the capital is so bad that even the primordial aura is covered up by this smog, and has become very weak. We have to find it slowly." Tang Jing speechlessly rolled his eyes, and looked up at the sky. The sky was gloomy, as if it was covered with a layer of gray cloth. Although the Tree of Life had been constantly improving the spiritual energy and air in this world, after all, it had only been a short time, and the air quality was really too poor, so the effect was not immediately visible. For the time being, Tang Jing didn't have any way to deal with the smog that filled the sky, and could only pray that the Tree of Life's effect would appear as soon as possible. However, he had a new idea about his villa area. He couldn't care less about other people's territory. After all, he didn't have that much ability, but if his own area was filled with turbid air all day long, it would be too embarrassing. Therefore, he had to find a way to improve the air in his area, and turn it into a paradise in the capital. Your idea is not bad, and it's not difficult to realize. A spirit-gathering array can easily do it. Chi-Yu praised. Now, Chi-Yu and the inner demons took turns to praise him. They all wanted to make a good impression on him. "Of course, don't you see who came up with this idea?" Tang Jing said proudly, "Let's find the primordial aura first, then go back and set up a spirit-gathering array." "I got it!" The inner demons suddenly shouted, "I can feel the primordial aura." "Inner demons, don't shout, you're not the only one who can feel it, I can feel it too." Chi-Yu snorted. "Stop arguing, let's go." Following the inner demons and Chi-Yu's directions, Tang Jing walked through the streets and came to the entrance of a house. "It's here, the primordial aura is coming from inside," the two said with certainty. Tang Jing looked up, a familiar door and a familiar plaque came into view. Yi Mansion. Why are we here? This was the Ye family's mansion in the capital. Tang Jing used to be a frequent guest, but after Yi Tianlei and Yi Xuanji broke off, he never came here again. The Yi mansion was still as tall as before, and the courtyard was deep. There was no difference compared to before, unlike the Song and Chu families that were completely ruined. When the guards at the door saw Tang Jing, their expressions became strange. After all, who didn't know the former son-in-law of the Ye family? Seeing him standing at the door, they couldn't guess what he was thinking, so they didn't dare to act rashly. Are you sure it's here? Tang Zheng looked at the house with a strange expression, and asked the two. Qi Yu and the inner demon seemed to have been greatly insulted, and said sullenly, "You can doubt other things, but how can you doubt our professionalism? The primordial aura is coming from inside." Tang Jing nodded with a sullen face. Could it be that someone in the Ya family had been taken over? This was something new and unheard of. Then let's go in and take a look. Tang Jing could even come and go freely in the inner palace, so how could he be blocked by these high walls? When he walked to the door, the guards quickly came up and stopped him with a complicated expression, and nervously said, "Young Master Tang, please stop." Tang Jing didn't plan to make things difficult for them and calmly said, "I won't make things difficult for you, just open the door." The guards had a difficult expression and said, "Young Master Tang, we have a duty, forgive us for not being able to comply." Seeing Tang Zhang's expression suddenly change, as if he was about to flip out, a smart guard quickly said, "Young Master Tang, please wait a moment, we will go and report." Tang Jing hesitated. Since the primordial aura was in the Yi mansion, it naturally couldn't escape, so he nodded his head. Not long after, the guards hurriedly ran back and respectfully bowed to Tang Jing, and said, "Young Master Tang, please, the patriarch is waiting for you in the main hall." Tang Jing walked in with large strides, and found that there wasn't much change in the Yi mansion. He secretly asked the two guards about the primordial aura's whereabouts, and the two acted as guides, guiding him forward. Young Master Tang, it's not that way, it's this way." Seeing Tang Jing turn the corner, the guards were shocked, and quickly shouted, "The patriarch is waiting in the main hall, it's this way." "I'll go over here first." Tang Jing didn't want to delay any longer, and with a leap, he turned into a blur, and rushed towards the direction of the primordial aura. Young Master Tang, you can't." The guards turned pale with fright and screamed. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, and blocked in front of Tang Jing. Looking closely, it was actually Yi Xuanji, who looked a bit older than before, and his snow-white beard fluttered in the wind. Chapter 1037. Yi Xuanji's aura was incomparably sharp, even more so than before. Tang Zhang's eyes narrowed into two slits as he looked at him calmly. "Tang Jing, this is the Ya family, not just anyone can barge in," Yi Xuanji said in an unfriendly tone. Tang Jing was unmoved and said, "Is that so? Could it be that there's some unspeakable secret?" Yi Xuanji's temples throbbed as he asked, "What do you mean by that?" Tang Jing also stared straight at Yi Xuanji, as if he wanted to find some clues from his reaction, but Yi Xuanji was after all an old fox, so how could he be seen through so easily? There were no flaws at all. "Just now, the guard came to report that you're here. Since you're a guest, I naturally wouldn't neglect you. But if you're here to cause trouble, even though my Ya family is weak, we're not that easy to bully," Yi Xuanji said firmly. Tang Jing turned around and asked Qi Yu and the inner demons if the Great Desolate Aura was nearby. After getting an affirmative answer, Tang Jing made up his mind. Even though it wasn't good to barge in, this matter was still very important and he couldn't be careless. Moreover, the Ya family was his opponent. If he was too polite, it would seem hypocritical. His eyes flashed as he walked straight towards the direction of the Great Desolate Aura. 9 unspecified currency. Yi Xuanji slid and blocked his way. Their eyes met and sparks were already flying. "If that's the case, then I won't be polite." After Tang Jing finished speaking, he pushed his palms towards Yi Xuanji's chest. Yi Xuanji roared and quickly blocked with his palms. Bang! 4 palms collided and Yi Xuanji was pushed back a few steps. But Tang Jing didn't move at all, as if he was Mount Tai. Yi Xuanji's expression changed as he exclaimed, "How did your cultivation become so high?" Even though he had expected Tang Zhang's cultivation to be unfathomable, he had never thought that his cultivation would be so high. It was not just a little bit higher than the last time they fought. Moreover, his intuition told him that Tang Jing didn't use his full strength, otherwise he would have suffered even more. How did Tang Jing do it? In just a few months' time. Could it be that cultivators are so much stronger than warriors? In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, many thoughts flashed through his mind, and his emotions fluctuated unsteadily. "You're not my match, you can't stop me," Tang Jing said lightly. He has the right to say this, not because he's arrogant. Ye's expression as the Ye family. How can I watch you barge into the Ye family without doing anything? How can my Ye family stand in front of the world? How can I let the Ye family? How can I the Ye family? How can I watch you the Ye family? If you, how can I? My family is right. How can I right? How can I the can I? How can I? Whoosh. After he finished speaking, a sword flashed and a sword appeared in his hand. The cold sword flashed towards Tang Zhang's throat. Tang Zhang's eyes flashed coldly as he stared at the approaching sword and thought, why do I feel like I've seen this before? Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he realized, wind-chasing sword art. No, this is definitely not the real wind-chasing sword art. It's a fake. His guess was not wrong. Ever since Yi Xuanji had seen Yi Dingdong's mysterious wind-chasing sword technique, he had been unable to get it out of his mind. Later on, he went into seclusion for a long time and devoted himself to studying it. Finally, he created this wind-chasing sword technique, but compared to the real wind-chasing sword technique, it was worlds apart. Tang Jing smirked and said, trying to imitate but making a fool out of yourself. A fake like you dares to act arrogantly in front of me. I'll let you see what the real wind-chasing sword art is. Tang Jing casually plucked a branch from the side. With a flick of his wrist, the leaves fell and turned into a bare branch. Yi Xuanji's face slightly changed, but his sword attack did not weaken. Instead, it became sharper and filled with killing intent. To deal with you, this is enough, Tang Jing calmly said. To Yi Xuanji, this was no different from a huge insult. His face turned green as he angrily said, "You're courting death." Whoosh! The long sword arrived in front of Tang Jing. Tang Jing lightly waved the branch and pointed it out. The strength and speed were just right. When it touched the long sword, the branch bent into a full moon shape but did not break. Instead, the long sword received a huge rebound force. Whang! The long sword violently trembled. Yi Xuanji could not control it and his hand involuntarily loosened. The long sword flew out of his hand and fiercely pierced into the roof, leaving the sword hilt trembling incessantly. Looking at this scene, Yi Xuanji was stunned. He had lost completely. He thought that he had comprehended the essence of the wind-chasing sword art, but he did not expect that he could not even withstand one of Tang Zhang's moves. Just now, Tang Zhang's move was fast and accurate. It seemed to be light, but in reality, it had the power of 10,000 kilograms. It was the essence of the wind-chasing sword art. His face revealed an unprecedented look of despair. Tang Jing did not continue to tangle with him, nor did he take advantage of the situation to attack him. After all, he was Yi Dingdong's grandfather and Yi Tianlei's father. If he really did something to him, then there would be a rift between him and Yi Tianlei's family. He turned into a gust of wind and swept past Yi Xuanji. This time, he was too late to block. Why did the primitive aura disappear? Suddenly, Qi Yu and the inner demons exclaimed. Tang Jing was shocked. He had no choice but to stop and ask, how did it disappear? Didn't you say it was very obvious? It was very obvious just now, but now it has disappeared. The two were helpless and also seemed to be very puzzled. Tang Jing frowned and looked at the many rooms in front of him. The Ye family was a big house. It occupied a large area and there were many rooms. Without a clear target, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Could it be that the person heard the fighting, so he noticed the situation and deliberately hid? The inner demons mumbled. Chi Yu was surprised. He pondered for a while and analyzed logically. If that's the case, then this soul has probably succeeded in taking over the body. It might even have recovered a lot of its power. Moreover, it must have been a powerful master when it was alive, so it could hide the primitive aura. Hearing this, Tang Zheng was also shocked. If it had succeeded in taking over the body, then whose body did it take over in the Ya family? Didn't you say that you could easily detect the primitive aura? Why can the other party disappear under your nose now? Tang Zheng asked angrily. Chi Yu hurriedly explained, Tang Zheng, don't slander us, we are just a strand of soul, and our strength is greatly reduced. If we were to occupy a body, then no matter how well the other party hides, they will not be able to escape our fiery golden eyes. The inner demons also agreed, that makes sense. Why don't you find a body for us and let us be reborn? Then these are all small problems. We will solve them for you in minutes. Tang Zheng sneered mockingly, your plan is too good. Do you think you can fool me like this? Stop dreaming. If I let you take over my body and be reborn, wouldn't I be digging my own grave? How can that be? We have been together for so long. We have feelings for each other. We are close friends. The inner demons and Chi retorted. Stop dreaming. Quickly find a way to find the other party. Tang Zheng urged. The two of them fell silent at the same time. After a while, they said faintly, I'm afraid there is no way. No way. Tang Zheng stared with his eyes wide open, you were so confident before. Now you are breaking the chain. We don't want to either. The two of them mumbled, feeling wronged. I don't care. Anyway, if there is no way, now that we are here, I will not give up halfway. Tang Zheng purposely forced the two of them. Let's capture Yi Xuanji and interrogate him. Maybe we will get something. The inner demon suggested. Tang Zheng sneered, what kind of rotten idea is that? Do you think Yi Xuanji is a coward? You think he will listen to you just by scaring him? Don't we still have the soul-searching method? Chi Yu said. Tang Zheng's head moved, but he immediately rejected this method. Just like killing Yi Xuanji, this would also cause a rift between him and Yi Tianlei's family. This was a last resort. He would not do this unless he had no other choice. So. Suddenly, several figures flew over from a distance and surrounded Tang Zheng. They were Yi Xuanji, Yi Tianming, and Yi Ku. Tang Zheng, you are too arrogant. Do you really think that the Ya family is a place where you can come and go as you please? Yi Tianming roared. Yi Ku indignantly scolded, don't think that you can be arrogant by relying on your own weight. You can ride on top of our Ya family's head. This time, if you don't give us an explanation, don't even think about leaving. Tang Zheng's eyes wandered over the three of them. His eyes were burning like a scanner, as if he wanted to see through the three of them. Then who would the Yin general choose to be his puppet? The strong. The other party will definitely choose the strong, so that he can exert his strength to a greater extent. Chi Yu quickly said. Tang Zheng's head moved and asked, the strong people of the Ya family are in front of him. Do you think he will choose one of the three? This possibility is not ruled out. The inner demons agreed. Just now, I fought with Yi Xuanji, and at that time, the great desolate aura still existed. That is to say, Yi Xuanji can be excluded. Then, he can only choose between Yi Tianming and Yi Ku. Tang Zheng analyzed. His eyes swept back and forth between Yi Tianming and Yi Ku. Why are you looking at us like this? Yi Ku asked in a bad mood. Tang Zheng did not answer. Instead, he made a move. Yi Ku was still a few meters away. She saw Tang Zheng's big hand reach out and use the swallowing sky technique. A powerful suction force spread out from his palm. Yiku exclaimed and involuntarily flew towards Tang Zheng. Bang bang! His feet fiercely stomped on the ground, trying to stop his body. However, all this was in vain. He finally fell into Tang Zheng's palm. Tang Zheng, what are you doing? Yi Tianming roared. His son was captured. His mood could be imagined. With a roar, the long sword in his hand trembled. Swish swish swish, the sword bloomed in the sky. The man and the sword came together and stabbed towards Tang Zheng's heart. Chapter 1038. The branch in Tang Zheng's hand had not been thrown away. He shook the branch and faced the two people. Since they wanted to fight, then he would accompany them to the end. It was a good opportunity to test the two people's cultivation. With two swishing sounds, the branch was like a sharp sword, pointing at the two people's vital points. Since he wanted to test whether it was true or false, he naturally would not be merciful. He had to force the two people into a desperate situation. The branch accurately pierced the two people's bodies. However, the two people did not fall, nor did blood burst out. The two people's faces showed a sinister and strange smile, which made people's hair stand on end. What's going on? Tang Zheng was shocked. He was very clear on the power of his attack. With the cultivation of these two people, it was impossible for them to block it. Even if they were strong, it was impossible for them to do so. Could it be that these two people had already been taken over and reborn? Tang Zheng, your methods are useless. You should obediently accept your death. You have committed all kinds of crimes against our Ya family in the past. Today, you will pay for them all. Yiku shouted ferociously. Tang Zheng frowned. Yiku was very different from what he usually saw. There was always a strange feeling that he could not explain. He immediately looked at Yi Tianming. The smile on the other side's mouth seemed to be particularly strange. Young man, don't you feel that something is wrong? The inner demon suddenly asked. What's wrong? Tang Zheng was confused. Chi Yu said, you are really too stupid. You usually boast that you are smart. Why are you so stupid today? Can't you see such a simple flaw? Tang Zheng was more confused. Where was the flaw? Why did he not see it after looking for a long time? What flaw? Yi Tianming is already dead. How could he appear here? Chi Yu asked. The inner demons echoed, yes, isn't this a flaw? A big flaw. Yi Tianming is dead. Tang Zheng's eyes widened. Why did he not remember this? Really? Are you suffering from amnesia? Chi Yu said snappily. You're the one with amnesia. Tang Zheng rolled his eyes and retorted. That's weird. There must be a problem. It's just that we haven't figured it out yet. Could it be that Yi Tianming was the one who was possessed and reborn? The inner demons were amazed. If only it was that simple. I think things are even more complicated. Chi Yu said disapprovingly. After listening to the conversation between the two, Tang Zheng felt like his brain was turning into mush. He was getting more and more confused. It was as if something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Before the three of them could come up with a solution, Yi Xuanji and the other two launched a fierce attack. In an instant, 3 swords were launched at the same time, attacking Tang Zheng together. Tang Zheng threw away the branch and changed to the War Soul sword. He quickly slashed his sword. The air shook and the sword light directly penetrated Yi Xuanji's body. Yi Xuanji was safe and sound. Instead, he revealed a proud smile. His long sword flew out of his hand and slashed at Tang Zheng. Clang! The War Soul sword forced the sword back. However, the long sword didn't fly away. Instead, it made a circle in the air and turned back. Imperial Sword Technique. Tang Zheng was too familiar with this scene and couldn't help but exclaim. Yi Xuanji was a martial artist. How could he know the Imperial Sword Technique? This didn't make sense at all. Whoosh! The long sword flew out again. This time, it was faster and more accurate. It was completely an attack of the wind-chasing sword technique. It wasn't the unorthodox attack that Yi Xuanji used before. Instead, it was the essence of the wind-chasing sword technique. With the combination of the Imperial Sword Technique, the power of this attack increased sharply. Even Tang Jing felt a huge pressure. Tang Jing quickly raised his sword to block. He felt as if he had suffered a heavy blow. His arm went numb and the War Soul sword almost flew out of his hand. No, no! The inner demons and Qiyu shouted at the same time. This isn't real. We finally know why the Great Desolate Aura disappeared. It's because we've already fallen into a trap. Fallen into a trap? Tang Zhang's expression was strange. He didn't know what to do. Yes, all of this is fake. There's no difference between a fake and a real one. It actually deceived all of our eyes. The inner demons let out a long sigh. I finally know who the Great Desolate Aura is. Only he can do this and deceive all of us. Qiyu said indignantly, Hang, I also know who you're talking about. I didn't think that this person wouldn't stop even after he died. He came out to stir up trouble and even hit my head. Seeing the two speak with righteous indignation, Tang Jing quickly asked, Who are you talking about? Nightmare. Who is he? This person was one of the generals under the Yellow Emperor. Many of my 9 Li tribe's warriors died in his hands. Qiyu said hatefully. What kind of ability does he have to be so powerful? Nightmare's ability is something that no one else has. In this world, he is the only one who knows his magic. He also doesn't have a successor because his talent is too special. No one can stand shoulder to shoulder with him. He created a set of spells for himself, called Traceless Dream of Heart. What's so powerful about this magic? Qiyu gave a heavy snort, as if he didn't want to talk about it. The inner demon said, Do you usually dream? Of course I dream. Everyone dreams. The nightmare's power lies in its ability to create a dreamscape. Then without leaving a trace, it can silently lure people into a dream. In a dreamscape, anything is possible. It's like a heavenly steed soaring across the sky. It doesn't stick to a certain pattern. Moreover, the person who enters the dreamscape won't know that they're dreaming because it's too real. The two of us are inside your body and haven't been attacked by the nightmare. That's why we can see through everything. When you dream, do you dream of someone who has already passed away? Then you don't think that they're dead, and you even talk to them like a normal person. The inner demons asked. Tang Jing nodded. This kind of situation was too common. Most people would have encountered it at least once. So, right now we're in a dreamscape created by the nightmare. That's why we're like this. The dead come back to life, the enemy becomes stronger. These kinds of things that surpass common sense can only happen in a dreamscape. But the nightmare's power lies in the fact that even though it's a dreamscape, once you're killed by the enemy, you'll really die in the dreamscape. Those who are lured into the dreamscape by the nightmare's traceless dream will be trapped in the dreamscape if they can't break out of the dreamscape. The nightmare will always think of ways, and even deliberately create nightmares to make people die in their dreams. These words enlightened Tang Zheng. His heart was as clear as a mirror, and his eyes lit up. Everything in front of him seemed to distort. The air violently fluctuated, and the trees and houses around him became faintly discernible. The smiles of the 3 people in front of him became increasingly strange, causing his heart to feel cold. This is all fake. I'm dreaming. Tang Jing shouted himself hoarse. Boom! With a loud noise, the whole world seemed to collapse. The faces of the three people in front of him became blurred. He only heard a shrill cry, "How did you see through it?" The scene in front of him suddenly changed. The three people disappeared, and everything around him became clear again. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two sounds came from afar. In the blink of an eye, two people came in front of him. Looking closely, it was Yi Xuanji and Yi Ku. Tang Zheng's pupils suddenly shrank. He said in his heart that this was not a dream. Of course it's not a dream, this is reality. Although the nightmare spell is powerful, once it's a dreamscape, it can quietly withdraw. However, once trapped, it's really difficult to recognize that you're in a dreamscape, so you can't withdraw at all. Unless you have a really great magical ability, otherwise, in the face of the nightmare spell, you're really powerless. The nightmare once said that when he cultivates the heart's dream traceless spell to the extreme, even if it's a magnificent army, he can quietly lure them into a dream and eliminate them all in the dream. The inner demons introduced. Tang Zheng's head moved, and said, "Then during the Battle of Zhuolu, did the nightmare also use the heart's dream traceless spell?" Qiyu snorted coldly, and said, "Of course, how could he give up on such a powerful spell? It's just that he thinks highly of himself, but in the end, he can't escape death. My people are not to be trifled with, although they paid a huge price, they still killed this scourge. It's just that I didn't expect that after tens of thousands of years, nightmare would appear again." Tang Jing patted his forehead, feeling bitter in his heart. In the ancient times, the experts gathered together, and all kinds of spells blossomed, making it hard to imagine. With so many souls escaping from the prehistoric heavenly tomb, it would probably cause a lot of trouble. Since there is a first time, then I will be extremely careful. I will not fall into the nightmare demon's trap again. You all said that these souls would choose the strong, then other than Yi Xuanji, there is only Yi Ke left in the Yi mansion. Could it be that the nightmare demon chose him? Tang Jing muttered to himself, staring at Yi Ke like a torch. The Ya family looked at Tang Jing. Just now, they saw that Tang Jing was as motionless as a statue from afar. The two of them were shocked, but they did not sit back and watch. Instead, they directly chose to charge over, preparing to give him a fatal blow. However, just as they rushed in front of him, they discovered that Tang Jing had freed himself from the meditative state of the old monk. As a result, the two of them immediately stopped in their tracks, and did not dare to act rashly. They looked at him suspiciously, not knowing what kind of medicine he was selling in his gourd. "Tang Jing, do you really think that my Ya family has no one left? Today, even if I, Yi Xuanji, risk my life, I will not let you succeed," Yi Xuanji said while gnashing his teeth. Just now, he was completely shocked by Tang Zheng's strength. When Tang Zheng left, he was both scared and ashamed. He was the dignified patriarch of a generation. If he was scared like this, then he would not be able to show his face in the Yi clan in the future. He would be pointed at behind his back and scolded to death. As the head of the family, of course he could not ignore it. Therefore, even though he knew that he was no match for it, he still had to chase after it. Only this time, there was Yi Ke. Chapter 1039. Tang Jing did not pay attention to Yi Xuanji's clamor, he just stared at Yi Ke intently, as if he wanted to see through her. Does he have a great aura? No. What about the great aura? It appeared again, in the small courtyard behind. Tang Jing suddenly turned his head to look. Doesn't this mean that the nightmare did not choose Yi Ke, but chose another person? He stared at the wall behind him, as if he wanted to let his eyes penetrate it to see who could get the favor of the nightmare. "Tang Jing, what are you looking around for?" Yi Xuanji scolded. Tang Jing coldly snorted, his toes touched the ground, and he was about to fly into the small courtyard. "Stop for me!" Yi Xuanji roared, his heels slammed on the ground, and the ground immediately cracked. He was like a cannonball, flying out. The sword in his hand shone brightly, and he and the sword seemed to be integrated into one. Seeing this scene, Tang Zheng understood that the other party was going all out, and quickly raised the War Soul Sword. The War Soul Sword whistled, and one sword flew into the sky. Ding Dang shouted, and the two swords clashed. One sword and one person fell from the sky, drawing a bloody trace in the sky, and heavily fell to the ground, blood spurting out. At this moment, Yi Xuanji seemed to have aged more than 10 years. Originally, there were a few black hairs, but now all of them have turned white. This blow, Tang Zheng broke all of his defenses, even his mind, and the damage he suffered was immeasurable. Tang Zheng did not hide anything. It was the other party's repeated threats that made him really angry. Moreover, the Ye family actually had such a powerful existence as the nightmare. Tang Zheng had to be careful. Grandpa. Yiku was originally preparing to attack Tang Zheng, but when she saw this scene, she subconsciously stopped and helped Yi Xuanji up. Tang Zheng, I will fight with you. Yiku shouted. Her face was crazy. Yi Xuanji grabbed his sleeves tightly and shook his head. Don't, you are not his match. Tang Zheng coldly looked at the two of them and said, I originally didn't want to be your enemy, but since someone in your mansion has been possessed, I have no choice but to interfere. Moreover, this is for your own good because the people you are familiar with are already in danger. Possession. Yi Xuanji took a deep breath and suppressed the blood in his heart as he asked. That's right. An extremely powerful soul has attacked one of your people. If you don't treat him in time, he'll be in grave danger. Hey, nonsense, you want to use this reason to deceive us. Do you really think that we are 3-year-old children? Yiku disapproved and sarcastically said. Tang Zheng ignored him and said, Yi Xuanji, it's up to you whether you believe me or not. I'm telling the truth. Yi Xuanji had a complicated expression on his face. After pondering for a while, he said, What evidence do you have? The evidence is at the back of the yard. We'll know once we go in and take a look. Tang Zheng pointed to the back. Behind this courtyard. Who are you trying to fool? No one lives in this courtyard for a long time. How can there be people? Hey, Tang Zheng, don't you know how to make up a better lie when you're lying? Yiku snorted. No one, how can it be? Tang Zheng didn't believe it. It was clear that the great desolate aura was coming from inside. His heart moved and he asked, could it be that an outsider broke in and deliberately hid inside? Ah, ridiculous, where do you think my Ye family is? What kind of cats and dogs can come and go as they please? Yiku pointed at the mulberry tree and scolded the locust tree. Tang Zheng frowned. Yiku, keep your mouth clean, otherwise you will suffer. Yiku still wanted to argue, but was stopped by Yi Xuanji. He looked deeply at the courtyard, not knowing what he was thinking. Bad, the great desolate aura is moving, the other party wants to escape. The inner demons suddenly shouted. Don't let him escape. Qiyu urged, quickly chase. Tang Zheng also ignored the Ye family, jumped and rushed into the courtyard. Yiku shouted, stop, and tried to chase, but she was held back by Yi Xuanji. She could only watch as Tang Zheng disappeared in the courtyard. Grandpa, why are you pulling me? This is the Ye family, how can we let him do whatever he wants? Yiku said indignantly. Yi Xuanji's face sank and said, young people are full of vigor, what do you know? If you chase after him, what if something bad happens to you? What will happen to our Ye family? I can die, but you absolutely can't die. You are the hope of the Ye family, do you understand? Yiku lowered her head in shame and said, Grandpa, I know I was wrong. How much credibility do you think Tang Zheng's words have? Humph, he is completely lying. Yiku's face was cold and said without thinking. Yi Xuanji was silent. Yiku was shocked and asked, Grandpa, you don't really believe his nonsense, do you? Do you think it is necessary for him to talk nonsense to both of us? We can't threaten him at all. He is so active, what can he do, or what benefits can he get? Yi Xuanji pointed out. Yi Ke was speechless. Yi Xuanji patted Yi Ke's shoulder and said earnestly, think more when you encounter things. I found that since the war, you have become more and more impatient. Although you have Tangjing, this mountain in front of you, but even in the face of the mountain, we have to have the spirit of a foolish old man moving the mountain. Conserve energy, accumulate strength little by little, and one day, we can dig up this mountain. Yi Ke lowered her head and said, Yes, Grandpa, I understand. He turned his eyes and asked, Since you think that what Tangjing said is true, then what is the matter with the soul he said? Of course we have to figure it out. Let's go in. Yi Xuanji stood up with difficulty as the injury he received just now was not enough to take his life. The two hurriedly rushed into the courtyard, only to find that Tang Zheng's figure had jumped up from another wall and completely disappeared. He didn't find what he wanted. Yi Xuanji said, Let's catch up. However, the two chased for a while, and completely couldn't see Tang Zheng's whereabouts. They could only look at the endless flow of traffic and sigh. Yi Ke stomped her foot and said, Damn, I let him run away. Yi Xuanji shook his head slightly and said, About what Tang Zheng said later, you are not allowed to spread it, understand? Yes. Yi Ke didn't know why, but she quickly responded. In addition, pay more attention to Tang Zheng's movements during this time. He is jumping too happily, and this has become the target of public criticism. We don't have to deal with him, someone else will clean him up. We just need to watch the show, and then save our strength. Yi Ke nodded. The leader is determined to support our Ya family. If we are unable to support the leader will change his target in minutes, and our Ya family will completely lose the opportunity to rise. Therefore, during this time, you must be 120% alert, there must be no mistakes. Yi Xuanji sternly warned. Yi Ke understood the importance of the matter and nodded heavily. When Tang Zheng chased into the courtyard, the primitive aura had already escaped. He followed the aura and quickly chased out. As for the Ya family behind him, he didn't take them to heart, because he could quickly get rid of them. Sure enough, he quickly got rid of the two people, but the speed of the primitive aura was so fast that it was jaw-dropping. Even he couldn't catch up. Tang Zheng, the nightmare, was a strong man who had reached the Deshang realm. Although it is only his soul, I am afraid that after the possession, his cultivation base is definitely not low. It is even possible that it is higher than yours, so you may not be able to catch up with him. The inner demon said worriedly. Chi Yu retorted, We have to catch up. This is our last chance. Our perception range of the primitive aura is only 5 kilometers. Once it exceeds this range, we can't do anything. Since we have already alerted the enemy, if we let the other party escape, the other party will definitely hide completely, and it will be difficult to find them again. The perception range is only 5 kilometers, then why didn't you say it before? Tang Zheng was surprised. This, you didn't ask. Chi Yu and the inner demon said bitterly. Tang Zheng thought about it and immediately understood what the two were thinking. He asked, You deliberately raised your value before, so you didn't say this, right? In order to survive and prove their great value, the two of them naturally wouldn't reveal their shortcomings. As for the desolate aura in the Yi residence, they had long discovered it, which was why they were so confident. As for the other desolate auras, they couldn't sense them at all. They didn't even have the slightest clue. I was actually tricked by the two of you. Tang Zheng's expression was unkind. How did we trick you? We can really sense the primitive aura, but there is a distance limit. Humph, deliberately exaggerating, isn't that a trick? You're wrong, we didn't lie to you at all. The two hurriedly defended themselves. It had to be said that what the two said was not unreasonable. Tang Jing didn't ask, and they didn't say in detail, so it wasn't a trick. It was Tang Zhang's fault for subconsciously making a mistake. Wait until I catch this nightmare, then I'll deal with you guys. Tang Zhang was indignant and raised his speed to the limit. He madly ran all the way, circling through the streets of Beijing. After chasing for half a day, he still couldn't even see the shadow of the other party. Only the primitive aura was guiding him. This made Tang Jing depressed and secretly competitive. If I can't catch up, then I'll catch up. Let's see who can last longer. Ring ring ring. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang. At this critical moment, who is calling? Young Master Tang, quickly come and save me. Ji Wuxiang's voice came from the phone, sounding very anxious. What's the matter? Someone wants to kill me. Who wants to kill you? Beep beep. The phone was cut off, and when he called back, he was told that the phone was turned off. Don't worry about that, Ji Wuxiang, catching the nightmare is the most important thing. Qi Yu urged. The inner demons hurriedly retorted, although the nightmare is important, Ji Wuxiang is also important. If his celestial chess falls into the hands of others, I'm afraid it will be very disadvantageous for you. Ji Wuxiang is a genius, such a person cannot fall into the hands of others. Chapter 1040. What's so hard to choose? Stop hesitating and continue chasing the Nightmare Lord. Otherwise, it will be too late for regrets. Qi Yu kept urging. The inner demons retorted, Qi Yu, don't be an alarmist. He has a grudge with you, that's why you want to kill him. The Nightmare Lord is indeed powerful, but to say that he's so powerful that it's against the heavens is definitely an exaggeration. Why would the Nightmare Lord run away and not face Tang Jing head-on? Because he knows that Tang Jing has a way to break his traceless dream spell. His most powerful spell would not work, so he would naturally run away. Is that so? Tang Zhang's heart moved as he asked. Of course it is so. The inner demon said as a matter of fact. Qi Yu did not refute, clearly agreeing with this point. If I meet the Nightmare Lord again, can I not be affected by his traceless dream spell? Tang Zhang asked curiously. The inner demons confidently said, of course not for normal people, but you can rest assured that with us here, even if he can lure you into the dream realm, he won't be able to lure us. So, as long as the two of us are here, the Nightmare Lord's spell will not work. So that's how it is. Tang Zheng suddenly understood, immediately understanding the importance of the situation. Inner demons, if you don't speak, no one will think you're a mute. Qi Yu said in a flustered and exasperated manner. The inner demons chuckled, Qi Yu, you're so flustered and exasperated because I'm right. What I said is the truth. As for how to choose, that's up to the young man. You don't really think that you can make the young man's decision right. Don't be so arrogant, arrogance makes people fall behind. Tang Jing did not pay attention to the two of them arguing. In his heart, he gradually came up with a plan. Since he had chased the Nightmare Lord for so long and still could not catch him, that meant that the Nightmare Lord's methods were very good. Even if he continued to chase, he might not be able to catch him. However, if Ji Wuxiang fell into the enemy's hands, he would not be able to keep the chess piece and would be a huge threat to himself. I understand. In an instant, he made his decision. What are you going to do? I'll go save Ji Wuxiang first. Qi Yu really wanted to look up at the sky and sigh. He hatefully said to the inner demons, it's you who ruined my plans. I'll remember you. Just you wait. The inner demons didn't care. Qi Yu, whether it was when you were alive or now, you can't do anything to me. So your threat is too weak to be effective. Inner demons, you really are my nemesis. Qi Yu shouted angrily. Tang Zheng changed direction and headed straight for the Xiangqi Club. Although Ji Wuxiang did not say where he was, he had a feeling that Ji Wuxiang was most likely in the Go Club. When he arrived at the Go Club, the door was tightly shut. He immediately frowned. He had guessed correctly. As for what had happened in the Go Club, no one knew. Even the passers-by at the door did not notice anything strange. However, Tang Jing sensed it. He quickly went to the corner and, while no one was paying attention, lightly tiptoed into the Go Club. Separated by a wall, the outside was noisy, but the inside was silent. Not even the chirping of insects or birds could be heard. It was terrifyingly silent. As far as the eye could see, he understood what was going on. Because everything in front of him was completely different from before. It was a mess. The pavilions had collapsed and turned into ruins. The mood of the small bridge and flowing water was completely destroyed. Tang Zhang's pupils constricted as he hurriedly rushed out. After a few steps, he saw the only place that was completely undamaged, the hall, which was also the place where many chess players used to play. The Go boards were still standing. The Go players sat in front of the boards, holding the pieces in their hands. Their faces were cold and hard like rocks in the cold wind. Their hands were frozen in midair and did not fall for a long time. There were two people standing in the hall. One of them was Ji Wuxiang, and the other was wearing a mask. Tang Jing recognized him at a glance. He exclaimed, "My lord." The masked man was the Great Lord. Tang Jing had fought him several times, so he was very familiar with the mask. Hearing the voice, the Great Lord and Ji Wuxiang turned their heads at the same time. When they saw Tang Jing, the Great Lord exclaimed, "Tang Jing, it's you again. Why are you everywhere?" His voice was filled with endless anger. When Ji Wuxiang saw Tang Jing, his expression relaxed. His tense expression also relaxed a little. "My lord, I've been looking for you for a long time. You're finally willing to show yourself," Tang Jing said without backing down. "Humph, I was looking for you. What did you do to my Azure Dragon Hall's consecrated Xianyin?" the Great Lord asked coldly. Tang Jing smiled faintly. "Do you want to see her? I can help you and let you meet. Could it be that you killed her?" "That's impossible." "How could you kill her? You imprisoned her, didn't you?" Tang Zhang's head moved. The Great Lord seemed to have known that Xianyin could seal herself to protect her life. That's why he ran away so unscrupulously. "If you don't answer, I'll take it as a yes. Today you don't have any other helpers. You're not my opponent. I'll take care of you once and for all," the Great Lord said murderously. Ji Wuxiang shouted, "Who said that young Master Tang doesn't have any helpers? Although I, Ji Wuxiang, am not that talented, I can still help young Master Tang." "Ji Wuxiang, even now, you're still stubborn. Do you really think I won't kill you?" the Great Lord scolded. "In order to get the heavenly chess, are you willing to kill me?" Ji Wuxiang asked jokingly. He clearly knew what his biggest reliance was. The heavenly chess was his own creation. If others wanted to get the heavenly chess, they would have to dig it out bit by bit from his head. They wouldn't kill him immediately. "Your heavenly chess is only so-so. It can't even trap me, let alone deal with others. I think it's better not to use it," the Great Lord said disdainfully. Ji Wuxiang was unmoved. Although the Great Lord was belittling the heavenly chess, he wasn't prepared to refute. On the other hand, when Tang Jing heard this, his heart skipped a beat, and he immediately understood what was going on. Ji Wuxiang and the others were able to hold on until now because they had set up the heavenly chess to resist the Great Lord. However, according to what Ji Wuxiang said, wasn't the heavenly chess very powerful? Why couldn't it trap the Great Lord? Instead, they were forced to retreat again and again. The Great Lord stared at Tang Jing with burning eyes, saying, "Tang Jing, if you hand over consecrated Xianyin, then I can let you die a quick death. Tang Zheng snorted and lightly spat out 2 words, dream on. Then I'll let you know the taste of death. The Great Lord stretched out his hand and rushed towards Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng hurriedly stabbed out with his sword. In an instant, the aura of heaven and earth changed greatly. No matter how the sword qi danced, countless sword marks appeared on the ground. As for Ji Wuxiang and the other Go players, they were like small boats in a storm, bobbing up and down with the waves. It was very dangerous. Suddenly, Ji Wuxiang shouted, "Fecta!" At the same time, the Go players began to move. The Go pieces in their hands landed heavily. Bang! The sound of the Go pieces making contact with the chessboard was exceptionally crisp. Before the sound had faded away, a mysterious energy surged out from the chessboard, spreading throughout the entire Go club. The aura of this small world had undergone a tremendous change. If one looked from the outside, they would see that the Go club hadn't changed at all. There wasn't even the slightest change. However, the inside of the Go club had undergone a myriad of changes. Tang Zheng's senses were very sharp. He immediately noticed this. After fending off the Great Lord with his sword, he couldn't help but look at Ji Wuxiang and the other Go players. He saw that Ji Wuxiang's expression was solemn and even had a murderous aura. He was like a general in ancient times who commanded thousands of troops and horses. The Go players were like his subordinates. The Go players also changed. Although they were still as solemn as statues, their expressions were obviously more relaxed. It was obvious that they had been under a lot of pressure at the beginning. They held the Go pieces in their hands and were floating in the air. It seemed like they would place their Go pieces at any time. Tang Zheng's head moved. He gradually understood. Ji Wuxiang's fecta earlier was probably the order to place the Go pieces or even the position of the Go pieces. However, he didn't know what it meant exactly. After the Go pieces were placed, the aura of heaven and earth changed. This was enough to show how extraordinary celestial chess was. It could actually cause the aura of heaven and earth to change. It was truly extraordinary for a Go game to have such power. Tang Zheng didn't underestimate celestial chess like the Great Lord. Instead, because of this change, he treated celestial chess differently and had a higher opinion of it. The Great Lord had seen this change in the previous battle, so he was already used to it. The aura of heaven and earth changed more and more violently. Suddenly, Tang Zheng felt a chill. He felt something and looked at the Great Lord. The Great Lord's expression changed. He shouted, "You're doing it again." Bam! With a muffled sound, it was as if a tyrannical force had struck the High Lord's body. He quickly retreated, leaving a long mark on the ground. The floor was like the earth that had been plowed, turning up one after another. What a tyrannical force! I can't guard against it. Tang Zheng turned pale with fright. This change was beyond his expectations. He asked himself honestly. If he was in the Great Lord's position, he definitely wouldn't be able to block this attack. Most importantly, this attack was invisible. There was no trace of it at all. By the time he noticed it, it was already too late to guard against it. Is this the power of celestial chess? Tang Zheng muttered to himself. Celestial chess's attack was invisible, but its power was so great. It was indeed too terrifying. It made one's hair stand on end. The Great Lord wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes shone with a terrifying light from behind the mask. He shouted himself hoarse, "I'm going to break your celestial chess today." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed out. This time, he wasn't targeting Tang Zheng. Instead, he directly attacked Ji Wuxiang. Obviously, in his heart, celestial chess was a bigger threat than Tang Zheng. Celestial Jade. Ji Wuxiang opened his mouth again. This time, he didn't seem to be as relaxed as before. These two words burst out from his throat with great difficulty. Those chess players moved again. This time, their movements were very slow. It was as if they were resisting an invisible force. Tang Jing saw everything clearly. He couldn't help but be amazed. This was a huge difference from before. As an outsider, he didn't know the reason behind it. Bam! Chapter 1041. The chess piece landed, and a sudden change occurred. A tyrannical force once again struck the High Lord's body, and blood seeped out from under his clothes, forming a dark red patch. You! The High Lord gasped for breath, his breathing became extremely hurried and chaotic, and he was actually unable to say a complete sentence. He propped himself up with his palm on the ground, turned into a ray of light, and fiercely rushed towards Ji Wuxiang. Stop! Tang Jing shouted loudly, the sun-shooting arrow and heaven-shocking bow in his hands. The bowstring trembled, and the sun-shooting arrow flew out like a meteor, arriving in front of Ji Wuxiang in the blink of an eye. Ji Wuxiang's face changed. How did your sun-shooting arrow become so powerful? Tang Jing sneered. With a thought, the speed of the sun-shooting arrow increased. The High Lord flipped in the air, the sun-shooting arrow brushing past his scalp. However, before he could rejoice, he saw the sun-shooting arrow turn back in midair. His expression changed greatly as he looked at the sun-shooting arrow and Tang Jing in disbelief. This was even more powerful than he had expected. Seeing the sun-shooting arrow flying over again, and Ji Wuxiang opening his mouth, as if he was about to speak again, his expression turned cold. He looked at Tang Jing hatefully, then looked at Ji Wuxiang unwillingly, turned around and left. Like a whirlwind, he soared into the sky and flew over the courtyard wall. Delta, boom! The sun-shooting arrow missed and shot into the corner of the wall. After a loud sound, a huge hole appeared at the foot of the wall, and gravel flew everywhere. Tang Jing stomped his foot in hatred, and said indignantly, the High Lord is too shameless. Once he noticed that something was wrong, he actually ran away. Is he addicted to being a deserter? Last time he ran away, this time he ran away again. Tang Jing was very clear that the High Lord was not completely afraid of the power of the sun-shooting arrow. Although the sun-shooting arrow was a sacred weapon, with Tang Jing's strength, it was not enough to truly threaten the High Lord. What he was afraid of was clearly Ji Wuxiang and Tang Jing working together. With the sky chess and Tang Jing attacking together, the power would naturally increase greatly, and even the High Lord would not dare to underestimate them. The other chess players were drenched in sweat, as if they had just been fished out of the water. Their stiff faces finally revealed a trace of relaxation. It was obvious that the battle just now was a huge test for them. Young Master Tang, thank you for your timely arrival. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to see tomorrow's sunrise. Ji Wuxiang heaved a long sigh and expressed his gratitude. Tang Jing shook his head slightly. President Ji is too serious. Your sky chess is very powerful. Even if I did not come, it might not have been defeated. Ji Wuxiang smiled bitterly. Young Master Tang, you only saw the surface, but not the inside. Although it looked like we could still hold on, without your help, we definitely would not have been able to hold on for long. Tang Jing frowned and asked, why, didn't you say that the sky chess is very powerful? The High Lord wanted to use the sky chess to deal with Tang Jing and the others, including Empyrean Fairy and Tian Chanzi. It was clear that the sky chess was very powerful. How could it not be defeated by the High Lord? This did not make sense. Ji Wuxiang said resentfully, you only know one part of the story, but you don't know the whole story. It's true that the heavenly chess is powerful, but we didn't unleash the true power of the heavenly chess just now. What we unleashed was only the tip of the iceberg. To unleash the true power of the heavenly chess, we need very complicated and strict conditions. Oh, I'd like to hear more. What did President Ji mean by Fekte and Merak just now? Tang Jing asked curiously, staring at Ji Wuxiang with a burning gaze. Ji Wuxiang did not hesitate and said openly, This is the sky chess's moves. Facta and Merak represent each move. There are 7 moves in the sky chess, namely Dubhi, Merak, Facta, Migres, Alioth, Mizar, and Alcade. Every move had all kinds of internal connections and changes. Only those who practiced the game every day could master its mysteries and exert the corresponding power. I am the core of the sky chess. All the chess players listen to my orders to place their pieces and move so that they can use its great power. The power of the sky chess can be big or small, it can be limited to a courtyard, or it can be expanded to a city. Tang Jing nodded, suddenly enlightened. No wonder, I didn't notice anything strange outside the Go Club just now, so many passers-by did not notice anything. However, once you enter the Go Club, it's a completely different scene, a completely different world. President Ji is truly a genius. Although I only saw the tip of the iceberg of the sky chess today, it has already left a deep impression on me. I believe the High Lord feels the same way. Young Master Tang, you flatter me. The sky chess is indeed powerful, but it's only a half-finished product now. The High Lord will definitely have designs on the sky chess. Although I stopped him once, I might not be able to stop him a second time. Don't be afraid of thieves stealing, but be afraid of thieves remembering. Ji Wuxiang said helplessly. Then why don't you seize the time to set up the sky chess? When the time comes, even if the High Lord comes to attack, he might not be able to get anything out of it. Tang Jing disagreed. Ji Wuxiang fell silent, his expression fluctuating as he hesitated to speak. Tang Zheng looked at him with furrowed brows, saying, President Ji, if you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to beat around the bush. Ji Wuxiang stared at Tang Jing without blinking for a long time before saying, since young Master Tang is so straightforward, then I won't be shy anymore. I hope young Master Tang can lend me a hand and let the sky chess be truly completed. When the time comes, no matter how powerful the High Lord is, he won't be able to threaten us anymore. Tang Jing did not expect Ji Wuxiang to raise such a suggestion. For a moment, he did not know how to answer. He had always been wary of Ji Wuxiang, and Ji Wuxiang's words clearly did not treat him as an outsider. If he helped Ji Wuxiang, then he would definitely have more opportunities to understand the sky chess. In fact, Tang Zheng was also quite interested in the sky chess. Ji Wuxiang made it sound so powerful, but Tang Jing did not understand the principles behind it. If he had a grudge with Ji Wuxiang in the future, then wouldn't Ji Wuxiang also use the sky chess to deal with him? If he knew some of the key points and mysteries of the sky chess, then perhaps he could counter Ji Wuxiang. The most important thing was that he had Qi Yu and the inner demons in his body. These two were undoubtedly knowledgeable and insightful. Even if he could not find any clues, these two would definitely learn a lot and tell him. At that time, it would be equivalent to him knowing. The inner demons urged, young man, agree to his request. This sky chess is very interesting. I would like to see what exactly is going on. Qiyu coldly humphed and said with dissatisfaction, just deliberately mystifying. The inner demons retorted, Qiyu, don't go against your conscience just because you came to save him today. This sky chess is something neither you nor I have ever seen before. Don't you want to pry into its mysteries? Qiyu was silent. The inner demons had spoken his mind. Ah, young man, you see, he has nothing to say. This means that he has no way to refute me. My opinion is to agree to his request and then figure out the mysteries of the sky chess. Perhaps you will be able to use the sky chess in the future. Wouldn't that be a good thing? There is no harm in learning more. This saying has been passed down since ancient times. Naturally, there is a reason for it. So be it. I would like to see what is so great about this sky chess. I don't want to see if it is just a trick to fool people in the end, Qiyu said indignantly. Tang Zheng was silent for a long time. He had already made his decision. Since these two were in favor of this, then agreeing would definitely be more useful than refusing. Ji Wuxiang stared straight at Tang Jing, waiting for his answer. Okay, I agree. But I don't know how to play the sky chess, so I may not be able to help you much. Tang Jing said without batting an eyelid. Ji Wuxiang was immediately overjoyed. His eyes lit up as he impatiently said, Young Master Tang is too modest. With your help, this sky chess will definitely be completed sooner. At that time, you will be able to see the true face of the sky chess. Haha, then I will wait and see. What do you want to do next? Tang Jing smiled faintly. Ji Wuxiang turned his head and looked around. He pointed at the messy courtyard and said, I will first tidy up this place. Although the Go Club has been destroyed, the most important foundation is still here. So in a few days, we will be able to start setting up the sky chess. During this time, do you need my help? No need. How could I trouble young Master Tang with such a small matter? Tang Jing nodded and glanced at the other Go players. They had once again turned into puppets, sitting quietly in front of the Go board and playing without any distractions. At this time, Tang Jing no longer dared to underestimate these seemingly weak Go players. When they worked together, the power that burst forth was intimidating. Then I will take my leave first. If there is anything else, we will contact each other again. Tang Jing cupped his hands and took his leave. Ji Wuxiang walked him to the door. When he opened the door of the Go Club, the clamor outside immediately traveled in. Just now, the inside of the Go Club was incomparably quiet, as if it was another world. Now that the door was opened, the two worlds seemed to merge into one. It was truly incomparably wonderful. Tang Jing could not help but look forward to the coming cooperation even more. After leaving the Go Club, Tang Jing asked Qi Yu and the inner demons if the Great Desolate Aura was still there. Qi Yu said snappily, Do you think the other party is an idiot? Since he has gotten rid of you, he will definitely think of a way to hide. Why would he still show his face? Tang Jing had also expected this result, but he could not guess who in the Ya family had been possessed. How could that be possible? There were so many people in the Ya family, that would be too difficult. Moreover, if he went to the Ya family again, it would be useless. He had already caused a ruckus in the Ya family. If he went again, it might cause some sort of disturbance, and instead, it would cause Yi Tianlei's family to be in a dilemma. There are so many things that escaped from the prehistoric heavenly tomb, and we have only found a few of them. Could it be that you really have no other choice but to sit at home and wait? Tang Jing asked unhappily. Qi Yu and the inner demons naturally sensed his displeasure and hurriedly comforted him. That might not be the case. If you go to the famous mountains or walk around the various cities, maybe we can find more of the Great Desolate Aura. Tang Jing rolled his eyes speechlessly. This is like looking for a needle in a haystack, do you know that? Where do I have that much time? Qi Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he suggested, Didn't you already take the Li Palace under your command? Li Palace's eyes and ears are all over the world, and they are well informed. Let them gather abnormal information from all over the world, such as who suddenly became powerful, or what strange event that science cannot explain. This is a sign, and if we follow the map and identify the targets one by one, we will naturally be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Chapter 1042. Tang Jing hurriedly dialed Li Xiaoyan's number. With a beep, she picked up the phone and a pleasantly surprised voice came through. Tang Jing, it's you. How have you been? I'm very good. The Li Palace is already on the right track. Everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. The intelligence system has already been restored 80 to 90%. When Granny Li left with her people, the intelligence system was damaged to a certain extent. However, Li Xiaoyan's ability was outstanding. It didn't take long for it to be restored. Moreover, she established a strict intelligence network that was more precise and accurate than before. It had to be said that her ability was truly outstanding. I have something for you to do. Tang Zheng went straight to the point. Li Xiaotian was very happy. This showed her value, so she asked, "What is it?" "Give the order to collect all kinds of mysterious and strange events throughout the country." Tang Zheng finished explaining in detail. With Li Xiaotian's intelligence, she immediately understood and said, "Don't worry, I will give the order and report it back to you as soon as possible. Don't be too anxious. This is not something that can be done in a short period of time." Tang Zheng comforted her. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "You are alone in the Li Palace. Take care of yourself. Don't tire yourself out." This sentence was more effective than any elixir. Li Xiaotian was very happy. She kept shaking her head and said, "I'm not tired. I'm willing to do anything for you." Cough cough. Tang Jing dryly coughed and said a few perfunctory words before quickly hanging up the phone. He could guess a bit of Li Xiaotian's thoughts, but he didn't want to think too much about it. Tang Jing returned to his house and saw two familiar figures in the courtyard. He hurriedly went up and greeted them cordially. "Uncle Yi and Feng, why are you here?" Yi Tianlei's face was dignified. He looked deeply at Tang Zheng and didn't say a word. Feng Xinyang's expression was normal. She looked at Tang Zheng with a smile and said, "Little handsome brother, where did you go this time?" "I went out of town yesterday and just came back." "It's been hard on you, running around everywhere." "I heard you went back to school." "Yes, this is Grandpa's wish." "You really are a filial and good child." Feng Xinyang looked at him with a smile. The look in her eyes was more doting than when she looked at her own son. Tang Zheng had long been accustomed to Feng Xinyang's style of doing things. He understood that they wouldn't visit him without a reason, so he went straight to the point and asked, "Is there something wrong?" Feng Xinyang laughed heartily and patted Yi Tianlei's shoulder, saying, "Isn't it your Uncle Yi who insisted on dragging me here? In fact, that matter has nothing to do with him. He's just a dog catching a mouse and meddling in other people's business. People don't even appreciate his kindness." Tang Zheng looked suspiciously at Yi Tianlei and said, "Uncle Yi, if there's something then just say it. You're being too polite with me. That's treating me like an outsider." Yi Tianlei let out a long sigh and said, "All right then, I'll just say it. Today I heard news that you went to the Yi residence to cause a ruckus. Is that true?" Tang Jing nodded, "Yes." "Can I ask the reason?" Yi Tianlei's brows were tangled. Tang Zheng looked at him thoughtfully and instantly understood the purpose of his trip. Yi Tianlei was actually a truly good person. Even though he had broken off relations with the Yi residents, he still missed the Yi residents deep in his heart. He couldn't be as resolute as Feng Xinyang and Yi Dingdang. Therefore, he had always been silently paying attention to the Yi residents' movements. Today, Tang Zheng caused such a big ruckus that it naturally couldn't escape his eyes. That's why he came to ask Tang Zheng. This wasn't a punitive expedition, but to clarify the reason and see if he could mediate. Tang Zheng smiled and said, "Since Uncle Yi asked, then I will naturally tell you everything I know and will not hold back. Back then, there was a prehistoric heavenly tomb in the 10,000 huge mountains. Because the restrictions were broken, many creatures and magic treasures escaped. In the past, I never paid attention to it, but now I find out that these things that escaped are quite dangerous, and are good at seizing bodies and rebirth. In other words, they occupy other people's bodies, and with a shake of their bodies, they become living people again. These guys all came from the ancient era and are very powerful. Once they are allowed to truly recover and grow stronger, they will be a huge threat to this world." Yi Tianlei and Feng Xinyang were both shocked. They never thought that there would be so many hidden matters, and immediately asked, "Then what does this have to do with the Yi residents?" "These things that escaped will emit a desolate aura. I finally found the whereabouts of this desolate aura in the Yi residence, so I barged into the Yi residence to investigate." Tang Jing explained. Yi Tianlei suddenly realized, and said thoughtfully, "You mean that someone in the Yi residence has been possessed?" "Yes." "Who is it?" Tang Jing shook his head regretfully. "The other party is very cunning, and because of Yi Xuanji and Yika's obstruction, I was unable to find out who was possessed, and the other party has already escaped without a trace, so it will be even more difficult to track them down." Feng Xinyang frowned. "Then this guy is really cunning, to be able to escape your pursuit. Are you eager to know the result?" "Of course. Could it be that Aunt Feng has a way?" Feng Xinyang pointed at Yi Tianlei and said, "Although he doesn't have much ability, investigating a person in the Yi residence shouldn't be a big problem. According to what you said, after this person has been possessed, his behavior will be very abnormal. Even if the other party hides well, there will still be clues, especially with the people who normally interact with each other. Don't you think so?" Tang Zhang's head lit up, and he looked at Feng Xinyang in pleasant surprise, and said, "Aunt Feng is wise." Feng Xinyang laughed loudly. "What wise idea do I have? It's just a small matter." Saying this, her arm touched Yi Tianlei, and said, "Don't you think so? This small matter must be done immediately when we go back, and we must find out who was possessed in the shortest time possible." Yi Tianlei nodded his head, and after a long time he said, "Little Zheng, you are our family's benefactor, so I will naturally take care of this small matter, but if it involves a specific person, what are you going to do?" Tang Zheng raised his eyebrows and asked, "Does Uncle Yi have any misgivings?" "Little Zheng, I am after all someone from the Ya family, so if it involves a specific person, I hope that you will be able to deal with it at your discretion," Yi Tianlei said hesitantly. Feng Xinyang heard this, and directly jumped up. "Yi Tianlei, what's wrong with you? How did the Ya family treat us? Did you not see it? Now you are saying good things for them. Are you a pig? So stupid." Feng Xinyang was greatly angered, and was flustered and exasperated. Seeing this, Tang Jing hurriedly comforted her. "Aunt Feng, don't be impatient. Uncle Yi is a righteous person, so of course I understand what he is thinking. Only, Uncle Yi, although I am of the younger generation, there are some things that I must say. Although your intentions are good, the other party may not accept your kindness." Yi Tianlei's face became embarrassed. Tang Jing did not stop there, and instead continued to say, "This matter is of great importance, so no matter who is involved, I will not back down. I must find this person. Also, this person has already been possessed, so the original person is already dead. This body is occupied by someone else, and is not someone from the Ya family. Little handsome brother, don't listen to his nonsense. He is soft-hearted and will never change," Feng Xinyang said without good feelings. Tang Jing smiled and said, "Uncle Yi is a kind person, so he has this kind of thinking. This is better than many vicious and merciless people." Feng Xinyang's lips slightly raised, and she smiled, her face brimming with happiness. "Little handsome brother, do you know why I chose him that year?" "Why?" Tang Jing gossiped and asked. Feng Xinyang glanced at Yi Tianlei. "It's because of his stupidity that he moves people's hearts more than other smart people." Tang Jing laughed loudly. "That's right, so Uncle Yi's starting point is good. Uncle Yi, I will leave this matter to you. Find out who has been acting strangely, then we will know who the enemy is. When the time comes, it will be easy to deal with. There is no need to implicate the entire Ya family, what do you say?" Yi Tianlei looked pensive. "What you say makes sense. The way of the world is becoming more and more complicated. I can't see through it at all. Uncle Yi is too modest. If Uncle Yi and Aunt Feng are in the mood for leisure, once this matter is over, I will invite you to an island for a vacation. The scenery there is beautiful, and there is no smog like the capital. It can be used to relax," Tang Jing suggested. Feng Xinyang happily agreed. "Little handsome brother, you are the one with the heart, unlike this guy. I have been with him for most of my life, but he doesn't know how to take me on a vacation. I have heard Ding Dang mention your island before. I have wanted to go for a long time. Good, then it's a deal. Little handsome brother, let's go over there. I have something to say to you. Feng Xinyang pulled Tang Jing to the side. What can't you say in front of me? Yi Tianlei speechlessly rolled his eyes. Feng Xinyang glanced at him and said, This is a private conversation between me and little handsome brother. You don't need to know. Go to the side. After saying this, she pulled Tang Jing to a secluded area. Tang Jing curiously looked at her and asked, Aunt Feng, what is it that has to be so grand? Feng Xinyang looked at Tang Jing. The more she looked, the more satisfied she was. When he was still a high school student, she had already set her mind on him. Now it seems that her vision was truly unique. If it wasn't for her constant perseverance and encouragement, perhaps that silly daughter of hers would have already had no fate with him. As for the unclear relationship between Tang Jing and other women, she was very clear about it. However, what kind of person was she? How could she let her daughter withdraw because of such a small matter? On the contrary, she would encourage her daughter to compete even more. Only a truly outstanding man would be able to attract the attention of so many women. Feng Xinyang's daughter had never been afraid of challenges and competition. Bravely moving forward was the style she should have. However, ever since the last time she let Yi Dingdang return home and had a long talk with her, Feng Xinyang also realized that her daughter was facing a crisis. The most important thing was that the women by Tang Zhang's side were too outstanding. Not to mention Wu and Li Xiaotian, these two were originally experts of Li Palace and martial organization. She had to admit that they were stronger than Yi Dingdang. Chapter 1043. Seeing that Feng Xinyang was staring at him, Tang Jing thought that something big was going on. He quickly restrained his expression and became serious. Little handsome brother, how are things going with you and Dingdang? Tang Zhang was greatly embarrassed. Why would she ask such a question? If it was someone else, he could refuse to answer. However, the other party was Feng Xinyang. He simply could not refuse. After thinking for a while, he said, We're pretty good. Pretty good. Why did I hear that she has some conflicts with that Princess N? Tang Zhang's eyes widened as he thought to himself, You even know this. Feng Xinyang gave him a look that said, I've already seen through everything. Don't lie to me. She continued, Dingdang is an impatient girl. She doesn't know how to beat around the bush. If she does anything wrong, you have to bear with her. Tang Jing nodded his head like he was pounding garlic. Aunt Feng, don't worry. Dingdang is very sensible. Feng Xinyang's mouth finally revealed a trace of a smile and said, If that's the case, then I can rest assured. Some things should be settled as soon as possible. You young people are impatient. I still have to worry about these things for you. Tang Zhang was confused and looked at her blankly. Feng Xinyang coughed and said in an earth-shattering manner, Since both of you are in love with each other, and we as your parents don't have any opinions, we really want to see both of you together. So, let's find an auspicious day. Aunt Feng, what do you mean? The more Tang Jing listened, the more he felt that something was wrong, especially when he heard the words, auspicious day. He immediately thought of the beating of gongs and drums to welcome the bride, so he immediately interrupted her. Feng Xinyang smiled and said, Isn't this for your own good? Find an auspicious date and you two can get engaged. Then after you graduate, you can get married. Isn't this a wonderful thing? Tang Zhang was dumbfounded. His mouth opened so wide that a duck egg could be stuffed in it. He looked at Feng Xinyang in disbelief. He never expected that she was here to urge him to get married. Feng Xinyang's actions had always been unpredictable, but Tang Jing had never thought that she would actually come to urge him to get married. This was too fierce. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. Feng Xinyang urged, Little handsome boy, I know you're shy, but you're an adult. What's there to be shy about? I'll take care of it for you. You don't have to worry at all. Wait, Aunt Fong. Tang Jing hurriedly shouted, Aunt Fong, don't be hasty in this matter. Ding Dang and I are still students. This will have a bad influence. Feng Xinyang didn't find it strange and said, what does it matter? Nowadays there are even college students who have children. It's just an engagement. Tang Jing coughed a few times and almost choked on his own saliva. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, Aunt Fong, I know you're good to me, but I'm really not mentally prepared. Let's wait a little longer. Feng Xinyang's smile gradually disappeared. She stared at Tang Jing and seriously said, Little handsome boy, are you dissatisfied with Ding Dang? Absolutely not. Tang Jing shook his head like a rattledrum. Since you're not dissatisfied, then all the more you have to be together. You have to be together in a legitimate manner. Feng Xinyang said. Aunt Fong, this matter is really too urgent. Seeing Tang Jing continue to evade, Feng Xinyang knew that if she continued to push things would become worse. She resentfully said, Fine, but when you graduate, I'll look for you again. At that time, you can't use your age as an excuse. But, I can accept it if you give me a little grandson in the next few years. Tang Zheng's legs went soft and he almost fell to the ground. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at her. Is Yi Ding Dang your biological daughter? How could you cheat your own daughter like this? However, when it came to giving birth, he became vigilant. He didn't use any safety measures and the women didn't fall for it. This was a great fortune. He couldn't be so willful in the future. Tang Jing found an excuse to escape. He was afraid that she would say something shocking. Feng Xinyang looked at his receding figure and helplessly shook her head. She had to think of another way to deal with this matter slowly. Suddenly, he had an idea and looked at the villa beside him. That's right, how could I be so stupid? Taking care of the little handsome brother is not easy, but I can first take care of the old Gramps. When the time comes that the old Gramps will acknowledge Ding Dong's identity and position, then wouldn't everything be set in stone? Her eyes lit up. She pulled Yi Tianlei and rushed to the villa beside her. Tang Zheng let out a long sigh of relief. Feng Xinyang's vigor was beyond his imagination. Looking at his frightened face, Marshall walked over and asked, What happened to you? Tang Jing squeezed out a smile and said it's nothing. Nana jumped from the second floor like a little swallow and directly flew into his arms. She said intimately, Big brother, quickly take me to play. I have to go to school in a few days. At that time, I won't have time to play with Big brother. Nana was about to go to primary school and had already contacted the school. Therefore, this was her last time to play. Tang Jing moved his head and said, All right, let's go outside and play. Big brother is going to set up a formation. You can watch from the side, okay? What is a formation? Nana tilted her head and asked curiously. Nana is still young. She will know when she grows up. Oh, Nan replied, a little disappointed. Marshall asked curiously, What kind of formation are you going to set up? Tang Jing pointed to the large area outside and said, These buildings are all inhabited by our people. For safety reasons, I am going to set up a formation. In addition, the smog in the capital is so serious. I also plan to add a spirit gathering array to improve the air here. Marshall nodded happily, That's a good idea. I'll take a look with you and broaden my horizons. Tang Jing originally only planned to set up a spirit gathering array to improve the air, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was far from enough. This place had been attacked time and time again. If there was a defensive formation, once the formation was activated, it would be able to protect everyone, as if an external enemy had invaded. Although he did not know many formations, he could not beat the inner demons in Chi Yu. These two people had countless formations in their minds, so any one of them would be enough. The few of them arrived outside the villa and walked around a few villas. Then, he had an idea in his heart. Chi-Yu, if the great heavenly cycle primordial array is not as powerful as you say, I will look for you to settle the score. Tang Jing said. Chi-Yu seemed to have been greatly insulted as he indignantly said, Tang Jing, it's fine if you don't know anything, but you actually dare to look down on my great heavenly cycle primordial array. Do you know that my camp was set up with this array? No enemy can quietly break through the array. Tang Jing smiled and did not refute, waiting to see how it would turn out. The inner demons did not refute this time. Instead, they helped Chi-Yu and said, I'll say something fair. This great heavenly cycle primordial array is indeed a first-class formation. Chi-Yu did not exaggerate. Inner demons, you're finally willing to speak the truth for once. Chi-Yu said. The inner demons retorted, when have I ever not spoken the truth? Nana, look carefully. Tang Jing took out a piece of jade and flicked it with his finger. Whoosh! The jade stone flew out and entered a bush, disappearing without a trace. Big brother, is this how you set up a formation? Tang Jing smiled and nodded his head. The formation is a very complicated system, and in order to have the corresponding function, one must have the support of energy. These jade stones contain a certain amount of energy, and when we set up these jade stones according to a certain position and location, once the formation is activated, it will be able to play the corresponding role. But setting up a formation is a very delicate job, especially the more complicated the formation is, the more it requires that there is not the slightest mistake. Otherwise, the formation will not succeed. Nana nodded her head as if she understood. She clenched her snow-white teeth as if she wanted to firmly remember these words in her heart. Martial also thoughtfully remembered everything. She was a martial artist and could not set up a formation like Tang Jing. Moreover, her interest in formations was far weaker than her interest in martial arts. She believed that the best defense was offense, and no matter how powerful a formation was, it was still a defensive line. Just looking at Tang Jing's serious expression, the sunlight falling on his body, giving him a very enchanting feeling. Big brother, can I try? Suddenly, Nana asked restlessly. Tang Jing muttered to himself for a moment, then placed a jade stone in her hand and said, Nana, put the jade stone in that place. Looking at the direction Tang Jing pointed at, Nana held her breath and silently circulated her energy. Imitating Tang Jing, she flicked her finger. Whoosh! The jade stone turned into a ray of white light and flew into the target area. Wow, I also succeeded. Big brother, do you think I did well? Nana excitedly jumped up. Tang Jing nodded his head in approval, patted her little head and praised, Nana is very smart, you can do it as soon as I say it. He had to admit that Nana was already a world of difference compared to other children of the same age. Just that move just now, no matter if it was strength or angle, it could be considered beautiful. Suddenly, he had an idea and said, Nana, when you go to school, you can't show these skills in front of other people, otherwise you will scare the other children. Nana seemed to understand but not understand. She looked up at Tang Jing and said, Why? Because you are stronger than them, we can't use these skills to bully the weak, do you understand? Nana thought for a moment and said, Is it like the heroes on TV, we have to help the weak, so we can't bully the weak? Tang Jing laughed, Nana is very smart, you even learned the phrase, help the weak and help the strong. And, we are not afraid of danger or the strong, but we can't use the strong to bully the weak. Nana nodded her head, Nana understands, I will definitely remember Big Brother's words. Tang Jing unhurriedly completed the rest of the work. All of the jade stones were inserted into the corresponding locations. He stood in the middle of the array and activated his true chi. Circulating his power, his 10 fingers slightly bent, and coincidentally flicked open at the same time. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 10 streams of true chi burst out from his fingers and entered 10 different directions at the same time. Hua.
Capítulo 3135. Finalmente te encuentro. 5. Luyan miró a Yao Fei, tratando de pasarle una mirada. De mala gana, Yao Fei se levantó, sirvió un vaso de agua tibia para el anciano y lo colocó sobre el escritorio. Cuando el anciano blanco extendió ansiosamente la mano para tomar el vaso, tocó la mano de Yao Fei. Sintiéndose enfermo, Yao Fei casi sacó un cuchillo y apuñaló al anciano. Me interesa mucho la cultura china, especialmente el Tao del té. Algunos chinos locales siempre me regalan hojas de té puer de primera calidad. He oído que le gusta China, señor Smith. Luyan forzó una sonrisa. Sí. Me gustan especialmente los chinos. Luego miró fijamente a Yao Fei. Los subordinados de Luyan finalmente entendieron la intención de su jefe. Parece que el jefe quiere que el joven maestro Yao seduzca al extranjero gay con su buena apariencia. ¿Cómo pudo el joven maestro Yao aceptar eso? No es su estilo tranquilo y reservado. Con el temperamento de nuestra jefa, ¿quién se atreve a desobedecerla? Es extraño. La jefa siempre trata a la gente de una manera simple y violenta, matándolas o atacándolas. ¿Cómo es que esta vez cambió su método? Se dice que el hermano mayor del anciano blanco es una figura importante en Australia. Supongo que el jefe no quiere lidiar con los problemas que surgirán después de su muerte si ella lo mata. Mientras los subordinados susurraban entre sí detrás de ellos, Yao Fei apretó los puños para reprimir su temperamento con una cara lívida. Luyan se acercó de inmediato y le pasó un brazo por los hombros, susurrándole: «Ten paciencia, psicópata Yao. Necesitamos que el anciano nos ayude a encontrar la información». Entonces, Luyan miró a Smith y le dijo: «Señor Smith, soy una persona directa y siempre digo lo que pienso. ¿Por qué no toma el dinero y a mi hombre y luego me da la información?» «Gracias, señorita Lu». Pero, Smith seguía fingiendo timidez. Quedándose sin paciencia, Luyan tomó la mano de Yao Fei y comenzó a caminar. «Si ese es el caso, entonces no importa, vámonos». «Oye». «Espera», Smith sonaba frenético. Luyan detuvo sus pasos con una sonrisa satisfecha en sus labios. «Sí, señor Smith». Luyan giró la cabeza y preguntó. «Estaba pensando que, después de todo, mi buen amigo me recomendó que me ayudara. Si me niego a ayudarte, eso se reflejará mal en mí». Smith le dijo algunas tonterías sin sentido. «¿Y entonces?» Luyan arqueó las cejas. «Entonces, haré lo que dijo la señorita Lu. Tomaré el dinero y llevaré al chico conmigo. Pronto te traeré los documentos, pero hay una cosa». «¿Qué cosa?» Luyan no estaba contento de que este maldito viejo tuviera una condición. Aquí solo se pueden leer los documentos, no se pueden sacar. Al fin y al cabo, son archivos secretos y si alguien los consigue, estaré muerto, afirmó Smith. Luyan sabía que los documentos en manos de Smith contenían información sobre las fortunas secretas de muchas personas ricas del mundo. Los ricos compraron estas islas a precios exorbitantes, pero no querían llamar la atención de nadie. Si la información se filtrara, muchos asesinos los encontrarían y tratarían de quitarles su dinero o sus vidas. Entiendo lo que quiere decir, señor Smith. Acepto su condición. Muy bien. Haré que traigan los documentos aquí. Luego guardó rápidamente la maleta, era evidente que le encantaba el dinero. Mientras Smith hablaba por teléfono, Luyan le susurró a Yao Fei: «Debes tener cuidado. Este tipo es un gay pervertido y probablemente intentará hacer algún juego contigo». Al escuchar sus palabras, Yao Fei sintió la necesidad de estrangularla. Capítulo 3136. Finalmente te encontré. 6. Tú. Luyan, eres realmente bueno. Yao Fei estaba furioso. «No tengas miedo. Terminaré los documentos rápidamente y te rescataré de la casa de este anciano. Tómate tu tiempo y juega con él». Antes de que pudiera responder, Luyan agarró la mano de Yao Fei y caminó hacia el anciano blanco. «Señor Smith, entonces, le encomiendo a mi amigo. Por favor, entreténgalo bien». «Por supuesto. Los amigos que más me gustan son los de China». El anciano parecía muy satisfecho. «Bien. Mi amigo también os entretendrá». Disfrutad. Lanzándoles palabras insinuantes, Luyan y sus subordinados se hicieron a un lado y los dejaron pasar. En ese momento, 2 secretarias llamaron a la puerta y luego entraron con 2 grandes pilas de documentos. Señor Smith, estos son los documentos que usted solicitó. Ponlos aquí. Sí, señor. ¿Están todos los documentos que quiero aquí? ¿No te has olvidado de nada? Luyan miró los documentos y preguntó. Eso es todo. No te preocupes. Estos documentos contienen información sobre todas las islas que rodean Australia. Bien. Gracias, señor Smith. Yao, ven a casa conmigo. El anciano miró a Yao Fei con lujuria en sus ojos. Sin decir palabra, Yao Fei salió por la puerta y el anciano lo siguió. Después de que Yao Fei se fue, uno de los subordinados de Luyan no pudo evitar preguntar, «Jefe, ¿realmente le entregó al joven maestro Yao a ese anciano? ¿Qué más puedo hacer? Te entrego a él». Luyan lo miró fijamente. «No, no. No soy tan bonita como el joven maestro Yao». «Ja. Bien. Conoces tus limitaciones», dijo Luyan mientras hojeaba rápidamente los documentos. «Pero jefe, ¿el joven maestro Yao estará en peligro?», preguntó preocupada la subordinada de Luyan. «No, no lo hará. Pero he oído que Smith es un viejo psicópata pervertido y que muchos estudiantes chinos murieron en su casa, algunos simplemente desaparecieron. A pesar del escándalo de los padres, todos los casos quedaron sin resolver porque involucraban a personas de 2 países y Smith tiene una fuerza enorme a su espalda. No te preocupes. Yao Fei no es estudiante universitaria». Luyan sonrió. «Pero la casa de Smith está fuertemente custodiada y tiene muchos guardaespaldas. El joven maestro Yao es un buen luchador, pero estaría indefenso si no tuviera armas». «¿Qué? ¿Estás preocupada por la seguridad de Yao Fei?». Luyan miró de reojo a la mujer. La mujer se sonrojó. «No. No. Solo siento que el joven maestro Yao es bueno contigo y no está bien que lo trates así. He estado con Yao Fei durante años y lo conozco muy bien. No se preocupen por él y ayúdenme con los documentos. Revísenlos y marquen las islas sospechosas». «Sí, jefe». Después de que Yao Fei se fue con el viejo blanco, Luyan y sus subordinados comenzaron a leer todos los documentos sobre las islas. Mientras tanto, Womian chantajeó a los hombres para que subieran a bordo del barco con antídotos y abandonó la isla. En el barco no se atrevía a dormir ni a comer, incluso era cautelosa al utilizar el cuarto de lavado. Después de todo, los hombres en el barco no eran personas respetuosas de la ley. «¿Cuánto tiempo pasará antes de que lleguemos a tierra?», le preguntó a Riley. «Pronto». «¿Cómo se llama el lugar al que nos dirigimos?», preguntó Womian. Después de un momento de vacilación, dijo, «Tasmania». «¿Qué? ¿Tasmania? Eso significa que estamos en Australia», Womian se sorprendió. «Bien. Sabes mucho», Riley la miró y dijo lentamente. Capítulo 3137. Finalmente te encontré. 7. Australia no era un lugar extraño para Womian. A ella le gustaba viajar y había estudiado muchos pueblos pequeños hermosos en todo el mundo. Tasmania fue uno de ellos. Como ciudad muy conocida en Australia, tenía una buena ubicación y hermosos paisajes. Estaba a solo 240 kilómetros de Victoria. Womian siempre había pensado que la habían secuestrado en una isla lejana frente a la costa de África, pero para su sorpresa y deleite, estaba en Australia, lo que significaba que no estaba demasiado lejos de casa. «Señorita Wu, lamento mi franqueza, pero no entiendo por qué no le gusta mi jefe, él es tan bueno con usted». Riley no había conocido a Womian antes, pero había oído mucho sobre ella porque era la única mujer que Wosikian había amado y anhelado. «¿Cuál es tu lógica? ¿Quieres decir que debes casarte con la chica que te trate bien?». Womian se rió entre dientes. «Riley, el amor es lo más irracional del mundo. No podemos explicarlo, pero debe ser recíproco. El amor en sí es hermoso y milagroso, no una relación dolorosa y forzada. En cuanto a la obsesión de tu jefe conmigo, debo decir que se debe a su infelicidad en el pasado, por lo que no puede soportar ver la felicidad en otras personas. Tu jefe nunca podrá ser tan bueno conmigo como mi esposo Inchu. ¿Pero no aprecias su persistencia en el amor durante tantos años? ¿Y entonces qué? ¿Crees que debo casarme con él por eso? No lo amo. ¿Cómo puedo vivir con él? Pero escuché que tampoco amabas a tu exnovio, pero aún así saliste con él cuando estabas en la universidad, dijo Riley con calma. Bueno, ya sabes mucho sobre mí. Le sorprendió que Riley supiera de su exnovio Ninfiyuan. Eso significaba que el subordinado de Wosikian había realizado una investigación exhaustiva sobre ella. Lo que pasó entre Ninfiyuan y yo es bastante simple. En ese momento, tuve un malentendido con mi esposo y estuve separada de él durante años, sentí que debía vivir una vida normal, Womian no quería hablar de esta parte de su vida, de todos modos, todo entre ella y Ninfiyuan había terminado. Si nadie lo hubiera mencionado, ni siquiera lo habría recordado. No es que Womian no tuviera corazón, sino que Ninfiyuan dejó pocas huellas en su vida. No estaba tan profundamente enamorado de Womian como Inchu, y no era tan noble como Suyu, quien amaba a Womian sin nada a cambio. Él no era tan persistente en su amor por ella como Wosikian, así que ella no tenía nada que decir sobre ese chico. Está bien. Todo el mundo dice que la señorita Wo tiene un coeficiente intelectual alto. Eres bastante elocuente. Riley sonrió. Cállate. No somos amigos. No tengo por qué charlar contigo. Ahora que estamos cerca del terreno, dame dinero y un pasaporte, exigió Womian. Puedo darte dinero. Me pediste 1,000, pero puedo darte incluso 10,000, dijo Riley. Al escuchar su tono, Womian supo que había un pero, así que no respondió. Efectivamente, Riley continuó. Pero en cuanto al pasaporte, realmente no puedo ayudarte, no porque no quiera, sino porque no tengo tu pasaporte. Entonces, ¿cómo llegué aquí? Preguntó Womian. Estabas inconsciente cuando entraste. El jefe movió los hilos y te hizo entrar. Supongo que tiene un pasaporte falso, pero no está en mis manos. Sin una identificación, será bastante problemático para mí, ¿verdad? Exigió Womian. De hecho, los controles de identidad eran bastante frecuentes aquí, un extranjero podía tener problemas sin ningún documento de identidad, no podía viajar en avión ni en tren ni salir del país. Capítulo 3138 Finalmente te encontré 8 Riley no habló. Womian estaba claramente enojada consigo misma por no haber pensado en esto antes. Cuando aterricemos, me das la mitad del antídoto y te llevaré con mis contactos para hacerte una identificación. No es necesario, Womian se negó sin dudarlo. ¿No confías en mí? Riley se rió entre dientes. Por supuesto que no. Eres el hombre de Wosikian. No quiero volver a ese maldito lugar. Dicho esto, Womian caminó hacia la popa y observó las turbulentas olas perturbadas por el motor con sentimientos complicados en su interior. Tuvo que pensar en el problema de su identificación. Afortunadamente, sabía inglés o no podría sobrevivir en ese lugar. El barco finalmente se acercó al muelle. Sin la ayuda de nadie, Womian fue la primera en saltar al muelle, luciendo como una mujer dura. Señorita Wo, ¿dónde está nuestro antídoto? Riley extendió su mano. Llevaré a Ion conmigo. Cuando llegue a un lugar que considere seguro, le daré tu antídoto a Ion. No. Si corres, ¿dónde consigo el antídoto? Objetó uno de ellos. No me escaparé porque Ion estará conmigo. ¿No confías en él? Preguntó Womian. Riley guardó silencio como si estuviera considerando las palabras de Womian. Jefe, no lo decepcionaré y regresaré con antídotos. No dejaré que la mujer se escape, prometió Ion con una pistola en la mano. Jefe, ¿qué le parece el plan? Señorita Wo, ahora que ha dejado la isla, lo mínimo que puede hacer es darnos parte del antídoto, dijo Riley. Señor Riley, no negocie conmigo. Aunque estemos en tierra, no dudaré en morir con usted si no acepta mis condiciones. Womian estaba decidido a no ceder. Mujer, ¿cómo puedes hacernos esto? La maldijo uno de ellos en inglés. Debes escucharme porque tengo tu antídoto. ¿Tienes el antídoto o no? Espero que no estés mintiendo. Cuando saliste de la isla no te llevaste nada, ¿verdad? ¿Dónde está el antídoto? No te creo, preguntó un joven blanco. Al escuchar sus palabras, todos miraron hacia el bolso de Womian, que era lo único que había llevado consigo al salir de la isla. Nadie sabía qué había dentro porque nunca lo había abierto durante el viaje. Incluso lo trajo consigo cuando fue al lavadero. Todos estaban tentados, después de todo, si el antídoto estaba en la bolsa, podían simplemente agarrarla y tomar el antídoto. Por supuesto que tengo el antídoto. Te aconsejo que no tengas otras ideas o tendrás que asumir las consecuencias. Womian miró a Riley con dulzura. No le creo. Creo que está en la bolsa. No, no podemos dejarla ir. Quiero el antídoto ahora. El joven blanco se abalanzó sobre ella. Mate, detente. A Riley no le gustó la idea de Mate. Durante el tiempo que había pasado desde que conoció a Womian, había descubierto que la mujer era muy inteligente y terriblemente atenta a los detalles, podía superar fácilmente a estos tipos. Entonces, no pensó que ella haría algo tan obvio como poner el antídoto en su bolso. Pero el hombre blanco parecía un adicto a la marihuana y al crack y no obedeció a Riley. Caminó hacia Womian y le arrebató el bolso del hombro con rudeza. Para su sorpresa, Womian no se resistió. Cuando abrió la bolsa, ¿solo vio algunos objetos comunes como una toalla y un cepillo de dientes? También había una caja de madera de tamaño mediano. El antídoto debe estar aquí. Al escuchar las palabras del joven blanco, los demás se animaron. Te aconsejo que no toques mis cosas, le advirtió Womian con una expresión oscura. Capítulo 3139. Finalmente te encontré 9. A pesar de la advertencia de Womian, el joven blanco no se detuvo. Empujando a Womian a un lado, agarró la caja y la abrió con entusiasmo. ¡Ay! Al instante, algo le mordió el dedo. Inmediatamente dejó caer la caja. Cuando vieron la cosita dentro de la caja, palidecieron de miedo. Pequeño bebé, ¿estás asustado? Womian se agachó y recogió el pequeño insecto. Era un 100 pies del grosor de un pulgar, su cuerpo rojo les producía escalofríos. ¡Ah! Jefe, me duele. El joven cayó al suelo con el rostro pálido y sostuvo su dedo mordido, luciendo como si tuviera un dolor extremo. Riley vio que todo el brazo de Mate se había oscurecido. ¿Qué lo mordió? Riley miró a Womian. ¿No lo viste? Es un 100 pies venenoso. Womian tocó el 100 pies mientras los hombres retrocedían aterrorizados. Jefe. Me duele mucho. Ayúdame. Ayúdame. El tipo miró a Riley y pidió ayuda desesperado, rodando por el suelo. Señorita Wo, Riley parecía querer pedirle ayuda a Womian. No puedo ayudarlo. Le dije que no tocara mis cosas, pero no me escuchó, dijo Womian. Dale el antídoto para el veneno. No lo hizo a propósito, dijo Riley. Jeje. ¿No lo hizo a propósito? Además, no hay antídoto para el veneno de 100 pies, así que deben mantenerse alejados de mí. Si mi mascota los muerde por error, nadie podrá salvarlos. Mientras hablaba, blandió el 100 pies ante Riley, obligándolo a retroceder con miedo. En ese momento, el joven blanco que yacía en el suelo tenía espuma alrededor de la boca, agonizante. Alguien se acercó para ayudarlo a levantarse, pero Womian le advirtió con frialdad, será mejor que no lo toques. Está cubierto de veneno, sigue adelante y tócalo si quieres morir. Al oír sus palabras, todos retrocedieron, alejándose de Mateo. Jefe, ¿qué hacemos? Le preguntó alguien a Riley. Riley miró a Matthew con impotencia y sacó su arma. Hermano, acabaré con tu dolor. Con un golpe, Riley se disparó en la cabeza y la sangre roja se derramó en el suelo. ¿Por qué no te muerde? Alguien le preguntó a Womian en inglés cuando vio al 100 pies mortal yaciendo en la palma de Womian como un bebé obediente. Porque es mi mascota, eres un psicópata. Riley sintió frío por dentro mientras miraba a Womian. ¿Soy un psicópata? Jeje, gracias por tu cumplido. Pero no soy ni la 10ª parte de psicótico que tu jefe Wosikian. Lo hago para protegerme. ¿Qué opinas de mi propuesta? Si John va conmigo, le daré el antídoto, pero si continúas el enfrentamiento conmigo, es difícil decir cuánto tiempo pasará antes de que el veneno te alcance. Womian no era alguien que se dejara superar por los demás y siempre sorprendía a la gente en los momentos críticos. Después del incidente del 100 pies venenoso, nadie se atrevió a acercarse a Womian porque no sabían qué otras cosas venenosas tenía. Tenían miedo de que ella pudiera sacar una cobra de su bolso o algo así. Está bien. Estoy de acuerdo. Finalmente, Riley cedió nuevamente y aceptó los términos de Womian. Capítulo 3140. Finalmente te encontré 10. Al ver a Riley rendirse, Womian sonrió. Ion. Sí, jefe. Lleva a la señorita Wu a un lugar seguro y regresa con los antídotos. Sí, señor. Jefe, ¿la mujer correrá con el antídoto? Aún así, muchos chicos no confiaban en Womian. No, confío en que la señorita Wu no sea una persona que mataría a más de 10 personas sin una buena razón. Parece como si me conocieras bien, dijo Womian y sonrió levemente. Estoy seguro de que al jefe no le gustaría una mujer siniestra. Pero 2 de tus muchachos murieron por mi culpa, le recordó Womian. En la isla, Riley le había disparado a un tipo que tomó el asunto en sus manos, y justo ahora, otro tipo intentó quitarle el antídoto por la fuerza, pero fue asesinado. Ellos, se lo pidieron. No es su culpa, señorita Wu, dijo Riley con suavidad. Parecía que Riley era un hombre con sentido común a pesar de su rostro solemne y sus modales rígidos. Bien. Entonces está decidido. Como el señor Riley confía en mí, no los decepcionaré. Les daré los antídotos, pero primero debo dejarlos. Lo sé. ¿Dinero? Womian extendió su mano y le pidió dinero a un hombre por primera vez en su vida, y este hombre era un hombre que había conocido no hace mucho tiempo. Riley sacó lentamente su billetera del bolsillo y sacó un grueso fajo de dólares estadounidenses. Son unos 5,000, suficiente para que puedas vivir aquí unos días. Lo sé. Womian tomó el dinero sin rechistar. No puedo darte el pasaporte. Si quieres, puedo ayudarte a conseguir un documento de identidad. No es necesario. Pero señorita Wu, debo advertirle. Adelante. Womian guardó el dinero en su bolso y miró a Riley. Estamos en Australia, pero eso no significa que sea un lugar seguro. Ya sabes, a algunas personas no les gustan los chinos. Eres una mujer frágil, así que no debes salir después de las 6 de la tarde. La gente local es agradable, pero te pueden secuestrar las bandas. Ten cuidado. Gracias por su consejo, señor Riley. Lo tendré en cuenta, dijo Womian con una sonrisa. Ion, ve con la señorita Wu, ordenó Riley. Sí, jefe. Entonces, separémonos. Espero no volver a verlo nunca más, señor Riley. Dicho esto, Womian se giró y se fue mientras el chico llamado Ion la seguía de cerca. Al mirar la espalda de Womian, los ojos de Riley se volvieron ilegibles. Jefe, ¿podemos hacer que alguien lo siga? No. La señorita Wu es muy inteligente. Si descubre que nuestra gente la está siguiendo, conseguiremos el efecto contrario. No actúes precipitadamente antes de que consigamos los antídotos. Oh. ¿Entonces la dejaremos irse? Por supuesto que no. Después de conseguir el antídoto, enviaré a unos nuevos hombres para atraparla. Si se escapa, no podré explicárselo al jefe cuando se despierte. Riley originalmente había planeado entregarle la medicina a Wosikian y reunirse con él. No esperaba tal giro de los acontecimientos con su jefe todavía inconsciente en la isla desierta. Cuando se despierte y descubra que Womian ha desaparecido, se pondrá furioso y probablemente los matará a todos. Después de caminar un rato, Womian se sintió cansada y se giró para mirar a Ion y le preguntó, ¿tienes hambre? Ion parecía estupefacto. Capítulo 3141. Finalmente te encontré 11. Te pregunté si tenías hambre, repitió Womian. Oh, estoy bien. Ion no sabía cómo responder a su pregunta. Pero tengo hambre. Llévame a un restaurante y comamos algo, ¿vale? Está bien. ¿Quieres comer en un restaurante chino? Preguntó Ion. No, no quiero llamar la atención. Solo busca un local de comida rápida y cómprate una hamburguesa. Ningún problema. Viajaron en autobús durante un largo rato y se bajaron, entraron en un restaurante de comida rápida y se sentaron. Puedes ir a comprar comida. Yo quiero una hamburguesa, una Coca-Cola y pollo frito. Luego, cómprate algo para ti. Womian le entregó un billete de $100 a Ion. Toma el cambio y regresa en taxi. Señorita Wu, ¿qué tal nuestro antídoto? No te preocupes, te lo daré después de comer. Bueno. Ion tomó el dinero, se levantó y fue a la cola para comprar comida. Como Ion era un hombre blanco, la aparición de Womian en el restaurante no llamó mucho la atención. Solo unas pocas personas miraron a la mujer oriental. Mientras Ion esperaba en la fila para recibir comida, Womian sacó con cuidado un pequeño frasco de su manga. Consiguió una botella en el restaurante y diluyó el agua del frasco pequeño con una botella grande de agua clara. Ion la miró y se sintió aliviado cuando vio que Womian estaba diluyendo el antídoto. Consciente de que Ion la estaba mirando, Womian sonrió y no habló. De hecho, el contenido del frasco pequeño también era agua, y ella simplemente lo diluyó para hacerle creer a Ion que era el antídoto. La verdad es que los que recibieron el veneno de la hierba devoradora de almas no corrían peligro crítico. Los síntomas desaparecían en una semana tras el consumo de grandes cantidades de agua. Pero Womian no les diría eso y ellos nunca lo adivinarían. El estilo de hacer las cosas de Womian era bastante similar al de Luyan porque todos tenían el coraje de intentarlo aunque no estuvieran seguros de los resultados. Además de la capacidad de mantener la calma ante la crisis, la mayoría de la gente optaría por creerles. Luyan incluso podía engañar a Yan, lo que demostraba lo fuerte que era su mentalidad. Juan regresó con comida y colocó el plato sobre la mesa. Womian cogió la hamburguesa y la Coca-Cola y empezó a comer sin decir palabra. Leer más capítulos en novelas web traducidas al español com, señorita Wu. ¿Sí? ¿Por qué el 100 pies no te pica? Ion se había estado preguntando sobre eso todo el camino hasta aquí. Porque le gustó. Ion, señorita Wu, no me mienta. No me lo creo. No te preocupes porque no me muerde. Tengo mis métodos, pero si te atreves a meterte conmigo, dejaré que te muerda. ¿Has visto lo que le pasó a Matthew, verdad? No, no quiero meterme contigo. Solo quiero volver sano y salvo con el antídoto. Aquí está. Womian le acercó la botella de agua a Ion. ¿Cómo lo tomamos? ¿Alguna instrucción? Cada uno de ustedes, beba un trago. Luego, durante la semana siguiente, beba 20 vasos de agua y haga 100 flexiones cada día. ¿Tenemos que hacer flexiones para eliminar la toxina? Ion parecía sorprendido. Sí, los ejercicios ayudarán a tu cuerpo a filtrar las toxinas más rápido. Ah, ya veo. Gracias, señorita Wu. Ion guardó la botella de agua con cuidado, temeroso de perderla en el camino de regreso. Womian sintió ganas de reír. De hecho, los chicos estaban bien ahora, después de todo, ella no puso mucha toxina en el agua, pero los chicos se asustaron cuando vieron los síntomas en su piel. Beber 20 vasos de agua al día ciertamente les ayudaría a eliminar la toxina de sus cuerpos más rápido, pero hacer 100 flexiones era solo una broma para ellos. Después de todo, Womian no tenía simpatía por los hombres de Wosikian. Señorita Wu, me voy entonces. ¿Qué planea hacer aquí? Usted es una mujer de otro país sin pasaporte. Sin un documento de identidad, es difícil vivir aquí incluso si tiene dinero. La policía aquí en Australia es muy dura, le recordó Ion a Womian. Capítulo 3142. Finalmente te encontré 12, estaré bien. Puedo manejarlo, dijo Womian mientras comía la hamburguesa. Está bien. Buena suerte. Después de la comida, Ion salió por la puerta principal con el antídoto mientras Womian desapareció en un pequeño callejón. Cuando Juan regresó, vio que todos lo estaban esperando. ¿Dónde está el antídoto?, preguntó Riley. Aquí está, jefe. ¿Dónde está la señorita Wu? Ella todavía estaba comiendo en la hamburguesería cuando me fui. ¿Has comprobado el antídoto? ¿Estás seguro de que es real?, preguntó Riley. Creo que sí. Vi a la señorita Wu sacar un pequeño frasco de medicina y mezclarlo con agua. ¿Te dijo cómo tomarlo? Riley levantó la botella de agua y la examinó. Sí. Dijo que cada uno de nosotros tomaría un trago y que la semana siguiente tendríamos que beber 20 vasos de agua al día. Ah, y también tendríamos que hacer 100 flexiones al día. Riley, la señorita Wu dijo que el ejercicio eliminará la toxina más rápidamente. Está bien. Riley abrió la tapa y tomó un gran trago antes de entregarle la botella a sus hombres. Este viaje de liberación de provisiones les costó mucho ya que este grupo de hombres estaba interpretado por una joven mujer. Mientras tanto, en una villa suburbana de Sydney, Smith llevó a Yao de regreso a su casa y lo condujo directamente a su dormitorio. «Yao, ¿quieres ducharte primero?», preguntó sugestivamente el anciano blanco. «Vaya y tome una ducha, señor Smith. Lo esperaré aquí». «Está bien, pequeño bebé, saldré pronto». Antes de entrar al baño, le lanzó a Yao Fei una mirada espeluznante. Yao Fei resopló. Cuando entró en la casa, los guardaespaldas de la puerta lo habían registrado con dispositivos de escaneo de alta tecnología porque no se permitían armas en la casa. Conociendo las reglas de la casa, Luyan no le había dejado traer su pistola y daga. En menos de 20 minutos, el anciano salió del baño ansioso, vestido con una bata blanca suelta y con un látigo negro en la mano. Había algunas manchas de color rojo oscuro en el látigo, que parecían sangre seca. «Empecemos desde lo básico, ¿vale?», preguntó Smith con una sonrisa. «Está bien. Me parece bien». Yao Fei estaba tranquilo. «Bebé, quítate la ropa y ponte esto». El anciano sacó de un armario una correa de cuero para perro con una cadena pesada. Yao Fei bajó la cabeza y recogió lentamente la cadena de hierro, sopesándola en su mano. «Quítate la ropa», le ordenó el anciano mirándolo. Yao Fei se sentó en el sofá y no se movió. Perdiendo la paciencia, el anciano azotó con el látigo a Yao Fei. Yao Fei agarró el látigo con un agarre fuerte. «¿Te atreves a desobedecerme?», preguntó el anciano. «¿Por qué debería obedecerte, viejo pervertido?», preguntó Yao Fei en un inglés fluido. «Si me obedeces, te dejaré ir después de nuestra obra. Si no me obedeces, te haré morir de una forma espantosa. Puedo decirte que he lastimado a muchos hombres orientales como tú cada mes, incluidos estudiantes, modelos y actores». El anciano sonrió siniestramente. «Ah, ¿sí? Ven y pruébalo conmigo». El tono de Yao Fei seguía siendo suave. «Amigo, parece que quieres tomártelo a las malas. No soy un hombre paciente». Smith caminó hacia Yao Fei. Capítulo 3143. Finalmente te encontré 13. Vaya, qué coincidencia. Yo tampoco soy un hombre paciente. Yao Fei se levantó lentamente. El anciano se abalanzó sobre él, pero antes de que pudiera tocar el collar de Yao Fei lo agarró del cuello con un fuerte agarre. ¿Qué crees que estás haciendo? ¿No puedes verlo?». Yao Fei miró fríamente el rostro del anciano. «Voy a llamar a mis guardaespaldas». Antes de que pudiera terminar sus palabras, Yao Fei puso la correa del perro, con la que había estado jugando, alrededor del cuello del anciano y luego tiró con fuerza. «¡Ah! Ejem». Smith quiso gritar pidiendo ayuda, pero no pudo emitir el sonido. «No te mataré, simplemente te colgaré aquí», dijo Yao Fei. Arrastró el gran cuerpo de Smith hasta el armario y lo levantó agarrándolo de la cadena, colgándolo de la barra. No podía morir, pero sentía un dolor extremo y no podía emitir ningún sonido. En lugar de irse, Yao Fei arrastró una silla y se sentó frente a él. Luego sacó un teléfono celular y comenzó a jugar pequeños juegos para matar el tiempo. Smith nunca había esperado encontrarse con un hombre tan aterrador y frío después de dañar a tantos niños orientales. Yao Fei lo trató con movimientos precisos sin darle tiempo a gritar pidiendo ayuda. Al no oír ninguna lucha en la habitación, los guardaespaldas que estaban afuera de la puerta no sabían que estaba sucediendo nada inusual. «¿Gu?». Smith parecía estar sufriendo. Mientras tanto, Yao Fei jugaba tranquilamente al juego de cartas Mobile Fight de Landlord. 15 minutos después, alguien entró a escondidas en la habitación por la ventana. «Joven maestro Yao». La subordinada de Luyan era una asesina muy escurridiza. «¿Dónde está ella?». «La jefa no está aquí. Me dijo que viniera a ayudarte a salir de aquí. ¿Estás bien?». «Estoy bien. Vámonos». «¿Deberíamos matarlo?». Parecía odiar mucho a este viejo después de verlo coquetear con Yao Fei. «No. Si lo matamos, nos traerá muchos problemas. ¿Nos vamos así como así? ¿No morirá colgado aquí?». Sin entender el plan de Yao Fei, parecía un poco preocupada. No, no lo hará. En media hora, sus guardaespaldas vendrán y lo controlarán cuando no escuchen ningún sonido aquí. Está bien, entonces vámonos. Antes de irse, Yao Fei caminó hasta pararse frente a Smith y dijo lentamente, en un rato, tus hombres vendrán y te ayudarán a bajar. Pero debes ser inteligente y no buscar problemas con nosotros, o arrasaré tu casa hasta los cimientos. No es una amenaza vacía, creo que sabes cuántas bombas tiene Luyan, ¿verdad? Smith no podía hablar pero sus ojos mostraban su miedo. Luego, Yao Fei y el subordinado de Luyan abandonaron la casa de Smith. ¿Dónde podemos encontrarla? La jefa dijo que estás cansado. Por orden suya, hice una reserva en un restaurante para que puedas disfrutar de un buen almuerzo. ¿Qué está haciendo ahora?, preguntó Yao Fei. Según los documentos, el jefe encontró 5 islas sospechosas y voló hasta ellas en helicóptero. Bueno. Está tan impaciente. ¿No podía esperarme? Yao Fei no estaba contenta. La jefa dijo que tú, Kim, estás cansado después de hacer la misión. Te pidió que la esperaras en Sydney. Yao Fei, el jefe me dejó aquí para protegerte. Te llevaré a almorzar primero, joven maestro Yao, dijo la subordinada. No, no tengo hambre. ¿Quieres que te reserve un hotel para que puedas descansar? No. Caminaré solo. Ya puedes irte. No. El jefe me ordenó que te protegiera. Ella era testaruda. ¿Me proteges? ¿Luyan estaba borracho? Yao Fei se sintió molesto. Luyan debe estar loco para dejar que una subordinada lo acompañe. No muy lejos de ellos, un hombre que llevaba gafas de sol estaba sentado en un Toyota negro y los observaba en silencio. Capítulo 3144. Finalmente te encontré. 14. ¿Actuamos ahora?, preguntó el hombre con gafas de sol a la persona del otro lado de la línea. No. Solo obsérvalos. Sí, jefe. En Tasmania, Womian se instaló en un motel discreto con los $5,000 que Riley le dio. Luego, salió y encontró una cabina telefónica a varias calles del motel para hacer una llamada. Mientras marcaba el número familiar de Inchu, Womian inhaló profundamente y se sintió bastante nerviosa. Pronto oiría la voz del señor. Él estaría extasiado cuando supiera que ella había escapado. Después de que terminó de marcar, hubo una pausa de 3 segundos antes de que una voz automatizada dijera, «Lo siento, el suscriptor al que llamó está apagado». Womian se sorprendió porque Inchu rara vez apagaba su teléfono celular. Por lo general, lo mantenía encendido las 24 horas del día, los 7 días de la semana. ¿Le pasó algo? ¿Inchu pensó que estaba muerta después de su desaparición? No. Tenían 2 hijas en casa. Inquieta, marcó el número de su casa, South Hill Manor. Después de una docena de segundos, alguien respondió la llamada. ¿Hola? ¿Nin-Nin? Womian reconoció que era la voz de In-Nin. ¿Hermana? ¿Cuñada? Preguntó In-Nin con incredulidad. Soy yo. Womian estaba un poco emocionado. Dios mío. ¿Cómo me has llamado? ¿Dónde estás? ¿Sabes que casi nos volvimos locos buscándote? In-Nin intentó reprimir su euforia. Lo sé. ¿Están todos bien en casa? Preguntó Womian. Sí, todo el mundo está bien. Están esperando tu regreso sano y salvo. ¿Dónde está mi marido? Lo llamé pero su móvil está apagado. ¿Está en casa o en la empresa? ¿Cómo puede mi hermano ir a trabajar a estas horas? Después de que te fuiste, entró en coma debido al shock que recibió y permaneció en el hospital del ejército durante mucho tiempo. Se despertó después de la cirugía hace solo un par de días. Luego recibió información sobre tu paradero y se fue en un vuelo nocturno. Supongo que ahora todavía está en el aire, por eso no pudiste comunicarte con él. Ya veo. ¿A dónde va? Preguntó Womian con cautela. Dijo que iba a Australia. ¿De verdad dijo que iba a Australia? Se emocionó Womian. Parecía que Inchu era muy cercano a ella. Si pudiera salir de allí y contactar a Inchu, se encontrarían en Sydney. Sí, dijo que podrías estar en Australia. Está bien, ya entendí. Cuando tu hermano encienda su celular, puedes llamarlo y decirle que también estoy en Australia. ¿También estás en Australia? Dios mío. ¡Qué bueno! ¿Dónde estás? Preguntó Innin. Soy. Uomian estaba a punto de decir su ubicación cuando escuchó algunos pequeños ruidos en la línea. Se preguntó si el teléfono de su casa estaba intervenido. Sin atreverse a continuar, se limitó a decir apresuradamente, él lo entenderá. Iré a buscarlo. Lo llamaré más tarde. Está bien, cuñada, debes tener cuidado. Lo haré. Cuñada, ¿está bien el bebé? Sí. El bebé está bien. Eso es increíble. Innin estaba entusiasmado. Ninnin, ¿qué tal pudín y frijoles pequeños? No te preocupes. Están bien, dijo Innin. Bien. Eso es bueno. ¿Quieres hablar con ellos? Ahora no. Hablaré con ellos cuando esté en casa. No hagas que los niños se preocupen por mí. Luego, Uomian colgó de inmediato. Miró la hora y descubrió que había estado hablando por teléfono durante más de 30 segundos. Inquieta, abandonó la cabina telefónica. Ya era casi de noche. Había comido mucho en el almuerzo pero ahora sentía hambre otra vez, probablemente a causa de su embarazo. Uomian decidió comprar algo de comida en una tienda de conveniencia y la llevó al motel. Cuando entró en un callejón, sintió que alguien la seguía. Capítulo 3145 Finalmente te encontré 15. Uomian miró al cielo y descubrió que se había oscurecido. Las calles por la noche aquí no estaban tan animadas como las de China, ya que no había mercados nocturnos llenos de gente. Incluso Sydney era así, por no hablar de una ciudad pequeña como Tasmania. Había oído en las noticias que no era seguro caminar después del anochecer en un país extranjero, especialmente no en una zona llena de residentes negros. Nota del traductor: China es muy homogénea en términos de diversidad racial, porque el 99% de sus habitantes son chinos, por lo que hay muchos estereotipos raciales, ya que no muchos de ellos pueden interactuar con diferentes culturas. Este autor basa la historia en estereotipos raciales y de ninguna manera representa nuestra opinión. Trátela como una ficción. Uomian era un extraño en la ciudad y no sabía qué calles eran seguras. Después de terminar la llamada, entró en un pequeño callejón. Ahora se reprendió a sí misma por no haber elegido la calle principal o una calle con más gente. Pero ahora no podía volver sobre sus pasos y tuvo que acelerar el paso. Caminaba rápidamente, casi trotando. Pero sintió que la persona detrás de ella también aceleraba el paso y los pasos pesados le indicaron que el seguidor era un hombre. Sin atreverse a mirar atrás, comenzó a correr. Aún así, el seguidor la agarró del cabello y la empujó contra la pared. Uomian giró la cabeza y palideció cuando vio que el tipo era un hombre negro de unos 1,88 metros de altura. Ella no podía ver su edad, pero sus ojos parecían hambrientos como los de un depredador. Mujer, ya no puedes huir de mí, dijo el hombre negro con saña, en inglés. ¿Quién te envió? Uomian lo miró y preguntó. Parecía desconcertado ante la pregunta. ¿Te envió Riley, o alguien más? Preguntó Uomian nuevamente. ¿Quién es Riley? No lo conozco. El hombre negro no se dio cuenta de que estaba mintiendo. Uomian se dio cuenta de repente de que era solo un matón de la calle. Pensando rápidamente, sacó algunos billetes. Si quieres dinero, aquí tienes. Es todo lo que tengo. No lo quiero. Al escuchar sus palabras, Uomian sintió una repentina oleada de miedo. Hambriento, el hombre negro la miró de arriba abajo y le preguntó, ¿eres coreana? Uomian no habló. ¿Japonés? Uomian permaneció en silencio. ¿Chino? ¿Eres de Singapur, Hong Kong o Taiwán? Parecía tener curiosidad por saber de dónde venía Uomian. Sin saber la intención de sus preguntas, ella no respondió. Olvídalo. Si no hablas, lo haré yo ahora. ¿Sabes cuánto me encantan los grupos de chicas coreanas? Sus figuras son tan tentadoras. Me pregunto cómo es que ustedes, las asiáticas, se ven tan lindas, son las obras maestras perfectas de Dios. Parece que finalmente tengo la oportunidad de disfrutar ahora. Por favor, no me hagas daño. Dime lo que quieres. Uomian le rogó a este chico negro que la dejara ir. ¿Quieres que te deje ir? No. No todos los días puedo conseguir a alguien como tú. ¿Cómo puedo dejarte ir? Cuando termine contigo, te llevaré de vuelta con mis amigos porque a ellos también les gustan las mujeres asiáticas. Eres tan linda como una muñeca. El chico negro se lamió los labios como si estuviera a punto de probarla. No me hagas esto. Estoy embarazada de 3 meses. Tengo un bebé en mi vientre. No nos hagas daño. Uomian pensó que cualquier persona con la menor conciencia no lastimaría a una mujer embarazada, ¿verdad? Pero ella estaba equivocada. Al oír que estaba embarazada, el chico negro se emocionó. Dios mío. Nunca antes había probado con mujeres embarazadas. Estoy seguro de que será una experiencia emocionante. Capítulo 3146. Finalmente te encontré. 16. Al escuchar las palabras del hombre, el rostro de Uomian se volvió frío. Algunas personas simplemente no tenían corazón. Ella le había dicho que estaba embarazada y él aún así quería hacerle daño. Ya que no tienes conciencia, no creo que te muestre piedad, dijo Uomian con frialdad. Al ver que el pequeño pájaro bajo su control se enojaba, el hombre negro se sorprendió y luego sonrió. Jaja. Esto es interesante. Veré cómo puedes escapar de mí. Si gritas pidiendo ayuda, nadie vendrá a rescatarte porque este es nuestro territorio. ¿Entiendes, mujer ignorante? Pensó que la mujer caería en la desesperación y se asustaría por sus palabras y lo obedecería. Sin embargo, Uomian sonrió y la sonrisa parecía fría en la noche oscura. ¿Por qué te ríes? ¿No sabes a qué te enfrentas?, le preguntó el chico. Por supuesto que lo sé, incluso sé a qué te enfrentas. Entonces, el hombre sintió un pinchazo en la muñeca y, inconscientemente, aflojó su agarre. Uomian aprovechó esta oportunidad para escabullirse de debajo de su brazo y corrió hacia un lado. El hombre negro dio algunos pasos hacia ella, pero descubrió que no podía controlar sus pies. ¿Qué me hiciste? Estaba enojado. Te dije que, entre nosotros, tú eres el estúpido que no sabe a qué se enfrenta. Uomian tenía una aguja venenosa en el puño. Había empapado la aguja con hierba venenosa y la puso en uso hoy. Ella envió un agradecimiento silencioso a la hierba venenosa y a su preciado ciempiés venenoso de la isla. Riley y On tenían curiosidad de por qué el ciempiés no mordió a Uomian. Fue porque un aroma a hierbas en Uomian calmaría al ciempiés y lo haría obediente. En este mundo no había ninguna criatura absoluta que no temiera a nada. Sabiendo que los ciempiés temían a cierta hierba, Uomian encontró la hierba y usó su jugo para lavarse el cuerpo y la cara. El hombre negro sintió que sus brazos y pies se habían entumecido y empezaron a aparecer puntos carmesí en sus brazos. ¿Qué me hiciste? Puedes esperar tu muerte. Uomian pensó que el tipo merecía morir ya que era tan despiadado como para usar la fuerza contra una mujer frágil. Cuando grito, todos mis amigos vendrán y te rodearán, te comerán vivo. El hombre negro estaba furioso. Solo sé que no te daré la oportunidad. Vete, cariño. Uomian liberó al pequeño ciempiés que se movía muy rápido. Antes de que el hombre negro pudiera gritar, le mordió el tobillo. Sintió otro pinchazo. El nuevo veneno se combinó con la toxina anterior en su cuerpo e hizo que el hombre negro cayera al suelo con un espasmo. ¿Lo pediste? Uomian lo miró con frialdad y se fue. Ella sabía que ese tipo moriría. Incluido Matthew, era el segundo hombre al que había matado. Si hubiera sido en el pasado, se sentiría culpable e incómoda. Después de todo, ella era una doctora con el deber de salvar a la gente en lugar de matarla, por lo que era difícil no sentirse culpable. Pero ahora ella se sentía diferente. En su corazón, ella solo tenía un pensamiento, y era eliminar a cualquiera que intentara impedirle regresar a casa, sin importar quién fuera esa persona. En una suite de un hotel en un país de Oriente Medio, maestro Yan, mientras monitoreábamos las llamadas en la casa de la señorita Wo, escuchamos que ella había escapado de Wosikian. Ella dijo que ahora está en Australia. ¿Sí? Yan levantó las cejas sorprendido. Capítulo 3147. Finalmente te encontré. 17. ¿Esa mujer escapó? Preguntó Yan. Creo que sí. ¿Aún no hay señales de Wosikian? Sí, no ha aparecido. Jeje. Esto es interesante, pero maestro, cuando atrapemos a esa mujer, ella nos dirá dónde está Wosikian. Sí. Ahora ve y analiza los datos. Encuentra el lugar desde donde hizo la llamada. Sí, maestro. Lo haré ahora. Sí, el teléfono en la casa de Womian estaba intervenido. Yan era un enemigo formidable y podía averiguar la ubicación específica de Womian analizando los datos que tenían. Era muy peligroso. En el motel, Womian daba vueltas en la cama sin poder dormir. Cada vez que pensaba que volvería a casa pronto, se emocionaba. Pero ella sabía que su camino de regreso a casa estaba lleno de obstáculos. Cuando dejó la isla, pensó en usar el teléfono celular de Riley o de otro chico para llamar a Inchu, pero no lo hizo porque no confiaba en ellos y no quería dejar el número del señor In en sus teléfonos. Ella conocía el estilo de hacer las cosas de Wosikian, debió haber hecho algo con los teléfonos celulares de sus subordinados. Si ella llamaba al señor In con sus teléfonos, se pondría a sí misma y al señor In en peligro. Cuando estaba hablando por teléfono con Innin, se emocionó al escuchar la voz de Innin. Pero cuando Ninnin le preguntó la dirección detallada, Womian dudó. No era que no confiara en Innin, sino que temía que el teléfono de South Hill Manor hubiera sido intervenido. Solo el teléfono celular del señor In tenía el software antierrores, por lo que decidió llamar solo a Inchu la próxima vez. Al pensar en el señor In, sus ojos se suavizaron. Puso su mano sobre su vientre y murmuró: «Cariño, papá vendrá y nos llevará a casa. Sé un buen niño y escucha a mamá». Womian supo que Inchu vendría inmediatamente a buscarla cuando encendió su teléfono celular y escuchó el mensaje de voz de Innin. Mientras pensaba, finalmente se hundió en un sueño agitado. A las 2 de la mañana, unos pasos la despertaron. Se levantó en silencio. Había dormido con la ropa puesta, por si acaso. Se levantó inmediatamente y se escondió detrás de la puerta. Pronto, oyó pasos subiendo las escaleras. «Señora, ¿está usted aquí?» «¿Quién es?», preguntó Womian con cautela. «Soy la recepcionista del primer piso. Unos hombres están aquí buscando a una mujer china de apellido Wo. Dicen que su familia está aquí para llevarla a casa». «¿Familia?». Womian se sorprendió. «Sí. Vinieron en buenos autos. Tu familia parece rica». Womian miró hacia la ventana de la habitación. La habitación estaba en el tercer piso y era imposible para ella, una mujer embarazada, saltar por la ventana. Tenía que salir y ver quiénes eran estos tipos. Escondiendo las agujas venenosas y el ciempiés, abrió la puerta y bajó con cautela. Ella sabía que podía usar esas armas para enfrentarse a un solo tipo, pero era imposible cuando se enfrentaba a unos 20 tipos armados. Ante ese pensamiento, Womian se calmó y consideró la situación cuidadosamente antes de bajar las escaleras. Efectivamente, en el primer piso había muchos tipos altos vestidos con trajes y ella no vio a nadie familiar. Definitivamente no eran los chicos bajo el mando de Riley. «Señora, realmente está aquí», le dijo el líder, un hombre extranjero, a Womian con una sonrisa. «¿Quién eres?». «Soy Kevin. El señor In me envió para llevarte a casa». «¿Señor In?». Womian entrecerró los ojos y preguntó con sospecha. Capítulo 3148. Finalmente te encontré. 18, sí, su marido. El presidente In, el señor Inchu. ¿Cómo supo que estaba aquí? Womian recordó claramente que no le había dicho a In su dirección detallada, sin mencionar a Inchu. «Puedo explicarlo, señora». ¿No llamó a su casa? La señorita In contestó y luego se puso en contacto con el señor In. El señor In nos pidió que averiguáramos su posición según la conversación que tuvo con la señorita In. Encontramos la cabina telefónica que utilizó y sabíamos que no estaría lejos, así que preguntamos por usted en los hoteles y moteles cercanos. ¿Ya veo? ¿Entonces por qué mi marido no me llamó?, preguntó Womian. Su situación es un poco complicada, ya que alguien lo está siguiendo y no le conviene venir. Para garantizar su seguridad, él hizo los arreglos para que lo llevemos a un lugar seguro para que lo encuentre. Oh, ya veo, Womian todavía parecía vacilante. Señora, si no me cree, tengo una grabación de nuestra conversación con el señor In. Puede escucharla. El hombre llamado Kevin sacó su teléfono celular y caminó para pararse frente a Womian. Sacó un número de sus llamadas recientes y efectivamente, era el número de teléfono celular de Inchu. Luego, Kevin reprodujo el clip de audio. Womian se acercó y escuchó. Ustedes vayan a buscarla, nos vemos más tarde. Fue una frase simple, pero la voz realmente era la de Inchu. ¿Puedo llamarlo ahora mismo? Womian miró a Kevin y preguntó. Parecía sorprendido por la petición de Womian. Pero el presidente In está ahora en un avión de nuevo y ha apagado su teléfono móvil. ¿Quizás puedas llamarlo cuando aterrice? Está bien, asintió Womian. Pero no puedes quedarte aquí. Señora, debes venir con nosotros porque los hombres de Wosikian te están buscando. Este lugar no es seguro. Está bien. Entonces ven y súbete al auto. ¿A dónde vamos? ¿Te dijo mi marido dónde nos encontraremos? Estamos esperando más instrucciones del presidente In. Debemos llevarte a un lugar seguro para protegerte por el momento. Kevin sonrió para mostrar su amabilidad. Mirando a Kevin y a la docena de fornidos hombres extranjeros vestidos de negro, Womian asintió y decidió no hacer más preguntas. Kevin abrió la puerta del Bentley negro para Womian. Después de subir al auto, Kevin mostró una sonrisa satisfecha. Después de que el auto anduvo durante unos 10 minutos, Womian se dio cuenta de que estaban abandonando esa ciudad, se sintió inquieta al instante. Cuando pasaban por un supermercado, Womian de repente se agarró el vientre con una expresión de dolor en su rostro. Me duele. Me duele mucho la barriga. ¿Qué pasa, señora? Me siento como si estuviera a punto de tener un aborto espontáneo. ¿Aborto? ¿Estás embarazada? Kevin parecía muy sorprendido. Sí. ¿No te lo dijo mi marido? El presidente no tuvo tiempo de contarnos los detalles, explicó Kevin. Me duele mucho. ¿Puedes llevarme a un hospital? Los hospitales de este lugar no están bien equipados. Te llevaré a nuestro lugar donde tenemos médicos privados y buenos equipos médicos. Kevin parecía reacio a dejar que Womian saliera del auto en medio de su viaje. Entonces, primero búscame un baño. Me duele mucho la barriga y necesito ir al baño. No puedo hacerlo en el auto, ¿verdad? Womian frunció el ceño. Después de pensarlo un momento, Kevin miró al chofer. Arriba el coche. Acompañaremos a la señora al baño, ordenó Kevin. El coche se detuvo lentamente cerca de la puerta principal del hipermercado. Puedo entrar sola. No tienen por qué molestarse en entrar conmigo, dijo Womian. No. Debemos protegerte como nos dijo el presidente In. Kevin salió del auto detrás de Womian con 4 de sus hombres. Capítulo 3149. Finalmente te encontré 19. Al ver que estos tipos insistían en seguirla hasta el baño, Womian se convenció de sus sospechas. Ella se sorprendió de que estos tipos pudieran conseguir la grabación de voz de Inchu. Deben haber conseguido una grabación de voz de Inchu cuando habló en una reunión y la editaron. Detrás de estos chicos había profesionales, de lo contrario el plan no sería tan impecable. Pero el mayor problema fue que no se atrevieron a dejar que Womian hablara con Inchu por teléfono. Womian conocía a Inchu desde hacía años y lo conocía bien, lo habría llamado incluso si tuviera prisa por tomar un vuelo. Entonces, Womian estaba tratando de retrasar la confrontación cuando aceptó ir con ellos. En el motel, si ella se negaba a ir con ellos, comenzaban a actuar con rudeza con ella y podían lastimar al bebé. Womian caminó lentamente y miró a su alrededor con atención, tratando de encontrar una oportunidad para escapar. Los chicos la siguieron de cerca, temiendo que escapara. Womian tuvo que luchar la batalla sola en este remoto pueblo de Australia, no se atrevía a confiar en nadie a menos que pudiera ver a Inchu en persona. Ella no creyó a nadie que dijo que vendría a recogerla o ayudarla. Cuando era pequeña, solía oír a los ancianos decir que había 2 cosas en el mundo que no se podían mirar directamente, el sol y el corazón humano. Después de ver tanta gente malvada, no se atrevió a confiar ciegamente en nadie. Finalmente llegó a la puerta del lavadero. Afortunadamente, era un supermercado abierto las 24 horas, había mucha gente en la tienda a esa hora, lo que le dio a Womian un rayo de esperanza para escapar. Está bien. Señora, entre allí y la esperaremos aquí para protegerla. Kevin y sus hombres estaban en la entrada. Bueno. Womian asintió y entró lentamente. Al entrar por la puerta, no caminó más, sino que puso la oreja en la pared para escuchar la conversación. Efectivamente, uno de los hombres de Kevin no pudo permanecer en silencio. Señor Kevin, ¿está seguro de que no estamos cometiendo un error? Creo que no deberíamos haberle permitido entrar al baño. Deberíamos llevárnosla directamente. Todo irá bien. Esta es la única salida y no hay ventanas. ¿A dónde puede ir? Además, si fuéramos duros con ella, gritaría y nos causaría problemas. ¿No recuerdas lo que nos dijo el maestro? Sí, señor Kevin, la decisión es suya. Los demás ya no se atrevieron a plantear objeciones. Uomian escuchó cada palabra de su conversación. Ella se quedó perpleja ante la figura clave que mencionaron. ¿Maestro? ¿Quién era ese maestro? No era así como los subordinados de Wosikian lo llamaban, siempre lo llamaban jefe. ¿Quién más querría atraparla? Luego caminó con calma hacia el interior del baño. Ella había elegido entrar en el lavadero de un supermercado porque había mucha gente allí y nadie la notaría. Señorita Wo, ¿está bien? Como ella no salió después de un largo rato, Kevin se impacientó y llamó al baño de mujeres. Estoy bien. Tengo diarrea y necesito algo más de tiempo, respondió Womian en un inglés fluido. De pie en la cabina más interior, se devanó los sesos buscando una idea que pudiera escapar de ellos. Si no podía encontrar una manera de escapar y regresar al auto con ellos, nunca habría tenido otra oportunidad de escapar. De repente, se le ocurrió una idea. Nota de TL. Puedes seguirnos en Instagram @NoodletownTranslations para conocer cualquier posible cambio en el cronograma de lanzamiento en el futuro. Capítulo 3150. Finalmente te encontré 20. ¿Recuerdas cómo Wosiji se llevó a sus hijas gemelas? Aunque Wosiji no era la persona más brillante del lugar, su plan en realidad estaba bastante bien planeado. Con este pensamiento en mente, Womian comenzó a preguntarse cuándo vendría el conserje. En ese momento, entró una conserje que llevaba una máscara y un balde y un trapeador. Hola, tía, ¿puedo pedirte un favor? Womian se acercó. ¿Qué necesita, señora? Hay un grupo de gente mala por ahí. Quieren llevarse a mis hijos para poder pedirle dinero a mi esposo como rescate. Actualmente estoy embarazada de 3 meses y tengo que salir de aquí ahora y perderlos. Entonces, ¿puedes prestarme tu ropa y tus cosas? Pero, este es mi trabajo, no sé si pueda. La tía parecía poco dispuesta. Womian sacó un par de billetes estadounidenses de su bolso y se los pasó. Por favor, ayúdenme. Estoy embarazada. No quiero que mi hijo caiga en sus manos. Los ojos de la tía se iluminaron al ver el dinero. Todo el mundo sabía lo poderosos que eran los billetes americanos. Incluso si no podía gastarlos, podía cambiarlos en el banco. Incapaz de rechazar la tentación del dinero, asintió con la cabeza, aceptando intercambiar ropa con Womian. 2 minutos después, el conserje desaliñado salió del baño con manchas de agua en su ropa. Llevaba un balde y un trapeador y caminaba con lentitud. Cuando ella salió, Kevin y sus hombres se alejaron de ella inconscientemente, con sus rostros coloreados por el disgusto. Ella era la conserje de los baños, después de todo, no era exactamente una carrera respetable para snobs como estos tipos. Por supuesto, ese era el efecto que Womian buscaba. En aquel entonces, fue esta misma táctica la que le permitió a Wosiji sacar a los gemelos del baño sin previo aviso. Entonces, en este momento, Womian realmente quería agradecerle a Wosiji por darle este plan de escape en un momento tan crítico. Womian salió por la puerta trasera del centro comercial, sin querer llamar la atención de las personas que esperaban delante. Unos 5 minutos después de su partida, Kevin miró su reloj, cada vez más impaciente. Su plan previsto no iba a esperar mucho tiempo. Después de todo, con la condición de terrorista de Ian, tenían que tener cuidado en todos los países. Señorita, ¿ya terminó? Ha pasado un tiempo, gritó Kevin. Esta vez no hubo respuesta. Señora In, ¿ya terminó? Por favor, responda. Volvió a preguntar Kevin. Jefe, algo no va bien. Uno de los secuaces de Kevin frunció el ceño. Entra tú y compruébalo. Revisa cada puesto y tráela aquí. Kevin estaba más que molesto, ya no quería ser amable. Por supuesto, cuando el Minion entró al baño, no encontró nada. Después de una búsqueda detallada en el baño de mujeres, descubrió al conserje temblando escondido en el almacén. Llevaba la ropa de Womian, pero no tenía la cara de Womian. Entonces, uno de los secuaces de Kevin la levantó por el cuello y la arrastró hacia Kevin. «Jefe, esa mujer se ha ido. Solo queda esta mujer. ¿Dónde está ella?» Kevin puso su mano directamente sobre el cuello de la mujer. «No sé. No sé nada». La tía sacudió la cabeza con miedo. «Entonces, ¿por qué llevas puesta su ropa?», preguntó Kevin con saña. «Ella dijo que había gente mala detrás de ella y que estaba embarazada, así que le di mi ropa, maldita sea». «Jefe, el conserje que vimos era la señorita Wu. ¿Qué hacemos ahora?». Los hombres de Kevin entraron en pánico. ¿Cómo pudieron perder algo tan seguro? Si Ian se enterara, probablemente perderían la cabeza. Capítulo 3151 de Camino a Casa 1. ¿Ahora me lo preguntas a mí? Persíganla, un montón de idiotas. La noticia de la fuga de Womian enfureció a Kevin. Estaba a punto de abrir fuego contra todos. Si le fallaban a Ian, él realmente no sabía qué les pasaría. Se maldijo a sí mismo por no haber atado a la mujer en el motel. Debería haberla atado y metido en el coche, así de simple y directo. No podía creer que una mujer tan joven y tranquila pudiera ser tan astuta. Recordó las órdenes de Ian, que le decían que la agarrara sin usar la fuerza bruta, que necesitaba ser gentil y que necesitaba persuadirla. Ella parecía bastante importante para Ian. Después de sopesar sus opciones, Kevin decidió ser indulgente con Womian, pero, para su sorpresa, ella logró escapar delante de sus narices. Con las órdenes de Kevin, sus secuaces se dispersaron para buscar a Womian. Como no había muchas caras asiáticas en el pequeño pueblo, encontrar a la mujer no debería ser demasiado difícil. Después de que Womian salió del centro comercial, se lanzó directamente entre la multitud. Sin embargo, era temprano por la mañana y era difícil encontrar gente. Los australianos tenían un estilo de vida muy diferente, no les gustaban los mercados nocturnos concurridos ni la vida nocturna. Ella esquivó a izquierda y derecha, aprendiendo de su error pasado de caminar por callejones pequeños. Afortunadamente, se topó con un autobús urbano enviado por las empresas para alojar a los empleados que pasaban la noche. Al subir al autobús, sacó un gran billete estadounidense y se lo entregó al conductor, dejándolo boquiabierto. Antes de que el conductor pudiera darle una respuesta, una amable belleza intervino y puso algunas monedas para Womian. «¿Eres un turista, no?», preguntó. «Ah, sí, soy nueva aquí. No entiendo muy bien, gracias». Womian le agradeció una y otra vez a la joven. «No hay problema. No te preocupes demasiado. Todo mejorará. Dios te protegerá, niña». «Está bien». La joven probablemente era cristiana, ya que se refería a Dios, pero también era genuinamente amable. Entonces, como agradecimiento, Womian le dio a la joven un gran montón de dólares estadounidenses, pero la niña no los aceptó de ninguna manera. El autobús comenzó a moverse. Womian, de complexión más pequeña, estaba bien escondida entre los australianos altos y fornidos. El cielo estaba amaneciendo. Había estado corriendo desde las primeras horas de la mañana anterior y, sin embargo, todavía estaba en el pequeño pueblo. No sabía si era una bendición o una maldición. Ella ni siquiera sabía hacia dónde se dirigía el autobús. Cuando llegaron los hombres de Kevin, el autobús ya se había ido. Registraron el lugar, pero no pudieron encontrar ni rastro de Womian. Kevin apretó el puño con rabia. «Ustedes sigan buscando. Tenemos que encontrarla. De lo contrario, todos estaremos muertos». «Sí, señor». Con eso, los secuaces de Kevin se dispersaron una vez más. Dentro de un motel, ¿cómo va todo? ¿Encontraste algo?, preguntó Riley. Me enteré de que la señorita Wu entró en un motel del gueto y mató a un hombre que intentó agredirla. ¿Dónde está ahora? ¿Sigue en el motel? No, alguien se la llevó. ¿Quién se la llevó? Aún no estamos seguros de sus identidades. Mierda. Vayan todos. Encuentren una manera de detener a esa gente. No podemos dejar que la señorita Wu se vaya de Tasmania, porque nuestro jefe se despertará pronto. Aunque vos esté despierto, no hay nadie en la isla. Sigue encadenado. ¿Deberíamos enviar a alguien para ayudarlo? Ion, ven aquí, Riley le hizo un gesto a Ion. Capítulo 3152 de Camino a Casa 2. Jefe, ¿qué necesita? Lleva a un par de chicos contigo y regresa a la isla en la lancha rápida. Libera al jefe cuando se despierte. Pero no tenemos llaves. La señorita Wu no nos dio las llaves. ¿Eres estúpido? Puedes abrir la cerradura con tu pistola, le gritó Ion a otro hombre. Oh, ¿eso funcionará? El hombre se rascó la cabeza. Jefe, ¿deberíamos irnos ya? Sí, asintió Riley. ¿Cómo sabemos si el jefe es el mismo, y si su segunda personalidad todavía está ahí? Si su segunda personalidad todavía está ahí, ¿no nos matará a todos? Ion era uno de los hombres más inteligentes de Riley, era más minucioso con sus consideraciones. Eso es imposible. Ya le he dado la medicina adecuada. Su segunda personalidad no aparecerá. Muy bien, entonces iremos allí ahora. Está bien, el jefe probablemente dejará la isla con ustedes para buscar a la señorita Wu. Entiendo. Después de terminar de delegar tareas, Riley siguió a sus secuaces en la búsqueda de Womian. Después de que Womian se bajó del autobús, buscó un lugar donde quedarse. Su experiencia previa en un motel del gueto la hizo desconfiar de los hoteles pequeños. Womian empezó a considerar la posibilidad de alojarse en una estación de autobús o de metro. ¿Quizás podría pasar la noche allí? Sin embargo, después de reflexionar un poco, Womian se preguntó si una estación de autobús o de metro era incluso menos segura que un pequeño hotel. Poco después, se sorprendió gratamente al descubrir una tienda de conveniencia abierta las 24 horas. Pero lo que más le sorprendió fueron las letras chinas del nombre de la tienda. El dueño probablemente era chino. Sin pensarlo mucho, Womian entró. ¿Qué estás buscando? La dueña de la tienda tenía en la mano una calculadora y estaba haciendo el balance de sus cuentas. Tengo hambre, ¿puedo tomar una taza de fideos? ¿Tienes agua caliente? Claro. La petición de Womian tomó por sorpresa al dueño de la tienda. ¿Por qué alguien pediría fideos en un momento como este? ¿Eres turista? Le preguntó el dueño de la tienda china a Womian en su lengua materna. Sí, asintió Womian. Entonces, ¿por qué estás ahí afuera caminando? ¿No sabes que es muy peligroso por la noche? Me he topado con un pequeño problema. Tenía que hacerlo, explicó Womian vagamente. Ah, ya veo. Claro, te prepararé una taza de fideos. La dueña fue muy amable y enseguida sintió lástima por la pobre chica. Tía, yo tengo un novio extranjero, pero es un psicópata. Me ha pegado muchas veces antes, pero ahora estoy embarazada, y tenía miedo de que me pegaran otra vez, así que salí corriendo. Él y sus amigos me están buscando por todas partes. ¿Puedes ayudarme, por favor? A Womian se le estaban acabando las opciones. Tenía que intentarlo. Tenía que haber al menos una buena persona, ¿no? Tenía más esperanzas porque el dueño de la tienda era chino. Eran del mismo lugar, por lo que la probabilidad de que el dueño de la tienda sintiera lástima por ella era mayor, ¿verdad? Efectivamente, al escuchar las palabras de Womian, el dueño de la tienda pareció sorprendido. ¿No eres un turista? No, no lo soy. Seguí a mi novio hasta este lugar, pero se convirtió en una persona completamente diferente. Me golpea cuando quiere. Me arrepiento de haber venido aquí. Quiero volver a casa. Womian explicó con lágrimas en los ojos. No llores, cariño. ¿Por qué no entras tú primero? Tía, ¿podrías cerrar tu tienda? Me temo que te causarán problemas si vienen más tarde. Te reembolsaré el dinero que pierdas. Womian miró ansiosamente por la ventana, temiendo que la estuvieran siguiendo. No hay problema. Voy a cerrar las puertas ahora. No tienes que pagarme nada. La tía parecía haber confiado plenamente en Womian. Inmediatamente apagó las luces y cerró las puertas. Womian finalmente se calmó. Sígueme a la habitación. ¿Dijiste que estabas embarazada? La tía parecía un poco convencida. Capítulo 3153 de Camino a Casa 3. Sí, si no me crees, hazme una prueba de embarazo. Puedo demostrártelo, explicó Womian. No, cariño, no me refiero a eso. Lo que quería decirte es que si de verdad estás embarazada y tu novio sigue pegándote, debe ser un cabrón. Sí, yo también lo creo. Womian asintió. Ven, siéntate aquí, no te estreses. Gracias, tía. No necesitas agradecerme. Todos somos del mismo país, definitivamente te ayudaré. ¿Cuánto tiempo llevas de embarazo? Casi 3 meses. Vaya, ni siquiera me doy cuenta. ¿Eres muy esquí? Han pasado muchas cosas últimamente. No me siento muy bien, dijo Womian lentamente. Las mujeres embarazadas no pueden sobrevivir con fideos instantáneos. Es comida basura. No tiene nutrientes. Espera, te prepararé algo. No, tía, ya no puedo agradecerte lo suficiente por tu generosidad. Realmente no quiero molestarte más. Los fideos están bien para mí. Womian realmente no quería seguir molestando a la tía. Esta última parecía tan amable que tampoco quería arrastrarla a todo este lío. Entonces, no le dijo la verdad a su tía por 2 razones. Una, le preocupaba que la tía la delatara y la otra, cuanto menos supiera su tía, menos problemas tendría. Como salida, Womian inventó la historia de abuso doméstico, solo para ocultar la verdad. No hay problema. No te preocupes. Soy muy buena cocinera. Un plato de fideos con sopa de lechuga es pan comido para mí. Espera un minuto. La tía era una buena anfitriona y no importaba cuánto intentara Womian detenerla, ella todavía entraba a la cocina. Womian estaba sentado dentro de la pequeña habitación, mirando alrededor de la tienda de comestibles. No era grande, pero estaba bien provisto, lleno de todo lo que a los asiáticos les gusta comer. Incluso había verduras encurtidas envasadas, tofu fermentado, salsa picante lao gan ma y otras especialidades. Al ver comidas tan familiares en una tierra extranjera, Womian sintió que su corazón se llenaba. Poco después, la tía sacó un tazón de sopa de fideos caliente y lo colocó en la pequeña mesa al lado de Womian. Cariño, cómelo mientras esté caliente. No dejes que tu bebé tenga hambre. De verdad, tía, ni siquiera sé cómo agradecértelo. No seas tan educado. Toma, come todo lo que puedas. Te traeré las verduras encurtidas. La tía se levantó y buscó en los estantes del supermercado una bolsa de verduras encurtidas. En una noche oscura como esta, Womian estaba más que satisfecha comiendo el plato caliente de fideos. Cariño, no quiero entrometerme, en nuestro país se está produciendo un fenómeno social muy malo. Muchas chicas idolatran las culturas extranjeras. Creen que los extranjeros son ricos, y que casarse con un extranjero les traerá estatus y prosperidad. Pero la verdad no es tan simple. Muchas chicas se casan con extranjeros en el calor del momento. No pueden comunicarse entre sí y experimentan un choque cultural. Esas relaciones están condenadas al fracaso. Al final, casi nunca tienen un buen final. Llevo ya bastantes años en Australia y he visto innumerables historias. Realmente no recomiendo la tendencia de casarse con extranjeros. Los países extranjeros no son tan maravillosos como creen, y estos países no son necesariamente el paraíso. Tía, sé lo que quieres decir. Womian asintió, sintiéndose culpable. Me duele verte así. De hecho, había una chica que vino de China y ayudó en la tienda hace un tiempo. Ella estaba aquí para ganar algo de dinero. Quiero decir, ¿por qué no volver a casa y casarse una vez que hayas ahorrado lo suficiente, no? No, ella eligió otra cosa. Encontró a un tipo, pensando que era rico. Finalmente las detuvieron en el aeropuerto cuando viajaban, y la policía encontró 1 tonelada de heroína en sus bolsos. ¿Qué podía hacer? La tomaron por tonta. ¿No es trágico? Ustedes, las jóvenes. Ni siquiera sé qué decir. Cariño, te ves bastante joven. ¿Qué haces? Charló la tía. Yo, Womian dudó. Capítulo 3154 de Camino a Casa 4, en realidad soy médico interno. Ah, ¿sí? ¿Un médico? Tú eres médico, sí, asintió Womian. Es increíble. Te lo digo, en este país hacen falta médicos chinos como tú. Deberías abrir tu propia clínica. Es muy difícil ver a un médico aquí, es diferente en este país. ¿Y tú? ¿Por qué estás en una situación así con tan buenos antecedentes? ¿Por qué no abortas a tu hijo y dejas a tu novio? Te presentaré a alguien. Tengo una buena amiga, su hijo es muy exitoso. Trabaja en Sydney como analista financiero. Gana decenas de miles de dólares al mes, tiene un auto y una casa. Y ya tiene la ciudadanía australiana también. ¿Sabes qué es genial aquí? Debido a la baja población, el gobierno te da dinero por tener hijos. Cuanto más tienes, más dinero obtienes. ¿No es genial? Womian no sabía qué decir. ¿Qué te parece mi sugerencia? Tía, gracias por tu sugerencia, pero no puedo abortar a mi hijo. Es mi hijo, nunca podría hacerlo. También podríamos trabajar con eso, ¿por qué no das a luz y luego buscamos una familia que adopte a tu bebé? De lo contrario, será difícil encontrar un buen hombre. No necesito a nadie más. Nunca lo había pensado. ¿Qué estás diciendo? Eres muy joven todavía. No soy tan joven. Tengo 27 años, casi 30, corrigió Womian. Eres joven todavía, niña tonta, deberías planificar tu futuro mientras aún eres joven. Leer más capítulos en novelas web traducidas al español. Womian se sintió muy culpable por mentir. No es de extrañar que los viejos proverbios aconsejaran a la gente no mentir. Una vez dicha una mentira, hay que tejer 100 mentiras más para cubrir la primera. Tenía muchas ganas de decirle a la tía que no solo era mayor, sino que ya tenía 2 adorables hijas. Sin embargo, después de pensarlo un poco, decidió seguir charlando con la tía. De todos modos, no importaba. Cariño, realmente deberías escuchar mi consejo. Tía, ¿cómo llegaste a Australia? ¿Pareces de la provincia de Shandong? Sí, ¿cómo lo supiste? La tía se quedó desconcertada. Porque ya he estado allí antes. La gente allí es muy sencilla y muy amigable. Sí, soy de Yangheu, Shandong, el lugar de nacimiento del Kung Fu. ¿Alguna vez has oído hablar de él? Sí, es un lugar muy famoso. Womian asintió. Llegué aquí hace unos 7 u 8 años. Al principio, mi hija estaba terminando su doctorado. Más tarde obtuvo la ciudadanía y se casó con un australiano. Más tarde tuvieron un hijo, así que vine aquí para ayudar. Ahora que el niño está en la escuela, no tengo nada que hacer, así que mi hija abrió una pequeña tienda para que yo pudiera pasar el tiempo. ¿Tu marido también está aquí?, preguntó Womian. Mi marido murió hace 15 años. En un accidente de coche. Oh, mis disculpas, tía, no lo sabía. Está bien. Sigamos hablando de ti. Si quieres, se lo cuento a mi amiga mañana. Tanto ella como su hijo están en Sydney. ¿Qué te parece? Tía, ya terminé, iré a lavar los platos. Déjame. Estás embarazada ahora mismo y no deberías estar haciendo estas cosas. La mujer mayor le quitó el cuenco a Womian, realmente era de buen corazón. Tía, estoy un poco cansada. Voy a dormir aquí un ratito. No puedo dejar que hagas eso. Sube a mi habitación. Allí está limpio. Aquí está muy sucio y hace frío. Está bien, me iré mañana por la mañana. ¿Te vas mañana por la mañana? ¿Por qué tienes tanta prisa? ¿A dónde vas? Vuelvo a casa, con mi familia, dijo Womian. Antes de que la tía pudiera responder, oyeron pasos agitados fuera de la casa. Las cámaras muestran que desapareció por aquí. Busquen en todas las casas. Tenemos que encontrarla. Se escuchó la voz de un hombre extranjero desde afuera. Alarmada, Womian se levantó inmediatamente. Capítulo 3155 de Camino a Casa 5. Dios mío. ¿Toda esta gente está aquí para hacerte daño? La tía estaba desconcertada por lo que veía. Sí, asintió Womian. Date prisa, escóndete en el armario de arriba de mi habitación. No dejes que te encuentren. La tía pensó en un lugar donde Womian pudiera esconderse, pero Womian no podía, en conciencia, esconderse en la casa de la tía. No, tía, no puedo. Van a saquear tu casa. Tengo que irme. Pero todavía está oscuro. ¿A dónde vas a ir? Está bien. Puedo ir a cualquier lado, pero no puedo arrastrarte a este lío. Tía, ¿este lugar tiene una puerta trasera? Debería irme por ahí. ¿Por qué no te escondes en el sótano? ¿Tienes que irte? ¿No conoces sus métodos, tía? Harán cualquier cosa para encontrarme. Acabamos de conocernos y ya has sido de gran ayuda, incluso me has preparado comida. Tía, recordaré todo lo que has hecho por mí. Por favor, toma este dinero. Uomian sacó un fajo de billetes. Dios mío, cariño, no es momento de pensar en dinero. No lo quiero. Si insistes, vete por la puerta de atrás. La tía se negó a aceptar el dinero. Entonces, si no muero, definitivamente te lo devolveré. Gracias, tía. Uomian fue muy sincero y se inclinó profundamente frente a la tía de Sandong. Esta señora fue probablemente la única persona amable que conoció durante su escape. No hagas esto, cariño. Estás embarazada, no te hagas daño. La tía no sabía cómo reaccionar. Después de eso, la tía guió a Uomian hasta la puerta trasera de la tienda. Ya había un destello de luz en el cielo, un destello blanco apareciendo en la distancia. Cariño, ¿qué te parece esto? Busca un lugar donde esconderte durante el resto de la noche. Una vez que amanezca y todos se hayan ido a trabajar, ve al consulado chino y busca protección. Te enviarán a casa y no dejarán que tu novio te haga daño. Está bien. Uomian asintió sin dar muchas explicaciones. Entonces, ¿me voy? Tía, si entran, diles que no sabes nada. No deberían causarte muchos problemas. No te preocupes por mí. Llevo aquí años. Sé cómo tratarlos. Con eso, Uomian agradeció a la tía una última vez y salió de la tienda. Uomian no sabía hacia dónde se dirigía. Estaba en un lugar desconocido, así que todo lo que podía hacer era ir paso a paso. Aún así, sabía que tenía que correr. Si la atrapaban de nuevo, nunca la dejarían escapar. Eso sí lo sabía. Sydney, Australia, Yao Fei recibió la llamada telefónica de Luyan y los dos se encontraron en un hotel. Cuando Luyan entró por la puerta, su rostro estaba lleno de preocupación. ¿Cómo va todo? ¿La encontraste? Yao Fei se puso de pie. No, mierda, busqué por todos lados, pero ninguno coincidía, maldijo Luyan. Eso es imposible. Si Inchu localizó a la hermana Mian en Australia, ella tiene que estar en Australia. ¿Cómo no podríamos encontrarla? Yao Fei confiaba en que la información de Inchu era precisa. He revisado todas las bases de datos. ¿Qué quieres decir? Yao Fei parecía haberlo entendido. Pero el problema es que hay información que no está incluida en la base de datos. Australia es muy extraña. El gobierno vendió las islas, tras un par de reventas, ya no es posible investigarlas. Entonces, ¿qué deberíamos hacer? Yao Fei se acercó a Luyan, queriendo consolarla. Capítulo 3156 de Camino a Casa 6. ¿Qué debemos hacer? Yo tampoco lo sé. De todos modos, encontraré a mi hermana, pase lo que pase. ¿No dijiste que Inchu también estaba aquí? ¿Cuándo lo veremos? Preguntó Yao Fei. Aún no lo sé. Le he enviado toda la información pertinente. Con su personalidad, debería ponerse en contacto conmigo en cuanto aterrice en Sydney. Luyan volvió a mirar su reloj. Ya debería estar aquí, a menos que, la voz de Luyan se fue apagando. No podemos esperar más. De todos modos, se me está acabando la paciencia. ¿Necesito volver a casa de Smith? Creo que el viejo pervertido todavía nos está ocultando algo. Iré contigo. Yao Fei se levantó. ¿No estás traumatizado? Bromeó Luyan, riendo. Él es el que está traumatizado, replicó Yao Fei. ¿Eh? ¿Dónde está Amy? Luyan miró a su alrededor y se dio cuenta de que su subordinada no estaba por ningún lado. La despedí, dijo Yao Fei. ¿Por qué la echaste? La dejé aquí para protegerte, idiota, dijo Luyan. No necesito equipaje, muchas gracias. Dicho esto, Yao Fei salió primero de la habitación. Su característica frialdad hizo que Luyan sacudiera la cabeza. Así, antes de que Inchu la contactara, la impaciente Luyan se fue a la casa de Smith con Yao Fei. Iba a utilizar la fuerza para sacarle la información de la isla de la boca del anciano. La mansión de South Hill, había una diferencia de 2 horas entre China y Australia. Eran las 4 de la mañana en Australia, por lo que eran las 2 de la mañana en China. Dentro de una de las habitaciones del nivel superior de South Hill Manor, Pudding estaba en medio de una mala pesadilla. En su sueño, ella y su hermana pequeña estaban celebrando sus cumpleaños cuando su mamá regresó de repente. Leer más capítulos en novelas web traducidas al español. Su mamá estaba cubierta de sangre, y antes de que pudiera hablar, su mamá cayó al suelo, su sangre estaba por todas partes. Ella comenzó a gritar el nombre de su mamá una y otra vez, pero su mamá simplemente no se despertaba. Pudding se sentó inmediatamente, con la frente empapada en sudor. Ella jadeaba en busca de aire, casi jadeaba en busca de aire. Mami, no, Little Bean, que estaba al lado de Pudding, también se despertó de un sueño. Pudding instintivamente abrazó fuerte a su hermana pequeña. Pequeño frijolito, despierta. Hermana, tengo tanto miedo. Tengo tanto miedo. Pequeño frijolito intentó no llorar. ¿Qué pasa? ¿Tuviste otra pesadilla? Preguntó Pudding en voz baja. Sí, soñé que mamá se cayó del acantilado y fue arrastrada por el mar. ¡Guau! Extraño a mamá. Little Bean comenzó a llorar. Lo curioso fue que Pudding también tuvo una mala pesadilla, esa cosa de los gemelos realmente existió. No llores, tonta, escúchame. Los sueños siempre suceden al revés de lo que sucede en la vida real. Tu sueño significa que mamá va a volver pronto a casa. ¿En serio? No me mientas. Little Bean dejó de llorar y se aferró a Pudding con más fuerza. Sí, no miento. De verdad. Realmente quiero que mamá regrese pronto. La extraño muchísimo. Hermana, cuando mamá regrese, seamos buenas y dejemos de causarle problemas. ¿De acuerdo? Está bien, la escucharemos y no la haremos enojar más. Pudding asintió con dificultad. Tasmania Womian se tambaleó hasta llegar al fondo de un puente abandonado. Se dio cuenta de que caminar por la superficie era demasiado notorio. Las calles estaban vacías y si seguía caminando, la atraparían de inmediato. Después de llegar al final del puente, una sombra se abalanzó sobre ella y la agarró con fuerza. Justo cuando estaba a punto de gritar, un olor familiar que provenía del cuello de la sombra la detuvo en seco. Su corazón casi se detuvo. Capítulo 3157 de Camino a Casa 7. Mian, estoy aquí para llevarte a casa. La voz de Inchu era increíblemente tranquila, como si tuviera miedo de asustar a Womian. Al escuchar la voz de Inchu, Womian finalmente cedió y rompió a llorar por todo lo que había pasado. Rápidamente se dio la vuelta y agarró con fuerza el cuello de Inchu, temerosa de soltarlo. Era como si él fuera a desaparecer si ella soltaba sus manos. Ella se recostó contra el pecho de Inchu, sollozando en silencio. Aunque no lloraba ni se lamentaba con todo su corazón, Inchu sabía lo difícil que debía haber sido para Womian. No llores, cariño, se me romperá el corazón. Inchu secó con cuidado las lágrimas de Womian. Cariño, estoy bien. Nuestro hijo también está bien. Después de las lágrimas, Womian informó de inmediato su situación actual, temiendo que Inchu estuviera demasiado preocupado. Lo sé, lo sé. Inchu ahuecó el rostro de Womian con ambas manos, dejando suaves besos en su frente, mejillas y nariz. Finalmente, sus labios se posaron sobre los de ella, esos pétalos fríos y tentadores. Este beso era muy esperado. Womian sintió como si no hubiera visto a Inchu durante una eternidad. Estaba abrumada por las emociones, sorpresa, miedo, emoción, indignación, todo mezclado en sus lágrimas. Hace mucho frío aquí. Subamos al coche. Con eso, Inchu levantó a Womian y comenzó a caminar desde la parte inferior del puente, pisando el suelo fangoso y con grava. Señor, su lesión. Uno de sus subordinados habló, preocupado por las heridas de Inchu de su reciente cirugía. Sin embargo, antes de que el hombre pudiera terminar su frase, Inchu le lanzó una mirada aguda, asustándolo y haciéndolo callar. Ya les había dicho a sus hombres que guardaran silencio sobre su cirugía frente a Womian. Se lo diría cuando estuviera lo suficientemente sana como para poder soportarlo. No quería que se preocupara. Cariño, ¿qué pasa? Preguntó Womian al ver la vacilación del hombre. Inchu sonrió suavemente y besó nuevamente la esquina de los labios de Womian. No es nada. No dormí mucho porque quería llegar a tiempo al avión. Tiene miedo de que me duerma y te deje caer, jaja. Uomian, las bromas frías del maestro y no fueron bien recibidas en un momento como este. En el camino, Uomian se aferró a Inchu como un koala a un árbol. Cariño, ¿estoy pesado? Sí, no es luz. Ja, eso es por el peso extra de nuestro pequeño bebé. Jaja, el bebé dice que no es su culpa. Nuestro bebé aún no ha nacido, replicó Inchu con cara seria. Jajajajaja. Cariño, ¿puedes dejar de bromear? ¿Estás tratando de matarme de risa para poder quedarte con mi cuenta platino en King of Glory? Inchu siguió burlándose de Uomian para intentar relajar su estado de ánimo. Era su reunión largamente esperada y Inchu no quería que fuera una reunión triste y llena de lágrimas. Después de todo, el llanto excesivo no era bueno para Uomian ni para su bebé. Entonces, Inchu estaba dando todo de sí para ser gracioso. El hombre normalmente estoico de repente se convirtió en un comediante, actuando como Tang Chuan y Suyu. Dentro del Mercedes-Benz negro, Inchu estaba sentado en el asiento trasero con Uomian en sus brazos. Señor, ¿qué debemos hacer con la gente que persigue a Madame?, preguntó cuidadosamente uno de los hombres de Inchu. La mano derecha de Inchu hizo un gesto de cortarse la garganta con la mano sobre su cuello, señalándole a su subordinado. Este recibió el mensaje alto y claro. Cariño, ¿cómo me encontraste aquí? Uomian apoyó la cabeza sobre sus hombros con cariño. A Uomian le pareció increíble que Inchu la hubiera encontrado. Inchu logró encontrarla en Tasmania, y sabía que estaba escondida debajo de un puente. ¿Estaba usando algún tipo de tecnología satelital? Era demasiado preciso para creerlo. Capítulo 3158 de Camino a Casa 8, porque nuestros corazones están conectados. PSG. No te creo. Date prisa y dímelo, tengo mucha curiosidad. En este momento, a Uomian no le importaba su imagen de doctora o su imagen de genio. Lo único que quería hacer ahora era quedarse en los brazos del maestro In. Ninin me llamó y me contó sobre la llamada que hiciste a casa. Rastreé el número y triangulé tu posición, descubriendo que estabas en Tasmania. ¿Entonces viniste aquí directamente? Sí, iba a ir a Sydney, pero después de conseguir tu puesto, volé aquí. Pero Tasmania sigue siendo muy grande. ¿Cómo me encontraste tan rápido? Uomian todavía no lo podía creer. Primero fui al pequeño motel desde el que llamaste. Al darme cuenta de que no estabas allí y de que 2 grupos de personas te perseguían, entré en pánico. Entonces, llamé a un amigo especial para pedirle ayuda. ¿Un amigo especial? Uomian estaba aún más confundida. Botón, aquí muchacho, silbó Inchu. Un gran perro militar negro corrió hacia ellos inmediatamente y se detuvo frente al auto de Inchu. Tenía la lengua afuera y era hermoso. ¿Un perro del ejército? Sí. Mi amigo encontró este perro para mí y lo trajo en avión desde Sydney. Al parecer, su olfato es increíble. Todo lo que necesita es oler la prenda vieja de una persona y la encontrará. Entonces, ¿qué le diste para que oliera? Uomian tenía aún más curiosidad. Inchu sacó con cuidado una prenda de ropa de su bolso y se la mostró a Uomian. Este último casi lloró al verlo. Era su bata blanca de laboratorio de Southside. No había sido lavada por lo que su olor y el olor a desinfectante aún estaban presentes. Leer más capítulo en novelas web traducidas al español com. Vaya, realmente eres increíble. Uomian admiraba la mente impecable de su esposo. Era especialmente útil en un momento como este. Ah, sí, cariño, Wosikian sigue en la isla. No sé cómo se llama, y no sé dónde está. Lo único que sé es que un hombre llamado Riley trabaja para él. Riley es alemán y lleva mucho tiempo trabajando para Wosikian. Debería estar en esta ciudad ahora mismo. Si lo encuentras, encontrarás la isla de Wosikian. Sí, lo sé. Ya he tomado las medidas necesarias para ello. Además, salió la segunda personalidad de Wosikian, eso es lo que me dio la oportunidad de. Uomian quería contarle todo a Inchu, pero Inchu extendió la mano y le tapó la boca. Mian, no hables tanto. Necesitas descansar ahora mismo. Duerme un poco y déjame encargarme de todo, ¿de acuerdo? La suave voz de Inchu era como una canción de cuna, que liberó a Womian de toda su ansiedad y preocupación. En ese momento, estaba completamente relajada. Sí, realmente no he estado durmiendo mucho, estoy muy cansada, se rió Womian. Inchu colocó su cabeza en su regazo, fue bueno que el auto fuera lo suficientemente grande. Cariño, ¿cómo están los niños? La voz de Womian ya estaba cargada de sueño. Son buenos. ¿Qué pasa con mamá y papá? Y mi mamá y Zixin. También son buenos. ¿Qué pasa con Suyu y los demás? También son buenos. ¿Qué pasa con Ling Ling y Xiaobei? Todos están bien, respondió Inchu a cada pregunta con paciencia. Cuando llegue a casa, quiero volver a trabajar en Southside. Extraño a Jie y a mis compañeros de trabajo y al director Wu. Después de un rato, el sueño finalmente se apoderó de Womian. Inchu sacó su teléfono celular y marcó el número de Luyan. Cuñado, ¿cómo estás? ¿No estás aquí en Sydney? ¿Encontraste otra pista? Luyan estaba muy preocupado. Mira quién está aquí. Inchu apuntó la cámara de su teléfono celular hacia Womian, que estaba dormida. Capítulo 3159 de Camino a Casa 9 o la cara dormida de Mian. Sus ojos se iluminaron inmediatamente. Hermana, gritó cálidamente. ¿Cuándo la encontraste? Luyan estaba muy contento. En este momento. ¿Está herida? No, tanto ella como el bebé están bien. Dios mío, oh Dios mío, estoy tan feliz. Espera, envíame tu ubicación. Iré allí ahora mismo. No te preocupes. Todavía tengo algunas cosas que hacer. Cuando termine, la llevaré a Sydney para que te vea. Entonces, ¿puedo hablar con ella? Luyan se mordió los labios, sintiéndose mareada y emocionada como si fuera una niña. Está agotada de tanto correr y esconderse. Simplemente se quedó dormida, explicó Inchu. Yao Fei se acercó a Luyan, extendió su mano y la colocó sobre sus hombros. Mian probablemente esté agotada. Déjala descansar. ¿No dijo Inchu que la llevaría a Sydney más tarde? Pero no creo que pueda esperar. Luyan parecía un poco decepcionado. Te prometo que todo esto se acabará pronto. No voy a llamar al profesor. No sé qué tan seguras son las líneas en Tasmania. No quiero que las rastreen o las intercepten y le traigan problemas. ¿Podrías decirle que tu hermana está bien? Dile que no se preocupe. Está bien, me pondré en contacto con mi papá. Luyan asintió. Bueno, entonces, nos vemos más tarde. Está bien. Luyan colgó el teléfono de mala gana. Luego se dio la vuelta y abrazó el cuello de Yao Fei. Mierda. Psicópata Yao, encontraron a mi hermana. Está bien. Tanto ella como su hijo están bien. Lo sé, lo escuché todo. Yao Fei sonrió. Esta chica se comportaba como una jefa de la mafia cuando era dominante y como una niña cuando era linda. ¡Qué polarizador! Yao Fei amaba a Luyan por lo que era, directa y sin cálculos, nunca manipulaba a nadie. Mi hermana está a punto de llegar a Sydney. ¿Qué crees que debería ponerme cuando la vea? Ah, sí, ¿qué debería regalarle? ¿Comida occidental o china? ¿Debería llevarla a la ópera para que le saquen unas fotos? No creo que haya estado nunca en Australia. ¿Y debería regalarle un koala? ¿Es mejor un koala o un canguro? Si las aerolíneas se niegan a dejar que lo lleve, puedo enviarlos de vuelta a casa en mi jet privado. A mis sobrinas también les encantarían, ¿verdad? Leer más capítulos en novelas web traducidas al español con Yao Fei. ¿Por qué me miras así? Dame algunas sugerencias. Luyan no pudo contener su emoción. Yao Fei ni siquiera pudo seguir el ritmo. Mi querida señorita Luyan, ¿podría ir más despacio, por favor? Es genial que su hermana esté bien. Alégrese de que los 4 podamos reunirnos para comer y charlar. Olvídese de los koalas y los canguros. Si el gobierno australiano se entera, estaremos en problemas. ¿Crees que les tendría miedo? ¡Qué broma! Los haré estallar. Luyan era absolutamente imparable. Todos sus subordinados se rieron. Si hubiera sido cualquier otra persona, habrían pensado que estaba bromeando. Sin embargo, cuando se trataba de Luyan, nada era imposible. Su tiempo más rápido en fabricar una bomba fue de menos de 30 segundos. En su cuartel general, también tenía una cantidad ilimitada de explosivos, cada uno más poderoso que el anterior. Incluso Ian tenía miedo de acercarse a ella. Realmente estuvo a la altura de su condición de hija del profesor. No la llamaban genio de la bomba, por nada. Está bien, está bien, está bien. Confío en ti. Eres el mejor. Yao Fei se rió. Al ver la sonrisa feliz de Luyan, supo que todo valía la pena. Psicópata Yao, fuiste parte integral del plan para seducir a Smith. Dime, ¿qué recompensa te gustaría? Luyan pensó de repente en esta broma. Capítulo 3160 de Camino a Casa 10. ¿Vas a darme alguna recompensa que te pida? Por supuesto, siempre que esté a mi alcance. Dinero, mujeres, autos caros, armas, incluso bombas, lo que quieras. La noticia de que Womian estaba a salvo hizo que Luyan se sintiera increíblemente feliz. Estaba dispuesta a darle a Yao Fei todo lo que quisiera. Definitivamente está a tu alcance, pero no estoy seguro de que me lo des. Tonterías. Siempre he sido fiel a mis palabras. ¿Cómo podría ir en contra de lo que acabo de decir? ¿A quién crees que le estás hablando? Luyan estaba furioso. Bueno, entonces no me contendré. Yao Fei se tocó la punta de la nariz y miró a su alrededor. Adelante, Luyan le hizo un gesto para que hablara, con toda la despreocupación posible. Los subordinados detrás de Luyan comenzaron a susurrar. Oigan, ¿qué piensan? ¿Qué quiere el señor Yao? ¿Quizás un arma poderosa? No necesariamente. No le gustan mucho las armas. El dinero tampoco es lo importante. La familia Yao tiene todo el dinero del mundo. El dinero no significa nada para el señor Yao. Entonces, ¿qué pasa con el avión privado de Boss? ¿O con el Bugatti Veyron de edición limitada que ganó en la carrera de Florida? No lo creo. ¿El joven maestro Yao no parece muy interesado en los autos? Es un hombre muy sofisticado, demasiado difícil de leer para nuestros ojos mortales. De lo contrario, no habría durado tanto con el jefe. De todos modos, veamos qué quiere. Definitivamente será algo asombroso. Psicosis Yao, date prisa, sabes lo impaciente que estoy. Luyan estaba muy impaciente. Dame un bebé. Después de 5 segundos de silencio, Yao Fei hizo una petición seria. Mierda. Además de Ami, todos los subordinados de Luyan se echaron a reír. ¿Y Luyan? Bueno, ella se quedó completamente sin palabras. Como líder de los mercenarios, no incumplirías tu palabra, ¿verdad? Yao Fei comenzó a preparar su trampa. Puaj, ¿está bien si te retractas de tu promesa? De todos modos, no esperaba que la cumplieras, la provocó Yao Fei. Que te jodan, ¿cuándo he faltado a mi palabra? Entonces, ¿cuándo vamos a tener un bebé? Preguntó Yao Fei con cara seria. Luyan era una chica, después de todo, y no importaba lo mandona que fuera, todavía era tímida sobre un tema como este. Su cara estaba roja como una manzana. ¡Guau, mira! La cara del jefe se está poniendo roja. Por supuesto. Al jefe le gusta el joven maestro Yao, y de todos modos ya se pelean como una pareja de ancianos. Jaja, si la jefa se casa, todos los mercenarios del mundo irán a su boda. ¿Te lo imaginas? Me emociono solo de pensarlo. Ustedes son demasiado. ¿Quién sabe qué va a pasar? Intervino Ami de repente. ¿Qué te pasa, Ami? ¿Por qué eres tan aguafiestas? Le espetó alguien. No lo estoy, solo soy realista. Quiero decir, la jefa se ha ganado muchos enemigos en los últimos años. Una vez que se case y quede embarazada, será menos ágil y todos sus enemigos la atacarán. ¿Por qué haría algo así? Entonces, creo que darle un hijo a Yao Fei es básicamente imposible. Y Luyan comenzó a tartamudear, lo sabía. HMPH. Yao Fei se alejó con una expresión fría. Oye, psicópata Yao, no te vayas. Escúchame, Luyan lo persiguió. ¿Vamos a tener un bebé o no? Yao Fei contuvo la risa y puso una expresión seria. Lo haré. Luyan asintió, apretando la mandíbula. ¿Cuándo? Yao Fei no iba a dejarlo pasar tan fácilmente. Capítulo 3161 Mian, te amo uno, maldita sea. Entonces, vámonos, y desnúdese. Luyan parecía decidido y arrastró a Yao Fei hacia la suite del hotel. Yao Fei, jajajaja, ¿crees que nuestro jefe habla en serio esta vez? ¿Quién sabe? Tal vez nuestro jefe ha estado queriendo al joven maestro Yao durante mucho tiempo. Los subordinados de Luyan estaban tratando de animar la causa. Pero Amy tenía una expresión oscura porque no entendía por qué el joven maestro Yao, un chico guapo de una gran familia, quería una mujer salvaje como Luyan. En la ciudad de Tasmania, el cielo se había aclarado. La tienda de conveniencia quedó destrozada y quedó totalmente destruida. El dueño de la tienda fue empujado hasta arrodillarse en el suelo, temblando de miedo. Un grupo de personas cerró la tienda desde dentro y comenzó a interrogar a la dueña del comercio. ¿Todavía no quieres decírmelo? Kevin la agarró del cabello con saña y le preguntó. Realmente no lo sé. Esa chica se quedó aquí un rato y se fue después de comer un plato de fideos. No te hagas la inocente. Si ella no te conociera, ¿por qué entraría en tu tienda? En realidad no la conozco. Acabo de ver que es china como yo, así que le hice un favor. Además, eres un cabrón por golpear a tu novia embarazada. ¿Aún eres un ser humano? El dueño de la tienda estaba indignado. Ella pensó que Kevin era el cabrón que Womian mencionó y que la había golpeado. ¿Novia? ¿De qué diablos estás hablando? Kevin parecía desconcertado. El dueño de la tienda continuó, debo decirle que la niña vino desde tan lejos a Australia porque lo amaba. Pero si usted no quiere asumir la responsabilidad, no debería haberle prometido nada. Ahora la alejó de su familia e incluso la golpeó. Dios lo juzgará y lo castigará. Mujer, ¿de qué tonterías estás hablando? ¿Estás loca? Kevin se sintió molesto. Estoy indignado por la chica que también es de China. Creo que la mujer te mintió. Kevin empezó a comprender. Imposible. Está embarazada y se nota. Lo vi. La mujer estaba convencida de que Womian estaba embarazada. Debo decirte que todo lo que te dijo es mentira. Ella no es mi novia. Su identidad es muy especial y mi jefe quiere encontrarla. Si no me dices dónde está, te enviaré con tu Dios. Kevin puso la boca de su pistola contra la cabeza del dueño de la tienda. Su cuerpo se convirtió en gelatina instantáneamente. Esto era Australia y el arma no era un juguete. La muerte la miraba fijamente a los ojos. No puedes hacerme esto. Te digo que mi hija y mi yerno no son personas comunes y corrientes, conocen a un abogado muy famoso. Has destrozado mi tienda y me has amenazado de muerte, tendrás que afrontar las consecuencias. Jefe, la mujer está diciendo tonterías. Será mejor que la matemos, sugirió uno de los hombres. Kevin parecía haber perdido también la paciencia y no quería escuchar el sermón de la mujer. Te lo voy a preguntar una última vez. ¿Dónde está la mujer? ¿En qué dirección se fue? ¿Cuándo se fue? Será mejor que me lo cuentes todo. El dueño de la tienda de repente se dio cuenta de que no era tan simple como una pelea entre una pareja. Estos hombres tampoco parecían gánsteres comunes y corrientes. ¿De verdad le había mentido esa chica? Si ella dijera que no sabe nada al respecto, ese tipo la mataría instantáneamente, ¿verdad? Pero ella realmente no sabía nada. Esa chica salió por la puerta trasera y desapareció. ¿No hay respuesta? Muy bien. No me dejas otra opción, dijo Kevin mientras apretaba el gatillo lentamente. Un sudor frío brotó de su piel, cerró los ojos y supo que estaba acabada. Capítulo 3162 Mian, te amo 2. En ese momento, la puerta de la tienda de conveniencia se abrió de una patada. Un grupo de hombres vestidos de negro irrumpió con máscaras que cubrían la mitad de sus caras. Con movimientos limpios y profesionales, inmediatamente abrieron fuego contra Kevin y sus hombres. Empujando con fuerza al dueño de la tienda, Kevin se dio la vuelta y echó a correr. Sus hombres respondieron a los disparos y comenzó un feroz tiroteo. Al instante, el aire se llenó de olor a pólvora. El dueño de la tienda se escondió debajo de un escritorio con piernas temblorosas. En menos de 3 minutos, los disparos cesaron. Un hombre caminó hacia el dueño de la tienda con una metralleta en sus manos. No me mates, por favor. No sé nada, no sé a dónde fue la niña. Ella casi se mojó los pantalones del miedo, arrepintiéndose de haberse involucrado en el problema. No tengas miedo. Ya puedes salir, dijo el hombre. La dueña de la tienda se levantó lentamente sobre sus piernas temblorosas. Ya se han ido. El dueño de la tienda no se atrevió a hablar. Nuestro jefe nos envió aquí para agradecerle por acoger a nuestra joven señora. ¿Su joven señora? El dueño de la tienda estaba confundido. Sí. Nuestra joven dama tiene una identidad especial. Nuestro jefe la quiere mucho y fue secuestrada por personas maliciosas para chantajear a nuestro jefe, por eso estaba en ese estado. Gracias por acoger a nuestra joven dama anoche y cocinarle fideos. Oh. No es nada. No te preocupes. Nos ocuparemos de estos tipos y no permitiremos que te acosen. Está bien. La dueña de la tienda finalmente recuperó el sentido y asintió. Nuestro jefe quiere que tomes esto. El hombre le entregó un trozo de papel. Con manos temblorosas, lo tomó y vio que era un cheque por $1.000.000 estadounidenses. Puedes cambiarlo por efectivo en cualquier banco internacional. Dios mío. No, no lo soporto. Es demasiado. La mujer de mediana edad estaba asustada. Después de todo, su pequeña tienda no valía mucho. $1.000.000 estadounidenses equivalía a más de 7 millones de yuanes, lo que era una gran fortuna. Toma, nuestro jefe es muy rico y esto no le importa nada. Lo más importante para él es que nuestra joven señora esté bien. Esa muchacha, es tu joven señora. Recordó que aquella joven efectivamente llevaba la elegancia juvenil de una joven dama de familia adinerada. No era una gran belleza, pero desprendía una presencia extraordinaria. El dueño de la tienda había pensado que era hija de una gran familia con un negocio de medicina china, pero resultó que era una joven dama de una familia rica y poderosa. Parecía que había vivido una aventura bastante emocionante. ¿Cómo puedo tomarlo? Toma, lamento el desorden que hay en la tienda y me temo que tendrás que limpiarlo tú mismo. Adiós. Luego, los hombres de Inchu se fueron. Con el cheque de $1.000.000 en la mano, la dueña de la tienda se sintió como si estuviera en un sueño. Recordó su conversación con la joven anoche. Bueno, parecía que ni siquiera la gente rica podía vivir en paz, era una lástima que la gente todavía la persiguiera cuando estaba embarazada. Finalmente, el dueño de la tienda guardó el cheque con un suspiro y luego comenzó a limpiar el desorden en su tienda. Kevin estaba acorralado en un callejón remoto de la ciudad y todos sus hombres habían sido asesinados. ¿Quiénes son ustedes?, preguntó Kevin. 2 delante y 2 detrás de él, 4 hombres enmascarados le apuntaron con armas y no respondieron a su pregunta. ¿Saben quién es nuestro jefe? Si se meten con nosotros, morirán de forma patética, amenazó Kevin, intentando asustar a los hombres que llevaban el nombre de Ian. Capítulo 3163. Mian, te amo 3. Sin decir palabra, los hombres enmascarados se acercaron a Kevin. Nuestro jefe Ian no es alguien con quien ustedes, unos novatos mediocres, puedan permitirse meterse. ¿Me escuchan? Kevin alzó la voz para mantener el coraje. El líder de los hombres enmascarados dijo, nuestro jefe dijo que nuestros objetivos son los hombres de Ian. Luego levantó su arma y le voló la cabeza a Kevin. Kevin todavía miraba a los chicos con incredulidad cuando apareció un agujero en su frente y comenzó a brotar sangre. Habiendo trabajado para Ian durante muchos años, siempre podía asustar a sus oponentes cuando decía el nombre de Ian. Pero esta vez, su oponente ignoró su amenaza tan fácilmente y lo mató. En el Benz Sprinter, Womian se quedó dormida y tuvo un sueño. En su sueño, acababa de llegar a casa de la escuela. Su madre estaba cocinando mientras Zixin jugaba baloncesto en el patio con una camiseta y sudando profusamente. Dejó su mochila y sacó la horquilla que Inchu le había dado, sintiéndose complacida y tímida. Este hermoso sueño de su niñez hizo que sus labios se curvaran mientras dormía. Inchu bajó la cabeza suavemente y la sostuvo por los hombros, sabiendo que estaba teniendo un dulce sueño, o no sonreiría tan dulcemente. Inchu. ¡Qué avaro eres! ¿Crees que puedes ganar mi corazón con una horquilla?, murmuró Womian en sueños. Inchu la encontró súper linda e inmediatamente capturó este momento divertido y acogedor con la cámara de su teléfono celular. El coche avanzó lentamente hacia un claro a las afueras de la ciudad. Debido al camino accidentado, Womian se despertó somnolienta. Cariño, ¿dónde estamos? Fuera de la ciudad, respondió Inchu suavemente. Acabo de tener un sueño. Womian se sentó lentamente y se frotó los ojos. Inchu la ayudó a sentarse con cuidado, luego abrió la tapa de una botella de agua y se la entregó. Lo sé. ¿Cómo lo supiste? Womian se sorprendió. Inchu sonrió pero no respondió. Entonces, ¿sabes qué soñé? Sí. No te creo. No puedes leer mi mente. Womian hizo pucheros. Si tengo razón, ¿me besarás? ¿Y si te equivocas? Womian cruzó los brazos frente a su pecho, luciendo confiada. Entonces te besaré. Jaja. Entonces nunca ganaré, ¿verdad? Womian entendió su juego. Claro que ganarás. Cariño, tu marido es muy guapo, un beso suyo es muy valioso. Cariño, he estado lejos de ti unos días y te has vuelto inconstante. Womian no pudo evitar reír. ¿No son unos pocos días? ¿Han pasado casi 20 días? Mian, estuvimos separados por mucho tiempo, dijo el señor. Con gran melancolía. Womian también sintió un nudo en la garganta. Sí, desde que se separaron hace 4 años, Inchu no soportaba estar lejos de ella por mucho tiempo. Siempre que trabajaba hasta tarde, la llamaba. Womian colocó su mano sobre la cálida mano de Inchu y la sujetó con fuerza. De ahora en adelante, nunca nos separaremos. Inchu estaba a punto de hablar cuando sonó su teléfono celular. ¿Hola? Inchu contestó el teléfono. Al escuchar las palabras de la persona que llamó, su expresión cambió un poco. Cuando colgó, un helicóptero aterrizó frente a ellos. Cariño, toma el helicóptero y vete de aquí, Luyan te recogerá en Sydney. ¿Yan está en Sydney? Womian se sorprendió. Sí. Al igual que yo, ella te ha estado buscando. Cuando llegues, ella cuidará de ti. Ustedes dos no se han visto en mucho tiempo y pueden aprovechar la oportunidad para disfrutar de su tiempo juntos. ¿Y tú qué? Preguntó Womian preocupada. Capítulo 3164. Mian, te amo 4. Tengo algunas cosas de las que ocuparme. ¿Vas a encontrar a Wosikian? Womian era inteligente y podía adivinar fácilmente los pensamientos de su esposo. Sí. Inchu no intentó ocultárselo. ¿Vas a esa isla? Sí. ¿Atrapaste a Riley? No. Riley es astuto y se escapó. Pero atrapamos a uno de sus hombres, Ion. ¿Atrapaste a Ion? Womian se sorprendió. ¿Lo conoces? Algo así. ¿Es uno de los hombres de Wosikian? Sí. Entonces ve a Sydney y espérame. Cuando termine este asunto, iré a Sydney y me reuniré contigo. No, quiero ir contigo. Womian sostuvo el brazo de Inchu y no lo soltó. Será mejor que no vengas conmigo. Estoy segura de que no tienes una buena impresión de esa isla. Me temo que... Womian lo interrumpió. Sí, no me gusta esa isla de pesadilla y nunca querría volver allí en mi vida. Pero no quiero que vayas allí solo. No estoy sola. Tengo muchos hombres conmigo y puedo manejar a Wosikian con facilidad. Inchu sonrió y extendió la mano para tocarle la cara. No, no me gusta. Wosikian es astuto, no puedo dejar que corras ese riesgo tú solo. ¿Mierda? No intentes disuadirme. Estaré contigo donde quiera que estés y nunca me separaré de ti. Womian estaba decidido. Recién había vuelto a reunirse con su marido después de una larga separación y aún no había disfrutado plenamente de su tiempo con él. Además, estaba preocupada cuando él dijo que iría a tratar con Wosikian. Wosikian estaba extremadamente familiarizado con la isla. ¿Cómo podría Inchu tratar con él con facilidad? ¿Qué pasaría si algo le pasara a Inchu? Womian estaba preocupada por sus pensamientos y decidió ir con Inchu sin importar nada. Está bien. Ven conmigo entonces. Al ver su determinación, Inchu cedió y la ayudó a salir del auto con amor. Vamos a subir al helicóptero. Bien. El viaje en helicóptero será rápido, sonrió Womian. ¿Dónde está el tipo llamado Yon? Tráiganlo y déjenlo guiar el camino. Sí, presidente In. Luego, sacaron a Yon. Estaba a punto de tomar el bote con otro hombre hacia la isla para cuidar de Wosikian. Pero antes de que pudiera abandonar la ciudad, fue capturado por los hombres de Inchu. Aparte de Riley, que había huido, todos los demás murieron en el tiroteo. Yon era un hombre inteligente y le contó a Inchu la ubicación de la isla y la condición actual de Wosikian. Señorita Wo, al ver a Womian, Yon la saludó. Juan, guíanos y no hagas bromas, o no tendremos piedad contigo. Lo entiendo. Señorita Wo, ayudaré al presidente In a encontrar a Wosikian, dijo Yon. Sube al helicóptero ahora. Inchu ayudó a Womian a subir a un helicóptero mientras Yon fue llevado a otro. Había 7 helicópteros en total, era un espectáculo magnífico. Una suite de hotel en un país de Oriente Medio, vestido con una bata de baño, Yan sostenía una copa de vino que contenía un líquido carmesí pegajoso y maloliente. En la enorme y blanda cama, una mujer asiática yacía con los ojos muy abiertos, agonizando, todavía manaba sangre de la herida en su cuello. Era una visión aterradora. Las mujeres vietnamitas no tienen buen sabor. No me las traigas la próxima vez, dijo Yan mientras se acercaba a tirar la copa de vino a un bote de basura. Jefe, informe urgente. Hablad. Jefe, Kevin y sus hombres, ¿qué pasa con Kevin? No podemos llegar hasta ellos. No sé qué les pasó. Al escuchar sus palabras, Yan se detuvo en medio de desabrocharse la bata de baño. ¿No puedes alcanzarlos? ¿Qué quieres decir? Yan levantó la mirada con frialdad. Capítulo 3165 Mian, te amo 5. ¿No podemos alcanzarlos? Creemos, el hombre parecía tener miedo de expresar su suposición. ¿Qué piensas? Yan miró hacia arriba con impaciencia. Creemos que Kevin y sus hombres están muertos. ¿Muerto? ¿Lo hizo esa chica, Luyan? Yan no estaba sorprendido. Después de todo, muchos de sus hombres habían muerto en los últimos años. No lo creo. Luyan todavía está en Sydney. ¿Entonces lo hicieron los subordinados de Luyan? No es el estilo de Luyan. Si lo hiciera, nos lo diría con regocijo. Pero esta vez, nuestros hombres simplemente desaparecieron sin dejar rastro. Jeje. Esto es interesante. Yan se recostó en el sofá y golpeó la mesa de té con los dedos, parecía estar haciendo planes. Jefe, ¿qué hacemos ahora? ¿Enviamos más gente a Tasmania? Preguntó su subordinado con cautela. Yan lo miró y preguntó, si matas a un hombre, ¿te quedarás allí y esperarás a que la gente te atrape? El hombre no se atrevió a hablar. Salid todos, sois unos inútiles. Sí, jefe. Espera. Yan parecía haber pensado en algo. Sí, señor. ¿Alguna noticia de mi buen hermano Nalo? Todavía no. Parece que el señor Nalo también está buscando a Wosikian. Ah, ya veo. Parece que Wosikian es bastante popular. Continúa siguiendo a los hombres de Nalo. Si encuentras alguna pista, debes traerme al pequeño bastardo de Wosikian a toda costa. Le cortaré un trozo de carne para desahogar mi ira. Sí, jefe. Ir. Yan hizo un gesto con la mano y envió a sus hombres fuera de la habitación. Estaba resentido con Wosikian por haber sido engañado por él. Había engañado a la gente toda su vida, pero ahora se dio cuenta de que alguien lo había engañado a él. Fue una sensación muy desagradable. Siempre había pensado que Wosikian estaba bajo su control, pero para su sorpresa, Wosikian lo traicionó sin previo aviso. Esto demostró que este tipo era muy capaz y decidido. Ahora que tenía un nuevo objetivo, Yan no tenía prisa por atrapar a Luyan, porque la chica que había visto en el hospital parecía ser un objetivo más fácil. Si realmente fuera la hija del profesor, entonces todo sería fácil. 7 helicópteros aterrizaron lentamente en la isla. Mantenido cautivo por los hombres de Inchu, Yon abrió el camino. Inchu ayudó a Womian a salir del helicóptero. ¿Has vivido aquí durante tantos días? Inchu miró alrededor de la isla de aspecto desolado con un nudo en la garganta. Sí, asintió Womian. Has sufrido mucho. Inchu apretó con más fuerza la mano de su esposa. No fue tan malo. Excepto que te extraño mucho, no recibí ningún maltrato. Tenía comida y agua, pero me sentía asfixiada por dentro. Algunas veces estuve a punto de saltar al océano y suicidarme, dijo Womian en tono de broma. Pero Inchu sintió como si un cuchillo le atravesara el corazón, pero no le mostró su dolor a Womian. En cambio, la sostuvo por los hombros y caminó hacia la cabaña con ella. Woosikian está en el sótano, le recordó Womian. Veremos si podemos encontrar alguna pista aquí. No quiero que ese tipo esconda más cartas bajo la manga. Por orden suya, los hombres de Inchu revisaron las cosas de la cabaña en busca de algo sospechoso o algún pasaje secreto. Se abrió una caja y de ella salió mucha ropa de bebé. Inchu y Womian miraron la ropa. Capítulo 3166. Mian, te amo 6. Womian se acercó, se puso en cuclillas y recogió la ropa con cuidado. Él compró esto para hacerme feliz, pero no acepté porque sabía que no me quedaría aquí por mucho tiempo. Si te gustan puedes llevártelos. No, no los necesitamos. Womian se levantó con una sonrisa y regresó al lado de Inchu. Presidente In, revisamos todo el lugar y no encontramos nada sospechoso ni ningún pasaje secreto. Bueno. ¿Vamos al sótano? Luego, Ion condujo a Inchu y sus hombres hacia la dirección del sótano. Cariño, ¿sabes que esta pequeña y desolada isla tiene muchas hierbas preciosas e insectos venenosos? Sin ellos, no habría podido escapar y verte. Womian parecía estar de buen humor y le contó a Inchu sus descubrimientos. Estás embarazada y debes tener cuidado. ¿Qué pasaría si te picaran insectos venenosos? No, eso no va a pasar. Leí en los libros de medicina china que dondequiera que haya insectos venenosos, siempre puedes encontrar las hierbas que estos insectos temen cerca. Usé el jugo de las hierbas para lavarme la cara y las manos, y estos insectos venenosos no me picarán debido al olor que tengo. Eres tan obstinada como un niño. Inchu le pellizcó la nariz con cariño, pero no pudo soportar regañarla. Presidente In, Woosikian está en este sótano. Ion señaló la entrada. Sí, es cierto. He estado aquí varias veces. Womian asintió para confirmar las palabras de Ion. Mian, espérame aquí mientras bajo a verlo. No. Quiero estar contigo. Womian estaba decidido a ir con Inchu, temiendo que estuviera en peligro. Pero el aire del sótano no es fresco y estás embarazada. Me temo que todo irá bien. Yo solía ir allí y no hay biogás. No soy tan frágil. Finalmente, Inchu no pudo resistir sus súplicas y la llevó a ella y a algunos subordinados por la escalera. Juan esperaba en la entrada bajo la guardia de los otros subordinados. En el momento en que bajaron, vieron que el lugar estaba lleno de ganado. Uno de los subordinados tenía sed y extendió la mano para coger una botella de agua. Womian lo detuvo, no toques estas cosas. Pero tengo sed, señora, dijo el hombre inocentemente. Puse la toxina de la hierba devoradora de almas en el agua. Si tienes sed, bebe el agua del helicóptero. Está bien. Debido a la cantidad limitada de toxina, Womian solo la había puesto en el agua en las cajas superior e inferior. Pero ahora que las botellas de agua habían sido removidas, no sabía cuáles estaban envenenadas y cuáles eran buenas, por lo que no quería que su gente las bebiera. Al escuchar sus palabras, nadie se atrevió a tocar las cosas que había allí. Inchu y Womian abrieron la pequeña puerta y entraron lentamente. Para su sorpresa, a pesar de la humedad, no había ningún olor desagradable. Parecía que Woosikian no había comido mucho y por eso no produjo ningún desperdicio. Sentado en la esquina, Woosikian los observó entrar, sin parecer sorprendido. Miró a Womian y sonrió. ¿Has vuelto, hermanita Mian? Sabía que volverías, pero no tendrías el valor de dejarme. En este momento, ¿todavía estás de humor para decir esas palabras? Woosikian, ¿de verdad estás loco o solo estás fingiendo? Womian estaba un poco enojada. Inchu miró a Woosikian sin decir palabra. ¿Qué pasa entonces? ¿Quieres matarme? Vamos. Mátame ahora. Woosikian sonrió como si no le importara. Capítulo 3167. Mian, te amo 7, muy bien. Has estado preparando este plan para una isla deshabitada durante años. Inchu miró a su alrededor y dijo lentamente. Sí. Estar con mi hermana Mian es mi mayor sueño. Lo he hecho realidad. Pero fallaste otra vez, dijo Inchu. No, no lo hice. Hubiera tenido éxito siempre y cuando me quedara con ella sola en la isla aunque sea un solo día. En cambio, eres tú quien fracasó. Inchu, mírate. Dices que la amas, pero ¿qué pasó? Hace 7 años, te fuiste al extranjero sin decir una palabra después de que ocurriera ese accidente, dejándola a ella con la culpa de la muerte de su padrastro durante 7 años. Tenía excelentes calificaciones y podría haber sido aceptada en las mejores universidades sin necesidad de asistir al examen de ingreso a la universidad. Pero debido a ese accidente, asumió la culpa y tuvo que ocultar su talento. Ahora te has graduado de una universidad de fama mundial, pero Mian es solo una estudiante de una escuela de medicina de 3ª clase y la gente se burla de ella incluso ahora. Dices que la amas, pero no lo creo. Jeje. Realmente no creo que sea amor lo que sientes. ¿La mereces? Inchu, no mereces a Mian, una chica tan buena. Las palabras de Wosikian sorprendieron a Inchu. Wosikian, cállate. Eso es entre nosotros dos y no necesitamos tus comentarios. Womian estaba enojada. Ella sabía que Inchu todavía se sentía culpable hacia ella y sus hijos, y estas palabras pondrían más presión en su conciencia. Wosikian sacudió la cadena de hierro en sus muñecas con sonidos metálicos ensordecedores. Mian, no seas tonta. Inchu no te ama. La persona que ama siempre fue él mismo. Cuando puse la trampa usando a Son Jisi y lo metí en prisión, tú asumiste la culpa por él. ¿Qué te hizo? No murió, pero hizo que todos creyeran que había muerto. Me engañó a mí y a todos los demás. Se quedó en los Estados Unidos durante 4 años y no quiso volver a verte. Cuando diste a luz a los bebés, ¿dónde estaba? En tus cumpleaños, ¿dónde estaba? Cuando tus hijos tuvieron su primera fiesta de cumpleaños, ¿dónde estaba? Después de que Suyu organizó todo, regresó para disfrutar de los resultados. Inchu, ¿sigues siendo un hombre? Incluso Suyu es mejor que tú. De verdad, te desprecio desde el fondo de mi corazón. Wosikian, basta. No intentes lavarnos el cerebro. Tu lógica y tu sentido del bien y del mal son totalmente erróneos. No intentes cambiar lo que pensamos de ti. No importa lo que haya hecho Inchu, nunca ha hecho daño a nadie sin una buena razón. ¿Y tú? ¿A cuántas personas has matado por tus propios intereses? Eres un asesino. ¿Por qué no hablaste de esto? Ni siquiera mostraste piedad con Wang Sasa, que estaba embarazada. No tienes derecho a hablar de la naturaleza humana o del amor. Womian era una persona decidida y nunca había cambiado su forma de pensar solo por las persuasiones y opiniones de otras personas. Pero Inchu era diferente porque se había sentido culpable hacia Womian y sus hijos debido a su ausencia en esos 4 años. Al ver su debilidad, Wosikian intentó usar esas cosas para provocar a Inchu y hacerlo desmoronarse mentalmente. De hecho, las palabras de Wosikian habían producido algunos cambios sutiles en Inchu. Comenzó a sentir que de hecho era un cabrón y que no merecía tener a Mian. Pero al escuchar la feroz respuesta de Womian, Inchu se recuperó. Wosikian, eres despreciable. En los últimos años, ¿me separaste a mí y a mis hijos de mi esposo? Ahora, al ver su debilidad, incluso quieres lavarle el cerebro y hacer que se derrumbe mentalmente. No tienes corazón. Te digo que, mientras esté aquí, nunca dejaré que nadie lastime a Inchu, nunca. Womian sostuvo la mano de Inchu con fuerza, sintiéndose afortunada de que estuviera a su lado, para que Wosikian no pudiera lavarle el cerebro y hacerlo colapsar psicológicamente. Capítulo 3168 Mian, te amo 8, TSK, TSK. Mi hermana Main es realmente un genio. Wosikian sonrió, luciendo indiferente. Womian le dirigió una mirada sucia, sintiéndose indignada por lo que había hecho. Inchu, debes estar agradecido de tener una buena esposa. Todos dicen que le das gloria a Mian, pero a mis ojos, tu título de presidente de la compañía, tu origen familiar, tu educación y tu conocimiento no valen nada. Es mi hermana pequeña Mian quien hace de Inchu un hombre excelente. Por lo tanto, debes recordar que siempre le deberás algo. Entonces, Wosikian se sentó, apoyándose lentamente en la fría pared. Era evidente que estaba débil. Al haber estado encerrado en el sótano durante tanto tiempo, se había debilitado mucho al no poder comer ni beber más que un poco de agua. ¿Dónde está Yan?, preguntó Inchu tranquilizándose. Vaya, eres valiente y te atreves a ir a por Yan. ¿Sabes quién es? Déjate de tonterías. ¿Dónde está? ¿Crees que te lo diré? Wozikian arqueó las cejas. No, pero creo que no le eres leal o no lo habrías traicionado. ¿Sabes que sus hombres también te están buscando? ¿En serio? Me extraña mucho. Wozikian sonrió con ojos indescifrables. Además, su hermano también te está buscando. Parece que tienes una relación cercana con su hermano. Al escuchar las palabras de Inchu, la expresión de Wozikian cambió instantáneamente. Wozikian rara vez mencionaba a Nalo, incluso cuando otros lo mencionaban, Wozikian no mostraba ningún interés en el tema. Según los rumores, su relación era inusualmente íntima, pero Wozikian nunca lo confirmó. Inchu, el ganador se lo lleva todo. Ahora que estoy en tus manos, no tengo nada que decir. Si quieres, ven y mátame. ¿De verdad crees que eres un mártir? Una daga afilada apareció en la mano derecha de Inchu. Si tuviera miedo a la muerte, nunca habría hecho estas cosas. Adelante, no me importa, pensé que sería muy difícil atraparte. Me sorprende lo fácil que fue, dijo Inchu sin expresión alguna mientras miraba a Wozikian. No te sorprendas. Fue porque Jack, mi personalidad alternativa, salió a causar problemas y temí que lastimara a Mian. De lo contrario, ¿crees que puedes quedarte aquí y hablar conmigo? Entonces, ¿te consideras un gran hombre? Inchu sonrió burlonamente. Nunca fui genial, pero, entonces, Wozikian miró a Womian de pie junto a Inchu. Estoy verdaderamente enamorado de Mian. Siempre lo he estado. Un poco temeroso de que Wozikian actuara de esta manera, Womian se escondió detrás de Inchu. Mierda. Sal tú primero. No. Quiero quedarme aquí contigo. Womian realmente tenía miedo de que Wozikian le lavara el cerebro a Inchu. El tipo había visto la debilidad de Inchu y seguía diciendo palabras para provocarlo. Estaré bien. No podrá lavarme el cerebro. No soy tan estúpida. Inchu comprendió su preocupación y le tocó la cabeza con cariño. Cariño, estoy preocupada, estaré bien. Dame 5 minutos y me uniré a ti. Este lugar es demasiado húmedo para el bebé. Bueno. Está bien. Te esperaré en el suelo. Sal pronto, instruyó Womian nuevamente. Bueno. Cuando Womian se giró y abrió la puerta, Wozikian de repente gritó, Mian, te amo. Al escuchar sus palabras, Womian se detuvo brevemente, luego, al abrir la puerta, salió sin mirar atrás. No sabía cómo lo trataría Inchu, pero no tendría objeciones sin importar lo que Inchu hiciera. Wozikian no era malvado, pero sería un problema para ellos si vivía. Después de que Womian se fue, Inchu se acercó a Wozikian con la daga en su mano derecha. ¿Qué? ¿Quieres cortarme en pedazos? Tu daga es demasiado pequeña. ¿Quieres usar una más grande? Los labios de Wozikian se curvaron con una sonrisa siniestra. Capítulo 3169 Mian, te amo 9 e Inchu no dijo ni una palabra. En cambio, caminó lentamente hacia Wozikian. Te reto a que me desates para que podamos tener una pelea justa y justa. ¿Crees que estás en posición de negociar conmigo? Inchu lo miró tranquilamente a los ojos. Ja, entonces el gran Inchu también puede tener miedo. Parece que me tienes miedo. Inchu no respondió. Bajó la mirada y usó un pañuelo para limpiar con cuidado su daga. Dime, ¿por qué Mian se enamoró de un cobarde como tú? Es muy extraño, ¿no? Inchu todavía no pronunció una palabra. Dime, ¿qué más sabes además de esconderte y huir? ¿No tienes a Suyu como amigo a pesar de que es tu rival en el amor? ¿No tienes miedo de que Mian te engañe? Inchu todavía no dijo una palabra. Si fuera yo, habría derrotado a Suyu hace mucho tiempo. Habría destruido su reputación. Es solo otro playboy rico, no el hijo honorable de una gran familia. Todo lo que piensa es en cómo tener sexo con Mian. Dice que es honesto y generoso, pero en el fondo es solo un bastardo sin vergüenza. Inchu todavía no respondió. Vaya. ¿Cuándo se te ha vuelto tan bueno el carácter? ¿Te hice daño hace 4 años cuando te lastimé la pierna? ¿El bebé de Mian es un bebé de probeta? Después de todo, ustedes dos son grandes médicos, pero lo siento por Mian si ese es el caso. Ella vive la vida como si fuera viuda. Se lo pasaría mucho mejor conmigo. Puedo darle lo que tú no puedes. Uosikian sonrió con arrogancia. Lo único que quieres es ponerme de los nervios, ¿verdad? Inchu miró hacia arriba y pronunció cada palabra lentamente. ¿Fue el turno de Uosikian de quedarse en silencio? Tienes miedo de que haga de tu vida un infierno. Por eso intentas enfurecerme para que te mate. ¿Qué pasa con eso? ¿No vas a matarme? Uosikian se lamió los labios. Inchu no respondió. Uosikian continuó hablando, no me digas que me vas a alimentar bien. No estoy acostumbrado a eso. Después de todo, yo fui el hombre que te robó a tu esposa. Inmediatamente después de que Uosikian dijera eso, Inchu apuñaló el estómago de Uosikian. Su puntería era rápida y precisa, y evitó deliberadamente los órganos vitales de Uosikian. Oh, se siente genial, gruñó Uosikian. El dolor repentino lo debilitaba, pero nunca lo admitiría. Se siente genial, ¿eh? Entonces haré que te sientas aún mejor. Inchu sostuvo la daga y la giró lentamente en su cuerpo. Uosikian sintió un dolor insoportable. Aunque no lo admitiera, todos podían notar que le dolía mientras un sudor frío goteaba de su frente. ¡Genial! ¡Excelente! Inchu, ya que eres tan increíble, ¿por qué no lo terminas tú? ¿Quieres morir? ¿Crees que te dejaré morir tan fácilmente? ¿No podrás expiar lo que le hiciste a Mian y a mí durante todos estos años? Ni siquiera dispararte 100 veces sería suficiente para vengarte por lo que hiciste, entonces deberías matarme aún más. Con cada segundo que viva, será un segundo más de mi anhelo por alejarte de Mian. La sangre goteaba de la comisura de la boca de Uosikian, pero seguía sonriendo malvadamente. Aún así, planeo matarte lentamente para que sufras lo suficiente. La muerte para ti es demasiado benévola, si no muero, Yan y Nalo vendrán a salvarme. Piénsalo bien, Inchu, le recordó Uosikian. Capítulo 3170 Mian, te amo 10, Yan. Jeje, se burló Inchu. ¿Tienes miedo? Preguntó Uosikian. No me jodas. ¿No es así? Te escondiste con Mian en una isla abandonada en medio de la nada porque tenías miedo de Yan. Tú eres el cobarde aquí. Yo no soy ni de lejos tan cobarde como tú. Inchu, ¿qué sentido tiene discutir conmigo aquí? ¿Discutiendo? No. Solo quería decirte que no le tengo miedo a la persona a la que tú le tienes miedo. Acabaré con cualquiera que quiera hacerle daño a Mian. A diferencia de ti, yo no me esconderé. ¿Qué estoy haciendo aquí? Solo intento saborear mi momento. Inchu sacó violentamente la daga. Antes de que Uosikian pudiera respirar de nuevo, la clavó de nuevo en su cuerpo. La cara de Uosikian se torció por el dolor. Una persona como tú, que ha matado a muchos, merece morir 1.000.000 de veces. Incluso así, sus crímenes no serán expiados. Entonces mátame. Uosikian escupió sangre y se desplomó en el suelo. Tienes que vivir. Necesito usarte como cebo para luchar contra Yan. Inchu volvió a sacar la daga. Uosikian perdió demasiada sangre y se desmayó. Que alguien venga. Presidente In, uno de sus subordinados escuchó sus órdenes y corrió inmediatamente. Deténganlo y sálvenlo. Luego llévenselo en helicóptero. ¿Quiere llevárselo, presidente In? Sí. ¿No es más conveniente matarlo? Preguntó confundido su subordinado. La esposa de Inchu, que estaba embarazada, fue secuestrada por Uosikian. Los subordinados de Inchu pensarían que Inchu odiaba a Uosikian hasta la médula. De hecho, Inchu quería matar a Uosikian. Sin embargo, sin Uosikian en sus manos, Inchu sería demasiado pasivo al enfrentarse a Yan, lo que lo pondría en mayor peligro. Inchu necesitaba que Uosikian atrajera a los hermanos psicópatas. De esa manera, podría controlar mejor la situación. Esta vez, estaba jugando un juego muy arriesgado porque sabía que si no extinguía a esa gente, él y Mian no podrían vivir una vida pacífica. Por su amada familia, Inchu estaba dispuesto a arriesgar su vida y luchar hasta la muerte. Miel. Womian se apresuró a abrazar a Inchu cuando salió. Estoy bien. Inchu sonrió suavemente. Era una persona drásticamente diferente en comparación con cómo era cuando estaba en el sótano. Huelo sangre en ti. Womian olió inteligentemente la manga de Inchu. Sí. ¿Está muerto?, preguntó Womian. No. Solo lo lastimé un poco, respondió Inchu sonriendo. Herirle no es nada comparado con lo que él hizo. Nos separó por tanto tiempo. Quería matarlo, dijo Womian enojada. Sí. Le perdonaré la vida por ahora, pero cuando llegue el momento adecuado, lo enviaremos al cielo. Nunca podrá ir al cielo. Debería ir al infierno, corrigió Womian. Sí, al infierno. Cariño, eres tan hermosa que todo lo que dices es correcto. Simplemente sabes cómo halagarme, Womian se sonrojó levemente. Sin embargo, Womian nunca podría matar a Wosikian porque, aunque era malvado, nunca la maltrató. Por eso decía esas cosas porque estaba enojada. Incluso en medio de la nada, Wosikian la cuidaba muy bien. Womian lo sabía, por eso fingía ser dura con Wosikian frente a su esposo, ya que ser amable con Wosikian no sería justo para Inchu. Womian estaba mentalmente preparada para apoyar a su marido incluso si mataba a Wosikian. Inchu y su grupo abandonaron la isla en medio de la nada y se dirigieron a Sydney. En uno de los hoteles de Sydney, uno de los subordinados de Luyan informó: «Jefe, la señora viene». Luyan estaba jugando con su teléfono antes, pero cuando escuchó la noticia, saltó al sofá como una niña emocionada. «Psicópata Yao, date prisa y tráeme mi lápiz labial». «Voy a retocarme el maquillaje», le ordenó Luyan a Yao Fei. Capítulo 3171. Suyu es una llorona 1, solo estás viendo a tu hermana y no a un extraño. ¿De verdad necesitas hacer todo eso? Yao Fei se quedó sin palabras. Por supuesto. Quiero que mi hermana vea lo mejor de mí. Luyan estaba tan emocionada como un niño pequeño cuando mencionó a su hermana. Yao Fei entendió que, aunque Luyan a menudo peleaba y era violenta, ella valoraba mucho a su familia. Aunque no crecieron juntas ni compartieron muchos recuerdos juntas, Luyan estaba dispuesta a luchar por su hermana. Yao Fei se sintió profundamente atraído por lo infantil y enérgico que era Luyan. ¿Por qué estás ahí parada como una momia? ¿No escuchaste lo que acabo de decir? Quiero mi lápiz labial. ¿Lápiz labial? ¿Dónde está? Yao Fei se quedó sin palabras. Está en mi bolsa de maquillaje, en el cajón, estúpido. Yao Fei abrió a regañadientes la bolsa de maquillaje. Su mente estaba a punto de estallar cuando la abrió. Entonces, princesa, ¿cuál quieres que te traiga? Hay muchos labiales aquí. Yao Fei rara vez tocaba cosas de mujer y Luyan rara vez se maquillaba. Solo se maquillaba cuando necesitaba disfrazarse. Por eso, cuando abrió la bolsa de maquillaje de Luyan por primera vez y vio decenas de lápices labiales de la misma marca con el mismo aspecto, se sorprendió. Mira el color, tonta. Quiero ese rojo anaranjado. Me queda bien. ¿Me rindo? Princesa, no puedo distinguir los colores. Está bien, está bien. Lo haré yo misma. ¡Qué pérdida de tiempo! Retrocede. Luyan empujó a Yao Fei hacia atrás y revisó su bolso ella misma. Cuando Womian y Inchu llegaron al vestíbulo, Yao Fei y Luyan salieron del ascensor. El momento fue perfecto. Aunque Luyan era una persona hiperactiva, su trabajo era de calidad y rapidez. Womian estaba un poco emocionada cuando vio a Luyan, casi lloró. Las hermanas finalmente pudieron reencontrarse, lo cual fue algo hermoso. Sin embargo, parecía como si hubieran pasado por una traición de vida o muerte y se abrazarían fuertemente y llorarían hasta la mañana. Esto puede deberse a que sus identidades eran un poco especiales. Hermana, Luyan estaba a punto de llorar cuando vio a Womian. Rápidamente corrió y le dio a Womian un fuerte abrazo. Hermana, ¿estás bien?, susurró Luyan al oído de Womian. Estoy bien. ¿Cómo está el bebé? El bebé también está bien, dijo Womian y sonrió suavemente. Luyan fue capaz de levantar a Womian fácilmente con su fuerza explosiva, algo que muchos hombres ni siquiera podrían hacer. Ah, ¿Qué estás haciendo? Déjame caer. Womian estaba feliz y molesta al mismo tiempo. Estoy tratando de ver cuánto pesas ahora para ver cuánto pesa mi sobrino. ¿Qué sobrino? Aún no sabemos el sexo. Podría ser una niña. Womian sonrió tímidamente. Una niña también estaría bien. Si fuera una niña, que se quede conmigo y le enseñaré a pelear, a usar un arma, a fabricar bombas. Las bombas son mi especialidad, pequeña niña. Womian tocó la frente de Luyan y la miró con ternura. Las dos hermanas se reencontraron en una tierra extraña. Incluso los dos hombres se sintieron conmovidos por la escena. Cada vez que Yan ve a Mian, se convierte en una niña, dijo Yao Fei con una sonrisa amable. Mian también. ¿Se acabó todo con la situación de la isla desierta? Preguntó Yao Fei. Sí. ¿Qué pasa con Wosikian? Preguntó Yao Fei con calma. Él está conmigo. ¿No lo mataste? Yao Fei miró a Inchu con sorpresa. Capítulo 3172. Suyu es una llorona 2, no. Cuñado, ¿planeas usar este cebo para atrapar un pez más grande? Yao Fei comprendió de inmediato lo que estaba haciendo Inchu. Sí, ese es el plan. Pero, ¿estás seguro de que quieres ir contra ellos? No es que quiera ir contra ellos, es que son una amenaza para mi familia, así que necesito actuar primero. Yao Fei se sorprendió un poco cuando escuchó las palabras de Inchu. Sin embargo, rápidamente le hizo un gesto con el pulgar hacia arriba sin dar más explicaciones. Las personalidades de Inchu y Yao Fei eran parecidas. Sin embargo, Yao Fei a veces era más enérgica. Inchu era del tipo más tranquilo. Sin embargo, lo que tenían en común era que ambos hablaban pocas palabras. Después del feliz reencuentro con su hermana, Luyan caminó con confianza hacia Inchu. Cuñado, ¿cómo puedes no decirme que mi hermana estaba en Tasmania? Me preocupaba que tuvieran más seguidores, así que quería que los detuvieran. Está bien. Si es así, te perdonaré. Por cierto, ¿dónde está ese bastardo de Wosikian? Antes de que Inchu pudiera responder, Luyan continuó diciendo, quiero desollarlo vivo. Él está conmigo. Traedlo. Quiero verlo, dijo Luyan con tono autoritario. Yan, no puedes matarlo todavía. Chu todavía lo necesita para algo. Yao Fei intentó tranquilizarla. Lo sé. No voy a matarlo. Estaba pensando que no he estado practicando mis habilidades de boxeo durante un tiempo, así que quiero usarlo como un saco de boxeo humano, dijo Luyan. No lo hagas. Tu boxeo lo mataría de un solo golpe, dijo Yao Fei inmediatamente. Cállate o te daré una paliza también. Luyan lo fulminó con la mirada. Está bien, está bien. Las chicas no deberían guardar tanto rencor. Además, Yao Fei es tu novio. Womian no pudo evitar calmar a Luyan con una sonrisa amable. No creo que puedas practicar tus habilidades de boxeo, dijo Inchu lentamente. ¿Por qué? ¿No estás dispuesta a dejarme? Luyan hizo pucheros. No. Ha perdido demasiada sangre y está casi muerto. Espere a que sus heridas mejoren. Jaja, Chu, te respeto mucho. Luyan supo de inmediato lo que quería decir Inchu y estaba muy encantado. Jefe, la cena está lista, recordó uno de los subordinados de Luyan. Bueno. Hermana, te invitaré a una buena comida. Vámonos. Está bien. Vamos a tomar algo sencillo. Womian estaba bastante feliz con solo ver a Luyan. Hermana, no tienes que preocuparte por su billetera. Tiene mucho dinero, dijo Yao Fei. Cállate esa maldita boca. Luyan pellizcó con fuerza a Yao Fei. Womian estaba bastante contenta y feliz de ver a la pareja pelear juguetonamente. Yao Fei era joven, pero era un chico bueno y confiable que estaría al lado de Luyan sin importar los problemas por los que estuviera pasando. En el restaurante giratorio de un hotel de 5 estrellas, Womian quedó estupefacto ante la mesa llena de mariscos. ¿Fuiste al mar o algo así? Jaja, no. Fui a la casa de unos pescadores y les dije que les compraría todo lo que pescaran hoy. Miren la langosta grande. Tiene un cuerpo genial, ¿eh? Fue la primera vez que Womian escuchó a alguien hablar sobre lo maravilloso que es el cuerpo de una langosta. No pudo evitar reír a carcajadas. Hermana, sé que te gustan los mariscos. Come más. No me dieron cangrejos desde que estás embarazada y no deberías comerlos. Está bien, asintió Womian. Todos parecían saber que le encantaba el marisco. Cuñado, siéntate también. Vamos a comer. Luyan le hizo un gesto a Inchu para que se acercara. No podía ocultar su buen humor. Jefe, hay un montón de gente sospechosa abajo. Mire. Susurró uno de los subordinados de Luyan. ¿No ves que estoy comiendo? Vete a la mierda. Luyan quería disfrutar de la cena con su hermana y no estaba de humor para lidiar con nada más. Jefe, ¿qué hacemos con ellos? ¿Observamos o actuamos directamente? Se arriesgó su subordinado a que le gritaran y pidiera más órdenes. Capítulo 3173. Suyu es una llorona 3. Ve a comer primero. Ya todos deben tener hambre, pero jefe, su subordinado parecía querer decir algo, pero se detuvo cuando Luyan lo fulminó con la mirada. Todavía tenía miedo al salir. ¿Cómo estuvo? ¿Qué dijo el jefe? El jefe nos dijo que fuéramos a comer porque probablemente todos tengamos hambre. ¿Qué pasa? Esas personas están en el vestíbulo ahora y subirán en cualquier momento. Obviamente nos persiguen. Sí, le dije eso al jefe. ¿El jefe no nos ordenó que los matáramos? No. ¿Mierda? ¿Qué deberíamos hacer ahora? Sigamos las órdenes del jefe y vayamos a comer. Así, los subordinados de Luyan, que originalmente pensaron que era el momento del espectáculo, se sintieron decepcionados porque Luyan no aceptó dejarlos pelear. Debajo del restaurante giratorio del piso superior había una sala privada para los subordinados de Luyan. Ella les había conseguido la misma mesa grande de mariscos. Sin embargo, sus subordinados estaban preocupados por las personas que estaban detrás de ellos abajo. ¿Por quién crees que vienen? ¿Será la hermana del jefe? Preguntó Amy de repente. Es difícil saberlo. Hay enemigos por todas partes con nuestro jefe, así que es posible que estén detrás de nosotros. Pero eso es ilógico. Hemos estado aquí durante un tiempo, pero tan pronto como llegó su hermana, los asesinos llegaron inmediatamente después. Amy, ¿qué estás tratando de decir? Uno de los subordinados masculinos miró a Amy y dijo. Creo que el jefe y el señor Yao están en peligro. ¿Por qué no siguen comiendo y yo voy a protegerlos? Dijo Amy mientras se ponía de pie. Tomen un descanso. Con sus habilidades de lucha, 10 de ustedes ni siquiera pueden igualar a vos. ¿Cómo los protegerían? Además, vos nos dijo que comiéramos. Estoy seguro de que tiene un plan, así que no necesitan entrometerse en él. Me temo que sí. Amy todavía estaba preocupada. Amy, ¿por qué estás tratando de adular tanto a tu jefe últimamente? ¿Te enamoraste de él? Las lesbianas no son populares, le dijo un hombre regordete y le sonrió. Callarse la boca. Dejen de discutir. Seguiremos las órdenes del jefe. Siéntense y coman. Veremos qué pasa. Un subordinado mayor que normalmente no hablaba mucho se estaba poniendo nervioso. Amy no estaba contenta de que la estuvieran rechazando. Estaba muy preocupada y apenas comía. Todos los demás en la sala privada parecían estar divirtiéndose. Luyan le quitó la cáscara al camarón a Womian y lo puso en su plato. Ella dijo, hermana, come algunos camarones. Escuché que los camarones son buenos para el bebé porque tienen un alto contenido de calcio. Cariño, estás hablando de la piel de camarón. Deberías investigar un poco antes de intentar presumir delante de Mian. Ella es doctora y sabe más que tú. Quiero. ¿Qué puedes hacer al respecto? Hermana, come. No tienes que preocuparte por él. Luyan sonrió como un niño frente a Womian. Sí, tú también. Cuñado, nuestro Yan parece estar haciendo todo lo que deberías hacer, dijo Yao Fei y sonrió. Está bien. Son hermanas cercanas. Inchu estaba feliz porque pensó que era raro ver a Luyan comportarse de manera tan adorable. De repente, sonó el teléfono de Inchu. Él lo recogió en silencio. Está bien, lo entiendo. Los subordinados de Luyan que estaban abajo vieron entrar a los hombres de negro. Los hombres de negro caminaban con pasos rápidos y ligeros, sin perder el tiempo. Probablemente eran asesinos. Inchu estaba a punto de levantarse y lidiar con esta situación. De repente, Luyan se puso de pie y dijo, ustedes coman primero. Yo voy al baño. Yan, hay uno en la habitación privada. Womian se sorprendió un poco y gritó. Me gusta el de afuera. Es más grande. Luyan sonrió, se dio la vuelta y se alejó. Yao Fei y Inchu se miraron y fue como si se estuvieran comunicando que sabían lo que ella estaba haciendo. Capítulo 3174 Suyu es una llorona 4. ¿Qué le pasa a Yan? Womian estaba pensando de manera bastante simplista y era la más despistada de todos, ya que realmente creía que Luyan iba al baño. Ella es así, cuñada. No te preocupes, comamos primero. Yao Fei, no has vuelto a casa en mucho tiempo, ¿verdad? Womian recordó de repente. Yao Fei abandonó a su familia para estar con Luyan. Incluso su familia lo perseguía. Sí. Nunca volveré a menos que mi padre me permita casarme con Yan, dijo Yao Fei con calma mientras tomaba un trozo de sashimi de salmón y se lo metía en la boca. La generación anterior es así. Son firmes en sus palabras pero blandos de corazón. Tal vez tarde o temprano tu padre te lo permita, así que no te preocupes demasiado. Mian, no me preocupa. Sé cómo es mi viejo. Es importante mantener la armonía y la paz. No sacrifiques a la familia por amor. Creo que a Yan no le gusta que hayas tenido que renunciar a la familia por ella. Está bien, asintió Yao Fei. Escuchó a Womian porque sabía que ella era una doctora amable y gentil que salvaba vidas. Las chicas como Womian existían en su mundo porque nunca habían pasado por lo que Luyan y él habían pasado. Estaban comiendo en el piso superior, el piso 78. Luyan no fue al baño, sino que tomó las escaleras hasta el piso 74. Ella se escondió detrás de una puerta esperando algo en silencio. Muy pronto oyó pasos que se acercaban. Los asesinos habían subido en ascensor hasta el piso 70. Para no alertar a su objetivo, se bajaron del ascensor antes de llegar a los pisos superiores y tomaron las escaleras, pensando que podrían completar su misión sin que nadie se enterara. Sin embargo, Luyan estaba un paso por delante de ellos. El primero que empujó la puerta fue sorprendido. Luyan lo agarró por detrás y le tapó la boca antes de que el primer asesino pudiera ver el pasillo. Ella le cortó directamente la garganta con un cuchillo. De principio a fin, no pudo emitir ningún sonido. Luyan lo arrastró a un lado y lo dejó allí. Las personas que estaban detrás se dieron cuenta de que algo andaba mal, por lo que sacaron sus armas, pero todavía estaban un paso detrás de Luyan. La escalera era un espacio estrecho donde no se podían utilizar las armas en todo su potencial. En un espacio así, gana el más ágil. Luyan fue capaz de cortar consecutivamente el cuello de 2 asesinos. Quedaban 3 asesinos y todos se lanzaron hacia adelante. Había un asesino a cierta distancia de Luyan. Pudo disparar con su arma, pero de repente sintió que se le entumecieron las muñecas. Miró y se dio cuenta de que había una aguja en ellas. En la aguja había anestesia. El asesino se desmayó y cayó al suelo. Había otros 2 asesinos que atacaban con las manos desnudas. Usaron la táctica del sándwich, con Luyan en el medio. Sin embargo, Luyan saltó alto y pateó a ambos simultáneamente. Su patada iba dirigida a sus gargantas. Luego juntó los pies y se paró de manos frente a una pared. Los 2 asesinos cayeron al suelo cuando Luyan los golpeó con cuchillos sin que ellos lo supieran. En la escalera del piso 74 había sangre por todas partes. Se podía oler el hierro en el aire. Sin embargo, todo el proceso duró menos de 3 minutos. Uno de los asesinos, que aún tenía un leve aliento, yacía en el suelo. Luyan lo miró con frialdad. Luego, sacó un pañuelo blanco de su bolsillo y se secó las manos antes de irse. «Jefe, ¿va a salir?» Uno de los subordinados de Luyan la vio cuando regresaba al piso superior. «Vayan a limpiar el piso 74. Dejé a uno con vida. Está drogado con anestésicos. Recuerden registrar las pruebas». Jefe, ¿así que ya terminaste todo?» El subordinado estaba asombrado. «Si no terminé con ellos, ¿debería dejarlos para que ustedes se ocupen de ellos para el año nuevo?», dijo Luyan. Luego regresó a la sala privada. Cuando Luyan se sentó, Womian frunció el ceño al notar algo. Como Womian era médica, era muy sensible a la sangre. Dijo, Yan, ¿por qué tienes ese olor a sangre? Capítulo 3175 Suyu es una llorona 5. ¿En serio? Luyan tenía la conciencia culpable y no se atrevió a mirar a Womian, por lo que miró hacia abajo. Yao Fei y Inchu se miraron nuevamente, confirmando su suposición anterior. Soy médico. Soy muy sensible a estas cosas. Womian estaba segura de que tenía razón. Está bien. Si ese es el caso, te diré la verdad, hermana. Womian se dio la vuelta para mirar a Luyan. Womian parecía preocupada porque estaba muy preocupada por la seguridad de Luyan. De hecho, estoy usando un perfume especial que huele a sangre. ¿No es muy único? Bromeó Luyan. ¿Perfume? Preguntó Womian con escepticismo. Sí, perfume. Todavía está en fase de pruebas, pero cuando termine de perfeccionarlo, te regalaré una botella. No, gracias. No me gusta ese olor extraño. Womian negó con la cabeza. Yao Fei se tocó la nariz. Casi no pudo evitar reír a carcajadas después de escuchar las palabras de Luyan. Ella acababa de matar gente, pero dijo que el olor a sangre era un perfume con total confianza. Sin embargo, Womian era lo suficientemente inocente como para creer la mentira de Luyan. Vamos a comer. Hermana, deberías comer más. Luyan no quería continuar con esta conversación, así que cambió de tema. Afortunadamente para ella, Womian no siguió preguntando. Las dos hermanas habían vivido vidas muy diferentes y Luyan lo sabía muy bien. Después de cenar, Womian estaba cansada. Después de todo, estaba embarazada de 3 meses, por lo que se cansaba fácilmente. Aunque Luyan quería pasar más tiempo con su hermana, no podía soportar verla tan cansada. Hermana, te conseguí una suite. Deberían descansar un poco. Estamos a la vuelta de la esquina. Reservé todo el piso, así que no te preocupes y descansa un poco. Gracias, asintió Womian. Regresaron a sus habitaciones individuales después de la cena. Cuando Yao Fei y Luyan caminaban hacia su habitación, él preguntó, ¿por qué no hiciste que tus subordinados se deshicieran de esos débiles, sino que fuiste tú mismo? ¿Crees que quería hacerlo? Tenía miedo de que esos idiotas pelearan demasiado fuerte y asustaran a mi hermana. De lo contrario, no habría tenido que bajar unos cuantos pisos y matarlos. Entonces, ¿cuánto tiempo te tomó terminarlos? Yao Fei arqueó una ceja. Probablemente menos de 3 minutos. ¿Uno en 3 minutos? Estás retrocediendo, querida, dijo Yao Fei con una ligera sorpresa. Luyan no dijo nada. En cambio, hizo una señal con la mano y abrió la puerta y entró al baño para ducharse. Yao Fei se encogió de hombros. No era divertido jugar con Luyan. 1 contra 6 en menos de 3 minutos fue increíble. Además, los 6 eran asesinos profesionales con armas de fuego. Luyan temía que los sonidos de las armas asustaran a Womian, por lo que ni siquiera les dio a los asesinos la oportunidad de disparar. Ella había matado a todos menos a uno. Uno de sus subordinados llamó a la puerta poco después de que Luyan terminara de ducharse. Yao Fei estaba jugando con su teléfono. No interfirió en los asuntos de Luyan y Luyan no tomó ninguna precaución contra él. Le permitió escuchar todas sus conversaciones. Jefe. ¿Esa persona ya se despertó? Sí, pero no dirá nada. ¿No dirás nada? Sí, nos turnamos para golpearlo. Se desmayó varias veces y sus órganos sangran internamente, pero aún no quiere confesar quién los envió. ¡Qué dignidad! Luyan sonrió. Por lo que sé, son gente de Yan, seguro. Deberíamos matarlo. No. Tengo la sensación de que no son la gente de Yan. Luyan había luchado contra Yan durante muchos años y entendía cómo operaba. Enviar a 6 asesinos e ir directo al piso superior no parecía el estilo de Yan. Lo más importante es que Luyan no podía decir si estos asesinos la perseguían a ella o a Womian. Capítulo 3176 Suyu es una llorona 6. ¿Hay otras personas que nos persiguen?, preguntó su subordinado. ¿Dónde está ahora?, preguntó Luyan mientras se secaba el cabello con una toalla. En la habitación de al lado. Lo encerramos en el baño. Amy le está presionando la cabeza en el agua para ver si confiesa. Iré a echar un vistazo, dijo Luyan y salió. Cuando estaba en la puerta, se dio la vuelta y le dijo a Yao Fei, «Oye, psicópata Yao, ¿no quieres ver un programa? Qué divertido es verlos torturar a alguien para obligarlo a confesar». Yao Fei no parecía interesado. Luyan no preguntó más, se dio la vuelta y se fue con su subordinado. En el baño contiguo a su habitación, Luyan vio a Amy empujar la cabeza del hombre en la bañera llena de agua cuando ella entró. Aún así, el hombre no estaba dispuesto a hablar. Tenía los brazos y las piernas atados y la boca sin cinta adhesiva, ya que eso le permitía vomitar. Tráelo. Luyan se sentó en el sofá de cuero europeo en la sala de estar. Llevaba una bata blanca y el pelo suelto, todavía ligeramente húmedo. Ella se veía increíblemente hermosa. ¿Quién habría pensado que una mujer tan hermosa era la más cercana a Satanás? Amy arrastró violentamente al hombre y lo hizo arrodillarse en el suelo. ¿Asiático? Luyan se sorprendió un poco cuando vio la apariencia del hombre. El hombre no habló y miró ferozmente a Luyan. ¿Quién te envió? ¿Estás seguro de que no quieres hablar?, preguntó Luyan en chino. El hombre no habló. Jefe, por lo que parece, podría ser vietnamita. Probablemente no entienda chino. No, él entiende, Luyan estaba casi seguro. Se acercó al hombre y le pisó el hombro. Luego extendió la mano y tiró del colgante que colgaba de su cuello. «Devuélvemelo», gritó el hombre mientras luchaba por levantarse. Entonces Amy le dio un pisotón en la espalda y lo dejó tirado en el suelo. «Mira, te dije que sabe chino», dijo Luyan con orgullo. «Jefe, eres muy inteligente, ¿cómo lo supiste?». Sus subordinados quedaron muy impresionados. «Hay chino en el colgante». Luyan lo levantó y lo mostró. Luego leyó la palabra que estaba escrita, Zen. Un vietnamita que se enamoró de una mujer china. Su nombre es Zen, ¿verdad?, conjeturó Luyan. El hombre se sorprendió un poco porque no sabía cómo se enteró Luyan. Si ese es el caso, entonces deberías vivir tu vida en paz. ¿Por qué te convertiste en un asesino? Peor aún, ¿por qué te convertiste en un asesino que cumple órdenes? Cállate y mátame, dijo el hombre en chino. Aunque hablaba chino, se notaba que no era de China. ¿Quién te envió? ¿Cuánto te están pagando? ¿Qué te parece esto? Si me lo dices, te pagaré el doble, no, el triple. Luyan se rió entre dientes. El hombre la miró fijamente y no respondió. No parecía interesado en el dinero. ¿Qué? Entonces no te interesa el dinero, ¿eh? ¿Por qué no hacemos un trato? Si me dices quién te envió, le perdonaré la vida a tu amada dama. De lo contrario, voy a fracturar el cuello de esa mujer llamada Zen. Jaja, eres muy gracioso. Hay tantas mujeres en China llamadas Zen. ¿Puedes encontrarla y matarla? Luyan, estás loca. Se rió el hombre ante la ingenuidad de Luyan. Bien. Ya sabes mi nombre. Eso hace que las cosas sean aún más sencillas. Luyan sonrió misteriosamente. Capítulo 3177. Suyu es una llorona 7. Luyan, no te atrevas a amenazarme. Puede que otras personas te tengan miedo, pero yo no. Si quieres matarme, entonces hazlo. Este hombre estaba mentalmente preparado para ser asesinado tan pronto como su misión fracasara. Al principio eran 6. Confiaban en que triunfarían, pero antes de que pudieran llegar a su destino final, Luyan los había derrotado a todos. Ahora que era el único que quedaba de los 6, este hombre sabía que el destino que le esperaba no era brillante. «Dame una computadora», dijo Luyan, extendiendo la mano. Uno de sus subordinados le entregó inmediatamente una computadora portátil ultradelgada a Luyan. Luyan colocó la computadora portátil sobre su regazo y tecleó rápidamente. Todavía estaba en bata de baño. Muy pronto, ella recibió los resultados. Dio vuelta la computadora portátil para que el asesino masculino pudiera ver la pantalla. Leyó lentamente, U Bao Min, hombre. Originario de Nha Trang, Vietnam. 34 años. Te mudaste a China hace 20 años para vivir con tus parientes chinos. Has estado viviendo en una ciudad portuaria entre la frontera de China y Vietnam. Reparas autos. El nombre de tu esposa es Wang Suzhen. Es de Yunnan, China. 28 años. Ustedes dos tienen un hijo y una hija. Usted y ella son solo una pareja de hecho ya que nunca se han casado oficialmente. Por lo tanto, sus hijos aún no tienen identidad oficial. Ocultaste tu identidad como asesino mientras reparabas autos. Eras pobre pero vivías en paz. ¿Por qué aceptarías el trabajo sucio otra vez? ¿Qué harían tu esposa y tus hijos si murieras? El hombre quedó estupefacto por lo que acababa de oír. Nunca esperó que Luyan descubriera todos sus antecedentes con una sola computadora portátil. Para su sorpresa, ella incluso desenterró sus días en Natran. Tu hija es la mayor. Tiene 8 años. Se llama Uyanon. Tu hijo se llama Uyan Jun y tiene 5 años. No toques a mi familia. El hombre ya no pudo mantener la compostura cuando Luyan pudo descubrir detalles de su familia, incluido el nombre de su hijo. Entonces, ¿todavía estás seguro de que no me dirás quién es tu jefe? Preguntó Luyan con paciencia. El hombre respondió lentamente, después de algunas dudas. Si te lo digo, mis hijos y mi esposa morirán. Oh, entonces alguien está tomando a tu familia como rehén, se rió Luyan. Te casaste y tuviste hijos. No deberías volver a aceptar tu antiguo trabajo. Si realmente quieres ser un asesino, no deberías haberte casado. Eres un estúpido al ponerte en esa posición, Luyan suspiró. Señorita Lu, sé que es todopoderosa. Yo mismo hice esto. No tiene nada que ver con mi familia. Le pediré disculpas con mi vida, dijo el hombre. Luego estuvo a punto de morderse la lengua y suicidarse. No. Si no puedo encontrar las respuestas, me pondré triste. Cuando estoy triste, mato. Si no estás dispuesto a cooperar, mi única opción sería enviar a tus hijos y a tu esposa al infierno para que te vean. El hombre se detuvo. Ya no tenía valor para morderse la lengua. Lu Yan vio su vacilación y añadió, si me lo dices, te prometo la seguridad de tu esposa y tus hijos. También me aseguraré de que vivan con abundancia material por el resto de sus vidas. ¿Qué opinas? ¿Lo dices en serio? Los ojos del hombre brillaron con esperanza. Por supuesto. Bueno, ¿entonces te lo cuento? Me reclutó uno de mis antiguos compañeros. Me dijo que era un gran trabajo que costaba $10 millones. Éramos 6, así que cada uno de nosotros tendría más de $1 millón. Con ese dinero, pensé que podría llevar a mi esposa y a mis hijos a la ciudad y vivir una vida mejor. Mis hijos podrían ir a una buena escuela. Pero, vayamos al grano, ¿quién fue tan generoso como para pagar $10 millones? Luyan miró hacia abajo y preguntó. Él es. El hombre parecía tener miedo incluso de pronunciar el nombre de aquella persona. Capítulo 3178 Suyu es una llorona 8 Luyan sonrió mientras caminaba lentamente hacia el asesino. Tenga cuidado, jefe, advirtió uno de sus subordinados. A Luyan no le importó la advertencia. Se acercó al asesino y puso su oído frente a sus labios. Cuando Luyan escuchó el nombre, sonrió. Luego, le arrojó un cuchillo de fruta al hombre. Bien. Ya puedes morir, dijo Luyan. ¿Y qué pasa con mi familia? El hombre parecía preocupado. No te preocupes. Cumplo mis promesas. Bueno. Entonces el hombre tomó el cuchillo de fruta que tenía frente a él y se lo clavó en el corazón. Limpia, estoy cansada, me voy a dormir, sí, jefe. Hermana Yan, llamó a mí. Luyan miró hacia atrás. ¿Te dijo quién los envió? Sí. Ya tengo una idea de lo que está pasando. Oh, Amy vio que Luyan no iba a decirles, así que no continuó preguntando porque tenía miedo de que sospecharan de ella. En la otra gran suite, Uomian y Inchu acababan de ducharse y ahora estaban en la cama. Uomian yacía tranquilamente sobre el pecho de Inchu. Parecía que había pasado mucho tiempo desde que sintió su calor. Aunque solo habían estado separados durante aproximadamente 20 días, sentían como si hubiera pasado un siglo. Mierda. ¿Sí? ¿En qué estás pensando? Estoy pensando en Yan. ¿Sobre qué? Preguntó Inchu suavemente mientras acariciaba el cabello de Uomian. Estoy pensando en cómo fue al baño durante la cena, sí, asintió Inchu. Cuando regresó, sentí olor a sangre. ¿Entonces? Creo que no es solo el perfume. Creo que esa chica volvió a matar a alguien, dijo Womian preocupada. Cariño, Luyan es una asesina de primera clase. Tiene su propio ejército. Así es el juego. Si le dices que no mate a la gente, puede que sea más difícil que decirle que no coma. A veces, Luyan puede que no quiera matar a la gente, pero ha estado en ese mundo durante tantos años. Tiene muchos enemigos que la quieren muerta. ¿Crees que no puede hacer nada al respecto? Inchu intentó explicarle el trabajo de Luyan a Womian. Lo sé, pero no quiero que sea una asesina. Todavía es joven. No creo que deba vivir de forma tan violenta. Probablemente Yan tenga mucho dinero guardado, ¿no? No mucho. Es extremadamente rica. Ni siquiera las estrellas de Hollywood son tan ricas como ella, dijo Inchu con una sonrisa. Sí, entonces debería retirarse de ese mundo y vivir el resto de su vida en paz. Cariño, no es tan sencillo. Ella está en ese mundo. Hay cosas que no dependen de ella. Sí, lo sé, pero así es como pienso. Estoy haciendo planes para ella, así que cuando ella y Yao Fei se casen y tengan sus propios hijos, ella tendrá que tomar otro camino. Sí, mi esposa es muy inteligente. Nadie puede ocultarte nada, dijo Inchu. Luego, la besó suavemente en la frente. Probablemente no sea nada, pero no soy estúpida. Lo sentí durante la cena. Tú y Yao Fei probablemente sabían lo que estaba pasando por sus miradas. Era como si yo fuera la única que no sabía nada allí, no. Simplemente pensamos que ahora que estás embarazada hay cosas que no necesitas saber. Lo sé. Womian suspiró y asintió. Entonces, las manos de Inchu comenzaron a vagar por su bata de baño. ¿Qué crees que estás haciendo? Capítulo 3179. Suyu es una llorona 9, adivina, sonrió maliciosamente Inchu. La cara de Womian se sonrojó cuando el pensamiento sucio saltó a su mente. Cariño, no. ¿Por qué no? Bromeó Inchu. Estoy embarazada. No podemos hacer eso 3 meses antes de dar a luz. ¿Hacer qué? Continuó preguntando Inchu, haciéndose el tonto. HMPH, ya sabes a qué me refiero. No te hagas el tonto, ¿de acuerdo, presidente In? Doctor Wu, lo extrañé tanto que me volví estúpido. Si no me lo dice, no entenderé lo que está diciendo. ¿Mierda? Ya sabes a qué me refiero. De todos modos, no podemos hacer eso. ¿Qué deberíamos hacer? Soy un hombre normal. Cariño, mira cuánto dolor me causa abstenerme. Inchu fingió sentir dolor. Espera un poco más. Un mes más, ¿de acuerdo? Espera un mes más, dijo misteriosamente Womian mientras ponía su dedo sobre los labios de Inchu. No. Un mes es demasiado tiempo. Inchu se chupó el dedo. El movimiento coqueto hizo que Womian se sonrojara. Entonces, ¿qué hacemos? Womian se sintió mal. ¿Qué debemos hacer, cariño? Inchu apoyó suavemente su cabeza sobre el estómago de Womian, pero se aseguró de no aplicar presión. ¿Por qué no te compro una muñeca inflable? Inchu casi se rió tanto que se atragantó cuando escuchó eso. ¿Quién en el mundo sugeriría comprarle una muñeca inflable a su esposo? Antes de que Inchu lo rechazara, Womian continuó diciendo, ¿qué rostro de celebridad quieres? ¿Fan Bingbing o Lin Chiling? ¿Cuál es más bonita? Womian era médica, por lo que sus conocimientos sobre sexualidad eran abundantes. Con frecuencia conversaba con sus compañeros de trabajo sobre salud sexual. Hoy en día, hay muchos hombres solteros que son adictos a las muñecas inflables. Les gustarían aquellas con caras bonitas de celebridades. No me gustan esos. Entonces, ¿cuál te gusta? Te haré uno. Claro. Entonces haz uno que sea del mismo tamaño que tú y que se vea exactamente como tú, pero los senos podrían ser más grandes. Eso será perfecto, dijo Inchu con una expresión severa. Womian ahora se dio cuenta de que Inchu estaba bromeando. Ella le dio un puñetazo en la espalda. Jajaja, presidente In, me está tomando el pelo. ¿Quién se atreve a hacer eso? Doctor Wu, no espere. Director Wu, está bien, ¿de acuerdo? Me estoy riendo tanto que tengo miedo de lastimar a nuestro bebé. No te preocupes, es nuestro hijo y por eso puede soportar ese pequeño golpe. Buen punto. Cariño, ¿sabes por qué nuestro hijo estaba bien a pesar de que salté de un acantilado? Recordó de repente Womian y preguntó. Wozikian probablemente hizo algo por adelantado para protegerte, adivinó Inchu. Inteligente. Wozikian le hizo algo a ese vestido de novia para reducir el impacto. Lo gracioso es que Jack me lo dijo. Ese psicópata. Cada vez que lo veo, me da un susto de muerte. Si Wozikian es un psicópata, entonces Jack está 100 veces más enfermo. ¿Por qué su segunda personalidad sería tan malvada? Womian se agarró del cuello de Inchu y suspiró. En realidad espero conocer a Jack alguna vez, dijo Inchu lentamente. ¿Eh? ¿Por qué? Dijo Womian confundida porque no entendía lo que estaba pensando Inchu.